August 1st, 2006. The 8th day of the 7th lunar month, the day after Qixi. In northern Shaanxi, it was still the heat of summer, but the sky was gray, and everywhere one looked, it was black and gray. This was a region with a long history of mining. The black gold was the dominant theme here. A week. It's clearly impossible to go back. Zhang Yu sat up slowly, a look of resignation on his face as he surveyed this place, familiar beyond words. He had returned with memories of his past life, and it had taken him a full week to truly adapt. What was a bit frustrating was only 14 years old. He was on summer vacation during the second year of junior high, and less than a month away from starting the third year. The problem was, other people who got a second chance were usually in their final year of high school, or even after finishing college entrance exams, starting new lives with love and brilliance. But being reborn at this age, it was just a little painful. In his previous life, he had just been promoted to a full section-level position in a state-owned coal mine. At 40, after decades of effort, he had finally reached this post. His father was overjoyed, the whole family celebrated, and then came the drinking with old colleagues, old superiors, and then nothing more. Have you been acting weird these past few days? You're not studying, not focusing on your books, just spacing out. What are you trying to do? Just eat first. His mother, Lu Yun, was scolding him. Zhang Yu just smiled foolishly. He seemed to have forgotten what his mother looked like when she was young. At this moment, she wasn't old, yet she was still full of spirit, her eyes not yet lined with deep wrinkles. There were no later hardships, no subsequent weariness. Ha. Zhang Yu didn't get angry, just chuckled and walked over to Lu Yun, hugging her tightly. Lu Yun froze. Her second son had never done this before, let alone hugged her outright. What's gotten into you? Eat, Lu Yun said, flustered. Zhang Yu just laughed and said, okay, eating. The family meal was simple, a big pot stew of potatoes, eggplant, tofu, and cabbage, along with plain steamed buns. In the decades that followed Zhang Yu's life, he had eaten all over China, but his favorite dish was still this big stew. It was so satisfying. Eat slower, no one's competing with you, Lu Yun chided him, setting aside a bowl of food and placing the buns in the steamer. His father, Zhang Dangshan, hadn't come home from work yet. Zhang Yu, being a teenager with a big appetite, was allowed to eat first. His father, however, usually didn't get home until 12:30 or 1 p.m. due to his early shift. Back, Zhang Dangshan said as he walked in. Lu Yun immediately went to him, handing over a large teacup filled with strong tea. Zhang Dangshan took a few sips, then took off his shoes and climbed onto the heated brick bed to eat. Back, Dad. Tired today? Zhang Yu asked naturally. Zhang Dangshan was surprised it had been a long time since his son had spoken to him like this. Mom, not too bad. Today's task was simple, just carry 2 trucks of large timber down to the fully mechanized mining face. Once that's done, it's over. Zhang Dangshan seemed to open up, chatting with his son and wife, while Zhang Yu listened with a smile. He knew the surprise in his mother's eyes from the hug, and the astonishment in his father's from the greeting. It all stemmed from his studies. From childhood, Zhang Yu's grades weren't top tier, but they weren't bad either. Especially when he graduated from elementary to middle school, his scores were among the best in the cohort, and he smoothly entered the experimental class. That was when his parents were most proud, because both their sons had gotten in without needing to spend money or pull strings. But the past 2 years had been unpleasant. First, his older brother, Zhang Chong, had failed his high school entrance exams last year, not making it into the number 1 or number 2 schools of the mining bureau. Later, their mother had to repeatedly petition the principal of the number 2 school, finally securing a spot for him as a repeater. Zhang Yu knew it was futile, but the old couple still held hope because Zhang Chong's grades were decent. As for Zhang Yu himself, it was even worse. After entering junior high, perhaps out of pride, or perhaps just being a playful, irresponsible kid, he stopped paying attention in English and math classes, and that was that. His grades plummeted. Even after going to his English teacher, who was also his homeroom teacher, for extra help, he dropped another 100+ places school-wide. If it weren't for history, geography, and politics holding him up, he would have completely failed. His terrible performance in English and math led to teachers and classmates looking down on him, and his family becoming anxious. In that era, there wasn't much patience. Physical punishment or harsh scolding was common. This caused Zhang Yu's relationship with his family to become very strained. Every day after school, he would come home, eat, sleep, and speak only if spoken to. Otherwise, he said nothing. Homework was basically not done. Math and English recognized him, but he didn't recognize them. What was there to write? How could he write? It became a vicious cycle. So every day, he came home and said nothing, didn't want to speak. As for the family's cable TV, it was usually off limits. Even during holidays, turning it on meant getting scolded. This was why the simple greeting today made his family feel uncomfortable. A few days ago, when Zhang Yu woke up, he found himself lying on the brick bed. He looked at the refrigerator and the desk beside him. The room was cramped, but terribly familiar, with a faint warmth. He got up, opened the door, and saw the cement floor, the large heated brick bed, and the domed cave dwelling. So familiar. Although it was a coal mine, it was a state-owned provincial mine group. Their home was in a valley belonging to a subsidiary mine called Number 4 Mine, straightforwardly named. Its history could be traced back to before the founding of the PRC. Zhang Yu's family had originally lived in the deepest part of the mountains in a self-built house. Later, as too many people moved out, they relocated outside the mountains to rows of fank-of-like houses built by the mine. These houses weren't caves dug directly into the mountainside like in Shaanxi. Instead, they had flat roofs, but were built in the style of cave dwellings. No one knew why, but there were 4 rows in total. Each household had a small courtyard at the entrance, just wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, totaling less than 3 square meters. Then there was a room similar to a storage room, and the main bedroom, which also served as the living room, a single large room of about 20 square meters, plus a smaller 10 square meter room. Zhang Yu and his older brother Zhang Chong shared the small room. But Zhang Chong was attending middle school at the mining bureau and didn't live at home. He stayed in the dorms. At this time, schools, hospitals, cinemas, etc. were all run by the enterprise. Number 4 Mine was nearly 30 kilometers from the mining bureau headquarters, requiring a bus ride of at least an hour. The middle school Zhang Yu attended was the best among the surrounding mines, sending many students to the number 1 high school each year. So, with high hopes, Zhang Yu had gone from being his parents' pride to their shame. His treatment was easy to imagine. Zhang Yu had thought a lot these past few days. At this point, forget about making money. With this body, this reality, the idea was pure nonsense. He didn't have 5 yuan on him. The only money he had was some loose change he'd secretly saved over the years. He'd even secretly counted it 123 yuan in total. He could cry. In later years, that amount wouldn't even cover a meal with a date. His New Year's lucky money each year was only about 20 yuan. He was reluctant to spend it, wanting to save it. But in the end, his fate was always for his mother, Lu Yun, to take it away under various pretexts. Don't even talk about buying a computer for the family. Only Zhang Dingshan worked as a laborer in a secondary unit of the coal mine, a team leader in the material handling squad, essentially a manual laborer. His mother, Lu Yun, had no job, and the family survived on frugality. So at this moment, Zhang Yu couldn't do anything in any aspect. Living life over. How should he live it? That was what Zhang Yu had been pondering these past few days. Since he was back, he would truly start anew. Making money, for a reincarnated person, was really the easiest thing. Even if he hadn't been particularly successful or wealthy in his past life, possessing future information was the greatest wealth. Regrets. Yes, the regrets of his past life. The regret of the woman who was his white moonlight. The regret of his father's hair turning white, still having to work hard after retirement. The regret of his mother working herself to the point of hospitalization. The regret of his somewhat useless brother's failed marriage. Well, that one didn't count, he deserved it. The regret of repeated failures in life choices, of a Changchun youth lived oppressively, without brilliance, timid and hesitant. Of becoming the person he once despised the most, of drinking himself to vomiting death at a banquet just for one opportunity. So Zhang Yu had spent these past few days mentally drafting a plan. First, studying. At this age, in this era, studying was paramount. In any era, studying was essential. Grades weren't everything, but good grades made life more comfortable and made his parents happy and proud. It could also allow him to see more of the world's different facets and wonders, rather than, in his past life, only attending a junior college, spending 3 miserable years, not even having a proper romance. Second, his body. Zhang Yu recalled his past years and realized he had been a fool. He was completely tone deaf, yet in middle school, he took the breakfast money his mother gave him every day. Instead of eating, he saved it all. Where'd he spend it on? A Walkman, and then 1 or 2 cassette tapes per week, each costing 3 yuan. His daily breakfast money was only about 1 yuan. He went hungry every day, leading to him, who should have been developing during middle school, growing up to be less than 1.7 meters tall as an adult, only a pitiful 1.68 meters. Then he didn't like drinking milk or eating eggs. Truly speechless. If he had sung exceptionally well, it might have been worth it. At least as an adult, he might have used singing to get a girlfriend. I'm tone deaf. Many of those tapes turned to dust, left in the cabinet until his return, becoming memories of a failed youth. Of course, they were all pirated. If they had been Zhengban, they might have had some Sotsong, Jiazhi collection value. But it seemed that after adulthood, with the passage of time, driving to work every day, listening to songs, singing along, singing with colleagues and clients at KTV. Then he seemed to get better and better. The root cause was actually thanks to a music teacher he had dated. To pursue her, Zhang Yu even learned some instruments and spent money on her private tutoring classes, so he gradually became proficient. Well, he became proficient, Zhang Yu thought, so from today on, he would eat properly, especially breakfast. Second, he needed to strengthen exercise, so that in his past life, when he entered the street dance club in university, he wouldn't try a handstand, fall, and have his foot swell for a month. After practicing for 2 years, he only learned the windmill move, couldn't even do a Thomas because his body couldn't handle it. After graduating and working for a year, he was tricked back from Shanghai by his emperor mother Lu Yun and went to Xinjiang to enlist in the mobile division. It sounded cool, but the problem was he was already 23 and had been out of school for a year, a Xupong, Su Pang soft, flabby little fatty, training with a group of 17, 18-year-olds. Quite a scene, and he was at the bottom again. Later, he pushed himself to the limit, got injured all over, and finally became a strong young man. But it also led to him discovering years after graduation that he had herniated discs in several sections of his spine. Ultimately, it was because he had neglected his body during the crucial foundational years. Only by improving his studies and his physical health could he talk about the future. These were his two most important tasks right now. Living life over, he would change his way of living. He would never again be muddled like in his past life, nor would he easily back down in many situations as he did before. In fact, many people who fail in their past lives, upon reincarnating, immediately become invincible and unstoppable. How could that be possible? Unless, like the dog next door, who was a real estate tycoon worth millions in his past life, coming back even more confident and ambitious. What do ordinary people lack? They lack resilience. They lack the ruthlessness towards themselves, the determination to act on their ideas instead of wasting each day. Of course, if Zhang Yu could remember the lottery numbers, he wouldn't mind buying a few tickets. The problem was, he never paid attention in his past life. Occasionally, he'd buy a ticket at a train station, high-speed rail station, or airport. His highest win was only 10 yuan, and he had long since given up hope. If Zhang Yu had been reborn right after the college entrance exam, he might not have chosen to repeat the year, but instead directly go to study at a junior college in Jiangsu province, where it was developed and opportunities were abundant, allowing for rapid wealth accumulation. But in this backward mining area, where his parents believed only studying offered a way out, he might as well forget it. You really need to study hard. You'll start third year soon. Your English and math scores are truly unacceptable. If you really can't manage, maybe you should start over from first year. Zhang Dangshan finished eating, lit a cigarette, and looked at Zhang Yu, his eyes filled with urgency and helplessness. That's right. After school starts, your grade will redivide into elite classes again. 2 classes for the whole grade. There's no way you'll get in. The high school entrance exam is next year, and with your scores, you might not even get into school, his mother Lu Yun added. These words were frequently repeated during this summer vacation. In his past life, during the same summer, he was almost forced to repeat first year. Later, he didn't know why they gave up, or perhaps they saw his state at the time and just gave up in despair. No need to repeat. I'll study hard, Zhang Yu finally spoke up, smiling. But the look in his parents' eyes was pure disbelief. They opened their mouths to say something, but in the end, said nothing. Only his mother tidied the table, and his father smoked and sipped his tea. Zhang Yu got down from the bed, preparing to go for a walk. His father was also getting ready for his afternoon nap. Chapter 2. The First Bucket of Gold. Zhang Yu strolled up the mountain. His home was on the mountain. He used to think this place was large, but now, returning, he found it so small. Whether it was his own home or the pathways between each row of houses, everything seemed so narrow. He walked to the road near their old house. The road was even narrower, less than a meter wide at its narrowest point, with a steep slope beside it, leading down to a riverbed that would turn yellow and rush with water after rain. At this time, there was no greenery. The hilltops still had fields cultivated by people. But this place was quite strange. One side was basically rock-based, so people lived there, while the other side was soil, so they farmed. People's homes were on the mountainside and slopes. It was strange in his past life. He had always been dealing with mountains. He grew up on a hilltop. Later, the government and the group collectively relocated, and they moved to flatland apartment buildings. But he went off to study, and for those 3 years at junior college, the school was also on a hillside. Quite respectfully, he wasn't afraid at all that the area around was a little martyr cemetery. After all, that place was once the main battlefield of the Huaihai campaign. During his 2 years of military service, it was also on a hillside, running himself to death every day. Later, when he returned to his hometown to work, it was a coal mine still on a hillside. In short, even riding a bicycle was impossible. He had it. Zhang Yu didn't go to watch TV after dinner that night, as he usually would. It was pointless and would only lead to scolding. He went back to his room and opened the drawer, finding 48 cassette tapes and a Walkman. The Walkman was for listening to English, especially useful for the listening section of later exams. So he had to use cassettes. 3 yuan per tape, totaling 144 yuan. He didn't know how long it had been since he last ate breakfast properly. Taozi, his childhood friend and an only child, loved to show off, especially enjoyed hanging out with girls. His house was full of CDs and various movies. He often locked the door with girls to watch them. Zhang Yu used to play with him often, but his parents were a bit excessive. Once, they gave Zhang Yu 3 yuan to buy 2 ice creams. Zhang Yu went, and the money was only enough for 2. Then Taozi and his mother ate them both, leaving Zhang Yu very embarrassed. He didn't know what psychological state he was in, but he didn't leave at the time, and later he went less and less. Since starting middle school, Taozi had been in the bottom few classes, long since given up on himself. But Taozi's uncle had connections, so he got into school directly. Zhang Yu had little interaction with him over the following decades, experienced a few marriages. He liked to show off in front of girls and had long wanted to get his hands on Zhang Yu's tapes, because Zhang Yu's tapes were hard-earned. He would look at a tape in a Jingfeng Dan boutique store for days after school, uncomfortable at school, before buying one. They included tapes from Jay Cho, Nicholas Tsay, Andy Lau, and others. How about it? A package deal, 100 yuan. Zhang Yu found Taozi at 7:30 p.m. and asked him. A bit expensive, too expensive, Taozi said. Cut the crap. You know I paid at least 3 yuan per tape. Sometimes 3.5, all high quality. Brother, I've spent almost 200 yuan over 2 years. You're being unreasonable, Zhang Yu said with a touch of disdain. Maximum 80. More than that, you'll have to wait till next month. This month I went out to play with Xia, so I don't have much money left. All right, bring the money tomorrow morning. I'll bring the tapes. Okay. The next morning, Zhang Yu packed them up. You sure? Why the sudden decision to sell them all? Taozi asked as he handed over the money and started counting the tapes one by one. Bro, I'm preparing to study. They'd only affect my study mindset, Zhang Yu said as he counted the money. Whatever. You'd be better off hanging out with me. My uncle is going to take me to the city next year. He has a bar. Brother, in the future, I'll drink and play with women every day, Taozi said proudly as he put the tapes away. Zhang Yu didn't respond, just looked at him and left. Yes, after years of hanging out, he lost his wife, leaving a daughter for his mother. Then he obediently went to work, had to go down the mine, and often borrowed money. He didn't know why his life turned out that way. His uncle had such strong connections, he didn't need to go through campus recruitment after university or military assignment. He could start working even before the legal age. To end up like that, it was just ridiculous. He knew this so-called brother too well. Like his parents, a refined egoist who absolutely couldn't lose out. 8123, 203. Zhang Yu took the money and went down the mountain to the bus stop. Bus number 5 to the mining bureau's Fengwang City, 1 yuan. It swayed and bounced, filled with a strong smell of smoke and gasoline. Fengwang Station has arrived, the conductor called out. Zhang Yu got off. His destination for the day had been reached. Fengwang City was mainly for selling clothes and shoes, a wholesale area serving several mines. Since there was only one road out from the inner mines, it was at the mountain pass exit, only 2 stops from the mining bureau. It had various clothing, and the prices depended on your bargaining skills. Zhang Yu wasn't here to buy clothes for himself. His goal today was to buy socks. Don't underestimate socks. How many women achieved financial freedom just by selling socks at stall? Zhang Yu walked into Fengwang City, not asking any stores, but going straight to the back where a few sock vendors were located. Boss, how much for the socks? 5 yuan a pair. Zhang Yu sighed. Be serious. Do you think I'd come all this way to your remote shop just to buy a single pair of socks? Zhang Yu looked at the boss, who was lazily lounging in a recliner. So, young man, how many pairs are you buying? The boss looked at Zhang Yu, clearly young and inexperienced, and was obviously reluctant to engage. For low-quality ones, I want 9 pairs for 10 yuan. For decent ones, 5 pairs for 10 yuan. I'll initially take 200 yuan worth of stock. If it goes well, I'll come back in a few days. If you agree, I'll take my goods from you. If not, I'll go to another shop, Zhang Yu said calmly to the boss. Young man, business can't be done like that. Impossible, impossible, the boss waved his hand. Zhang Yu turned and walked away. He didn't know if it could be this cheap. But in his past life, at a banquet, a boss mentioned that when he was young, he sold clothes, especially socks. It was incredible. Forget 10 yuan for 9 pairs, 10 yuan for 20 pairs, or even 3,040 pairs was very common. In fact, Zhang Yu also understood. In the year he was discharged in Shanghai, he often took the subway with his ex-girlfriend from Wujiacheng to Tiantong Road on weekends. That wholesale market was. Once, he bought a dress for 5 yuan. Normally, 50 yuan could buy 4 t-shirts, and that was when he felt he hadn't bargained hard enough. Let's talk. The boss finally called out to Zhang Yu, especially when he saw Zhang Yu was really leaving and was about to reach the next sock vendor. 10 yuan for 5 pairs and 3 pairs. Is this price okay? I have no profit left. My terms stand. If you agree, I'll take the goods now. If not, I'll go to the next shop. Don't make me miss lunch at home. I need 150 yuan worth of regular ones and 50 yuan worth of good ones, Zhang Yu said calmly, taking the money out of his pocket. Seeing this, the boss shook his head. All right, I'll prepare the goods. I'm losing big today. Zhang Yu didn't respond. The boss still had profit. If his capital wasn't so small, the price wouldn't be this low. Count it. Make sure the numbers are right. The left bag is regular, the right is cotton, the good ones, the boss said, having already prepared the goods. Zhang Yu squatted down and started counting. 135 pairs of regular socks. 25 pairs of good ones. Here's the money. Zhang Yu handed over the cash and began packing the goods into a jute sack. He took the bus back to the mine, carried the sack up the mountain to his home, along the mountain path. His family's yellow dog, Hoo-Hoo, came wagging its tail. An old dog. It would always be waiting at the bottom of the hill whenever a family member came home. Later, he read a report saying that intelligent dogs are truly very perceptive. They will be waiting by the phone even before you hear it ring. Every day when you come home, perhaps you don't even know what time you'll arrive, but the dog will be waiting for you on the path. Hoo was a dog Zhang Yu had brought home from a relative when he was very young. No one knew the breed. Of course, in that isolated place at that time, not many people cared about its breed. Anyway, it was a yellow dog and it looked quite good. It was really good at guarding the house. Later, in Zhang Yu's second year of high school, Hoo died of old age. It had lived for over a decade, without much suffering. He pushed open the iron gate, put the sack in the side room, and as soon as he entered the house, "Where did you go this morning? Didn't even look at your books." "Well, come and eat quickly." His mother started scolding again, and prepared to serve the food. Zhang Yu chuckled, hugged his mother, said nothing, took off his shoes, and climbed onto the bed. His mother blushed slightly, gave him a stern look, but didn't say anything, only a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. In the afternoon, Zhang Yu went up the mountain again. This time, he was going to start exercising. In his past life, he didn't eat breakfast properly in middle school and didn't like sports. This life couldn't be like that. Looking at his skinny arms and legs, he needed to exercise and strengthen his body immediately. He started warming up. In his past life, when he was in university dancing street dance, he didn't like warming up and then frequently got injured. Later, in the military, he learned that not warming up was truly painful. After warming up, he started jogging, running slowly from the bottom of the mountain to the top. It started well, but soon he was out of breath. He knew his body was sending out an alarm. But he had to do this. He had to push his limits. He had to persevere. He shouted loudly, releasing himself, then adjusted his breathing, lengthened his stride, and lifted his thighs high. The first day of exercise was truly exhausting. When he finally finished over an hour later and reached the top of the mountain, his entire body was soaked in sweat. After doing some cool-down exercises, he tied a fairly sturdy pole between a few trees on the mountain and started doing pull-ups. Unfortunately, he could only manage 5 at most. It looked decent, but his body weight was light now. He had to rest for a while, then do more, rest again, then more. When he dragged his exhausted body home at 6 p.m., his parents asked him what was wrong. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Just exercising. I'm too skinny now. You'd be better off using that time to study more," his father Zhang Dangshan said, a bit angry. Zhang Yu just chuckled and didn't reply. That evening, he deliberately ate a lot more food, knowing he needed to intake more nutrients now. After dinner, he went to the side room, picked up the sack, and left. But after he left, Zhang Dangshan asked Lu Yun, "What's he up to again?" "He was just here, went out to play again." Sigh. The place Zhang Yu went to was the basketball court area, as it was very lively there every summer. Because around the basketball court were apartment buildings, with a small square in the middle and the basketball court itself. Sometimes they would set up a screen to show movies, and there was a night market. When he was little, Zhang Yu's family had never eaten at the night market. As a child, coming to play in the evening, seeing people leisurely eating barbecue, snails, drinking beer, eating watermelon, he would drool. How envious he was. But after growing up and eating all over the country, he never tasted that flavor again. Zhang Yu clearly understood one thing. In the future, after the mine's centralized relocation, many middle-aged women made a lot of money selling socks. For him now, doing anything else would be futile. Selling socks was better low cost, and not insignificant profit. Sock for sale. 10 yuan for 5 pairs, 3 yuan a pair. Zhang Yu spread the sack on the ground, laid out the socks, and started calling out. Every day, the crowd at the night market saw not a big, not too small kid selling socks, which was quite unusual. At this time, most families had only one child, especially those not living on the mountain. Those in apartment buildings show, could they possibly let their precious child come out to sell things? It was quite rare, and people quickly gathered. How are these socks? Someone asked. These are good socks from the city, cheap and practical. Look, these are branded. My relative runs a store. I'm just selling them to earn some pocket money. Zhang Yu smiled and chatted with the people. How much? 10 yuan for 5 pairs, 3 yuan a pair, Zhang Yu said. Then give me 10 yuan worth, someone said, examining them, feeling they weren't worse than the 50 yuan a pair ones in the department store. All right, here you go. Here's the money. As soon as someone bought, others would follow. Soon he sold a lot. Are there any better ones? I've worn socks like this, they don't absorb sweat. You said you got them from the city. Surely you have pure cotton, sweat-absorbing ones? Someone asked after examining them. Yes, pure cotton ones are 8 yuan a pair. That's too expensive. Brother, in a department store, they'd be over 10 yuan a pair. My quality is definitely good. Look at the packaging. This is a real brand, Zhang Yu said, taking out specially packaged pure cotton socks from another black bag. Lower the price. I'll take several pairs at once. Then how about this? 20 yuan for 3 pairs. If I go any lower, I can't sell anymore. Zhang Yu lowered his head, pretended to think for a moment, and spoke with some difficulty. All right, give me 3 pairs. The man even opened the packaging to check, feeling they were good. When a night market crowd started eating and drinking, and children were playing together, Zhang Yu checked his digital watch. It was already 9:30 p.m. To his surprise, all his socks were sold out. He thought he might sell only half today, but he sold everything. 135 pairs of regular socks sold for 270 yuan, 23 pairs of good socks sold for 160 yuan. In the morning, 203 yuan, 2 yuan for bus fare back and forth, 200 yuan for inventory. He had only 1 yuan left on him. Now, in the evening, he had 430 yuan, and he kept 2 pairs of good socks for himself because he needed better socks for daily exercise. And today he discovered that the good socks sold very well. Towards the end, the good socks were gone. Tomorrow, he needed to stock up more. Zhang Yu decided to go buy inventory again tomorrow morning, this time for 350 yuan. What are you up to again? As soon as you finish eating, you go out to play. I'm too tired to even scold you, his father Zhang Dangshan said, a bit angry, seeing Zhang Yu return close to 10 o'clock. That's right. Why not study for a while in the evening? Lu Yun continued. Zhang Yu was a bit helpless. Just went for a walk, he said, then said no more. He fetched a basin of cold water and went to wash up. Chapter 3. A busy life at the crack of dawn. The alarm clock rang at 6 a.m. Zhang Yu rubbed his face vigorously with both hands and rose from his slumber. Zhang Dangzhong, who had an early shift, was also awake and preparing to leave for work. He would have breakfast nearby before heading to the morning meeting and then starting his tasks. I'm planning to go for a run, Zhang Yu remarked with a smile. Zhang Dangzhong glanced at his son, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. Recently, it seemed that his son had developed a newfound diligence and a fondness for exercise. However, the matter of his studies lingered in the air. After stretching his body, Zhang Yu began his run, feeling a profound sense of happiness as he traversed the familiar surroundings, cherishing the opportunity to do it all over again. By 7 a.m., he arrived at a local household at the foot of the hill, where nearly 10 dairy cows were being tended, and milk was collected daily. Arriving early, he purchased 2 pounds of milk at 2 yuan per pound. The raw milk needed to be boiled, and upon returning home, his mother, Lu Yun, was already awake. How did you manage to get milk? She inquired. To replenish my body, I got 2 pounds. You should have some too, Zhang Yu replied with a grin. All right then, Lu Yun responded, observing her son with a mixture of concern and affection. She suspected that this enthusiasm would be fleeting, recalling last year when he had expressed a desire for milk, but subsequently found it unpalatable after she had given him money to buy it. It seemed he had secretly saved some money of his own, and this newfound vigor was merely a recent development. Zhang Yu had once been enticed by the sight of white milk, believing it to be delicious, only to discover otherwise. As he boiled the milk, he also prepared 2 eggs, and Lu Yun remained silent, appreciating the simplicity of their breakfast, which saved her the trouble of cooking. After finishing his milk and eggs, Zhang Yu set off. Truth be told, had it not been for his commitment to exercise and growth, he would not have enjoyed these 2 items at all. He longed for a bowl of knife-cut noodles, wontons, or fried dough sticks instead. After a brief rest, Zhang Yu ascended the mountain, feeling that his digestion had improved and ready to engage in physical activity. He practiced squats to strengthen his legs, drew a soft ladder on the ground with a branch, performed leg exercises, and tackled sets on the pull-up bar. By nearly 10 a.m., he arrived at the bus stop, catching the number 5 bus. "Boss, I'll take a 200 and a 100. I need to catch another ride later," he cheerfully informed the driver. "Hey, business is good. Just a moment. It'll be ready soon," the jovial driver replied as he rose from his reclining chair. "You need a 180 double and a 50 double? Fine, here's your money," Zhang Yu said, departing shortly thereafter. A week later, his routine consisted of milk and eggs every morning, followed by exercise and replenishing supplies every 2 days, with self-study commencing in the afternoons. After more than a week of physical activity, Zhang Yu noticed a slight increase in his physique. He no longer felt as frail, as running became easier and his breath more manageable. This was a positive transformation. However, the pressing issue remained his studies. Indeed, studies. After several days of effort, he finally prioritized his learning. In his middle school social studies, he excelled in history and politics, except for geography. He had always harbored a passion for history, admiring figures who left indelible marks throughout the ages. As for politics, one could argue that today's political landscape would eventually become tomorrow's history. Other subjects are a complete mess, including languages, mathematics, and sciences such as chemistry and physics. Reflecting on my middle school years, I realized I was quite inept, struggling academically, athletically, and physically. With just over 20 days remaining until the start of my 3rd year of junior high, I must utilize this precious time wisely. Firstly, English is paramount. There is no doubt about that. I must commit vocabulary to memory. For years, I failed to grasp the concept of subject, verb, and object, yet upon reaching adulthood, it became clear to me. It is merely a matter of identifying the focal point in communication. The subject is the entity being discussed, indicating who or what is involved. Nouns, pronouns, and noun phrases serve this role. The predicate identifies what the subject is or does, encapsulating the specific action in a sentence, frequently conveyed through verbs and adjectives, illustrating the subject's state or identity. The object, in turn, is the recipient of the action. It represents the entity affected by the verb's action, typically expressed through nouns, pronouns, or noun phrases, illustrating the predicate's nature or identity. Verbs expressing desire or intention, such as hope, want, can, say, generally take an object. Understanding this structure leads me to the necessity of memorizing vocabulary. However, I must admit, my memory falters significantly. Fortunately, during my 3 years in university, I made it a habit to watch a Hollywood film each evening. It is somewhat tragic to recall that after late-night study sessions, I would dance and then return home to watch movies. Wasn't it more delightful to pursue romance? Yet, I still harbor disdain for such distractions. As for mathematics, I excelled in elementary school. However, upon entering junior high, perhaps due to my arrogance and a seating position towards the back of the class, I neglected several lessons, resulting in my current bewilderment. Mathematics cannot be approached carelessly. It requires diligent, incremental effort, starting from the 1st year of junior high. Regarding the Chinese language, it has never been particularly challenging for me. My past struggles stemmed from ancient poetry. I was too lazy to memorize it, and when I did, I promptly forgot. Yet, after entering the workforce, I gradually discovered the exquisite beauty of classical poetry. We can admire the stunning sunset and simply marvel at its splendor. Consider the verses of Li Qingzhao and Xiao Chongshan. Spring arrives at Chongmen, spring grass is green, describing flowers casting shadows on heavy doors, and the faint moonlight filtering through the sheer curtains at dusk. Or by Juyi's evening on the river, where a solitary sun casts its light upon the water, half shimmering blue and half a brilliant red. There is also Bai's Standing Alone at Dusk, where one stands before the Buddhist hall, surrounded by fallen locust blossoms and the sound of cicadas. Moreover, my favorite poet, the historically esteemed and multifaceted figure, presents the same imagery. The return to memorizing ancient poetry is no longer a source of distress or sorrow. Even with the clear understanding that I may not utilize this knowledge in the coming decades, I find joy in the pursuit of these verses. As for chemistry, biology, and physics, given the current circumstances, there are no experimental classes available. I must resort to rote memorization. I, Zhang Yu, believe in persevering through this challenge. After all, I am destined for the humanities in high school, not the sciences, and I consider myself fortunate. In this era, humanities students may not measure up to their science counterparts. However, it is a relief that, unlike future generations who may find themselves in a quagmire of unemployment, desperately striving for public service positions, Zhang Yu has discovered a passion through diligent study. Time has flown by, and the distractions of television and DVDs have lost their allure. His days are filled with activity. Yet he finds joy in the busyness, a sensation he has not felt in many years. After returning home from Shanghai and spending several years in a state-owned enterprise, his inner world had become stagnant, cloaked in a veneer of superficiality, leading to a life devoid of authenticity. He refrained from gaming or card playing, instead immersing himself in novels. While grappling with the mundane office disputes and the hollow emptiness that accompanied nightly drinking sessions, the hangover-induced despair upon waking each day was palpable, a profound sense of helplessness, accompanied by headaches and an unsettled stomach. Yet, this was the stark reality of life. Upon returning, Zhang Yu felt a genuine sense of happiness. As if granted a chance to start anew, he resolved not to succumb to self-despair. After all, would such a choice not tarnish the reputation of the vast community of time travelers? Yet, deep down, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming embarrassment, lacking a system, possessing no extraordinary appearance, and failing to recall the questions from his midterm or college entrance examinations. What good was it to remember nothing at all? Even remembering a set of lottery numbers would have been better. After studying until 6 in the evening, Zhang Yu prepared to go for a run. During his military service, this was the time designated for physical training. Notably, Zhang Yu served in the western frontier, where there is a 2-hour time difference from the capital. Just as he was about to step outside, his father, Zhang Dangzhong, called out to him. "Dad, what's wrong?" Zhang Yu asked, puzzled. He was unaware that for the past week, he had been seen selling goods on the basketball court. Zhang Yu bore a striking resemblance to his father, and their neighbors, as well as colleagues, had remarked on it. Zhang Dangzhong and Lu Yun were perplexed and skeptical. It was only a few days ago, after returning home, that Zhang Dangzhong visited the storage room and discovered the sacks filled with goods. He had been quite furious, contemplating raising his voice, even resorting to violence. However, upon seeing his son engrossed in studying, surrounded by books and notes, he felt his anger dissipate. He wished to ascertain whether this enthusiasm was merely a fleeting phase or something enduring. For several days, Zhang Yu maintained a routine, studying in the afternoon, avoiding distractions, jogging at the designated hour, and selling goods in the evenings. Just last night, he had even taken Lu Yun to observe him, albeit from a distance. Witnessing Zhang Yu's fervent salesmanship made Zhang Dangzhong feel that his son had indeed transformed. Today, he could no longer contain himself and called out to him. "Will you not explain the socks in the storage room?" Zhang Dangzhong regarded his son with an inscrutable expression. Knowing that this day would eventually arrive, Zhang Yu remained unfazed. After all, this place was too insular for secrets to remain hidden. "You have seen for yourself. I am currently focused on exercise, studying, and selling goods. I aspire to maintain a healthy and robust physique. I may also wish to ask you for a favor later, but for now, let my actions speak for themselves. Learning has transformed. I shall no longer be as I once was. Of course, my current words may not instill belief in you, but grant me an opportunity to demonstrate my resolve through my performance in the upcoming monthly assessments and midterm results after school resumes. As for selling socks, I recognize the necessity of maturation. I understand your sentiment regarding financial matters and will refrain from further discussion. However, it is summer, and I only devote a couple of hours each evening to this endeavor. Once school begins, I shall cease this activity, and I assure you, I will uphold my promise." Zhang Yu smiled as he explained to his father, fully aware that his father would acquiesce, for as time passes, the laughter shared between father and son only grows. Driven by his strong will and a commitment to fulfill promises, Zhang Denzhang seemed poised to speak, brimming with words, yet he merely took a deep drag from his cigarette. Be home by 10 each night. Zhang Yu observed his father's retreating figure, listening to the ambient sounds around him, and smiled, his joy radiant as a blossoming flower. "How much have you earned from selling socks?" His mother, Lu Yun, inquired during dinner, unable to contain her curiosity. "Well, after selling for a total of 8 days, I've made about 100 yuan a day," Zhang Yu replied, omitting the truth. Recently, the profit from sock sales had been quite substantial, nearing 300 yuan daily. But he felt compelled to keep it to himself. "That's quite a sum. Look at you. You're still young, handling such money," Lu Yun remarked with a smile. "Please, don't." I remember when I was little, you would tell me to save any money I had, but then it would just vanish into thin air. Save your breath. I can manage my own finances. I don't frequent internet cafes, nor do I have any bad habits. I 1T squander it. It's mostly for milk and a few eggs. Additionally, I need to invest in proper athletic shoes due to my increased activity. Do not concern yourselves with this money. Zhang Yu firmly declined, understanding that if he did not, it would lead to complications. Just focus on your studies. Running doesn't wear out shoes that quickly. His mother insisted, having spent her life in their hometown, lacking insight into many matters. She possessed her own logic and reasoning, which, although kind-hearted, was also stubborn. Enough. The child has grown. Let it be, Zhang Denzhang interjected, seemingly wishing to uphold the gentleman's agreement made with his son earlier that afternoon and deter his wife from provoking further rebellious sentiments in their son. Since you are aware, that is well and good. I shall bring you both a couple of fine pairs of socks. My brother will return next week. I will present them then. Zhang Yu leapt off the bed and retrieved several pairs of socks and 2 pairs of shoes from the sack. Father, I bought you a pair of Yirkang leather shoes. They are of excellent quality, breathable, and comfortable. Mother, these are women's athletic shoes I picked up while restocking. Both are Yirkang, known for their quality and comfort. Zhang Yu produced 2 additional pairs of shoes. Why did you buy these? I happened to see them, and besides, you both haven't changed your shoes in quite some time. That's unnecessary. You should return them tomorrow. Please, let it be. This will be the last purchase. As for returning them, that will not happen. You wouldn't even know where the store is. If they cannot be exchanged, wear them yourself. I must take my leave now. With that, Zhang Yu hoisted the sack and departed. Only Zhang Dangdang and Lu Yun were left, both gazing at the shoes with expressions of genuine delight. As they descended the mountain, they encountered numerous acquaintances. Oh, Xiaoyu, are you out selling goods again? Yes. Just trying to earn a little pocket money. This child is so obedient. How wonderful. Thank you. The seemingly warm exchange was laced with sarcasm, a fact that Zhang Yu was well aware of. Recently, there had been discussions about Zhang Dongding's second son, whose academic performance was lacking, and it seemed he had no intention of continuing his studies, opting instead to start a stall. Daily, he was admonishing his own child not to follow in his footsteps. Zhang Yu remained indifferent, believing that the money earned was what truly mattered. Hey, isn't that Zhang Yu? When did you start selling socks? Lu Jiang, He Bing, and 2 female classmates strolled to the basketball court and inquired with a teasing tone. Aren't you a few top students? Here to buy socks? Quality at a bargain. Zhang Yu replied with a warm smile. So, are you not planning to continue your studies? Working part-time or setting up a stall? Lu Jiang asked, somewhat disdainfully. Who can say for certain? Unlike you all, my academic performance isn't stellar. I believe classes will be reorganized after the school year starts, right? We have 9 classes, splitting into 2 elite classes. You must all be in the elite class. As for me, who knows what the future holds? But we have been classmates for years. Aren't you all going to support an old friend's business? By the way, I have some pure cotton women's stockings, great brand, excellent quality, and they look fabulous. With that, Zhang Yu presented several pairs of high-quality socks. Strolling with female classmates, he thought it would be a nice gesture to gift them. He smiled at Lu Jiang as he spoke. The remaining 2 female classmates, Huang Lele and Han Li, shared a good rapport with him. Zhang Yu knew that Lu Jiang had experienced setbacks in his college entrance exams, subsequently pursuing Han Li for many years, only to have their relationship sour. Huang Lele and Han Li gazed at the socks, their eyes sparkling with delight. They were indeed attractive, adorned with charming patterns. However, neither of them had uttered a word to Zhang Yu, as if they belonged to different social strata. Zhang Yu was aware that during their middle school years, they had looked down upon him. Lu Jiang felt a bit awkward. He had initially invited friends and the 2 female classmates just to have some fun and enjoy some skewers. He had only 20 yuan on him. Seeing Zhang Yu, he had merely intended to deliver a few jabs, never truly considering making a purchase. Who would have thought that the 2 girls would take an interest, especially Han Li, who displayed a glimmer of affection? Then I'll take 4 pairs. We can each have 1, Lu Jiang said, pulling 20 yuan from his pocket. Pure cotton socks are 20 for 3 pairs. Those that aren't pure cotton are 10 for 5, Zhang Yu smiled. Isn't pure cotton a bit pricey? Lu Jiang replied, slightly displeased. Why don't you just sell them at 10 for 5? Zhang Yu shrugged, appearing somewhat helpless. Forget it, Lu Jiang. Let us not buy them. Let us go over there. Han Li suddenly interjected, seemingly signaling to move on. 20 yuan for 4 pairs of pure cotton women's socks. Lu Jiang exclaimed unexpectedly. All right, I want to profit from you. We're all classmates. Zhang Yu cheerfully accepted the money, packaged the socks, and handed them over. Let us depart, Lu Jiang remarked as he grabbed a pair of socks, casting a dismissive glance at Zhang Yu before taking his leave. It was unexpected that Zhang Yu had taken to selling socks. Huang Lele, crossing her arms, expressed her surprise. That was his own choice, willingly succumbing to mediocrity. He Bing retorted with his hands in his pockets, disdain evident in his tone. What else could he be doing if not selling socks? His studies were lacking, and he was inept at everything else. Laughter erupted from Lu Jiang, his voice rising as if he wished Zhang Yu to overhear. Enough about her. Let us venture over there, Han Li suggested with a smile, the bag of socks now inexplicably in her possession. She felt a twinge of concern about whether she should share a couple of pairs with Lele. Zhang Yu, shaking his head with a smile, acknowledged that he had heard their banter. In later years, he hardly interacted with Lu Jiang and He Bing. Zhang Yu had attended a private school in a neighboring county for high school, while the other three had enrolled in different schools, the boys at No. 1 high school and the girls at number 2. Lu Jiang had faced setbacks in his college entrance examinations, ultimately spending an additional year in preparation before enrolling in a local second-tier university. He Bing had entered a prestigious university, but later struggled to find work out of town, returning only to take on a position as a temporary worker in a mine. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was part of a conglomerate, albeit distributed across various mining sites. Huang Lele seemed to have attended a vocational college, later securing a meager position at the local street office, earning just over 1,000 a month, unmarried at over 30, and looking rather gaunt. Han Li, who had also attended a vocational school but later upgraded her qualifications, returned to work in a department after getting married and having a daughter. It was only later that Zhang Yu learned through a phone conversation that Han Li had never held any interest in Lu Jiang. By the time Zhang Yu had established himself in his career, Lu Jiang and He Bing had long faded into obscurity at their respective workplaces. Zhang Yu pushed these thoughts aside, feeling a sense of resignation. Suddenly, he spotted someone and was momentarily taken aback. It was his long-lost muse, Li Qiaoyan, with whom he had shared a class in 6th grade. For the first 5 years, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Throughout middle school, Li Qiaoyan excelled academically, but unfortunately fell short in the high school entrance exam, landing in number 2 high school. It was during his high school years that Zhang Yu mustered the courage to write her a love letter, but it went unanswered. He later heard reports of her dating someone at school. After a disappointing college entrance examination, she went to a vocational college in the provincial capital. During this time, they would occasionally speak on the phone, though he often heard a male voice in the background. While in the military, he couldn't resist calling her again, and their conversation was delightful. However, after they hung up, a message arrived. I have a boyfriend. Please don't call me. I fear he might misunderstand. They never saw each other again after that. What brings you here to sell socks? He was startled as Li Qiaoyan approached, accompanied by her friend Lu Ran. Zhang Yu was seeing this girl, who had dimples that appeared when she smiled, after more than a decade. Just a summer job to earn some pocket money. She replied with a bright smile. That's wonderful. Do keep at it. We shall explore over there, she said, waving goodbye as she walked away. Zhang Yu watched her retreating figure, clad in white canvas shoes, jeans, and a t-shirt. There had been a moment long ago when he had the chance to ask her out during his university years, perhaps at the end of his freshman or sophomore year. She had come out, dressed in high heels, her long hair flowing. At that time, Zhang Yu, while still shorter than her and smoking a cigarette, found their conversation rather mundane, and nothing ever came of it. Later, Zhang Yu contemplated more than once whether he had truly experienced love. In reality, it was but a figment of his youthful imagination, with all the beauty of his dreams anchored in her presence. Consequently, he overlooked the splendors surrounding him, leading to a plethora of genuine regrets and sorrows, none of which were truly his. In his previous life, he discovered that no matter his actions, he and she were forever diverging, akin to one heading south while the other ventured north, with no possibility of intersection. In her eyes, he was never even regarded as a backup option. Would there be a chance for their paths to cross again in this life? Zhang Yu was uncertain. Who could say? One morning, after completing his run and finishing breakfast, Zhang Yu stood at the door basking in the sunlight, with Hu resting beside him, head drooped. His gaze, however, was fixed on a household in the same row of residences, as that family represented one of Zhang Yu's aspirations. Every boy harbors a dream of martial prowess, particularly those who grew up watching films starring Jackie Chan and Jet Li, and Zhang Yu was no exception. He had once crafted a rudimentary knife from iron scraps, reminiscent of those wielded by gangsters in movies, which he diligently polished daily. While engrossed in play, he encountered Mr. Lu Yuanchao, who approached him for a chat. At the time, Zhang Yu found the elderly man peculiar. What was strange about him? He had a penchant for smoking, often consuming only half a cigarette before extinguishing it. Other adults, including Zhang Yu's father, would smoke until the very end, unwilling to waste even a remnant. Moreover, Mr. Lu frequently indulged in alcohol, often appearing inebriated. He conversed with Zhang Yu, suggesting that if he enjoyed playing with knives, he should practice martial arts. When Zhang Yu dismissed the notion, Mr. Lu playfully challenged him to strike him, but before Zhang Yu could react, he found himself on the receiving end of a simple hold. Though it was not a true blow, he perceived it as somewhat painful at that tender age, leading him to refrain from physical engagement with Mr. Lu thereafter, opting instead for casual conversation. Lu Yuanchao was a common name in that era, reflective of the experiences of their forebears. He had 2 sons, neither of whom pursued martial arts. Eventually, Mr. Lu shared that his eldest son had no interest, while the younger one, inspired by a film, found nunchaku fascinating, prompting Mr. Lu to offer some guidance. It was only later that Zhang Yu learned that Mr. Lu's wife, Aunt Li Huiwan, was also a martial artist, adeptly wielding a 9-section whip, a sight that left Zhang Yu in awe during a rare encounter. Afterward, as he focused on his studies and the subsequent mass relocation, he lost touch with them. As Zhang Yu matured, particularly during his time in the military, he often reflected on how beneficial it might have been to have learned a few techniques from Mr. Lu in those formative years. Given his physical condition, he frequently felt a lack of confidence, a stark contrast to the assurance one possesses when wielding a sword as opposed to being unarmed. He was certain that his current life would be far more vibrant than his previous one, and with youth still on his side, opportunities lay ahead. Unlike his past life, when, in his 30s, he grappled with issues such as a herniated disc and obesity, making any endeavor seem insurmountable, he now found himself in a position of potential. Lu Dage, are you heading to work? Zhang Yu observed Lu Yuanchao stepping out and stood to greet him. Xiao Yu, have you finished your workout? Lu Dage inquired. How do you know I exercised? Zhang Yu asked, slightly puzzled. You go for a run every morning, and you seem to be in much better shape than before. Looking more spirited, Lu Yuanchao replied with a smile that held a hint of scrutiny. Is your workday really that short? Just a casual visit. As our captain and I have some matters to attend to, so I merely need to check in. Lu Dage, may I discuss something with you? Zhang Yu said, preparing to leave. Go ahead, what is it? You usually just nod at me and go, but today it seems you've been waiting specifically for me. Lu Yuanchao remarked with a knowing smile. I've come to realize that my physique is rather lacking. I exercise daily, yet I still wish to improve. Everyone around here knows you possess martial skills, so I thought I might learn a few techniques from you, Zhang Yu admitted, scratching the back of his head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Yuanchao remained silent, merely smiling and gazing intently at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, his eyes darting away. But then he seemed to grasp something and began to meet Lu Dage's gaze directly. Lu Dage's expression shifted to one of intensity, his eyes piercing as if from the depths of the abyss. Zhang Yu's initial apprehension gradually transformed into determination. Meet me tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock on the flat ground where you usually run. If you can maintain it until school starts, we will discuss further. Lu Yuanchao instructed before turning to leave. Thank you, Master Lu. Zhang Yu smiled, elated at having made a connection. Mom, could you please buy me a block of white tofu when you go grocery shopping today? Zhang Yu asked Lu Yun, who was preparing to head out. Why? Are you in the mood for tofu today? Lu Yun questioned, slightly confused. Just buy it, no questions asked. It's not for cooking, Zhang Yu replied, gently guiding Lu Yun as she left. By the way, your brother is coming back today, so try not to argue with him, Lu Yun said as she walked out. Understood, Zhang Yu replied before stepping back inside. He still needed to restock his supplies. Recently, aside from socks, he had also ventured into acquiring t-shirts and jeans, though he was cautious not to overdo it since there were already vendors selling such items near the basketball court. Moreover, there had recently been a surge in sock sales. Zhang Yu had the advantage of youth, as many people tended to support their own businesses, and he believed his aesthetic sense surpassed that of the older vendors, with many young individuals more inclined to promote their own enterprises, bolstered by years of experience. Upon returning home at noon, Zhang Yu discovered that his older brother, Zhang Chong, had already come back. It was a holiday, and this year he had attended Zhang for extra classes, a chance secured after their mother persistently confronted the principal. As it was the third year of junior high and school had already commenced for some time, he was returning home for the break. Zhang Yu later learned that his own absence from school since the first year was largely due to his brother's enrollment at Zhang, where he had performed commendably. However, Zhang Yu was acutely aware that his brother, Zhang Chong, despite achieving a mediocre score in his high school entrance examination, had failed to gain admission to either of the prestigious schools. Their father, Zhang Dingshang, was profoundly disappointed. He had harbored hopes that even if Zhang Chong managed to enroll in the second-tier school, he would invest in a computer for the family, having saved up for that purpose. Ultimately, the 7,000 yuan was instead given to Zhang Chong for his tuition at a private school next door. Zhang Yu understood the root of his brother's failure. It stemmed from Zhang Chong's obsession with online gaming, which derailed both his entrance and college examinations. Logically, "You should have returned home after school yesterday. Why are you back at this hour?" Zhang Yu inquired, glancing at his brother who lay on the couch. "Your brother went to a friend's house to play yesterday and is now quite exhausted. Let him rest." Their mother, Lu Yun, interjected as she prepared dinner. "Oh, I'm so drowsy. Could you please speak less?" Zhang Chong shot a glance at Zhang Yu, irritation evident in his eyes. "Huh, classmate, was it a male or female friend? Or were you at an internet cafe?" Zhang Yu pressed, feeling a surge of anger. Zhang Chong abruptly opened his eyes, panic flashing across his face. "What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't go to an internet cafe. Stop making baseless accusations. Mom, tell him to mind his own business," Zhang Chong retorted, hastily pulling the blanket over himself to feign sleep, while also lodging a complaint. Since childhood, Zhang Chong had been adept at pretending, accurately embodying the adage that the squeaky wheel gets the grease. He excelled at this act in a way that Zhang Yu could never replicate. "Enough. Don't spread such unfounded rumors. Your brother needs to rest well," Lu Yun admonished Zhang Yu, her eyes narrowing with annoyance. "Very well, I shall remain silent." Zhang Yu shrugged, retreating into the inner room. "You're home quite early today, just in time for dinner." Zhang Yu heard his mother greet their father. He emerged, greeting his father, Zhang Dingshang, but noticed the latter's expression was far from pleasant. Suddenly, it struck him. He had asked his father the same question multiple times in his previous life. "What were you up to yesterday?" Zhang Dingshang directed his gaze towards the lounging Zhang Chong. "Xiangzi went to a friend's house to play yesterday and is now tired and resting," Lu Yun quickly clarified. At that moment, Zhang Chong opened his eyes and chimed in. "Dad, you're back. Playing at a friend's house, is it? What a convenient lie. You spent the entire night at the internet cafe in the mining bureau. Didn't you? Do you have no shame?" Their father, Zhang Dingshang, replied angrily, his voice stern. Zhang Chong fell silent, realizing his deception had been uncovered. Feeling aggrieved, he nestled deeper under the covers, too intimidated to speak. Chapter 5. Zhang Chong faces consequences. Zhang Dingshang seemed poised to say something, but ultimately sighed, choosing silence instead. Lu Yun wore a sorrowful expression, wanting to voice her thoughts, but refraining upon seeing Zhang Chong's demeanor. Only Zhang Yu noticed that their father's once straight back had slightly curved with weariness. He recalled that in his previous life, the conversation had unfolded similarly, with Zhang Chong claiming exhaustion from a friend's house visit and resting thereafter. Zhang Yu had been present then too, feeling a twinge of envy at his brother's attendance at the esteemed second-tier school. Zhang Yu had passed by the school entrance, but had never set foot inside. The people from the mining bureau spoke charmingly, the streets bustling with activity, devoid of the soot and grime of the mines. He envied his brother Zhang Chong for being able to spend an entire evening playing at a friend's house there. However, it was only after their father, Zhang Dingshang, returned at noon and revealed that he had been at the internet cafe that Zhang Yu learned of the truth behind the lies. As time passed, during casual conversations among the three of them, the father was often asked how he knew Zhang Chong had spent the night at an internet cafe. The father would merely chuckle and remain silent. Zhang Yu speculated that someone must have seen it and informed their father. When Zhang Yu and Zhang Chong walked together, most people assumed they were twins, though in reality, Zhang Yu was 2 years younger. Zhang Chong had a fair complexion and larger eyes than Zhang Yu, which contributed to the confusion. To those unaware, they truly appeared to be twins. However, Zhang Yu never felt they resembled each other much at all. The specifics of how Zhang Dezhang learned of Zhang Chong's activities remained a mystery for the next decade and a half. Yet, Zhang Yu was aware of one significant truth. Zhang Chong's obsession with the internet and online gaming would lead to utter chaos in the future. He faltered in his middle school entrance exams and faced even greater failures in the college entrance examination, barely scraping together a score of 300, despite performing adequately in mathematics and English. Eventually, their mother, seeing no alternative, urged him to enlist in the military. During their high school years, the two brothers attended the same school, where they had a fortnightly break. Whenever they passed by the mining bureau, Zhang Chang would invariably stop to play games, dragging Zhang Yu along. Zhang Yu would merely watch movies and read novels, growing impatient after a couple of hours, while Zhang Chang was engrossed in his games. This led Zhang Yu to reprimand Zhang Chang on more than one occasion, eventually forcing Zhang Chang to write a letter to their mother, Lu Yun, lamenting that Zhang Yu was too controlling. Lunchtime was fraught with tension. Zhang Chang felt too intimidated to sleep soundly or speak much. Zhang Yu, too, found little desire to converse, for he understood that nothing would change. It would be the same in the future, even when he had two daughters, capable of cradling a child in one arm while playing games with the other. Speaking up seemed futile, especially since he felt even less entitled to voice his opinions now. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yu rose from the Kong and, as he entered the inner room, casually grabbed a piece of white tofu. Sitting on a stool, he flipped through a book while slowly crushing the tofu in his mouth. "How did you know I went to the internet cafe yesterday?" Zhang Chang entered, clearly not daring to sleep on the outer Kong, knowing their father, Zhang Dezhang, would take a nap after lunch and that he needed to avoid him. "Instead of concerning yourself with how I knew you were at the cafe, perhaps you should ponder how our father knew you had spent the night there." Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly, not even glancing at him. "I'm just asking how you found out," Zhang Chang retorted, visibly irritated. "We grew up together. How could I not know you? You've always had a penchant for gaming. You typically save up your money to go to the cafe. Now that you're on break from the mining bureau, who is there to keep you in check? Can you truly manage yourself?" Zhang Yu leaned back, exasperated. "When you visit friends, you seem to have good relationships with many of your female classmates, yet you blush when speaking to them. How do you even end up at their homes? As for your male classmates, let us be honest. How many genuinely consider you a close friend? Going to the cafe together is one thing, but visiting their houses is quite another," Zhang Yu remarked, scrutinizing Zhang Chang. Suddenly, Zhang Chang erupted in anger. "Do not think of engaging in a quarrel with me. I have no desire to resort to physical confrontation. Engaging with you would be a futile endeavor, as you would strike with full force while I would hold back. Subsequently, should you sustain even a minor injury, you would turn the tables and lodge complaints against me, which is quite audacious of you. Despite your dismal online performance, you continue to feign innocence. If you wish to surrender completely, do so, and let your parents' hopes be extinguished. You choose to maintain this facade, only to shatter their hopes at the most critical junctures. Do you find this acceptable? My words may be harsh, yet you are free to disregard them. I have no intention of managing your affairs, and I shall only express this once. I do not wish to elaborate further. Your academic performance is not inherently poor. Why must you squander potential? Spend less time in internet cafes and strive for admission to a better institution, at the very least. You would honor your parents, who have refrained from chastising or punishing you since childhood." Zhang Yu gazed intently at Zhang Chang, his expression calm yet firm. Zhang Chang, unable to meet his gaze, felt a surge of anger and contemplated retaliation, yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment at Zhang Yu's words. The truth was indeed harsh, but it left him feeling unsettled. "Mind your own business," Zhang Chang retorted before retreating to slumber. Zhang Yu shook his head and resumed his studies. That evening, Zhang Yu went out to sell goods, and Zhang Chang inquired with their mother. Lu Yun replied that she was unsure, as she found herself at a loss regarding her elder son, having never mustered the heart to scold or strike him. Upon noticing Zhang Yu's late return, neither parent uttered a word nor reprimanded him as they had done previously, which felt unsettling. After Zhang Yu returned, he washed up and prepared for bed, observing Zhang Chang pretentiously completing his homework before covering himself with a blanket and falling asleep. The following morning, Zhang Yu arose at 4:30 and hurried to the mountains, where he discovered Master Lu already waiting. "Now, run around the mountain for half an hour at a slow pace, then return," Master Lu instructed blandly. "Understood," Zhang Yu replied as he began to jog slowly. Master Lu sat on a stone, smoking a cigarette while leisurely sipping from a bottle of liquor. "I have practiced Bajiquan since my youth. Its movements are straightforward yet effective. It requires genuine dedication and hard work. Have you made up your mind? If you are truly committed to learning, I shall teach you. My two sons have no desire to learn in this lifetime, and I shall not impose it upon them." I initially thought my knowledge would be buried with me, but times have changed. I shall give you 1 month. If you possess the resolve, I will instruct you. However, until I officially accept you as my student, you must not disclose this to anyone. I also grant you 6 months to persuade your parents to agree. Otherwise, after 6 months, my offer shall expire. I do not wish to have your father approach me later. Master Lu regarded Zhang Yu with seriousness. I will learn, and I will secure my father's consent within 6 months, Zhang Yu affirmed with conviction. Very well, let us commence. Zhang Yu was well aware of the esteemed reputation of Bejiquan. In a future era characterized by an explosion of information, the various forms of martial arts, including Bejiquan and Xingyiquan, gained immense recognition, both in practical application and notoriety. Zhang Yu had considered training in his 30s, but was surrounded by an abundance of taekwondo, sanda, and traditional martial arts. Having chosen to practice sanda, he found himself unable to continue due to work commitments and the location of his workplace on a mountain. Thus, he cherished this opportunity immensely. Master, could you introduce our school? He inquired. You are not yet my disciple. Do not presume familiarity. Only after you have diligently persevered for 6 months will we converse further. Now, focus on your training, Master Lu responded, his demeanor no longer that of the amiable mentor. Zhang Yu lamented the drastic transformation. Nevertheless, he adhered meticulously to Master Lu's expectations, acutely aware of the rarity of this chance. Mom, remember the white tofu, Zhang Yu said, dragging his weary body home. Lying on the heated bed, he realized something significant. Since his return, after 10 days of exercise and nutritional supplementation, he had noticed a remarkable enhancement in both his physical recovery and memory compared to the past. Was it due to the strengthening of his spirit since his return? Or was it the result of recent training? Zhang Yu surmised it was a combination of both, an empowered spirit and a clear sense of purpose. Contrasting sharply with the confusion and despair that once plagued his thoughts during this period. Armed with a lucid goal, he reveled in surpassing his physical limits. This phase marked a period of rapid growth, both physically and mentally, unlike the past when he had taken such pivotal moments for granted, leading to a weakened future. Grateful for his swift recovery, he prepared to restock supplies. As he pondered on the bus, he realized that school would commence in about half a month. Making street vending unfeasible in the short term, a notion his parents would not endorse. Besides academics and exercise, he contemplated how to earn money after school began. At his age, earning money wasn't paramount, as his family's support alleviated many concerns. However, the reincarnated Zhang Yu possessed the maturity of an adult, where financial stability took precedence, albeit an unpalatable truth. Money provided confidence. Writing novels? Yet, without a computer and amid the busyness of the 3rd year of middle school, venturing to an internet cafe would undoubtedly infuriate his father. That wasn't a viable option. Submitting work to magazines seemed feasible, but most were solicited by established names, many of whom were dubious in reputation. Currently, most magazines featured absurdities, Japanese children training while scantily clad in winter, or idyllic depictions of cleanliness in Japanese streets, coupled with Western-style family and love stories that seemed far-fetched. Zhang Yu found himself overthinking these matters, grappling with the reality of his situation, which was indeed challenging. After 2 days, Zhang Chang returned home to find his brother transformed, rising at 8 a.m. to find Zhang Yu had already finished breakfast. He would then spend the morning outside, returning for lunch, and despite a mere half-hour nap, he would rise to study. By 6 p.m., he was out exercising again, with their parents seemingly unconcerned. If you are going to study, then study earnestly. Spending so much time outside could be better utilized for your studies, Zhang Chang remarked to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu continued to consume the crumbled tofu, which, to be honest, was quite unpalatable, especially after days of eating it. Yet he resolved to persevere. Are you just idling away your time? Seeing me out for so long has made you uncomfortable, hasn't it? Zhang Yu retorted sarcastically. You are wallowing in self-pity. What business is it of yours? Zhang Chang snapped back, feeling increasingly irritable since his return, particularly due to his parents' attitude towards him, which left him feeling quite uneasy. Zhang Chang was not inherently malicious. He simply felt the discomfort of being favored by his parents whenever issues arose. In the past, whenever he commented on Zhang Yu's studies, Zhang Yu remained silent. This time, however, he was met with persistent rebuttals, particularly Zhang Yu's disdainful expressions which fueled his anger. Why don't you go play the obedient child? In just an hour, you'll be leaving. And then you can indulge in a few hours at the internet cafe while you're here nagging me, Zhang Yu said without sparing him a glance. Zhang Chang, feeling a surge of anger, threw a punch. With a swift motion, Zhang Yu caught Zhang Chang's fist and retaliated with a slap. Zhang Chang was furious. In truth, he felt somewhat emboldened within the confines of their home, as Zhang Yu had always been adept at verbally undermining him. He could easily overpower Zhang Yu physically. After all, he was 2 years his senior, and during their middle school years, Zhang Yu had been considerably weaker. Once, in a fit of rage, Zhang Chang had thrown Zhang Yu off a curb that was nearly 3 meters high. Zhang Yu instinctively grasped onto the lush wild grass as he slid down, escaping injury. But the emotional wound lingered. It dawned on him then that his older brother, when enraged, was fearless and merciless. Zhang Chang charged at him again. But Zhang Yu executed a counterhold, pinning him to the ground. In a previous life, Zhang Yu had trained rigorously in the western region. If you strike me again, I will retaliate as you have done in the past. Each time you hit me with full force, did you think I would not dare to do the same? Zhang Yu stated with conviction. Let me go? Zhang Chang bellowed in anger. Zhang Yu remained steadfast, holding him down, then sat atop him. Once Zhang Chang's shouts subsided, he calmly asked, Are you awake now? I warned you that day not to engage with me physically, yet you have made it a habit. I cannot be bothered with you, and do not think to meddle in my affairs. Ever since childhood, you've aspired to be the older brother. But how well have you fulfilled that role? You know the truth within your heart. Do not presume that I lack respect for you. Rather, demonstrate to me that you deserve my respect. Since childhood, you have enjoyed pretending. When we played, your skin was delicate, and if I exerted the slightest pressure, you would run off to complain. My skin is darker. You inflicted a scratch on me, but I heal in no time. You revel in this. If you truly excelled in your studies, that would be commendable. Yet, you know that you are merely putting on a facade. I understand your motivation for confronting me today. It is simply because I revealed your internet cafe escapade, something that our parents have now learned about, and your privileges have suddenly diminished, leaving you feeling disgruntled. You wish to educate me and unleash your pent-up frustration. A final warning. Do not attempt to educate me or engage in physical confrontation. Should you lay a hand on me, I shall respond in kind. After Zhang Yu spoke, he released his grip. Zhang Chang rose, casting a furious glare at Zhang Yu, who merely regarded him in silence. Zhang Chang said nothing, instead gathering his belongings, tears streaming down his face, feeling deeply aggrieved. Observing his distress, Zhang Yu could only shake his head and chuckle softly. You have several pairs of new socks in your bag, and by the door lies a pair of your Echo Sports shoes. As for their origin, it's of no concern to you. Just change before you leave. Zhang Yu resumed his seat, consuming a bowl of mashed tofu while absently solving math problems, his voice carrying softly through the air. Chapter 6. A New Semester in Truth. Zhang Yu and Zhang Chang, the two brothers, had fought since childhood until their high school years, at which point Zhang Yu, feeling he had suffered enough, ceased to engage in such skirmishes. Zhang Chang, on the other hand, was inherently timid, possessing no hobbies beyond his love for gaming. He neither smoked nor drank, simply wishing to immerse himself in video games, and exhibited little sense of responsibility. Upon graduating high school, Zhang Chang enlisted in the military. After his service, he returned home, where a neighbor introduced him to a potential partner. At that time, Zhang Yu was just beginning his freshman year in college. After a month of acquaintance, they became engaged, hastened by the insistence of their grandfather. Zhang Chang, having never experienced romance, was like a blank slate encountering a seasoned player, which one can imagine was quite the mismatch. The woman was tall, with a figure reminiscent of 3 bags of flour, approximately 50 kilograms. Zhang Yu opposed the union, believing Zhang Chang, at merely 21 years of age, was far too young to marry without ever having dated. Plunging into married life without prior romantic experience was ill-advised. Furthermore, upon meeting the woman, Zhang Yu noted her cheerful demeanor, yet sensed an underlying discontent within her. Regrettably, his objections bore no fruit. After their marriage, the couple welcomed a son, with Zhang Chang securing a well-paying job in the mines, enjoying a comfortable life. Initially, the newlyweds faced financial struggles, but as soon as Zhang Chang began earning, they indulged in extravagant spending, dining at upscale restaurants throughout the city. After the birth of their son, they discussed purchasing insurance for him. But ultimately, it was the woman who procured it, leaving them essentially as spendthrifts. Eventually, they decided to buy a car. The woman's parents arrived on motorcycles, and the three of them, without Zhang Chang's input, settled on a vehicle costing a total of 200,000 3,000 yuan with loans included. Zhang Yu voiced his disapproval, perceiving the financial strain as the monthly car payments exceeded 3,000 yuan. Yet, his concerns were disregarded. Zhang Chong lacked decisiveness, often siding with his wife in disputes between her and his mother. Lu Yun, his mother, had no means to counter this. Moreover, she was not a malevolent mother-in-law, but rather a remarkably kind-hearted individual. During a period when the company faced declining profits, salaries were halved or delayed, rendering their lives increasingly difficult alongside the burden of car payments. As tensions escalated, the woman approached Lu Yun, expressing her desire to live as a wealthy daughter-in-law, asking for a substantial sum of money. Lu Yun, naturally, could not acquiesce. By that time, Zhang Yu had already been serving in the western frontier. In the midst of their tumult, they sold the car, yet received little in return, as the loan remained unpaid, ultimately selling it to a neighbor for a pittance. With barely any funds left, they ventured to Sanya for a vacation. After continuing to create turmoil, they divorced 2 years later. On the eve of their separation, the woman took the bed linens and covers from their wedding, as well as the exquisite 8 steeds embroidery that Lu Yun had spent 2 years crafting, and destroyed them with scissors. She smashed the television, refrigerator, washing machine, and computer with a weightlifting bar. Additionally, she took all valuable items, including a DSLR camera, a tablet, and various gold and silver jewelry. Notably, she also took away the gifts that the grandparents had bought for their son at the time of his birth. After their divorce, he saw his son only once and then never again. The child was raised by Zhang Deng and Lu Yun, almost as if he had become their third son. Zhang Chong languished at home like a living corpse for 2 years, refusing to seek employment. After retiring, Zhang Yu returned from Shanghai and bought a domestic car, which he lent to Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong drove for half a month before getting into an accident, leading the family to spend money to help him with his job. Subsequently, he married a woman who had been divorced once before and had a daughter. Yet, Zhang Chong's life over the following decade was largely dictated by his own character flaws. His inherent cowardice and selfishness rendered his marital life unhappy, profoundly affecting his family and parents. Zhang Yu was determined not to let such occurrences happen again, and he certainly did not intend to offer Zhang Chong excessive kindness. "What happened to your face? Did your brother hit you?" Lu Yun noticed the handprint on Zhang Chong's face when he was outside and felt a surge of anger. She stormed inside to confront Zhang Yu. "Why did you hit your brother? Look at the mark on his face. How could you strike him so hard?" Lu Yun was furious. "Ask your oldest son why I hit him. He had it coming. If he hadn't acted first, I wouldn't have slapped him," Zhang Yu responded, a hint of irritation in his voice. "But you shouldn't have hit him so hard," Lu Yun lamented, feeling empathy for Zhang Chong's injury. "Should I just stand there and let him punch me until my nose bleeds? Or let him throw me into the ditch? Would that make you happy?" Zhang Yu replied calmly, maintaining his composure. Lu Yun, filled with concern, expressed her thoughts softly, and the conversation faded into silence. "He drives me to madness. I slapped him to wake him up, and then you act as if you're heartbroken. He is weak, and I am strong." Zhang Yu's internal frustration began to surface as he spoke, glancing at Lu Yun, whose eyes seemed to evade his gaze. "Because he is weak, I should accommodate him. Because he is weak, I go out in the rain to fetch him, returning drenched. You praise my strength. Yet when it rains, he tells my father he will pick me up, and you forbid him, saying that I am strong and that getting wet is no big deal. While you worry about him getting soaked. When I come back from school in the rain, it doesn't bother me. But do you know how much your words hurt me? I am your son too." Zhang Yu expressed his grievances further. "I don't believe I was wrong. You are inherently stronger than your brother." Lu Yun sensed the sadness in Zhang Yu's heart, but stubbornly voiced her perspective. Zhang Yu gazed quietly at his mother, a new sadness enveloping him, yet he took a deep breath. "I won't be home for dinner tonight. Please don't prepare anything for me," Zhang Yu declared before walking out. Zhang Yu, in a frenzy, raced up the mountain, releasing the anguish that resided within him. In truth, this turmoil stemmed from the grievances of his past life. His father, Zhang Dengshang, exhibited no favoritism, yet his mother, Lu Yun, always perceived Zhang Chong as delicate and in need of extra care. Zhang Yu never contested these notions, but he found himself deeply hurt by numerous seemingly trivial matters. In his previous life, when Zhang Chong was involved with a woman during a training session at work, he earned less than 1,000 yuan a month. Meanwhile, during the summer break, Zhang Yu's labor yielded just under 2,000 yuan. When Zhang Chong lost his phone in the toilet, Lu Yun insisted that Zhang Yu give him 1,000 yuan for a replacement, which he did. Additionally, when Zhang Chong married, he required a substantial amount for the wedding gifts, and Zhang Yu willingly contributed his hard-earned money from working in a factory in Shanghai. He never fought for recognition, but was consistently saddened by these events. Zhang Yu had intended to save his summer earnings to pursue his own dreams. Since childhood, he had harbored a passion for cinema, initially captivated by films from Hong Kong and Taiwan, and later drawn to Hero. He cherished watching CCTV's 6 movie reports and later the 10th screening room. With the dawn of the blockbuster era initiated by Hero, Zhang Yu maintained a keen interest in the film industry. However, upon entering university, he realized that his qualifications fell short of what was required. He understood that a career as an actor was unattainable, yet his love for the industry ignited a desire to engage in marketing and publicity. Recognizing that a film's success hinges on preparation, shooting, post-production, and promotion, he submitted his resume to various companies, including Huai Brothers, Little Horse, Enlight Media, Bona, and Perfect World. But to no avail. Eventually, he received an opportunity from a theatrical and film company in Beijing. During the interview, they offered him a chance to return after graduation, with no salary for the first month, a stipend for the second, and a regular salary if he proved himself capable. Thus, during that summer, Zhang Yu worked at a hotel in Yantai, serving dishes, and endured the sweltering heat of 356 degrees in a Shanghai factory, all in hopes of saving some money. With each droplet of sweat cascading down his face and splattering onto the ground, he took a deep breath, gradually calming himself. He craved a cigarette, but found himself out of stock. In his previous life, he had been a heavy smoker, yet in this life, he had not intended to quit entirely. It was merely inconvenient and detrimental to his health at that moment. He thought of having a drink, but chuckled at himself and shook his head. In his past life, when his mother proudly praised him while reminiscing about his childhood, he couldn't help but reflect on those memories. His mother, though a part of the past, was a chapter that could not be rewritten. He accepted that some things were beyond change. Life continued unabated. Each day unfolded with unwavering dedication to martial arts, nutritional supplements, consuming tofu, studying, and running a stall, all while remaining busy yet joyful. Especially in academics, it felt as though he had experienced a breakthrough. Concepts in mathematics that had eluded him for years, even after entering society, suddenly became clear as he revisited topics from the 7th grade. This was indeed splendid news, and he was confident he could review everything before the new school year commenced. His English vocabulary memorization also became significantly easier, as he could finally retain what he had learned. There has been no instance of forgetting immediately after memorization, particularly during these days of martial arts training. I feel my spirit has been increasingly invigorated. Have you grown taller? Lu Yun, my mother, suddenly remarked as Zhang Yu stepped out of the inner room after his afternoon studies. Zhang Dingshang, who had just awakened and was preparing to take a stroll, paused in his tracks. Is that so? Zhang Yu retorted. Dengshang, come here. Your son used to be a head shorter than you, but now I feel he has surpassed your height. Lu Yun beckoned Zhang Dengshang to stand beside Zhang Yu. Indeed, he is now half a head taller than his father, she joyfully announced. Zhang Yu smiled too. After a month of returning home, the results were evident. His father, Zhang Dengshang, stood at 168 meters, and now Zhang Yu was half a head taller, indicating his height was approximately 172 meters. This marked an increase of 4 centimeters from his previous self, signifying remarkable progress during this period. When Zhang Yu first returned, he measured around 166 meters, and in just a month, he had grown so much. Remarkably, he was only 14 years old. Zhang Yu did not dare to ponder how tall he might become, being content with a height of 176 or 178 meters would suffice. At the very least, he was no longer considered undersized. How have you grown so tall? Lu Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Dingshang, standing nearby, also beamed with happiness. It was a particularly joyous occasion to have a son taller than himself. Have you forgotten that I drink milk and eat eggs daily, in addition to my regular exercise and pull-ups? These are all conducive to growth. Have you not noticed how much more energetic I've been since we've been drinking milk together? Zhang Yu chuckled as he spoke to Lu Yun. Is that so? I hadn't realized, but I do feel more spirited lately, Lu Yun pondered aloud. And then there's the white tofu you insisted I buy, Zhang Yu added mysteriously. Does white tofu really help? Both Lu Yun and Zhang Dingshang inquired simultaneously. I read about it in a book. If you crush the white tofu and consume it, it contains various nutrients that are quite beneficial, Zhang Yu explained with a smile. Doesn't it seem to be effective? Lu Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Learning is indeed valuable. During this time, although I've let you wander. You must focus on your studies now that school is resuming tomorrow. No more setting up stalls, Zhang Dengshang suddenly declared to Zhang Yu. Rest assured, I had a clearance sale yesterday. I kept only a portion of the socks for future use. The rest have been sold. I won't be selling anymore. And I will tidy up today since school starts tomorrow, Zhang Yu responded. As school begins, he enters the third year of junior high. He must study diligently. Even if he only catches up, we can consider supplemental lessons next year if necessary, Zhang Dengshang advised his son. This dialogue had not occurred in the previous life, for Zhang Dengshang had witnessed the transformation in his son this month. He was indeed studying diligently, and contrary to his initial expectations, there had been no fleeting enthusiasm followed by a lackadaisical attitude. His once hopeless heart began to harbor renewed hope for his son. Meanwhile, the confidence of his eldest son, Zhang Chong, who had previously been filled with great expectations, began to waver. Zhang Dengshang was aware that the incident at the internet cafe was neither the first nor the last. His son was well aware of this reality. The elder seems amiable, yet at times, he revels in pretense. Just observe closely. Zhang Yu chuckled softly before heading out for exercise. His transformation this month has been remarkable, Lu Yun remarked to Zhang Dengzhang. He has come to a realization. I hope he can sustain this progress, Zhang Dengzhang mused, gazing at his son's retreating silhouette. Oh, I forgot to inquire how much he has earned from his stall over the past month. Is it safe for him to manage his own money? Lu Yun suddenly interjected, as if she had meant to ask that just moments ago, but had forgotten. Don't dwell on it. Have you not noticed that your son has no intention of sharing with you? How can that be, given his age? Enough. You know your son well. If he is unwilling, can you compel him? Zhang Dengzhang remarked before stepping outside. In truth, Zhang Yu had hastily slipped away, fully aware that his mother would undoubtedly pose such questions. He desired to evade her inquiries. Such thoughts were unimaginable. Tomorrow, school resumes, and the weather is gradually turning colder. Your training over the past month has been commendable, and your learning has accelerated. For this coming month, I shall refrain from instructing you. You must practice independently. When the National Day holiday arrives, I will assess your progress. If you have indeed remained diligent, I shall continue to teach you. However, if you have been negligent, our journey together will come to an end, Master Lu stated, sipping wine while reclining against a stone, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Zhang Yu observed Master Lu's relaxed demeanor, feeling a tinge of amusement. Life truly appeared carefree. Rest assured, I will intensify my practice, Zhang Yu declared, fully aware that the forthcoming year in the third grade would entail early morning self-study at 7 o'clock, followed by evening study sessions typically ending at 8:30. However, should his grades improve, he might be transferred to the advanced class, which would extend evening study until 10 o'clock. Thus, he needed to meticulously manage his time. Rising each morning around 5, he would practice for over an hour before returning home for breakfast and then heading to school. His mother would need to procure milk and other necessities. He also planned to utilize the 20-minute break after the morning classes and the half-hour break in the afternoon for jogging. However, the thought of enduring winter temperatures plummeting to -20 or 30 degrees was daunting. Chapter 7. Transformation. Lu Yuanchao appeared to lie there, half-lidded, yet internally. A tempest was brewing. Previously, he had observed Zhang Yu and his peers, and the truth was that Zhang Yu's innate talent and physical capabilities were among the least promising of the group. He had misjudged. This month, Zhang Yu's progress had accelerated to match what took him over a year to achieve, and his improvement was remarkably rapid. Both his insight and perseverance were exceptional. Most importantly, it was his unwavering persistence. Lu was aware that Zhang Yu went to his stall every evening and studied in the afternoons. Yet he had not taken a single day off in over a month. Your academic workload in the third grade is quite heavy. You must learn to balance work and rest. It is not necessary to practice so rigorously every day. Take a few days to rest appropriately. Otherwise, you may incur hidden injuries, and at this stage, you are in a critical phase of growth. Master Lu's calm voice resonated. Understood. I acknowledge that moderation is key, Zhang Yu replied, realizing that one cannot be overly tense. Master, I have come across various martial arts novels that suggest advanced training requires medicinal meals and herbal baths. Is this true? Zhang Yu inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. You are overthinking it. You are not practicing techniques like iron sand palm. As for herbal baths, you are not yet at that level. We shall see if you require them in the future. Master Lu clearly did not wish to delve further into this topic. You must diligently practice the breathing techniques I taught you. Neglecting your training will lead to empty results. Mom, here's 800 yuan for you. Remember to buy me milk and tofu daily. I want to have time tomorrow. Zhang Yu handed the money to his mother. Lu Yun accepted the money with a beaming smile and promptly asked, "How much have you earned this month?" I need to tidy up. I'll sleep early tonight since school starts tomorrow." Zhang Yu quickly excused himself. Little rascal. Zhang Yu lay on the bed and calculated his earnings for the month, primarily from selling socks and some clothing items. To his astonishment, he had actually made 7,253 yuan, a figure he had not anticipated. He planned to buy a few jackets and cotton clothing during the National Day holiday and perhaps sell some firecrackers and couplets during the New Year. In this era, fireworks were not banned in the western provinces. After giving his mother 800 yuan, he figured it should cover his milk expenses for the year, estimating 2 yuan per day. Mom will have to chip in a bit, but that's all right. Previously, Lu Yun would give him money for breakfast at the start of each school week, but she hadn't mentioned it this time. I'll earn my own spending money. Lost in thought, he soon drifted off to sleep, experiencing strange dreams of standing beside a cliff surrounded by several indistinct women, each wielding a large machete. Upon waking, Zhang Yu checked the time. It was already 7 a.m. Uncharacteristically, he had neither risen early nor exercised. After freshening up and having breakfast with his mother, he shouldered his backpack and set off. Inside, he carried notebooks, pens, and his old textbooks from the second year of junior high, perfectly timed for his review. As Zhang Yu descended the mountain, he walked along the railway track. This was a mining area, equipped with train tracks for coal transportation, notably along the famous Daqin line. It was said that the extracted coal was exported, though he was unsure of the truth of this claim. Walking along this familiar path, memories flooded back to him. On this day in his previous life, he had traversed this road, perceiving the world in shades of gray. Back then, he had felt fear and reluctance towards school, contemplating dropping out entirely to escape the suffocating environment. He recalled teacher Shi, the one who had saved him. It was due to her encouragement that he had continued his studies in his past life. She had said, regardless of academic performance, one should seize any opportunity to pursue education. If high school was unattainable, then attend a vocational school. If university was out of reach, enroll in a college. Perseverance in education was key. Zhang Yu had taken her words to heart and remained committed. Throughout his third year in junior high, teacher Shi had been nothing like the previous teacher who had looked down upon him. She had accepted his numerous shortcomings and consistently encouraged him. As Zhang Yu strolled, he realized it was the first day of school, and there was no need to arrive too early. The reason for the change of teachers in the third year was that the previous one had gone on maternity leave. Had the change not occurred, Zhang Yu's life might have unfolded quite differently, unless he were to bribe someone. Upon entering the school, Zhang Yu observed numerous students and parents gathered around the bulletin board. Perusing the allocation information, he refrained from approaching, as he was aware that he remained in Class 3. Those who excelled academically, ranking among the top 100, had been assigned to Classes 1 and 8, where all the high achievers were grouped together to strive for excellence. Essentially, the students from these two classes were primarily destined for the first and second high schools, with a ratio approximating 37:1. Zhang Yu directly proceeded to Class 3, where a sparse number of students were seated casually. He chose a spot in the middle near the window. In truth, he felt a twinge of insecurity, as many faces appeared familiar, yet he could not recall their names. In his previous life, he attended high school in a neighboring county and then went directly to college in Pengcheng. Afterward, he returned for work and hardly interacted with anyone, making it impossible to remember after several decades. From the window, he spotted Huang Lele, Han Li, Lu Jiang, and He Bing happily entering the classroom building. Zhang Yu knew that the two girls had been assigned to Class 1, right next to Class 3, while the two boys were in Class 8. In the first classroom upon entering, known as Chaoyang, for the sake of their third-year studies, all classes were situated on the ground floor of the teaching building. He also noticed Li Qiaoyan and her friend. Li Qiaoyan was in Class 8, while her companion, who seemed to be an underachiever, appeared to rank even lower than Zhang Yu, in Class 9. Li Qiaoyan's dimples when she smiled were indeed quite charming. Zhang Yu leaned against the window, observing the myriad of youths, and for some reason, recalled a dream from the previous night in which he was beset by a group of girls. Why, he wondered, as he was so kind and endearing, truly perplexing. Zhang Yu, why don't you change seats? I wish to sit with Shi Wanwan. A voice drifted over. I want tea. Zhang Yu replied, glancing at the girl standing in the aisle, whose name eluded him. He remembered her to be rather dramatic. On several occasions, She had stirred trouble or demanded he approach the teacher, much to the latter's annoyance. Reflecting on his past foolishness, he wondered why he had been so naive. Why not change? You're being quite petty, Duan scoffed. What is wrong with you? Are you being difficult on purpose? Shi Wenwen suddenly interjected. Shi Wenwen had been in the same class as Zhang Yu in elementary school and continued to be in the same class during middle school. They often attended gatherings in later years. However, their relationship had always been rather average, with her seeming to look down on him. Naturally, Zhang Yu had no feelings for her. He found her round face somewhat off-putting. Did you forget to brush your teeth today? Zhang Yu asked Shi Wenwen in a surprisingly formal tone. Taken aback, she replied, I did brush. Then why does your mouth stink? He retorted, speak if you wish. But if not, keep silent. Zhang Yu turned his gaze back to the window, disinterested in further engagement. In his past life, he had been overly concerned with face and felt embarrassed to argue with girls. Little did he expect that many female classmates, far from showing respect, would belittle him, speaking to him with various vulgarities. Zhang Yu, what do you mean by that? Shi Wenwen's realization struck her suddenly, prompting her to confront Zhang Yu directly, even giving him a shove. Duan Nan, standing nearby, smirked slightly at the unfolding scene. Zhang Yu simply turned his head slowly, his indifferent gaze fixed on Shi Wenwen, rendering him silent as he scrutinized her. Shi Wenwen's eyes began to waver, an unexpected chill creeping into her heart, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling unwell, she stood up and pulled Duan Nan to a different seat. Suddenly, Shi Wenwen sensed a change in Zhang Yu. He seemed transformed into someone she no longer recognized. Though she could not articulate why, she had prepared herself for a confrontation, confident in her ability to handle him, yet his recent gaze had been unnervingly frightening. There had been no substantial shift in the atmosphere as classmates gradually arrived, including students from Class 1 and Class 8, in addition to their own. The diligent remained, while the rest were scattered, some clearly having recently wept. It was unclear whether their tears were shed for their futures, in nostalgia for certain individuals, or out of embarrassment. Teacher Shi stood at the front, delivering words of encouragement. Though not particularly old, he was slightly plump and of modest height. Zhang Yu recognized him as a distinguished educator, who had previously taken leave due to illness, hence teaching them for just 1 year, a departure from his usual practice of instructing only the top-tier classes. In later years, Zhang Yu would often visit Teacher Shi, as the various minds had collectively relocated to establish a university campus. Teacher Shi continued to be a revered instructor there, requiring connections to enter their classes, while Lu, another teacher, merely coasted through, fixated on remedial classes. Encountering Teacher Shi's youthful demeanor once more filled Zhang Yu with joy. In the coming days, we will gradually select class leaders and committee members. Anyone interested may raise their hand, Teacher Shi announced. As expected, Cui Xin raised his hand. A repeat student, he had previously been under Teacher Shi's guidance. He was a rather selfish individual who adeptly exploited others, a fact Zhang Yu was all too aware of. Having often been the unwitting victim of such manipulation, Zhang Yu helplessly covered his face, reflecting on how he had played the role of the fool for so many during this time in his previous life. Very well, let Cui Xin be the class leader. Teacher Shi decided, as he was the only one who had raised his hand. I will observe the rest of you for committee positions and appoint as necessary. Cui Xin then led the boys of their class to collect their textbooks for the 3rd year, promising to provide them with the class schedule shortly thereafter. Once back at his seat, Zhang Yu settled quietly. Have you grown taller? His deskmate, He Caixia, inquired. This individual would later often gather with friends, maintaining a neutral relationship with Zhang Yu, devoid of any malicious intent. Yes, I've grown a few centimeters, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. I thought so. I noticed when you walked in just now, you seemed taller. I remember you weren't very tall before the break. Do you have any secrets? He Caixia asked, a hint of urgency in her voice, as she was not even 1.6 meters tall. Oh yes, I drink milk every day after returning home, Zhang Yu responded. I can't drink it. It tastes too fishy, she complained. In that case, just eat a piece of white tofu daily. Chew it slowly, Zhang Yu suggested. While their classmates listened in. Sitting behind Zhang Yu was Cui Xin, who had a considerable height advantage, now standing at around 1.76 meters. Stop listening to his nonsense. That's impossible, Cui Xin remarked, visibly annoyed. Due to the fact that both Zhang Yu's deskmate and the 2 girls seated in front of him are female, he feels a sudden irritation when he speaks, and others turn to look at him. Is that true? How can it be that you are trying to deceive me? He Xiao expresses her skepticism. In any case, I have informed you. It is up to you to decide. You could either skip rope 1,000 times daily or attempt to leap 500 times. After 6 months, tell me how it goes. Zhang Yu calmly stated, expressing an undeniable truth. Why is there such disbelief? In this era of information overload, with various educational resources at hand, it is clear that the children of the post-2000 generation are indeed quite tall. What is this? He Xiao appears somewhat disappointed. After all, they are all ladies. How could they possibly engage in sports? As formal lessons commence, Zhang Yu attentively listens. However, as time passes, he feels increasingly out of sync. This is quite normal, considering he has only reviewed for a month, barely completing the first-year curriculum. He is now just beginning to prepare for the second-year courses, and honestly, he struggles to keep pace with the teacher's rhythm. Thus, he decides to start revising from the second-year material at his own pace. Upon opening his textbook, he discovers that it is indeed new. The quality feels akin to that of the recently issued third-year textbooks. He cannot fathom how he once navigated through those days. Subjects that once seemed overwhelmingly difficult now appear manageable. Zhang Yu senses that the core issue lies within his thought process. He has developed his own methods for tackling problems, whether through contemplation or memorization, rather than experiencing the previous fog of confusion. Now, it is more about identifying a focal point and breaking down the problem from there. Hey, what do you think of the second-year textbook? He Xiao nudges Zhang Yu. If you haven't grasped the second-year material, isn't attending the third-year class a futile endeavor? Without lifting his head, Zhang Yu continues to focus. After the second class concludes, Zhang Yu rises to get some fresh air. Exiting through the side door, he heads to the restroom. Naturally, the school's teaching building lacks modern facilities. They must use a communal latrine. Inside the large latrine, a dividing wall separates the entrances for boys and girls. Upon entering, Zhang Yu notices many students gathered together smoking. Indeed, there is quite a crowd of third-year students partaking in this habit. At the restroom's entrance, a pair of parallel bars, which appear to have seen better days, catch his eye. Zhang Yu decides to stretch his body. He engages in a straightforward exercise on the bars, performing over 30 repetitions. He then transitions to the nearby single bar, managing to complete 20 pulls without swinging his legs, followed by several attempts at a muscle-up before descending. By this time, a crowd has gathered to watch, including female classmates. Wow, it seems this guy has grown taller. Indeed, and how did he become so skilled? I remember he could barely manage 2 or 3 pulls before. He was even weaker than I. Whispers of discussion circulate among the onlookers, yet Zhang Yu pays no heed. As he prepares to leave, he is suddenly shoved from behind. Chapter 8. 1 against 3, is it so impolite not to greet one another? It was Yulei who pushed him, clearly seeking trouble. This individual had been held back in the second year and was now in Zhang Yu's class. It was evident that Zhang Yu had previously been bullied by him and his companions. In his previous life, Zhang Yu refrained from causing trouble for his family due to various reasons and harbored a mindset that enduring difficulties would eventually lead to their resolution. During his middle school years, he developed a close friendship with 2 individuals from another class, Monkey, Huang Lai, and Old Han, Han Qifei. Among them, Old Han stood out as a prominent figure, fearlessly confronting a group of seniors in a fight. Monkey and Zhang Yu shared a bond from elementary school and maintained a strong camaraderie. During middle school, they were formidable figures, and no one dared to bully them. Zhang Yu would casually greet them and engage in conversations. Whenever Zhang Yu faced bullying, the two would rally a group to defend him. In his past life, on 2 occasions, a large group had attacked Zhang Yu, but it was Old Han and Monkey who intervened. Yet, Zhang Yu remained timid and hesitant, a perplexity that lingered in his later years. Just like a stretched rubber band, if pulled too tightly, it eventually snaps or rebounds. Upon entering high school, Zhang Yu shed his timidity. Despite not being particularly strong physically, he became fierce in fights and assertive in his actions, earning respect and establishing a sense of tranquility amidst the chaos of high school. Zhang Yu harbored little patience, especially when encountering those from his past after many years. He had already endured seeing them in class that morning and felt it unnecessary to maintain his composure, viewing them as mere children through the lens of his current self. "Hey, Zhou Peng, call Shui Guo over," shouted Yulei, clearly agitated. Zhou Peng retreated into the restroom. Both Zhou Peng and Yulei were classmates, and Shui Guo, known as Shui Tao, was notorious within the school as a bully, having repeated a grade. With a swift motion, Zhang Yu slapped Yulei aside. causing blood to spill from Yu Lei's mouth and leaving him momentarily stunned, as he had not anticipated Zhang Yu's immediate aggression. "Let's take him down," shouted Shui Tao, emerging alongside Zhou Peng, who still held a cigarette in hand. Shui Tao discarded the cigarette and lunged at Zhang Yu with a kick, while Zhou Peng rushed in with a punch. To Zhang Yu, their movements appeared sluggish and filled with openings. He deftly dodged the punch and retaliated with a slap, simultaneously executing a high kick that struck Shui Tao in the abdomen, sending him flying and causing Zhou Peng to crash to the ground. Furious, Yu Lei scrambled to grab a brick and hurled it at Zhang Yu, his anger clouding his judgment. Zhang Yu countered with a punch that shattered the brick, leaving Shui Tao, Yu Lei, and Zhou Peng in stunned silence as they gazed at the remnants. "This is the first and last warning. One more time, and you will meet the same fate as this brick," Zhang Yu declared, dusting off his hands. "What the hell, Shui Tao, what are you trying to do?" Monkey and Old Han arrived shortly thereafter. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Monkey inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thanks," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. In a swift motion, Old Han dealt a slap to both Yu Lei and Zhou Peng. Fuming, "I knew it was you two troublemakers instigating this." However, seeing Zhang Yu unharmed calmed Old Han's fury somewhat. "What do you mean by that, Shui Tao?" Old Han retorted, glaring at him. That evening, a casual encounter was suggested, but Shui Tao, infuriated, insisted that Zhang Yu stay. After exchanging words, he departed, followed by Yu Lei and Zhou Peng. "Let us meet tonight," Lao Han proposed to Zhang Yu. "First, we have classes. Let us gather at noon." Zhang Yu responded with a smile. "Sounds good. By the way, you've changed quite a bit over the summer, taking on 3 opponents and winning. And how have you grown so tall, surpassing both of us?" Lao Han chuckled in response. Years had passed since Zhang Yu last saw them after middle school graduation. Lao Han had stopped his studies after that, leaving his whereabouts unknown, while Monkey had pursued high school, also disappearing from view. Zhang Yu felt a surge of happiness upon reuniting with them, contemplating what the future held for their paths. Especially after the mine's demolition had distanced many, he recognized that his life stage lay elsewhere, and he lacked the means to effect change. He could only wait and see what lay ahead. At noon, Zhang Yu stepped out of school and called home, informing them he wouldn't return for lunch. He had heard that Shui Tao decided to let things go this time, suggesting that their 2 groups should keep their distance, as they knew each other and there was no need for conflict. "We haven't been harmed," Lao Han remarked upon seeing Zhang Yu. "I had no intention of causing trouble. If they don't provoke me, I want to engage with them." Zhang Yu replied with a grin as he invited Lao Han into a small restaurant at the school entrance. Shortly thereafter, Monkey joined them. "Let us just have some dishes and noodles. We have classes this afternoon," Monkey suggested cheerfully. "You two eat. I'll have a beer," Lao Han said, retrieving a batch from the bar. "But this time, it's your prowess that stands out. I heard you shattered a brick with a single punch," which deterred Shui Tao and the others from pursuing things further, Monkey observed, looking at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu hadn't anticipated that, but when he saw Yu Lei rushing at him, he felt a surge of anger, much of it stemming from unresolved feelings of the past. His rational mind advised against using excessive force, so he unleashed a powerful punch upon the brick instead. To say his hand didn't hurt would be a lie, yet he distinctly sensed his strength and explosive power had grown. The month of training and breath control had evidently fortified him, and since returning, his body had become increasingly robust. "My hand is sore too," Zhang Yu chuckled. "So what is really going on?" "Just a change in approach. I used to be able to fight, but I was always fearful, afraid of inciting anger from teachers or causing trouble for my family. I've simply come to a realization." "All right, that is quite manly. I didn't expect you to be so formidable," Lao Han replied as they chatted, reminiscing about his simpler time. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu found it difficult to fully engage with them. Lao Han mentioned he was dating a girl from class 9, while Monkey was planning to pursue a girl from class 5. Zhang Yu merely smiled in response. After finishing their meal, the two departed, with Lao Han heading straight home as his house was nearby, opting not to return to school, especially in the evening. Monkey, however, returned to school. Zhang Yu glanced at the time and then made his way to the barber shop at the school entrance. It had been a month since his last haircut, and his hair had grown unruly due to his preoccupation with various matters. "What style do you prefer?" the barber inquired. "Just cut it however you see fit," Zhang Yu replied, averse to opting for a buzz cut, which would appear too juvenile. He instructed the barber to trim the sides short while leaving the top slightly longer, adhering to a sharp and tidy aesthetic. Once the haircut was complete, he opened the window, leaped into the classroom, and rested his head on the desk for a brief moment. When many classmates saw Zhang Yu later that afternoon, they noticed a change in him. The school was small, and through the morning and lunchtime whispers, the news of Zhang Yu's remarkable feat of single-handedly taking on 3 opponents and shattering a brick with his fist began to circulate. Those who had previously looked down upon him, and even a few who had contemplated bullying him anew, now hesitated. In that era, it was rather mundane. Any student perceived as easy to bully would inevitably attract the attention of various troublemakers. Zhang Yu pondered the psychology behind such behavior, contemplating how, with the advancement of the internet, incidents of bullying had always existed, leaving many with lasting psychological scars. In his previous life, he had endured minor bullying. But during significant confrontations, he was shielded by the likes of Lao Han and others, while he himself bore the brunt of lesser transgressions. Thus, throughout high school, he never bullied anyone. Confrontations were mutual, and when someone attempted to intimidate him, he would retaliate. In retrospect, Zhang Yu found himself less troubled than before. Yet he still harbored unresolved feelings about his middle school years. He often wondered how those who had been relentlessly bullied during their school days must have felt, perhaps carrying their burdens for years without resolution. He recalled that later on, short videos documented many individuals from various walks of life recounting their experiences, traumas from dysfunctional families, bullying during school years, and the despair of broken relationships. Their faces bore no smiles. Their hearts felt cold, leaving one to wonder when they might find warmth again. Zhang Yu ignored everyone and focused on his studies. In the back of the classroom, Yulei and Zhou Peng had skipped class that afternoon, sporting visible marks of a slap on their faces. "I sent word at noon. There will be no fighting tonight," Zhang Yu conveyed. "It's futile to fight. The people involved know Lao Han and his crew, and they will protect him." Shui Tao spoke to Yulei and Zhou Peng, revealing that he himself was reluctant to engage in violence. Earlier that day, Zhang Yu had shown them mercy, merely sending one of them flying with a kick. Who could have anticipated his newfound prowess? Shui Tao was still processing the shock of being thrown out, and deep down, he understood it was Zhang Yu's formidable punch that had shattered the brick, instilling a sense of fear. Though he often engaged in fights, it was typically due to numbers on his side and opponents' reluctance to retaliate. Previously, Zhang Yu had not been this formidable. Whether he had always endured in silence or had trained during the holiday remained a mystery. His strikes were undeniably fierce. Zhou Peng felt a lingering sting on his face. "Then let's avoid a fight. Previously, even when we had numbers, we couldn't really harm him. I was beaten by Lao Han and his friends last year." The bullying back then merely consisted of teasing in class or slapping him a few times when no one was around. He never mentioned what he would do to him. "This time, I concede." Yulei spoke somewhat despondently, pondering the fact that he had never truly done anything to him either. Why was he so enraged, striking with such force that he left his own mouth and nose bleeding? Moreover, his glare was reminiscent of a murderous intent. One punch had shattered a brick, and even now, his hand throbbed painfully. He wondered if that punch had landed on his own head. Would his skull have fractured? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Forget it. Let us head to the internet cafe this afternoon and stop dwelling on it. All right, let us go online. Zhang Yu paid no mind to the turmoil. He simply continued his studies diligently. Since school ended at 8:30 in the evening, some students would venture out for a quick bite of fried skewers and rice during the half hour before evening self-study. As for the top students, they would dine at a restaurant. Zhang Yu recalled that in his previous life, he would only return home for dinner after 8:30. However, he was always tempted by the 5-dime fried skewers at the school gate, which were truly irresistible. Skewers were coated in batter, fried to perfection, and topped with crushed peanuts and chili sauce, an exquisite delight. In his past life, with little money, he had saved up to buy tapes and watched others eat, consumed by envy. Later, when he finally had money, he found himself sitting at a stall, ordering dozens of skewers, yet the taste was never the same, and he could hardly eat that much. Instead of dining at outdoor stalls or restaurants, Zhang Yu simply pulled a t-shirt from his bag and changed. While doing so in the classroom, several girls covered their faces, yet secretly stole glances, astonished to see Zhang Yu transformed. The once short, dark-skinned boy with small eyes had suddenly grown taller, his skin lighter, and he no longer appeared so gaunt. From behind, he seemed broader, and when he changed his shirt, many girls noticed he even had abdominal muscles, though they didn't yet understand what that meant. They were captivated, unable to look away, flustered. "Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Why are you taking off your shirt?" He Kai Xia exclaimed, covering her face in shock. "What a fuss!" Zhang Yu had finished changing in no time at all. Are you going for a run? He asked as he was leaving, teasing them a little. No way. Running makes me all sweaty. It's unbearable. He Kaixiao pouted. Come on. I'm really good at running. Chui Xian exclaimed, standing up. He had just noticed the other girls' sneaking glances at Zhang Yu, feeling a twinge of discomfort, convinced his own physique was commendable. He also suspected that Zhang Yu was somewhat scheming. Who carries clothes in their backpack without reason? Zhang Yu merely smiled and said nothing as he walked towards the playground. Their classroom's windows faced the school gate, where various food stalls, bookstores, and restaurants were located, alongside an old residential area. Meanwhile, Class 8's entrance faced the main teaching building, with windows overlooking the playground. Have you heard? That Zhang Yu guy beat up Yulei and Zhou Peng today. I was hoping to see them retaliate against him tonight. But for some reason, the more I see him, the more irritated I become, Lu Jiang remarked to He Bing in class. I have also heard that Zhang Yu has become quite formidable. There are rumors that he shattered a brick with a single punch and sent Xue Tao flying with a kick. How unbelievable. He Bing chuckled, clearly skeptical. In the afternoon, I sought out Yulei and the others, only to discover they were absent. However, this evening, after their evening study session, we shall go observe them and dine afterward. All right, let's witness Zhang Yu's extraordinary prowess. Haha. Does he even deserve it? At this moment, Li Qiaoyan, who was seated in the center, frowned and pursed her lips before returning to her work. Is that not Zhang Yu? Is he running? He Bing suddenly remarked to Lu Jiang, who leaned over to glance out the window, spotting Zhang Yu outside stretching. He is running, given his level. Lu Jiang had participated in the sports meet during his first year, and although he did not place, he considered himself quite impressive, thus looking down upon Zhang Yu even more. Has that guy grown taller? He seems significantly taller than when we saw him during the summer vacation. Is he taller than both of us now? He Bing noted, glancing at Lu Jiang, who stood around 168 centimeters tall, previously slightly taller than Zhang Yu, now feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. How many laps are you running? Do you need me to let you pass? Chui Xian remarked, observing Zhang Yu, who was warming up. He felt confident in his superiority over Zhang Yu, especially as many classmates began to stroll onto the field. Once Zhang Yu began his run, he maintained his pace. Chapter 9, National Day. Laps upon laps. Although the playground featured a cement surface, it had been constructed to standard specifications, with each lap measuring 400 meters. Zhang Yu maintained his rhythm, neither particularly fast nor slow. Chui Xian overtook Zhang Yu on the first lap, attempting to lap him, but upon realizing he could not, continued ahead. By the fourth lap, Chui Xian felt fatigue setting in. Previously, he had only managed to run 4 laps at most, and today, starting off so quickly, he felt he could not sustain it. Zhang Yu paid him no mind, continuing at his own pace and surpassing him without pausing. Some onlookers had begun to notice Zhang Yu running, as others meandered about the playground and some jogged. Most only completed 1 or 2 laps. To see someone who had run 4 laps, exceeding 1,500 meters, still going strong without appearing out of breath, was indeed remarkable. Huang Lele and Han Li, who had intended to stroll alongside, also observed this development. Earlier that morning, they had been present at the scene. After using the restroom, they had come across a crowd gathered around to watch people doing pull-ups. Out of curiosity, they approached and discovered it was Zhang Yu. Their mouths dropped open in disbelief. To them, Zhang Yu had always been the weakest link, an inconspicuous figure, a mere bystander. How had he suddenly become so impressive? Later, during the brawl, Zhang Yu's punch not only startled Xue Tao and his companions, but also everyone else surrounding the spectacle. As the 2 girls made their way back, they remained unusually silent throughout the day, unsure of what to say, as if they had never truly known this classmate of 2 years. Han Li and Huang Lele felt a tinge of resentment towards Lu Jiang and the others, who had continuously belittled Zhang Yu in their presence. In truth, Zhang Yu always engages in cheerful conversations with them and has never offended them. However, it seems that Lu Jiang and his group, as well as Yulei and his companions, often bully Zhang Yu, who endures their taunts. Yet, when Zhang Yu finally stands his ground, they unexpectedly find him rather charismatic. The resounding slap and the kick that sent Xue Tao flying exuded an undeniable coolness. His movements on the horizontal bar were exceptionally smooth, a sight they had never witnessed before. They had previously attempted the same, but ended up falling immediately. Zhang Yu was off running laps, completing several with remarkable ease. Huang Lele, being slightly bolder, inquired when she saw Zhang Yu approaching. 6 laps? Zhang Yu smiled, and confirmed before continuing his run. They had never realized he possessed such running prowess. Could it be that managing a stall could also enhance one's fitness? Huang Lele suddenly covered her mouth and whispered to Han Li, "Stop talking nonsense." Han Li admonished her, watching Zhang Yu disappear into the distance. During the 30-minute break, Zhang Yu prepared to stretch his body and run 5 kilometers, a routine he had maintained during his service in the West during his previous life. He felt stronger now, his strides lighter. After completing the run in just over 20 minutes, he was drenched in sweat. Zhang Yu relished the sensation of sweat trickling down his face, which is why he never liked using a towel while exercising. After his run, he took a leisurely stroll and began stretching his legs to loosen up. "Here, wipe your sweat." A girl suddenly offered him a handkerchief. Zhang Yu looked up and recognized her. "Thank you, but no need," he replied with a smile, declining her offer and walking away, leaving Wei Shuhan, who was left feeling somewhat awkward and disheveled in the wind. Zhang Yu remembered her. She was from class 9, tall and quite attractive, with a fashionable wardrobe, and came from a well-off family. However, she smoked, drank, and spent her days idling about, most notably enjoying to bully her classmates. Zhang Yu had never held a favorable impression of her in his past life, and chose to keep his distance. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Wei Shuhan was infuriated. No one had ever treated her this way. The boys always fawned over her. She had taken a particular liking to Zhang Yu after witnessing him fight earlier that morning, and when she saw him running from the window. She thought he looked quite dashing and decided to offer him a handkerchief, expecting him to be overjoyed. Little did she know he would ignore her completely. Zhang Yu walked away without looking back or uttering a word. Meanwhile, Huang Lele, Han Li, and He Caixiao exchanged subtle smiles as they observed. Li Qiaoyan, watching from the window, saw Zhang Yu leave the playground, his face glistening with sweat, and felt that the 6th grader who had once been her deskmate was no longer the same. Lu Jiang and He Bing observed Zhang Yu in silence. Lu Jiang was aware that Zhang Yu had just completed a 5-kilometer run, and what was remarkable was that his speed had been consistent throughout, astonishingly. He showed no signs of exhaustion afterward. For someone who had only ever run a maximum of 15 kilometers, Zhang Yu was truly impressive. Lu Jiang found it hard to believe that Zhang Yu had become so formidable. Cui Xian had already returned to the classroom, sitting on a stool, feeling breathless and utterly fatigued. Seeing Zhang Yu return without appearing worn out made him feel even more exhausted emotionally. Seated in his place, he retrieved the neatly folded clothes and promptly shed his damp t-shirt, replacing it with a dry garment. If he wished to continue running the following day, it would be prudent to bring an additional dry shirt. After changing, Zhang Yu turned away from Cui Xian, who regarded him with a hint of disdain. Yet, after class commenced, Cui Xian began to feel increasingly uncomfortable in his damp shirt, chilled to the bone. "Why must one change clothes after running?" He Caixiao inquired quietly of Zhang Yu. "When clothes become soaked, they absorb heat, leading to a chill and the potential for a cold." Zhang Yu explained with a smile. Although Cui Xian feigned indifference, he pondered the necessity of keeping a dry shirt in his backpack. However, he resolved not to run alongside Zhang Yu next time. After school, the anticipated scene with Lu Jiang and others did not materialize. Xue Tao and Lei were also absent. Zhang Yu, without a backpack, merely held his sweaty t-shirt as he departed. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 9 o'clock, prompting him to hurry for dinner. Lu Yun called Zhang Yu to the table. Dinner had been delayed because Zhang Yu finished class late, and his parents had postponed their meal in order to wait for him. In his previous life, his parents had consistently dined with him every evening. "Please don't wait for me tomorrow, just save some for me." "It's too late," Zhang Yu advised his parents. "What does it matter? Focus on your studies. A delayed dinner is of little consequence," Zhang Deng replied straightforwardly. Zhang Yu chose not to press the matter further. Change was beyond his grasp. He could only strive to excel and gain admission to those 2 classes. With his late classes, they could no longer wait for him. After dinner and cleaning up, Zhang Yu washed his clothes and retired for the night. Since returning, he had generally gone to bed early, rarely staying up late. Even during summer vacation, he returned home before 10 p.m., ensuring he was asleep by the latest at 11 p.m. This was not only for his physical development, but also to rise early the next day. Lying in bed, he reflected on the events of the day. At the very least, he hoped that no one would bully him in the coming year. He silently vowed that if he were to live again, he would not allow anyone to mistreat him. His sole aim was to earn his keep standing tall. He wished for a world devoid of bullying. Yet he recognized he could not control others. He was no saint, nor did he possess such abilities. He hoped the night would pass without threats looming over him. A month later, during the National Day holiday, Zhang Yu had finally caught up with the teacher's pacing after a month of diligent review. He had nearly completed the coursework from the first and second years of junior high. Now, he was striving to keep pace with the teacher's rhythm. The third-year curriculum would conclude by the end of November, followed by comprehensive review. Zhang Yu aimed to demonstrate to everyone during the upcoming midterm examination that he was not the weakling they perceived him to be. This past month had been remarkably tranquil. He engaged in daily exercise, dispelling the notion that he was merely a simpleton with strong limbs. The school days were monotonous. Yet Zhang Yu felt a deep sense of joy and contentment, gradually rectifying the regrets of his past life. In truth, his greatest desire was to see the smiles on his father's and mother's faces, for that was his most profound regret. "Hey, Zhang Yu, where are you going to play during the National Day?" He Kaixia inquired. "Nowhere in particular, just staying at home," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "We are preparing to ascend the mountain during the National Day holiday. Are you joining us?" He Caixia, Duan Nan, Shi Wenwen, and Chui Xian. "We plan to climb Nanshan, where Zhang Yu's family resides, as it is adorned with lush woods. You may go, but I doubt I will have the time. Besides, having lived in Nanshan since childhood, I find little allure in climbing. Zhang Yu has an abundance of arrangements for the holiday, a full 7 days. If we go, you shall host us. Should you visit in the morning, I fear time will elude me. However, if it is in the afternoon, I would be pleased to host. Though climbing is out of the question, it seems rather dull, and we are unaware of your residence. Please call my home when you set out. I provided you with the number the other day." After saying this, Zhang Yu grabbed his backpack and departed. "I shall observe your recent progress. Come and challenge me," Lu Shifu said, eyeing Zhang Yu. Following this, Zhang Yu soared into action. On the first morning of the National Day holiday, at 5 o'clock, Zhang Yu arrived at the mountain and launched himself into practice. He felt weary, grappling with the realization that he could not surpass 3 moves. "It is evident you have not been idle lately. Over these 7 days, I shall instruct you, after which you will practice on your own. This winter and next summer, I will continue to teach you. Once you enter high school, simply come to find me during the holidays. By the time you reach university, this formal instruction will conclude. If you keep up and refrain from slacking, you shall achieve mastery," Lu Shifu remarked, observing Zhang Yu, who had just regained his footing. Internally, Lu Shifu cursed the rapid progress. How could it be so swift? His own arms were still aching. The velocity of improvement was astonishing. He spoke thusly because, at this rate, he feared by the following year he would be rendered obsolete, reduced to teaching only what he had learned in previous years or from other masters, leaving Zhang Yu's understanding to depend solely on his own insight. "During the winter break, I will begin teaching you weaponry. There is no need to prepare a spear. The mountain has small trees, and we can practice with wooden sticks. As for the sword, I will provide one for you." "Very well, master," Zhang Yu replied. The titles had subtly shifted, yet Lu Yuanshao did not point it out, for he had also begun to regard Zhang Yu as his disciple. From the very first day Zhang Yu trained under him, he had seen Lu Shifu as his mentor, especially when, in a fit of rage, he shattered a brick with a punch, realizing he had indeed learned genuine skill, not mere showmanship. In the morning, Zhang Yu took the bus to Phoenix City to purchase a portion of his autumn wardrobe, including cotton and down jackets. This marked his final sales endeavor before graduating from junior high. This plan had been discussed with his father, Zhang Dingshang, the previous night, where Zhang Yu assured him he would secure a position within the top 120 students in the upcoming midterm exams, and gain entry into the elite class by the end of the term, which persuaded his father to consent. In the afternoon, as Zhang Yu was reviewing his studies, he received a call from He Caixia and the others, announcing their departure. Zhang Yu studied for an additional 20 minutes before stepping out to greet them. "Here are some watermelons for you to enjoy. Then you may proceed with your climb," he offered, slicing a watermelon for them. "I'd like to see your room," He Caixia said, feeling quite familiar with Zhang Yu as she walked directly into the inner room. "What is there to see? The layout of these houses is all the same," Zhang Yu responded with a smile. "In a moment, you truly will not join us. You may go, but I shall not accompany you. I have matters to attend to." Zhang Yu courteously ushered them out, as he vividly remembered that tomorrow the temperature would drop. Hence, he intended to set out early today, allowing others to see that he was selling autumn attire and padded clothing. Furthermore, he planned to create several display boards in the afternoon, each meticulously labeled. He anticipated that sales would not be substantial today. The primary goal was to raise awareness, as he relied on the sudden chill tomorrow to drive sales. On the second day of the National Day holiday, Zhang Yu practiced in the morning and then engaged in revision. He aimed to make the most of this break. While he studied in the inner room, his parents felt at ease outside. His mother was stewing ribs today. Recently, his younger brother had shown commendable initiative in his studies, and Zhang Yu hoped that he could achieve admission to the secondary school next year, which would suffice for him. As long as he understood now, it was not too late. Indeed, he was my son. Zhang Deng, perched on the Kong, smoked while smiling. If Xiaoyu does not perform well this year, he could always take supplementary classes. His brother started school at 7, while Xiaoyu began at 6. Perhaps early schooling was the reason. Lu Yin remarked while cooking. It would be wonderful if both of them could gain admission to the secondary school this year. I would then purchase a computer to keep at home, Zhang Deng mused. How is your revision going? If you do not do well next year, you can always take supplementary classes. It would be best to attend the secondary school. It is quite good, Zhang Chong said, observing his brother studying. Supplementary classes? That is out of the question. You should apply yourself. Our parents' hopes rest on you. You are aware of your own performance. Spend less time in internet cafes and avoid becoming too engrossed in games, he admonished. Zhang Yu, without raising his head, retorted, causing Zhang Chong to feel quite vexed. Even that is better than your situation, Zhang Chong stubbornly asserted. Zhang Yu merely shrugged and fell silent. That afternoon, the wind began to pick up. The previously pleasant weather transformed into a tempest, followed by a light rain. Zhang Yu felt a bit bewildered. What now? Rain means I cannot sell. I've stocked up so much, he lamented. Fortunately, around 5 o'clock, the rain ceased, although the temperature had dropped. After a swift dinner, Zhang Yu shouldered a burlap sack and headed out. Upon arrival at his designated spot, he set up his stall. As expected, sales were exceptionally good today. Such was the weather in Jinbei. Aside from summer, it was essentially winter throughout the year, with alternating days of warmth and cold. Chapter 10. Class 8. The 7-day holiday passed swiftly, and Zhang Yu exchanged the remaining padded garments with his family. Seeing this, his parents refrained from further comment. As for how much he earned, Zhang Yu kept that to himself. Only he knew that these 7 days of sales had yielded him a modest profit. With previous earnings combined, his savings had reached 5 figures. At his age, this sum brought him considerable satisfaction. At the start of the school term, Zhang Yu. So the busyness you mentioned during the National Day was selling goods? Chui Xian remarked, patting Zhang Yu on the back. Indeed. I saw you at the basketball court that day, but there were too many people gathered, so I refrained from approaching. Indeed, I have witnessed it as well. Are you planning to set up a stall for business after graduating from junior high? Sure, Wenwen and Chui Xian were animatedly discussing, their words laced with jest. In this small town, coupled with Zhang Yu's burgeoning reputation at school last month, it was no surprise that many had seen him selling goods at the basketball court during the National Day holiday, and the news spread rapidly. Is it profitable? Zhang Yu, evidently unperturbed by their banter, believed that having money in his pocket outweighed all other considerations. As for the rest, they were merely overthinking. He merely awaited the midterm examinations to prove them wrong. Zhang Yu, come here, called Teacher Shi from the doorway, summoning him. Is it due to financial difficulties or another reason? I've heard from others that you were selling clothes during the National Day break. Over the past month since school resumed, I've noticed your diligent approach. The responses from your subject teachers have been quite positive. They mentioned that at the beginning of the term, you hardly paid attention in class, preferring to study independently. However, you have improved significantly lately. I suggest you hold off on earning money for now. You can always do that later, especially since this year is crucial. Teacher Shi spoke earnestly in the office with Zhang Yu. Teacher, my family is doing well. I merely utilize my evenings to sell goods. During the day, I focus on my studies at home. Rest assured, I am aware of my responsibilities. Besides, I sold out yesterday and will not set up a stall again before graduation. I am determined to perform well in this exam. You can have faith in me, Zhang Yu assured the teacher, displaying a commendable attitude. In his previous life, he held this teacher in the highest regard, and now, given the chance for a fresh start, that admiration only deepened. Very well, I will remember your words, and I hope you achieve excellent results in the upcoming midterm examination. Days passed, and Zhang Yu remained as industrious as ever. He rose early each day to exercise, took a break every few days, and never participated in social gatherings on weekends, which led his peers to gradually cease seeking him out. He engaged in physical activities at school during the afternoons. Everyone seemed to have grown accustomed to Zhang Yu's daily runs. If he ever skipped a day, others would regard it as unusual. Interestingly, a physical education teacher had once inquired whether Zhang Yu had considered pursuing sports. having observed on several occasions that he did not exert his full effort while running. The teacher had hoped to nurture his potential and suggested testing him in the city, but Zhang Yu declined. Subsequently, the teacher refrained from pressing the matter, understanding that the school environment was rather insular, especially for a junior high student, lacking the specialized training mechanisms found in high schools. In the blink of an eye, the midterm examinations approached. Tomorrow marks your first examination since entering junior high. I hope you take it seriously. This is an opportunity for you to assess your own progress. Perform well, and you may have the chance to join those 2 classes. If you do not achieve satisfactory results, reflect on which subjects need improvement and strive harder moving forward. Teacher Sure addressed the class. The students listened attentively, except for those in the back row, most of whom were boys whose families had already arranged for them to enlist in the military after graduation. Upon returning, they would be assigned jobs. As for some girls who struggled academically and lacked motivation, they planned to attend vocational schools post-graduation, while others intended to seek work in nearby cities or elsewhere. Others remained diligently listening, contemplating their performance in the upcoming examinations. Zhang Yu approached this test with a relaxed attitude, as he had recently found his revision increasingly effortless. Many complex problems were becoming readily solvable, and his cognitive agility had notably improved. Moreover, he was already delving into the material for the next semester. He owed a debt of gratitude to the current textbooks and supplementary materials, which were indeed substantial, unlike the many textbooks of later generations that were riddled with flaws, distortions, or irrelevant illustrations, devoid of coherent content. The examinations spanned 2 full days, covering various subjects. After the final exam on the second day, which concluded at 5 o'clock, he would be free to return home and rest. Following that was the weekend, during which all the teachers would be busy grading papers, with the results to be unveiled the following Monday. Zhang Yu stood beside the basketball court at the entrance of the school, observing others as they retrieved basketballs, preparing to play. "Zhang, come join us," Lu Jiang called out, cradling a ball. Typically, during breaks, Lu Jiang and his friends would engage in basketball games. In his previous life, Zhang Yu had participated initially, but his shorter stature made it difficult for him to secure the ball, leading him to gradually withdraw from the activity. He had only played for a brief period after retirement, when coaxed by his superiors. Zhang Yu's skills were adequate. He was primarily a good runner, with decent dribbling skills and a commendable three-point shot, though his height posed a significant limitation. "Sure," Zhang Yu replied with a smile, approaching the court. Over the past 2 months since the school year commenced, Zhang Yu had grown taller and now stood at 176 meters, making him relatively tall among his peers in this era. He towered over Lu Jiang, who was visibly displeased, exchanging glances with He Bing as they plotted to tease Zhang Yu during the game. Zhang Yu found himself on a different team, opposing Lu Jiang and his group. At the beginning, he refrained from exerting much effort, familiarizing himself with the feel of the basketball, which he found quite agreeable. However, as the game progressed, with Lu Jiang's team scoring points at double the rate of Zhang Yu's, he began to feel a twinge of frustration. "Pass me the ball," Zhang Yu called out to the heavily guarded Li Ming. As the ball reached Zhang Yu, Lu Jiang rushed over to block him. But Zhang Yu took a confident three-point shot. It went in. Li Ming shouted in disbelief, while Lu Jiang fumed. As time went on, Zhang Yu's shooting accuracy improved. He caught the ball on the perimeter, passed it, and took shots. In a brief span, he made 4 out of 5 attempts, gradually closing the score gap. "Brother Yu, go inside and play. Stop lingering outside. We can't grab the rebounds," Li Ming urged him anxiously. "All right," Zhang Yu replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. This was due to a teammate named Daniel, who stood at an imposing height of 1.8 meters, monopolizing the rebounds. "Nice shot," Li Ming exclaimed, as they were all astonished to see Zhang Yu snag a rebound that Daniel failed to secure. They suddenly realized Zhang Yu possessed impressive jumping ability. He swiftly dribbled down the court and executed a layup. When Zhang Yu attempted to dribble again, Lu Jiang and He Bing came to defend him. Lu Jiang feeling increasingly frustrated that Zhang Yu was overshadowing him that day. As Zhang Yu collided with Lu Jiang, Lu was propelled backward while the ball swished through the net. He Bing glanced over, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately shook his head in silence. "What the hell do you mean?" Lu Jiang bellowed as he rose to his feet in anger. "What is your problem? Can't handle the game?" Li Ming and others stepped in to restrain the furious Lu Jiang. "All right, that's enough for today. Let us call it a day," Zhang Yu remarked, observing the scene, before stepping aside to retrieve his clothing and prepare to leave. "My apologies. We'll play again next time, Li Ming offered as he exchanged farewells with Zhang Yu. Sure. Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Playing basketball is impressive, but if you can't keep up with your studies, you're just a street vendor. Lu Jiang spat from the sidelines. Zhang Yu merely cast a cold glance at him before exiting. After the exams, many students gathered to watch a basketball game. Drawn in by the sight of a full court, Lu Jiang's ire was fueled by Zhang Yu's three-pointers and rebounding prowess, with numerous spectators cheering in admiration. He felt that the spotlight should have been his, not Zhang Yu's. He questioned why Zhang Yu deserved such recognition and whether he was worthy of it. This internal conflict represented the core of Lu Jiang's frustration. Li Qiaoyan was also among the crowd, and she suddenly realized how unfamiliar Zhang Yu had become to her. In the previous 2 years, they would often cross paths during their noontime breaks, with Zhang Yu typically walking with his head down, avoiding conversation. Yet in the past 2 months, he had occasionally greeted her and even walked alongside her for a stretch. After all, her journey home at noon was twice as long as his. She found herself perplexed by this change. On Monday morning, after the early self-study session, everyone congregated around the bulletin board to check their results. Zhang Yu stood nearby, noticing his rank, 84th place. His scores were 102 in Chinese, 96 in mathematics, 105 in English, and an overall composite ranking of 84. A smile, long absent, spread across his face as he felt a sense of transformation after more than 3 months of rebirth. This marked the first significant change in his academic journey. Is this for real? Is that really you? He Kai-xia suddenly felt an indescribable emotion bubbling within her as she inquired with a forced smile. Everyone was focused on the scores beyond the top 100, as the first 100 places were dominated by students from the 2 top classes. As his deskmate, she understood this well. Zhang Yu was not the academic underachiever everyone had labeled him. He had been diligently studying and reviewing every day. Her own results were decent, around 130, placing her among the top 5 in their class. Yet, after searching for a long time without finding Zhang Yu, she was astonished to see his name within the top 100. It's me, no doubt about it, Zhang Yu replied with a grin. You've hidden it well. Where have I hidden anything? This is merely our first exam in the 3rd year of middle school. There is still plenty of time ahead. Is it true? Zhang Yu actually scored 84th. Did you cheat? Skepticism arose among some, particularly from those who had previously dismissed him during their 1st and 2nd years. They were taken aback that someone they had looked down upon could achieve such results. Zhang Yu, please come here. Teacher Shi called from the doorway. Yes, teacher. You called for me. Zhang Yu approached politely. Well done on the exam. During this morning's meeting, the principal instructed that you should move your desk to class 8. You are the first student since the class divisions to rank within the top 100, which has delighted the principal, who has made special arrangements. Teacher Shi smiled as he spoke. All right, Teacher Shi, Zhang Yu replied without hesitation, although he had contemplated refusing, believing it made little difference where he was. However, there were individuals in that class he wished to influence, and he wanted to bring joy to his parents. Are you really leaving? He Xiao expressed her reluctance. He reassured her that he would return in due time. Cui Xian, standing behind, remarked sourly that he believed he should have performed better after being held back a year. Yet he found himself ranked approximately 150th. Why do you speak like that? He Xiao shot a glare at Cui Xian, while the others cast displeased looks in his direction. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Cui Xian fell silent. It doesn't matter where we go. We are all classmates, Zhang Yu said with a smile as he gathered his belongings. Take that seat, Teacher Li Bo instructed Zhang Yu. As a male history teacher, he was the head of the top class for the 3rd year. He had a favorable impression of Zhang Yu, who had achieved an overall rank of 84, with a commendable 6th place in history. Although Zhang Yu's presence would not change their class's trajectory, an additional good student could enhance their collective performance. If Zhang Yu maintained his grades through the semester's final exams, one student would have to leave the class. Very well, Teacher Li, Zhang Yu responded as he moved to the vacant seat at the back of the classroom. Given his height, there were no available spots in the front. As he walked down the aisle, Lu Jiang sneered at him, thinking, only 84th? What is there to be proud of? I'm in the top 20, and he being is 4th. Zhang Yu quietly settled into his seat, where introductions were unnecessary. This was the nature of the 3rd year, focused solely on studying and hard work. I'm going to class 8, Zhang Yu announced, revealing his overall score of 586 and rank of 84. At home during dinner, he shared the news with his parents, who had been eager to inquire upon his return but hesitated, fearing disappointment. As soon as he sat down, He spoke calmly. How much? 586? You've moved to class 8? The top class? Overall 84th in the school? His father, Zhang Deng, was momentarily taken aback, his mind momentarily blank. Lu Yun shared his astonishment, anxiously awaiting confirmation that her son was not joking. Yes, overall 84th, with 586 points. The school has assigned me to class 8. And I've already moved my things and myself there. From now on, you no longer need to wait for me in the evenings. Zhang Yu confirmed that the evening study session for the top class concluded at 10 p.m. Good, good, good. Zhang Deng exclaimed, brimming with joy, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Is this for real? That's wonderful, son. You've made us proud. Make sure to study hard and aim for the second high school next year. Your score seems to suggest you could indeed make it. You've outscored your brother by 30 points. He called me earlier today, mentioning he scored around 550. Lu Yun beamed, playfully patting Zhang Yu's arm with delight. Zhang Yu was aware that his elder brother, Zhang Chang's scores were unlikely to fluctuate significantly. Next year's entrance examination would yield a similar result, which seemed to be just shy of what was expected for the 4th middle school, not to mention the 2nd middle school, whose scores last year stood at 585. And this year, it was rumored to be around 590 to 600. He was determined to strive for the 2nd school, aiming for the 1st middle school in the following year. Zhang Dengzhang continued, expressing his belief that since Zhang Yu was committed to studying and had come to terms with his ambitions, given his intellect, securing admission to the 1st middle school was within reach. Zhang Dengzhang placed his hopes squarely upon Zhang Yu. All right, I will strive for the 1st middle school. Zhang Yu responded with a smile. Chapter 11. The new year and renting a house at noon, Zhang Yu retired for a brief rest. He would take a half-hour break each day before heading to school. Meanwhile, Zhang Dengzhang sat on the Kong, smoking, surprisingly not feeling drowsy today, filled instead with delight. Lu Yun, seated beside him on the Kong, quietly shared in his joy. Yet, there was a tinge of concern regarding their eldest son Zhang Chang's precarious scores, though there was little that could be said. Never mind. As long as one of them gets into a good school, all my daily struggles will be worthwhile. Zhang Dengzhang remarked while puffing on his cigarette. Zhang Yu felt elated, for it had been a long time since he had witnessed such happiness in his parents. This was the greatest contribution he could make at that moment. He understood clearly that even if he could earn a substantial amount tomorrow, it would not bring his father as much joy as gaining admission to the 1st middle school. The atmosphere in Class 8 was entirely different from that of Class 3. When the bell rang in Class 3, the sounds of playful banter and laughter erupted. In contrast, many students in Class 8 remained seated, engrossed in their studies even during breaks. Those who ventured to the restroom did so quietly, devoid of the usual merriment. Zhang Yu leaned against the back wall, observing Li Qiaoyan, who sat in front of him. A significant part of his motivation for joining this class stemmed from her presence. In his previous life, all the top 22 students had been admitted to the 1st middle school, with her ranking just shy at 23rd. He had 2 lasting impressions of the conclusion of his entrance examination. One was standing by the bulletin board, witnessing Li Qiaoyan's scores at the 2nd middle school, which he regretted deeply. The second involved a confrontation between some boys from his school and Lu Zhang's group during a basketball game, where the former were utterly defeated. Ironically, he had long forgotten his own score, demonstrating a complete lack of concern for his academic performance during that time, reflecting a rather carefree attitude. Zhang Yu contemplated the hope of uncovering why Li Qiaoyan's score had become his greatest regret. Moreover, in the 2nd semester of the 3rd year, there would be no midterm or final examinations. Instead, there would be monthly assessments, each mirroring the format of the entrance examination, culminating in 3 evaluations before the actual exam. He distinctly recalled that while the scores of others fluctuated during these 3 monthly tests, Li Qiaoyan's performance remained remarkably consistent, just a few points shy of the entrance threshold. He pondered the significance of Li Qiaoyan in his life. She was not his childhood sweetheart, nor had she ever been part of his world. Their only interaction had been a brief, awkward chat during a summer break in college. What is it that I yearn to change? It is her regret. Yet is my own regret entwined with hers. I wish to alter her fate at the 2nd middle school, yet what transpired for her there? Was she reprimanded by the school for engaging in a romantic relationship, and did she merely secure a place in a vocational college after the Gaokao? How do I truly regard her? Did I pursue her during high school, or might she ever harbor feelings for me? What do I signify to her? Since Zhang Yu's return to this life, he had never envisioned himself treating anyone with innocence, for in his previous life, he had traversed a vastly different path. In this life, he is determined to lead an extraordinary existence and is bound to encounter numerous young women along his journey. But what does Li Qiaoyan represent to him? Is she merely a remnant of a past infatuation? Or is she a reflection of the disappointments he faced in his earlier years, lost in his own world and bestowing all his hopes onto her? In his previous life, she was that person, yet upon meeting her during a university break and engaging in conversation, he realized that she was not the ideal he had constructed. She was simply a figment of his imagination, not a true companion. Must he continue in this manner in this life? He is uncertain, and the contemplation brings him discomfort. Zhang Yu, do you still go running in the evenings? Someone inquired. Yes, though our Class 8 has a different schedule than Class 3. They take a half-hour break at 6:30, while we only have 15 minutes. I have dinner at 6:30 and run at 8:30. Zhang Yu replied with a smile. The elite classes have their meals when the other classes are dismissed. Many students live in rented accommodations. Li Qiaoyan is among them, returning home at noon, but renting a place for the night. As for Zhang Yu, he mentioned to his family that he would not be renting. He prefers to run home in the evenings to stay fit. Your physique is impressive, his classmates remarked, engaging in light-hearted conversation with him. Lu Jiang and a few others observed Zhang Yu chatting with classmates from the back of the room, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He pondered finding an opportunity to confront him. After all, he did not believe Zhang Yu could truly take on 3 opponents at once. During their second year of middle school, he had bullied him, and Zhang Yu had not dared to retaliate. Although he was aware of the camaraderie between Zhang Yu and Lao Han, they seldom interacted apart from times of conflict. Lu Jiang found this perplexing. Zhang Yu, this weekend we plan to visit Teacher Lu. Her child has been born. Will you join us? Suddenly interjected Feng Chang, a classmate known for his cheerful demeanor and academic prowess. Zhang Yu, however, held little fondness for him. During their first year, he had copied Feng Chang's answers on a test, scoring 70, while Feng Chang achieved 98. At that moment, Zhang Yu recognized Feng Chang's selfishness. Despite being the one to copy, Feng Chang had meticulously gone through each answer with him, relishing in Zhang Yu's misfortune. I want to go, Zhang Yu replied. His mood soured at the thought of Teacher Lu. It was only after the high school entrance exams in his previous life that he learned of the connection between Teacher Lu and his mother. Back then, he was shorter than his peers and sat at the back of the class, as she paid little attention to him. It was only when his mother, Lu Yun, slipped him some money that he was allowed to sit in the front. Subsequently, I sought tutoring from her, paying a monthly fee of 100, which was a modest sum considering that the monthly fee for the mining job was less than 2,000. Every day, I immersed myself in English newspapers. Yet my grades plummeted from mediocre to abysmal. Teacher Lu, a mere diploma holder, was not particularly adept in her studies. Her position as a teacher stemmed solely from her father's influence as a leader in the mining sector. Such circumstances were tolerable. During the second year of junior high, there was an incident where Zhang Yu was summoned by another teacher for some tasks. Upon returning, Teacher Lu inquired about his absence from the mathematics class. Zhang Yu explained that he had been called away, but she dismissed his explanation with fury, insisting he fetch the other teacher. It was summer, and the windows were open. As I exited, a strong gust of wind caused the door to slam shut with a resounding noise. Upon my return, the teacher claimed she would explain. But Teacher Lu had already intervened, accusing me of slamming the door. Confused, Zhang Yu denied the accusation, only to have his ear seized and subjected to a barrage of slaps, alternating from one ear to the other. Overwhelmed by the sudden assault, his ears buzzed, likely having received dozens of strikes. His face remained numb throughout that day. Teacher Lu, who had been so amiable, was now the source of his distress. Feng Chang sensed the harshness in Zhang Yu's tone, which had grown cold. What are you saying? Lu Jiang, initially seeking trouble, became enraged upon hearing this exchange. At that time, they were all favored by Teacher Lu, with a particularly close-knit bond among the tutoring group. I tell you, apologize now. Lu Jiang grabbed Zhang Yu by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Let go, Zhang Yu coldly retorted. I'll teach you a lesson, Lu Jiang threatened, preparing to strike. However, before his fist could connect, Zhang Yu delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling and crashing into a nearby table. You dare to hit me? Lu Jiang, seething with anger, charged at him once more. With 2 swift kicks, Zhang Yu sent him flying again. He remained silent, merely responding with force whenever Lu Jiang approached. Nearby, He Bing and Feng Chang hurried to restrain Lu Jiang, who was bewildered by his inability to get close. Just wait. Lu Jiang was pulled back, contemplating how he would plot against Zhang Yu later that evening during his run. "Why did you fight on your first day?" Teacher Li inquired of Zhang Yu. "You may ask my classmates. I merely defended myself. He was the aggressor," Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly. "That is because you insulted your former teacher, which is inappropriate and wrong. One cannot advise others to be virtuous without first experiencing their hardships. You are not me. I wish not to discuss it. I am not concerned with your reasoning. I warn you, one more incident, and you will be removed from my class. Instead of threatening me, you do better to advise others to leave me be. My presence in your class is not by choice, but rather a school arrangement. Given my poor grades, I would naturally depart. I do not seek trouble, yet I do not fear it. Now, if you'll excuse me, Teacher Li, I must return." Zhang Yu finished speaking and walked away. Teacher Li observed this student with a sense of curiosity, noticing something different about him. Upon inquiring, he learned that this child had struggled academically over the past 2 years, was generally quiet, and had only mediocre relationships with classmates. However, during the 3rd year of middle school, he suddenly began to apply himself to his studies, achieving commendable exam results. In Teacher Li's eyes, this child was quite promising, particularly with thoughts of connecting him with Lu Jiang, whose academic performance was impressive, being a potential candidate for the prestigious First High School. Yet, Lu Jiang had faced some trouble today. "Lazy, let us confront Zhang Yu tonight. I intend to teach him a lesson," declared Yu Lei. With a swift slap to Lu Jiang, he departed, leaving Lu Jiang utterly bewildered in the wind. Yu Lei thought to himself, "You foolish one. You got beaten and come looking for me? You are not even close to being able to handle this. I can take care of it." The three of them had contemplated revenge more than once, but they were thwarted by Xue Tao's friend, who claimed to have witnessed the incident. He discerned that Zhang Yu was clearly a skilled fighter, which deterred him from intervening. Xue Tao's reputation at school stemmed largely from his victories in fights, primarily due to his friend who practiced martial arts. Unbeknownst to Yu Lei, Xue Tao's friend primarily trained in forms, and he refrained from engaging that day, recognizing that he would merely be walking into trouble. Besides, he had no particular obligation to defend Xue Tao, as their relationship had not reached that level. After that day, Lu Jiang seemed to have an epiphany. He sought out several individuals who had previously witnessed Zhang Yu in action, and the information he received prompted him to cease any attempts to provoke Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, for his part, was content to remain undisturbed and had no desire to engage in unnecessary conflicts. However, in late November, some older individuals confronted Lao Han and Hosey. Having seen the consequences in a previous life, Zhang Yu intervened, utilizing a small weapon he had crafted in the 2nd year of middle school. It was a rolled-up exercise book, tightly bound with tape, effective for striking without causing severe harm. In an alleyway, amidst a confrontation with some high school students from another school, Lao Han and Hosey initially prepared to accept their fate, especially since their opponents wielded wooden and iron rods, with one brandishing a machete, which made them hesitant to retaliate. Upon Zhang Yu's arrival, he single-handedly subdued the one with the knife, allowing Lao Han and Hosey to join the fray. The outcome was, of course, predictable. However, the matter did not conclude there. Hosey's brother, who owned several minivans and was relatively well off, took it upon himself to resolve the situation after learning of the incident. Eventually, it was reported that the opposing party compensated for their losses, and the matter faded away. Zhang Yu was not reckless. He understood that in his previous life, both had suffered greatly, with Hosey's brother stepping in to rectify the situation. This time, Zhang Yu simply wished to spare his 2 younger brothers from hardship. Afterward, the three resumed their casual greetings upon meeting, maintaining a distance in their daily lives without deliberately spending time together. As winter vacation approached and the new year arrived, Zhang Yu chose not to sell goods during this break. The winter has grown exceedingly frigid, with daytime temperatures plummeting to a chilling -20 degrees. My parents have voiced their disapproval, and thus I have acquiesced to their wishes. This winter, Zhang Yu has commenced his studies with Lu Yuanchao, focusing on the art of marksmanship. Zhang Dingshang, my father, is well aware of this. However, he has been somewhat lenient as my academic performance has improved remarkably. To my astonishment, I ranked 35th in the entire school during the final examinations, merely a few points shy of the threshold for the prestigious First High School, which has rendered my father hesitant to impose strict restrictions. He has chosen to turn a blind eye, as he refrains from alcohol and often engages in conversation with Lu Yuanchao during his afternoon strolls, even offering him cigarettes. Lu Yuanchao seems to understand, choosing not to address the matter directly. "Master, "Mistress, Happy New Year," Zhang Yu cheerfully announced as he entered Lu Yuanchao's home. Lu Yuanchao's eldest son, Lu Su, and his youngest son, Lu Ming, were also present, curious about their father's new apprentice. They greeted the tall, smiling figure with nods of acknowledgement. "You come uninvited and bring gifts? What is the meaning of this?" Mistress Li Huiwan remarked upon noticing the cigarettes and liquor in Zhang Yu's hands. "I earned a bit of money during the summer. It wasn't expensive, just 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. I thought to leave them for you." Zhang Yu replied with a smile, preparing to take his leave. "Stay for a meal before you go," Li Huiwan called after him. "No, dinner is ready at home," Zhang Yu responded from a distance. "Why won't you even stay for a moment? What do we do with these gifts?" Li Huiwan glanced at her husband, who was lazily reclined on the Kong. "Isn't it quite normal? He brought me a few things, what of it? Besides, what I have taught him should serve him well throughout his life. In those days, he would have been obliged to support me in my old age," Lu Yuanchao replied, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. "You know how things were in those times, but now, such traditions are no longer valued." Despite his words, the melancholy in Lu Yuanchao's eyes was unmistakable. He observed his 2 sons absorbed in the television, their indifference amplifying the loneliness he felt. Li Huiwan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, chose to remain silent, for she too had once practiced martial arts, though she could scarcely recall the last time she had trained. "Here, these are for you," Zhang Yu said, placing 2 packs of Ziyun cigarettes on the table, addressing Zhang Dingshang. "Just like the ones I give to my master. I have enough for now. Please keep them for future use. Just take care of your studies. I don't wish to interfere with your learning. Next year, I will provide you with funds, and you need not purchase anything for me," Zhang Dingshang stated earnestly to his son. "All right, we can discuss it next year. By the way, father, I plan to rent a room near the school for the next semester. The late-night classes make it impractical to return home," Zhang Yu continued, broaching the subject of accommodation. "Your mother and I have been considering that too, especially with the harsh cold over the past few months. It pains her to see you running home daily, and it disrupts your rest for the next morning," Zhang Dingshang recalled, contemplating the cost of the rental for the upcoming 4 months. "You no longer need to worry. I have already paid 1,200 for 4 months. For a small room at a rate of 300 per month. On the day I completed the exam, I promptly paid," Zhang Yu replied. Chapter 12, Evening Conversations. Zhang Dingshang was somewhat silent. Although he was aware of his son's earnings, he had refrained from inquiring. To his surprise, his son had already secured a rental for himself. The transformation in Zhang Yu over the past 6 months was remarkably profound. He seemed to have matured overnight. "I will cover your living expenses and provide you with 400 yuan each month. You must ensure you eat well. You hadn't asked your mother for money these past 2 months, nor had she offered any. This cannot continue. How much can you possibly have? This matter is settled," Zhang Dingshang asserted confidently. He was mentally calculating expenses. Breakfast costing 2 yuan, lunch at home, and dinner at 10 yuan, totaling approximately 12 yuan a day. For 26 days, 300 yuan would suffice. He proposed 400 as a means of compensating his son. "Very well, since you have made your decision, what more can I say?" Zhang Yu replied with a hint of resignation. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong observed the conversation between his father and brother with a sense of quietude. In recent months, the family's attitude towards him had noticeably shifted. They were no longer as indulgent as before. Previously, they had treated him with such kindness, often scolding his younger brother. How could Zhang Yu have made such rapid academic progress in just 6 months? His own grades hovered around the 550 to 560 range, scarcely improving, while Zhang Yu had surpassed 600, which was utterly astonishing. In his childhood, he had eagerly anticipated the new year, but as he grew older, he found the festivities rather mundane. Standing outside, Zhang Yu watched the fireworks erupting from the mining site, the air thick with the scent of pyrotechnics, yet his thoughts were consumed with the desire to grow up swiftly. During the winter break, aside from his regular practice and review, he had been contemplating a new endeavor, writing a novel. He envisioned a work akin to Sadness Flows Backwards, a piece steeped in the anguish of love unfulfilled, featuring themes of bullying or terminal illness, culminating in tragedy, with prose that echoed sorrow. He aimed to draft an outline and flesh it out, targeting around 80,000 words. Having previously dabbled in online literature during university and continuing to write while employed as a clerk to supplement his family's income, he felt confident in his abilities. However, the question of where to submit his completed work loomed large. Zhang Yu understood that writing a novel could not be rushed. It required leisure and thoughtful contemplation. He planned to devote the 2 months following the high school entrance examination to finalize his manuscript. He was resolute in his intent to attend the mining bureau for high school. Initially, he would reside in the dormitory but would gradually seek to rent an apartment to pursue his aspirations. In the present and the upcoming 4 months, he knew he must strive diligently. After all, this was the first high school. On the eve of the new school year, Zhang Dingshang, Lu Yun, and Zhang Yu visited the place where Zhang Yu had rented a room. There were 4 buildings adjacent to the school, all of an older style, situated merely about 100 meters from the school gate. It was indeed convenient. Most of the accommodations were 2-bedroom apartments, many of which had been vacated by their owners and were now available for rent. Zhang Yu resided in the main bedroom on the 2nd floor, which cost precisely $300 per month. The adjacent room, situated on the shady side, was rented by a girl who was currently absent. Only Zhang Yu was aware that this room belonged to Li Qiaoyan. However, she did not occupy it alone. She shared it with a classmate named Wan Ling, a cheerful young girl who, in a previous life, Zhang Yu had not known but now attended Class 8. After settling the beddings and arranging some daily necessities, Zhang Yu, along with his parents, enjoyed a meal at the school gate. The food available near the school was quite satisfactory. They encouraged him not to be frugal, emphasizing that he should indulge in meat and eat well to maintain the energy necessary for diligent study. Once everything was organized, Zhang Yu departed with Lu Yun. In the afternoon, Zhang Yu returned home and made a special trip to the supermarket to carry back 2 cartons of milk. One reason for renting a place was that his height had now reached 178 meters, which he deemed sufficient. He believed any further growth would likely occur in high school. In November, he informed his mother to cease purchasing milk and tofu, opting instead for store-bought pure milk. Interestingly, noticing Zhang Yu's height increase, Zhang Chong received some money from their parents to buy milk each time he visited. Zhang Chong had grown noticeably taller than in the previous life, reaching 172 meters. In their former life, Zhang Chong and Zhang Yu were of similar height. However, Zhang Yu understood that Zhang Chong likely pocketed a portion of that money to spend on the internet. After resting for a while at noon, Zhang Yu changed his clothes and headed directly to school for a run. The gatekeeper recognized him and opened the gate upon hearing his intention to jog on the track. Zhang Yu planned to rise early every morning for the next 4 months to practice and train at school, finding it convenient as there would be few people at that hour. While running, he noticed that a small building adjacent to the track already had students inside. Some were airing out their bedding, while others were fetching water. This school had gained considerable renown due to nearby mines, attracting students from other mines, which necessitated the presence of a dormitory, a 2-story building with boys on the 1st floor and girls on the 2nd. Accommodation was scarce, and typically, students from their own mine could not enter, forcing Zhang Yu and his peers to rent houses off campus. Some classmates recognized Zhang Yu and greeted him as he waved back. Continuing his run without surprise, since the beginning of the 3rd year in middle school, he had developed the habit of running every evening. Upon returning to the house, Zhang Yu discovered 2 individuals already seated in the living room. "Oh, what a surprise to see you both here," he exclaimed, astonished. "Zhang Yu, you've moved here?" Wan Ling replied, equally surprised, while Li Qiaoyan looked on with astonishment as well. "Indeed, after running back and forth every day last semester, my legs became quite slender. Upon learning that the previous tenants had vacated, I hastened to secure the place after my exams," Zhang Yu responded with a smile. "You've lost weight from running? You spend so much time on the track each day. How can you say that?" Wan Ling teased. "However, I recall the landlords discussing their plans to move in with their son last semester. I never anticipated you would move in. It's wonderful that we are in the same class," she added with a smile. "I never expected it would be you." The landlord mentioned there were 2 girls next door, claiming they were in their 3rd year of junior high. Zhang Yu sat on one side of the bench and remarked, "However, dear Lao Zhang, should we not establish some ground rules? After all, we are women and you are a man. This can often lead to inconveniences." Wan Ling glanced at Li Qiaoyan and suddenly interjected, "You're overthinking it. I usually return home for lunch. By the time we finish work in the evening, I simply go to bed. As for cleaning, I'll trouble you, Miss Wan, to create a schedule. Each of us can take turns tidying the living room and bathroom every 3 days." Zhang Yu responded in a very casual manner. "All right, I'll prepare a roster." Wan Ling replied before retreating to her room, with Li Qiaoyan nodding in agreement as she followed suit. Zhang Yu then changed his clothes. The layout of the old residential complex left much to be desired, though the presence of an indoor bathroom was a blessing. Unfortunately, it only had a squat toilet, and one had to pull a cord to flush it, while the floor was merely cement. To wash up, one had to fetch water from a shelf at the entrance. Zhang Yu stepped out to buy a bag of laundry powder. "Since I've just arrived today, I'll tidy up first," he declared before proceeding to clean the bathroom. The odor was unbearable. The previous tenants, though not particularly old, had certainly failed to maintain cleanliness. Two young girls renting the place were unlikely to voice any complaints. For Zhang Yu, who was accustomed to cleaning up after himself and taking pride in his hygiene, the smell was intolerable. After rinsing the area with water, he sprinkled the laundry powder and waited a moment before beginning to clean in earnest. The two girls tidying up the living room were taken aback by the sight. In this era, household chores such as laundry and cooking were traditionally the domain of women, and even with both daughters and sons in the family, the daughters were invariably the ones working. They seemed to be re-evaluating their perception of Zhang Yu. It took him 2 hours to complete the task, and he even placed a fragrant sachet bought from the supermarket inside. "From now on, cleaning will be much easier. We can just mop it down," he said, indicating the new mop he had purchased after discarding the one left by the landlord. The two somewhat dazed girls nodded in agreement. "How clean it is. I never expected he would be so meticulous," Wan Ling whispered to Li Qiaoyan in the room. Li Qiaoyan, busy organizing her belongings, couldn't help but nod. "Indeed, I hadn't noticed that. Although he appears laid back most of the time, his clothes seem quite tidy. He changes into fresh attire for his runs and changes again upon returning. He is indeed quite different." Wan Ling continued to whisper, "Bathing here isn't very convenient, but I think I heard him using cold water when I left the living room." "Really? That is so cold. Isn't he worried about catching a cold?" Li Qiaoyan replied, sensing that he was unlike anyone else. Time rushes forward, unyielding and swift, as the days pass by in a blur. The daily life unfolds without turbulence. During this period, society, schools, and families strive to create a serene environment for the students, hoping they can dedicate themselves to their studies and perform at their utmost during the forthcoming examinations. For those working in the mines, the majority of parents are either miners or employees of related companies. Most began their journeys in their villages and found opportunities that led them here. Perhaps they do not possess profound inquiries. Their aspirations revolve around the hope that their children can transcend the confines of the mines and, through their own achievements, reach heights they themselves could never attain. In his previous life, Zhang Yu found himself in a state of profound distress, yearning to learn yet uncertain of how to begin. The array of problems appeared as inscrutable as ancient texts, leaving him at a loss. However, in this new existence, he has begun to navigate his studies with greater ease, having discovered effective methods and approaches. Consequently, he has also begun to appreciate a grace he had not previously understood. The first monthly examination arrived as anticipated, and to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yu ascended to 7th place in the entire school and 3rd in his class, leaving many in awe. Countless individuals had anticipated witnessing his downfall, yet what they observed instead was a series of remarkable advancements. He had no intention, nor the possibility, of returning to Class 3. Although his former classmates would engage in light-hearted banter, a bittersweet ache lingered in their hearts. Class 8 fully embraced him. Or perhaps it would be more apt to say they had conquered the notion of rivalry, for, based on his current achievements, Zhang Yu could seamlessly transition to the prestigious first middle school. Zhang Yu chose to disregard the distractions and continue to live life at his own pace. The experience of renting a room had not changed significantly. He maintained his habit of retiring early. Each evening, after classes concluded at 10, he would first attend to his personal hygiene, usually opting for a brisk cold shower. Once refreshed, he dedicated his time to the two young women who shared his living space. Initially surprised, they had now grown accustomed to his routine. After completing their own preparations, they would resume their studies. "Zhang Yu, how did you perform? I feel as though I am on the brink of madness, and my grades simply refuse to improve." Wan Ling lamented as Zhang Yu stepped out to fetch water. "Maintain a calm demeanor. Do not rush. If you do, chaos will ensue," he advised. "Dissect each subject. Scrutinize it piece by piece, and categorize your understanding. Identify your strengths and weaknesses. Remember, our monthly exam is merely a simulation. Throughout our studies, we have frequent assessments. It is crucial to compile your results after each set of papers." As he filled their cups with water, he took a seat across from the two girls, diligently reviewing their materials. "Your foundations are solid, and your performance has consistently been commendable. As the entrance examination approaches, It is natural to feel a sense of urgency. To illustrate, Chairman Mao once insisted during wartime that regardless of victory or defeat, a summary must always follow. Each examination and every paper should be approached in the same manner. We are now in the comprehensive review phase, and there is no need for you to strictly adhere to the teacher's pace. Rather, follow your own rhythm. If you aspire to make significant breakthroughs in the next 2 to 3 months, it is essential to transcend your current methods. Zhang Yu, with a smile, engaged them in discussion late into the night. Wanling and Li Qiaoyan listened intently, though it was primarily Wanling who spoke, while Li Qiaoyan contributed less. The conversation flowed lightly, yet the effort required to rise was formidable. Wanling, in frustration, scratched her head, tousling her hair. "What's not difficult?" Li Qiaoyan retorted. "Every day at noon. I walk from the southernmost part of our mine to the northernmost just to have lunch at home. And my break is less than half an hour. How is that not challenging? You, who love to sleep in, find it difficult to wake up at 6 every morning to recite English? Our fathers descend into the mines day after day. Tell me, is that not arduous? Is studying hard? Indeed, it is quite challenging. However, to conquer it, one must first acknowledge it, then study it, and ultimately defeat it. Identify the problems, investigate them, and resolve them." Zhang Yu instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to chuckle upon realizing his empty pockets. Before he continued speaking, Wanling failed to notice the faint blush that had crept onto Li Qiaoyan's cheeks, though Zhang Yu did, and feigned ignorance. "Wanling, I have observed your situation during this period. It appears you are aiming too high. While you perform adequately in every subject, it is merely adequate. Your eagerness is palpable. What you require is to settle down and conduct thorough research, summarizing your findings over the next few months. Mark the mistakes from every exam and assignment. Identify the recurring errors and those that should not have been made. Create a chart, and then systematically address these issues according to a plan. Patience is key. Only then will your grades steadily improve." Upon concluding, Zhang Yu turned his gaze towards Li Qiaoyan. Wanling, after absorbing Zhang Yu's words, fell into contemplation. "Li Qiaoyan, your grades have consistently been exceptional, placing you among the top tier of our school." However, Zhang Yu paused, prompting Li Qiaoyan to look his way. "Your scores are so stable that they verge on concerning. Since the beginning of the 3rd year, you have nearly always ranked between 23rd and 25th. You are in a precarious position, should your scores dip by just a handful of places, even if you strive and fall short of entering the top high school. You may not feel too regretful, as you would have put forth your utmost effort. Yet, this year you are on the cusp of acceptance. Everyone would rejoice. But should you miss the mark by mere points, you would become the greatest regret of our school." At this juncture, Zhang Yu regarded her silently. Li Qiaoyan opened her mouth, poised to counter, yet fell silent. "You are acutely aware of this, for your consistently stable scores and rankings have placed you in this predicament. In the coming 2 to 3 months, you must aim for the top 20. And your scores need to improve by several points to secure your place in the top high school." "Oh dear, Zhang Yu, you cannot simply compare this to Yanzi's performance. Yanzi has consistently excelled, and her stability is commendable. You cannot use this instance to chastise Yanzi," Wanling interjected, sensing Li Qiaoyan's silence and fearing her displeasure. Feeling that Zhang Yu's words were overly severe, "I apologize for my unsolicited guidance today. Nonetheless, I still hope that we can report together at the first high school," Zhang Yu said with a smile before bidding farewell and retreating to sleep. "I sense that he truly stands apart from others, exuding a remarkable maturity." Just before drifting off to sleep, Wanling suddenly remarked to Li Qiaoyan, "Why do you say that?" Li Qiaoyan inquired with a laugh. "Yanzi, each time you smile, your dimples are simply enchanting," Wanling chuckled. "We've been together for a month now. Initially, I feared it would be inconvenient, but unexpectedly, we have benefited from it instead. He does most of the cleaning, and he rises so early each morning, seemingly to exercise. His daily routine is rather monotonous, yet undeniably structured. In fact, I am contemplating trying out some of the things he mentioned today. However, he did point out that what you said was indeed rather excessive," Wanling continued, her voice trailing off. Li Qiaoyan remained silent, grappling with her own feelings of inadequacy. She was aware of her academic plateau, and her sister had warned her that her grades were perilously low. She was somewhat irked that Zhang Yu had directly voiced these concerns. Yet, if she were to follow Zhang Yu's approach, what other options did she have? Chapter 13. Slight sweetness. As exams approached, many students, including Yu Lei and Xue Tao's group, completely abandoned their studies. Perhaps it was the youthful energy with no outlet. as skipping classes and engaging in fights became commonplace. Even more audaciously, a group of boys frequently loitered at the school gate, teasing attractive girls, regardless of whether they were in the first, second, or third year of junior high. This behavior terrified Han Li and Huang Lele, who felt compelled to walk with Lu Jiang after each class and dismissal, believing he was their protector. I never expected Zhang Yu to be doing so well academically, Han Li remarked, wrapping her arm around Huang Lele's. Who could argue with that? If he maintains this level, attending the first high school will be a breeze. Lu Jiang, who had initially felt elated about his 9th place ranking, felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing Zhang Yu's results surpass his own. Han Li and Huang Lele exchanged glances but remained silent, as Lu Jiang's achievements overshadowed theirs, one ranked in the 50s, the other in the 80s. They felt too embarrassed to speak further, due to the recent happenings involving Xue Tao and his friends. Zhang Yu made a point of casually accompanying Wan Ling and her friends after class each day, particularly on their way home. However, to evade unwanted discussions about their association, he always walked behind them. Hey, beautiful, let us grab a meal and have some fun. We can't just turn into bookworms. Xue Tao exclaimed when he and his friends intercepted Li Qiao Yin as she entered the school that afternoon. Wan Ling, who had arrived early for her school duty, caught sight of this and immediately called Zhang Yu over. Let us play, Zhang Yu said, swiftly trapping Xue Tao's head under his arm and pulling him away. He shot Li Qiao Yin a glance, prompting her to hurry inside the school. What the hell do you think you're doing, Zhang Yu? Let me go? Xue Tao shouted angrily, his face flushed, but Zhang Yu only tightened his grip, leaving Xue Tao speechless. Beside them, Yu Lei and his companions hesitated to approach, but eventually ventured into the alley adjacent to the school entrance. Release him, Hao Yong, a friend of Xue Tao who practiced martial arts, commanded, pointing at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu complied, but Xue Tao, fueled by anger, immediately retaliated, only to be struck down to the ground. Yu Lei and his friends, feeling helpless, rushed in. Zhang Yu unleashed a flurry of powerful punches and kicks, swiftly incapacitating several of them, leaving the others too intimidated to advance. They had initially been aimlessly passing the time. With no other recourse, Hao Yong joined the fray. Zhang Yu, recognizing that Hao Yong had some martial training, remained unfazed. Through his daily practice, Zhang Yu had become acutely aware of his physical transformation, growing increasingly robust. The outcome was inevitable. His foot met Hao Yong's chest, pinning him against the wall. Knowing the futility, yet still charging forward, Hao Yong's face flushed crimson. Though he remained speechless, I have no interest in your affairs and cannot be bothered. Should there be a next time, I shall be far more ruthless, Zhang Yu declared, releasing his foot and addressing Xue Tao. But I question whether you are wise or foolish. Today, you obstructed someone dear to the school administration, over 20 individuals. Do you truly believe the school will tolerate such behavior? With that, Zhang Yu departed, leaving a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Should we seize an opportunity and confront him with a knife? Suggested a devious onlooker nearby. However, the suggestion fell flat, as the others regarded him with incredulity. The thought of wielding a knife was daunting. Who among them would dare? After all, engaging in such violence might only result in harm to themselves. Zhang Yu recalled that in his previous life, some had indeed attempted such actions, but those who led the charge were soon persuaded to withdraw from the school, receiving their diplomas in exchange. This included Yu Lei and his peers from his class. Subsequently, the school authorities likely intervened, warning them, and their families issued apologies. From that point until graduation, they never repeated such misconduct. Nevertheless, the matter eventually settled down after a few days, returning to its prior state of tranquility. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Yu found the lesson already in progress. His homeroom teacher was conducting a history class. Do not think that good grades grant you the liberty to act recklessly. If this occurs again, you are to leave this class. Teacher Li admonished upon noticing Zhang Yu's late arrival. Initially, she had inquired about his whereabouts when she observed his absence. Lu Jiang, without hesitation, remarked that Zhang Yu had seemingly gone out to engage in a fight with Xue Tao and his group, which only served to heighten Teacher Li's ire. I apologize, teacher. It will not happen again. Zhang Yu graciously offered his apology, momentarily stifling the torrent of reprimands that had been on Teacher Li's lips. Given that class was underway, she allowed him to return to his seat. When Teacher Li questioned Zhang Yu about his absence, Li Qiao Yin contemplated informing her that he had merely gone to the restroom, but Lu Zhang's assertion about the fight left her too intimidated to speak. She felt a pang of anxiety, particularly after being reprimanded by Teacher Li, and discreetly turned to glance at Zhang Yu. He simply smiled back, conveying that all was well. He truly did engage in a fight, Wanling whispered to Li Qiaoyan. Wanling had indeed heard of Zhang Yu's formidable reputation. Among the more capable students in the school, many held him in considerable esteem. Although she had only heard tales of his prowess and had never encountered him directly, her familiarity with him over the past month had fostered a different impression. Uncertain of how to respond to Li Qiaoyan's inquiries, she feigned engrossment in her studies. Upon returning home that evening, she resolved to ask him about the veracity of his legendary status. After class, Li Laosher summoned Zhang Yu to the office. As Li Laosher departed, he called for Zhang Yu, who promptly rose and left the classroom. Upon returning to his seat, a classmate discreetly informed him that it was Lu Jiang who had been talking. Zhang Yu paid him no heed, having noticed Lu Jiang earlier when he had accompanied Xue Tao and others. Shaking his head at the petty nature of the individual, he followed Li Laosher. "What are you doing associating with that group again?" Li Laosher questioned, a hint of disappointment in his tone. "Is the school turning a blind eye to their actions? Do you not realize what they have been up to lately? I have observed them harassing our 8th graders. It is intolerable. I spoke with them today, and while I did not resort to violence, do I look like someone who engages in fights?" Zhang Yu simply smiled in response. "The school has convened a meeting to address this issue. It will be resolved in the coming days. However, this does not concern you directly. You have worked hard to improve your grades, and we cannot afford any setbacks in these crucial months." Li Laosher's concern for Zhang Yu was evident, and upon learning the reason for his predicament, he could not bring himself to criticize further. Instead, he found a newfound appreciation for the boy, his discontent toward Lu Jiang growing. "Since you assert that the school will handle it, I shall refrain from intervening. Rest assured, I will not squander my time and energy on them," Zhang Yu assured him before returning to class. As he passed by Li Qiaoyan's desk, her eyes reflected anxiety and inquiry. He offered her a reassuring smile as he walked by. "Disappointed, are we?" Zhang Yu deliberately approached Lu Jiang, uttering a few words before departing. Lu Jiang, incensed, refrained from retaliating, pondering that surely the class teacher would address the matter. He could not understand how Zhang Yu appeared unfazed by the situation. What Lu Jiang failed to realize was that many girls in the class had shifted their opinions of Zhang Yu following this incident, believing that it was his confrontation with the troublemakers that had led to their disappearance. Yet, Zhang Yu was disinclined to clarify matters. People's attitudes toward Lu Jiang had turned scornful, perceiving him as arrogant and ineffectual when it truly mattered. Many students observed that when fights broke out near the school gates, those who walked alongside Zhang Yu felt a sense of reassurance, while the so-called formidable figures instinctively distanced themselves. For a time, a number of girls in the class eagerly awaited the opportunity to walk with Zhang Yu, even if it were just a short distance of a few hundred meters. Days passed swiftly and monotonously. Despite Zhang Yu's robust physique, he felt a weariness creeping in. He could not help but reminisce about his past self during this year. Struggling to keep up, yearning to learn but finding it an arduous endeavor, enduring a painful existence that somehow felt less exhausting than his current plight. The prospect of 3 more years of high school loomed before him, inducing a headache. That night, as Zhang Yu awoke in the middle of the night to use the restroom, he heard a voice. It was Li Qiaoyan. "What is the matter?" Zhang Yu noticed Li Qiaoyan clutching her abdomen and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just need to use the restroom," Li Qiaoyan replied. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she cast her gaze downward. In this era, the girls working in the mines had no real nightwear, merely donning their everyday clothes. Zhang Yu observed her silently before retreating into his own room. Once he entered, Li Qiaoyan sighed in relief and hurried to the bathroom. Yet the anguish etched on her face was unmistakable. Zhang Yu returned to his bedroom, retrieving milk and red dates. He had purchased the red dates alongside the milk, aware that they were beneficial for replenishing vitality. Although he was currently experiencing considerable irritability, the intense physical exertion he engaged in daily necessitated some form of nourishment. He had contemplated buying goji berries, but ultimately dismissed the idea, recalling that after turning 30 in his previous life, he had become overly fixated on various health teas and goji berries. The red date milk tea required fewer ingredients, so he prepared a simple concoction of milk and red dates. When Li Qiaoyan emerged from the restroom, she was greeted by the sight of steaming milk infused with red dates on the table. "Drink it while it's warm. It's good for your body. Otherwise, tonight might be quite challenging for you. Good night," Zhang Yu remarked, glancing at her before retreating again. However, as he entered, he noticed Li Qiaoyan holding her waist with a pallid expression, a flicker of concern passing through him. Li Qiaoyan stood there in silence, her gaze fixated on the warm drink, her heart awash with unexplainable feelings, her face ablaze. The following day in class, her perception of Zhang Yu had shifted significantly. "Yanzi, how are you today? You seem much better," Wan Ling quietly commented. "Yes, I felt better after drinking some warm water last night," Li Qiaoyan replied, her voice soft as she looked down. Yet, her mind was preoccupied with the question of how Zhang Yu knew she was unwell. Furthermore, the milk mixed with red dates had a hint of sweetness and was quite enjoyable. After drinking it, she felt a warm comfort in her belly, and she had awakened feeling considerably improved. How did he comprehend such things? Her elder sister, who had just begun university this year, had only advised her to drink brown sugar water when feeling unwell. She had been too lazy to prepare it the previous night due to the late hour. She was beset by countless questions but felt unable to voice them, yet her heart fluttered with sweetness. All these moments were mere embellishments of life. The primary focus remained on studies, whether at home or school, under the guidance of teachers and alongside classmates. Every day was filled with learning. Amidst the monotony of academic pursuits, the warming weather began to stir a sense of restlessness. The spirits of everyone were dimmed, especially in the Jinbei region, where spring offered no promise of blooming flowers, but instead, one day brought sandstorms, the next snow, followed by mild weather, and then back to winter coats. The unpredictable shifts in weather were a source of turmoil for the students. Yet, regardless of the anxiety or frustration, they could only scratch their heads and continue working through exercises. Teachers would not offer solace, as they too rose early and rested late. Teacher Li had endured several bouts of high fever without taking a break, her appearance a stark contrast to that of the students in the regular classes, who would frolic and play at the end of each lesson, living in distinctly separate worlds. Particularly, some classmates have already made preparations to contact private high schools or vocational colleges in the neighboring county. Yet, each day, at the appointed hour, one individual continues to run on the playground, regardless of the weather. This daily ritual remains unchanged. Some peers attempt to join him in his pursuit, but few manage to persist. In the eyes of many, they still resemble children. Perhaps this is why numerous students from Class 8 turn their heads to gaze at Zhang Yu as he runs, gradually finding tranquility within themselves. This includes her as well. Before the dawn breaks each day, the sound of reading emanates from the classroom. Within a single floor, two distinct worlds emerge, aside from these two classes. In the remaining 7, many students are asleep during morning self-study, and some who once excelled in their studies now lack the vigor to continue. It is as if those two classes and the others belong to entirely separate realms, inaccessible to one another. Since Zhang Yu's arrival, no one else has dared to enter. Of course, Zhang Yu understands clearly that while being in a top-tier experimental class has its advantages, it also bears disadvantages. This is an issue inherent to the educational system, one he cannot alter. In the future, such circumstances are likely to become even more challenging, as the changes in class structure may become insurmountable barriers. In this current era, education and the college entrance examination still hold substantial value, unlike the myriad examinations of later generations. During the recent holiday, Zhang Yu continued to practice martial arts on weekends, dedicating the rest of his time to studying. His relationship with his family has transformed into one of remarkable harmony, devoid of incessant nagging and anger. Instead, a peaceful environment now fosters his academic pursuits. Unbeknownst to him, May has arrived, and with just a month and a half remaining until the high school entrance examination, the monthly test has concluded once more. With results posted in the bulletin board, everyone quietly examines their scores and rankings, no longer concerned with others. Ultimately, the achievements of others are irrelevant to oneself. However, Zhang Yu's score has risen to 6th in the entire school, attracting the attention of many classmates. Yet, he focuses intently on Li Qiaoyan's result, 19th place. A smile of satisfaction graces his face as he thinks, "Keep it up, we shall meet at Yizhong." Li Qiaoyan, seeing her score finally improve, feels a surge of happiness. She gazes at Zhang Yu's retreating figure, pouts, and smiles. Chapter 14. The High School Entrance Examination. June. In the final mock monthly examination, Zhang Yu achieves 5th place, and Teacher Li appears to acknowledge him, offering a rare smile. Many students from Class 3, upon seeing him, merely nod in recognition, choosing not to elaborate further. Perhaps this is the nature of reality. Zhang Yu also nods in silence. Everyone seems anxious, with only 20 days remaining until the entrance examination. On this particular day, Zhang Yu forgoes his usual run, opting instead for a leisurely stroll on the playground, his heart enveloped in calm. He recognizes that he has hit a plateau, feeling as though his progress in martial arts has stagnated over the past few months. Yet, he knows that haste is unwarranted. It feels as if destiny has woven itself into the fabric of his life, awaiting the outcome of this pivotal examination, his first significant hurdle since returning. What is this hurdle? It embodies the regrets that accompany one throughout life, the lingering melancholy from 2 years of depression, which will evoke discomfort and an inability to let go in the decades to come. It is the look of disappointment and despair from one's father, the admonishments of a mother who wishes for better, and the physical ailments that seem to have originated from this very moment. This is when the transformation began, a determination to show all those who once looked down upon oneself. Yet, deep down, one understands that life is not lived for the perceptions of others, but rather to cultivate self-respect and pride, which is, in fact, the reason for the plateau in progress. There exists a profound feeling, a strong conviction, that following the entrance examination, both one's skills and physicality will undergo a significant metamorphosis. This will become one's greatest asset in a future world that promises to be different. Now, each of you has your respective examination venue. Ensure you have your admission tickets and do not misplace them. Furthermore, prepare 2 pens. Do not find yourself in a predicament with a broken pen while the teacher speaks at the podium, for the examination is merely 2 days away. The testing sites are located in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th schools of the Mining Bureau. Zhang Yu could not help but recall that in his previous life, he had taken the exam at the 1st school, and here he was again. Observing the teacher at the podium, tirelessly reiterating various instructions, Zhang Yu found him unexpectedly endearing. However, as the lecture continued, many students had reddened eyes, and several girls were in tears. Even Teacher Li appeared to have swollen eyes. Remember to set your alarms, and avoid eating recklessly in the next 2 days at the Mining Bureau. Well, after all that, your classes for the 3rd year have officially concluded. I shall not prolong my words. Once you have gathered your belongings, you may return home. I hope for each of you to achieve excellent results. When we meet next to discuss your scores, I wish to see you all at the 1st school. Farewell. Teacher Li, being a male instructor, managed to restrain his emotions and swiftly exited. Only Zhang Yu noticed the glimmer of a tear in the corner of Teacher Li's eye as he hurried away. Some girls had already laid their heads down on their desks. Zhang Yu remained silent, quietly collecting his books, gazing at the towering stack of books on his desk. A reflection consumed him. In his previous life during the 3rd year, his desk was also cluttered with books, yet they remained largely untouched. In this life, he had perused these volumes countless times. It became evident that he had indeed changed. He had not seen Li Qiaoyan, who had checked out the previous night, mentioning that her mother and sister would assist her in moving today. Her sister had taken a leave of absence from school to accompany her during the examination. By noon, Zhang Yu had already packed his belongings and carried them home, only to be met with his father's scolding, who had promised to accompany him after work. Zhang Yu merely smiled and replied, "Dad, you should rest." The final day did not include evening study sessions, and school concluded at 5 o'clock. Most parents had arrived. As the belongings of 3rd-year students were numerous, the sheer volume of books alone was considerable, especially for those renting nearby. Zhang Denzhang awaited his son, reflecting on how Zhang Yu had never once visited during his 3 years in junior high. The last time he accompanied his son to rent a house, the school gate had been locked. Today, however, he was greeted by the sight of Zhang Yu's name on the honor roll, proudly displayed for all to see. A smile broke across his face, radiating joy and pride. He lit a cigarette, casting a glance at a fellow parent nearby. "Ah, Denzhang, your son is also taking the high school entrance exam," the other parent remarked, recognizing him as a familiar face from the mine. "Yes. You're here to pick up your child as well?" Denzhang replied. "Indeed. How did your son fare in the last monthly exam?" "My child is a bit frustrating. Ranked only 30th in the entire school, which means he can only attend a 2nd-tier school. Yet, we shall see if he has a chance to enter the 1st tier," the man stated, his demeanor humble but with an underlying air of arrogance. Denzhang recalled a conversation from over a year ago, where a colleague had mentioned that he had 2 sons. The elder was doing well, receiving extra tutoring at the Mines Bureau, while the younger struggled academically. "My son isn't bad. He's ranked 5th in the school. By all accounts, he should have no trouble entering the 1st-tier school," Denzhang replied nonchalantly as he took a drag from his cigarette. "5th? Which rank is your son? The man suddenly felt the heat of the cigarette burning his lips as he glanced toward Zhang Yu's name on the board. He thought to himself, could it be the same name? He hesitated, wanting to feign a compliment, but ultimately remained silent, finding the smoke harsh on his throat. Your mother has already gone to the mine bureau. This time, your brother is taking the exam at the second-tier school and will stay on campus during the examination period. Your mother went to check on him. Tomorrow, I will take you to the mine bureau to familiarize yourself with the school and examination venue. You will be staying at your aunt's house, Dinshang said as he casually took a backpack from Zhang Yu's hands. All right. I was planning to go the day after tomorrow anyway. Zhang Yu thought to himself, it's just an entrance exam. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. What was my brother's score in the last monthly exam? I didn't ask. Zhang Yu shifted the conversation to his brother, Zhang Chong. Still around 550 points. I'm not sure of the exact ranking. The first-tier school is out of reach now. We shall see about the second tier, he replied. Tomorrow, I will take you there. I have to work during your exam days. After you finish, you can return home with your mother and brother. Sounds good, Zhang Yu agreed. That evening, after dinner, Zhang Yu set aside his books and went to rest. The following day, he visited his aunt's house and then went to the first-tier school to familiarize himself with the examination venue. Today was solely for acclimatization. He couldn't enter tomorrow. In a past life, he had little interaction with his relatives, even though he had stayed there. Zhang Yu held a deep respect for them. He did not encounter Zhang Chong, who would be at their aunt's place for the next few days, as their mother could care for both sons since the first-tier and second-tier schools were adjacent. The next day, Zhang Yu mentioned he would go for a stroll. He wandered down a famous street near the mine bureau, known for its internet cafes. Upon returning, Zhang Yu removed the headphones from Zhang Chong, who was engrossed in his game, and looked at him expressionlessly. What do you want? Zhang Chong asked, feeling a surge of anxiety as he glanced around to see if their parents were present. Upon realizing they were not, he relaxed slightly. What does it matter to you? He retorted, preparing to put his headphones back on. Zhang Yu swiftly lifted Zhang Chong by his collar. What are you doing? Releasing his grip, Zhang Yu forcefully pushed Zhang Chong out of the internet cafe. Zhang Chong stumbled, nearly losing his balance. What are you doing? He shouted in anger, ready to throw a punch. Yet, he suddenly realized that Zhang Yu now towered over him, and that seemingly frail physique exuded an air of danger. He couldn't help but acknowledge that he was no longer a match for him. Zhang Yu remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze in his direction. Recognizing the futility of confrontation, Zhang Chong turned away in resignation, uttering no further words. Take care and do well on your exams, a distant voice echoed, as the rays of the setting sun illuminated Zhang Yu's face, casting a long shadow of Zhang Chong behind him. He recalled having read in novels that one might encounter beautiful women during exams. Glancing around, he indeed spotted several, yet felt it prudent not to engage, prioritizing his studies instead. The thought of being beaten outside the school gates was unappealing. As the formal examination commenced, Zhang Yu found himself back in the familiar environment of the first high school after several decades. A myriad of emotions surged within him. Over the past year, his mindset had remarkably improved. The gloom that once enveloped him had dissipated, replaced by a newfound vigor and vitality. He felt rejuvenated, almost youthful again. Seated in the center of the classroom, he prepared to begin the exam. Following the prescribed time, he set to work with remarkable focus. Each question and answer flowed from his mind with the precision of a computer, the results of his diligence and spirit manifesting clearly. The exam, once a daunting challenge, now felt like a series of manageable hurdles, leading him towards a smooth path ahead. Gu Yinshu, who had studied at the first high school since junior high, was well acquainted with the pressures of examinations. Her academic performance was consistently impressive, even attracting the attention of several high school teachers vying for her favor. With a privileged background, progressive parents, outstanding grades, and striking beauty, she had always been regarded as a prodigy. As she entered the examination hall for her entrance exam, the pressure felt minimal. She noticed many boys casting glances in her direction, a phenomenon she found completely normal. However, upon entering the exam room, a tall boy caught her attention. He appeared somewhat slender, yet had an admirable physique, albeit with slightly small eyes. Why was she observing him so closely? It seemed he had surveyed the room upon entry, pausing for a few seconds when his gaze met hers. Yet, there was something different about his look. It was devoid of discomfort, almost appreciative. After a brief smile and a shake of his head, he turned away. When the final bell signaling the end of the last exam rang, Zhang Yu laid down his paper after the final review, sitting quietly with closed eyes before opening them once more. He calmly gathered his admission ticket and stationery, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. As she smiled and made way, everyone streamed out one after another. When Gu Shuyun was exiting, she accidentally bumped into Zhang Yu. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Yu smiled and stepped aside, gesturing for her to go first. She returned his smile and walked out, only to grimace in pain once she had gone a considerable distance. That little collision had left her quite sore. She vowed to return one day, huffing in frustration. With the conclusion of the examination, the junior high school journey officially came to an end. This examination marked the beginning of a pivotal juncture in life. After this, not pursuing further education would not constitute an infraction, as compulsory education had concluded. Parents who had relinquished their aspirations would no longer intervene. The decision to study or not lay solely with their children. For families in favorable circumstances, if a child struggled academically, they might opt for a vocational school, while those unwilling to concede could invest in a high school education. Conversely, families facing financial hardships would prepare their children for labor. Of course, most would remain local. In the rural areas of Jinbei, children seldom ventured far from their parents. Securing a spot in the first or second high school was a source of pride for both families and individuals. At this moment, aspirations for the college entrance examination brimmed with hope and anticipation. Gaining admission to the third or fourth high school was merely a grudging concession, and the future thereafter depended on one's own fortune. For vocational schools, the same held true. For Zhang Yu, this was merely the beginning. He was determined to succeed in this examination, and he knew that post-examination, he must prepare for the next phase. "How did you fare?" was the first inquiry from his mother, Lu Yun, upon seeing him. "I should be fine at the first high school," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "What about you?" she asked, turning her gaze toward Zhang Chong, who was approaching. "I should be fine at the second high school." As the trio took the bus home, Lu Yun wore a delighted smile, indicating that they would dine out that afternoon, as Zhang Deng had already been waiting at the station. That evening, the family planned to enjoy a meal at the Jubin building. Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Chong and shook his head inwardly, knowing that barring unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Chong would likely not make the cut. He contemplated change, but his brother seemed impervious to it. The day before the exam, Zhang Chong had merely sought to test his luck, as in a past life. He had learned from conversations with Zhang Chong that both before the junior and college entrance examinations, he frequented internet cafes. He had hoped, after their previous discussion, that Zhang Chong would refrain from going, yet it proved futile. On his way to the internet cafe, he harbored a fervent wish to avoid encountering him, only to find him immersed in a game at the cafe. At that moment, Zhang Yu felt an intense surge of anger. It was anger fueled by the expectations their parents had placed on Zhang Chong. Yet, at that juncture, he could say nothing, only hoping that their parents could find joy, even if just for a few days, before the results were revealed. Zhang Yu couldn't help but reflect on the hopelessness of his past life, where all family aspirations rested upon Zhang Chong, culminating in a disheartening outcome. "If you both gain admission, I'm prepared to set up a computer at home," he thought. "You can watch movies or play games during weekends and holidays." During their meal, Zhang Deng expressed his joy. Zhang Chong grinned, contemplating that if there were a computer at home, he could save a considerable sum of money and enjoy gaming within the comforts of his abode. Zhang Yu merely smiled in silence, preoccupied with the thought that this money would ultimately be allocated for his school selection fee. In truth, he should be focused on preventing Zhang Chong from attending that school from his previous life. Chapter 15. Preparing for snow before the rain, the private high school in the neighboring county had once basked in glory. Led by a principal who had previously been the head of a prestigious institution, Zhang Chong invested 7,000 yuan, an immense sum in that era. Zhang Yu had spent 9,000 in his past life, which had severely strained their family's finances. Within a year of their attendance, the esteemed principal, embroiled in a conflict with the chairman, departed along with several distinguished teachers. Consequently, both the school's management and academic performance plummeted. In the college entrance examination that year, only 3 students managed to qualify for the second-tier universities and none for the first tier. What was the purpose of this institution? Moreover, the cafeteria was indescribably dreadful, resulting in severe gastrointestinal issues for both Zhang Yu and Zhang Chong throughout those 3 years. By the second year of Zhang Yu's enrollment, the school lowered its selection fee significantly. During their senior year, admission was no longer based on academic performance, regardless of how poor the results were. One could enroll for merely 500 yuan per semester. Academic achievement had lost its significance. Eventually, when Zhang Yu entered the workforce, that school had ceased to exist, while many contemporaneous schools continued to thrive. Such unfortunate circumstances must be avoided at all costs. Zhang Yu had previously realized that speaking at home bore no fruit. Once his results came in and he gained admission to a top school, he advised his family against sending Zhang Chong to that institution. Attending it would be futile. It was better to spend less money. Later, discreetly tell Dad that you wish to go online. He surely won team mind during dinner, Zhang Chong suggested to Zhang Yu. During their second year of junior high, Zhang Chong had conveyed this idea to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu indeed broached the subject with Zhang Deng, who handed him 10 yuan. Having lived openly and honestly since childhood, Zhang Yu preferred watching movies and reading novels over gaming, which reassured Zhang Deng, who then consented to provide the money for a visit to the internet cafe. Zhang Chong remained silent at that moment. That night, when Zhang Yu went out with friends, Zhang Chong stealthily followed him. Zhang Deng did not give him any money, and Zhang Chong did not dare to ask. By 2 in the morning, exhaustion overwhelmed Zhang Yu, who pulled 2 chairs together and dozed off, while Zhang Chong played throughout the night. The following morning, when Zhang Deng inquired about Zhang Yu's experience, he replied that he would never again pull an all-nighter. Not only had he slept poorly, but he also awoke with a dreadful headache. Zhang Yu muttered a couple of words to Zhang Chong before falling silent, leaving him with a perplexed expression. Since the internet cafe was directly across the street from Juyin Building, when the family prepared to return home after dinner, Zhang Chong discreetly ventured to the cafe. Everyone was aware of his actions, but chose to remain silent. Though Zhang Deng felt an urge to reprimand him, he refrained, knowing it was inappropriate right after exams. However, a shadow loomed over him. Could such indulgence truly lead to acceptance at the second-tier school? Even if he succeeded, what would happen when he was no longer nearby? What about the college entrance examination? Lu Yun, however, was not particularly anxious after the examinations. She felt free to indulge in leisure. Zhang Yu walked home alongside his father in silence, the railway tracks extending beside them. Lu Yun was at a loss regarding the situation. The summer nights were warm, not as stiflingly humid as those in the southern regions. Indeed, Zhang Yu had an aversion to winter and preferred summer. In sunlit areas, the heat could be unbearable, yet the shaded spots offered a delightful respite. Furthermore, due to Jinbei's geographic position on the second tier and its location in the leeward side of the Mongolian plateau, even during summer, the temperature difference between day and night could exceed 10 degrees, making it necessary to cover oneself with a blanket at night, which was truly comfortable. Seated at the doorway, Zhang Yu gazed at the stars above, with Hu curled up at his side, presumably exhausted from the day's activities. He reveled in this tranquil moment. His plans for the holiday consisted of practicing martial arts and setting up a stall, which, for Zhang Yu, sufficed at present. He once aspired to train with Master Lu, drawn by the allure of martial arts or perhaps the inherent ambition of manhood, without any specific expectations of mastery. However, a year of practice unveiled a different world, captivating him and revealing the arduous nature of the journey, making it impossible for him to relinquish his pursuit. This holiday also offered the opportunity to earn some money by operating a stall during the evenings. Now that he was in high school and away from his parents, it was time to take on responsibilities and amass some capital. By day, he intended to refine the framework of his novel for submission, which would serve as his initial funds. As for everything else, patience was required. The current era was not akin to the internet age of the future. People were perpetually occupied, devoid of leisure, unable to savor the tranquility within. Master, I have been training for over a year now, and you have been teaching me diligently. When shall I formally apprentice with you and learn about our sect? Zhang Yu inquired after completing his morning practice, sitting beside Master Lu. In this day and age, what is the significance of formal apprenticeship? If you possess talent and insight, that suffices. Achieving some level of skill is all that matters. The concept of apprenticeship has lost its meaning. As for our sect, it no longer pertains to you, nor to me. I will teach you the 8 extremes, and gradually, in the coming years, I will introduce you to some aspects of the 8 trigrams. By then, your Master's wife will guide you. Once you graduate from high school, our paths will likely diverge. Should you wish to see me again, a visit home during the holidays will suffice. Master Lu, smoking and watching the sky, exhaled slowly, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Once, when Zhang Yu visited during a holiday, Master Lu was inebriated and asleep in the back room. He exchanged a few words with Master Lu's wife, who recounted that their generation had trained in martial arts from a young age. Yet the era they were born into was far from favorable. Both Master Lu and his peers had faced various forms of persecution, which left deep emotional scars. Later, as adults, Master Lu had gone south to participate in the war, earning some accolades. Yet due to his temperament, he ultimately transitioned to civilian life, returning home with a penchant for alcohol. However, his drinking was merely a means to sleep, and he often lamented the utility of his martial skills after a bout of heavy drinking. The master's wife practiced bagwazang, having frequently engaged with her teacher and his companions in her youth, eventually being taken away by him. During her formative years, she experienced a tumultuous period. As a young adult, she witnessed societal upheaval and later ventured south, ultimately returning to her homeland. Due to various historical circumstances, the couple did not place significant emphasis on nurturing their children, and with both sons displaying a lack of interest, their efforts waned further. When Zhang Yu sought guidance, Master Lu initially intended to impart merely a few techniques, akin to casually entertaining a pet. To his surprise, Zhang Yu's innate talent and increasingly robust physique led him to realize that this skill must not be squandered. It deserved to be passed down. Furthermore, Zhang Yu's improving academic performance fueled this desire, as typically, those excelling in studies do not resort to using their martial prowess for conflict. This alleviated the pressure, ensuring that Zhang Yu would not find himself in troublesome situations due to his skills, which might prompt parental intervention. When Zhang Yu inquired about the martial lineage, the master's wife fell silent, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. However, Zhang Yu later pondered and began to understand. Both the master and his wife were in their 50s, and retirement loomed for the master within a couple of years. Born in the 60s, they had faced severe criticism during their youth, and as they matured, they encountered profound societal transformations that rendered their past survival methods obsolete. In the South, while martial skills proved useful, the nature of modern warfare diminished their efficacy. In the throes of youthful exuberance, after military service, they returned to a society where selling tea eggs held more value than developing atomic bombs. Thus, they resumed their quiet lives, with both sons disinterested in martial arts, leading the couple to gradually embrace a state of tranquility. The decision to refrain from formally apprenticing Zhang Yu and withholding information about the martial lineage likely stemmed from a desire to disengage from such matters. Their focus remained solely on teaching, steering clear of involving Zhang Yu in the chaotic world of the martial arts community. Zhang Yu was aware that Master Lu occasionally attended gatherings in the past couple of years, though he eventually lost interest in such social events. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu exhibited no desire to partake. His focus remained on diligent practice and filial devotion. Yet, moments of joy persisted. Despite Master Lu's proud demeanor, Zhang Yu recognized that his presence brought happiness to the master each weekend he returned home. Furthermore, he learned from his mother, Lu Yun, that Zhang Dengzhao frequently spent time conversing with Master Lu, even though he abstained from alcohol. Zhang Dengzhao often brought wine and prepared meals, inviting Master Lu and his wife to dine with him. Zhang Yu understood that his transformation and academic achievements encouraged Zhang Dengzhao to believe that studying martial arts with Master Lu held merit. Consequently, their bond naturally flourished. In the previous life, after relocating, he had not seen Master Lu and his wife again. However, in this life, Zhang Yu comprehended the significance of their connection. Regardless of what the future held, he would never forget it. Sitting at his writing desk, he retrieved the framework he had crafted over the past few months. Given his age, penning a different genre seemed inappropriate. Thus, he resolved to write a coming-of-age novel. In May of this year, Shaoxi's River was published, having been serialized in his magazine the previous November and subsequently released by Changjiang Literature and Art Publishing House. In June, one could observe that every girl in other classes possessed a copy. It is rather embarrassing to admit that in my previous life, I also found it quite captivating. Nowadays, this trend of pain literature has become prevalent. However, Zhang Yu harbors a deep aversion to narrative elements such as abortion. Romance is acceptable, but such distasteful scenes are not. Given that the target audience is primarily adolescents, this approach is inappropriate. The overarching framework revolves around adolescent love, transitioning from the innocence of middle school to the complexities of high school romance, interspersed with other characters. Is love not devoid of reason? Following this, the narrative explores the separation during university and their eventual reunion post-graduation, complemented by a touch of domineering character tropes. A novel encompassing approximately 300,000 words would suffice, with a conclusion that is not excessively tragic, providing a sweet resolution instead. Having consumed countless television shows and novels in my previous life, crafting a story of this nature does not seem overly daunting. The title would be Before the Rain, Snow in Early Spring. The title draws inspiration from the ancient verse The Willow Filaments Play Gently, penned by the relatively obscure Song Dynasty poet Wang Pang, whose father was renowned, being the same Wang Ungshi associated with the historical reforms. This ancient poem encapsulates deep yearning. The complete verse reads, Willow filaments play gently, mist threads weave sorrow. The begonia has yet to rain, the pear blossoms precede the snow, half of spring rests. Now, past events are hard to revisit, dreams return to Qin Tower. Yearning resides solely on the lilac branches, atop the cardamom tips. Reading classical poetry is always so beautiful and subtle. Thus, the chosen title resonates with the book's essence, reflecting the journey from youthful affection to the myriad joys and sorrows of adulthood, all stemming from a single emotion. One can relinquish everything, yet cannot let go of you. The incessant longing evokes memories of past beauty, lamenting the inability to reverse time, regretting the emptiness left behind, with yearning residing on lilac branches and lingering on cardamom tips. Time is the greatest and most challenging matter, yet love remains unfazed. Of course, due to my lack of renown, I will need to submit it to various publishers for editorial review. Many contemporary editors are cultured individuals. Perhaps they will pause to glance at this title, and the narrative should not pale in comparison to the current popular works. Thus, these are the three endeavors of my holiday: practicing in the morning, writing in the afternoon, and continuing my stall in the evening. This time, besides socks, I also offer t-shirts, jeans, and stockings, primarily focusing on women's clothing with men's apparel as a secondary offering. After all, it is a well-known fact that it is easier to earn money from girls. Relying on men's clothing would surely lead to starvation. Consequently, in the evening basketball court, illuminated by lights, and the night market, Zhang Yu's stall enjoys the most prosperous business among the vendors, as his clothing designs are invariably more appealing than others. Nearby, some women express their displeasure but find themselves powerless. There are even those who feel uncomfortable and approach Zhang Yu for protection fees, which he is prepared to confront. However, little did he anticipate that night. Master Lu and a friend were drinking at the night market. Master Lu had long noticed Zhang Yu but chose not to approach. His keen perception sensed something amiss, and he exchanged a few words with his friend. After that, nothing transpired, for this friend of Master Lu was the head of security, returning from the south with him. In everyday life, he is quite formidable, yet he displays great courtesy in the presence of Master Lu. Later, the Master's wife remarked that Master Lu had carried him down from the battlefield. Subsequently, those ruffians no longer dared to entertain any ill intentions. Zhang Yu observed Master Lu drinking and merely chuckled to himself. This master was indeed worth his recognition. Brother, that young lad is your apprentice, Directorin, who clinked glasses with Master Lu. I assure you, in a few years, his skills will undoubtedly surpass mine in my youth. The key is, do not be deceived by his street vending. His academic performance places him in the top 10 of the school, having just completed the high school entrance examination. He is merely out here selling goods to pass the time. Master Lu felt a sense of pride, although he often wore a stern face toward Zhang Yu. He was quite boastful when conversing with others. Such prowess. The top 10 in our mining school are all exceptional students, and who knows? Director and might even qualify for the experimental class at the first high school, he remarked, astonished, for he had assumed that the young man had ceased his studies. Hence the mere nod of acknowledgement. After all, what era are we in? What use is there in neglecting education? Relying solely on martial skills cannot sustain one's livelihood. Master Lu took a drag from his cigarette, reflecting, I never expected that this young man, though not overweight, is quite tall and spirited. You see how those young ladies are drawn to him. Ah, if he were to attend the first high school, he would be in the same institution as my daughter. Director and suddenly mused. Is your daughter starting high school this year? Indeed, she has just completed her entrance exams. During that time, my spouse went to the mining bureau to focus on her studies, and I only return home every few days. The child has been studying at the second middle school of the mining bureau, so she should be able to qualify. However, to be on the safe side, I shared a meal with the vice principal of the first high school. It should be fine, Director and expressed with a sense of resignation. Director and observed the elder brother's expression, which displayed a hint of helplessness. Yet, those ruffians lurking at the corner of the night market were even more unfortunate, for they were well aware of who Director and was. He was known for his mercilessness. Who could have anticipated encountering him today? Zhang Yu had nearly sold out his goods and approached to greet his master. Master, you all enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave now. Just wanted to say hello. Master Lu glanced up. This is your uncle and hello, Uncle Lin. You just took the entrance exams this year. How did you fare? I can't speak for certain until the results are out, but I believe I should be fine. Remember to visit Uncle and when you attend the mining bureau for your studies. As they parted, this phrase lingered. Master, who is Uncle Lin? Do not mind him. Just visit him when you study at the mining bureau. I will tell you where he lives then. Chapter 16. Results announcement at the first high school in the blink of an eye. The day of result announcements approached. Indeed, tomorrow the results would be revealed. In this age, there were no online result checks, and few families possessed computers. Zhang Yu planned to go to school to check the results tomorrow, as did Zhang Chang. For the past 20 days, Zhang Yu's life had been remarkably orderly, while Zhang Chang had indulged in a more carefree lifestyle, frequently using the excuse of visiting classmates to spend his days at the internet cafe. Zhang Yu once inquired about the source of his money, but Zhang Chang paid him no mind. It was clear, however, it was merely savings accumulated from a year of frugality while studying at the mining bureau. Then, one ought to procure a membership at the internet cafe, as the online fees would be considerably reduced. Once the results are out, one can use the telephone at the school entrance to call home and inform the workplace. This was what Zhang Deng said to Zhang Yu and Zhang Chang before commencing work this morning. The descent down the mountain remains unchanged, as do the train tracks. The roaring train, with each open carriage laden with coal, produces a cacophony of sound. In a previous life, one had long grown accustomed to walking alongside. Yet in this life, the experience is far less familiar. The noise reverberates painfully in the ears. Walking beside it, one yearns for the train to pass swiftly. The state of mind is no longer the same, differing entirely from the sentiments of the previous year and the emotions felt when checking results in a past existence. Yet, it is still brimming with hope. Third in the entire school, at Yizhong. Zhang Yu stood before the announcement board, smiling, a smile filled with gratitude. However, he soon resumed scanning the list of results. Li Xiaoyan, 19th place, at Yizhong. He let out a long sigh of relief and congratulated the excited Li Xiaoyan, saying, "Congratulations. See you at Yizhong." Li Xiaoyan looked at Zhang Yu's smile, her joy intensifying. The corners of her mouth curled upward, and the dimples on her cheeks radiated youthful exuberance. "Congratulations to you as well. Third in the school, 12th in the entire mining bureau. You are truly impressive." Li Xiaoyan expressed her congratulations first, then responded. After speaking, she cast a cheerful glance at Zhang Yu before heading to comfort Wan Ling, who was going to Erzhong. Lu Jiang felt quite displeased. Despite achieving his best score in the third year of junior high, placing 8th in the school, he still fell short of Zhang Yu. The crucial point was that his 8th place in the school translated to over 90 in the entire mining bureau. Huang Lele from Erzhong, Han Li, 20th in the school, at Yizhong. He Bing, 6th in the school, at Yizhong. They were supposed to be among the happiest individuals, yet upon seeing Zhang Yu's results, they all fell silent. Particularly, just a few days prior, when they had played basketball, they noticed Zhang Yu still at his stall, yet the desire to mock him had vanished. For now, Zhang Yu was no longer someone they could easily ridicule. Following the announcement of the results, this sentiment was even more pronounced. Of course, Huang Lele felt an even deeper bitterness. After having enjoyed such a carefree time in junior high, she was the only one going to Erzhong, which troubled her heart even more. "Let us visit Teacher Lu in a couple of days. We ought to have a good conversation," Han Li suggested. As her home was quite close to Teacher Lu's, the others readily agreed and turned to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu merely glanced quietly at them before stepping aside. Han Li opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Lu Jiang scoffed. "What are you two doing?" Zhang Yu approached Hosey and Lao Han and inquired. "I'm going to study at the experimental school in the southern suburbs, starting with the third year of junior high, then a year of tutoring," Hosey replied. His mood less than cheerful. Zhang Yu knew that Hosey later attended the experimental tutoring, and his studies seemed to improve, though they never met again. "As for me, I'm not continuing. I'm just going to linger for now. My family says they are preparing to arrange for me to enlist in the army in the coming years," Lao Han said nonchalantly. "Let us keep in touch." Hosey noted that the southern suburbs were close to the mining bureau, so they could help each other out if necessary. "Lao Han, if you really do enlist, remember to write." "Sure, I'll write. But really, who writes letters these days?" Zhang Yu laughed. "We've been thoroughly beaten in basketball." Li Ming suddenly ran over. grabbing Zhang Yu and pulling him away. Li Ming was the 15th in the school. In the same institution, yet Li Ming belonged to Class 1. He had called Zhang Yu to play basketball a few times and was aware of Zhang Yu's formidable skills. "What's the matter?" Zhang Yu inquired. "Don't even mention it." Li Ming replied. "Wang Laosher's son from the second year has just completed his high school entrance examination. Today, he came with his father, and reportedly, he ranked 20th among all candidates in the mining bureau. He just played basketball with us and utterly dominated." Li Ming was visibly anxious. "Isn't today the announcement of the results?" "He isn't from our school, is he?" "He is from the experimental high school. Their junior high department notified the successful candidates last night." Zhang Yu recalled the individual on the court. After the previous year's examination, Lu Jiang and the others had played full-court basketball, where a teacher's child had overwhelmed them. This memory lingered in Lu Jiang's mind as one of his impressions of checking his exam results. Lu Jiang attempted to defend, but was met with a smooth arc of the ball that sailed over his head, a rather humiliating moment on the court. Yet, there was little he could do about it. "He Bing, come off," Li Ming called during the halftime break, substituting He Bing and another classmate. While Lu Jiang remained on the court with his group. "Zhang Yu, show him who's boss. He is too arrogant." Li Ming vented his frustration to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu glanced over at the individual, who stood around 177 centimeters tall, appearing somewhat similar to himself. He was not unattractive, though Zhang Yu preferred not to look too closely. However, the man's demeanor radiated arrogance, typical of children attending prestigious institutions like the experimental school and the mining bureau. The same tactic was employed again as a ball flew over Zhang Yu's head. Instead of turning around, Zhang Yu leapt, bending backward, extending his arms to seize possession of the ball. Before the opponent could react, Zhang Yu skillfully maneuvered past him and leaped for a three-pointer, making the shot. "Well done," Li Ming exclaimed, giving Zhang Yu a pat and shouting to the others. Wang Li felt disgruntled, believing the skill level of the students was subpar. He had just dominated them, so he couldn't fathom how this player managed to intercept his ball. Surely it was mere luck. However, he was soon intercepted again by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu thought, "Is this guy lacking common sense? He could easily have dribbled past, yet resorts to such a desperate move, typically employed by those of inferior skill or sheer foolishness." Wang Li hesitated to attempt the same strategy, but gradually realized he could not outrun the newcomer. The physical confrontation was proving challenging, and he was already feeling sore, while his opponent appeared unfazed. Lu Jiang, meanwhile, was utterly disheartened. First being outplayed and now reduced to a mere supporting role, as Han Li and the others no longer regarded him. "Zhang Yu is exceptionally skilled. I thought our school's players would be completely overpowered by those from other schools," Huang Lele remarked to Han Li. "Indeed, I never anticipated Zhang Yu's prowess on the court," Han Li mused. "Yanzi, look how impressive Zhang Yu is," Wan Ling teased, watching alongside Li Qiaoyan. "Oh, stop it," Li Qiaoyan replied, slightly embarrassed. The basketball court was alive with back-and-forth exchanges, yet Wang Li remained irked, feeling his spotlight had been stolen, and he fiercely defended against Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu did not engage in solo plays with the ball. Rather, he focused on delivering various assists. Initially, this was unremarkable, yet Wang Li's style of play was utterly humiliating. With a thud, Li Ming fell to the ground, rising in fury to confront Wang Li, demanding to know his intentions. Just moments ago, Li Ming had been poised to shoot when Wang Li collided with him. At that moment, Wang Li raised his hands, disdain etched on his face, proclaiming that if one lacked skill, they should remain silent. "Watch me," he scoffed. Zhang Yu's temper flared, and he swiftly restrained the impulsive Li Ming, whispering in his ear, "Give me the ball." Zhang Yu called out to Lu Jiang, who hesitated to pass it, but with Wang Li advancing, he reluctantly made the pass. "Don't let him shoot a three-pointer," Wang Li instructed his teammates. However, Zhang Yu had no intention of attempting a three. He drove straight into the paint. Wang Li swiftly pursued him, leaving the spectators bewildered, for Zhang Yu rarely penetrated the interior, usually opting for three-point shots and assists. Several defenders failed to obstruct him. As Zhang Yu approached the basket, he leaped with force. Wang Li also jumped to block, but with a resounding crash, he was sent flying. The crowd was left in shock, as none expected to witness such a scene today. Many had only seen such displays on television. Zhang Yu executed a powerful dunk. The ball bounced on the floor as he stood over Wang Li, who wore a flushed expression and clenched fists. "Wow, incredible, Yugo! You are amazing." Li Ming and the others erupted in excitement, astonished to witness a dunk. Zhang Yu, appearing somewhat slender, especially in his white shirt drenched in sweat, accentuated the curves of his physique, revealing hints of his pectoral and abdominal muscles under the sunlight. He had donned a fitted white shirt, paired with tailored jeans and black athletic shoes, and, due to the heat, had rolled up his shirt sleeves. Yet, lacking a tank top, he had no option but to take the court without baring his arms. The nearby female students were momentarily taken aback, wanting to cheer but holding back. Indeed, in this secluded small town, such basketball spectacles were rare. It was only on the day of the high school entrance examination results that crowds gathered to watch. "You, as a student, play basketball with such aggression," remarked Teacher Wang, who had been elated watching his son dominate other students. However, his mood soured when Zhang Yu came into play, having just knocked his son aside, igniting his fury. Of course, he was oblivious to the fact that his son had foolishly attempted to block Zhang Yu. "What is your attitude? I will deal with you," Teacher Wang seethed, as Zhang Yu disregarded him entirely and turned to leave. "You go. Let us head to the first high school and continue to dominate those guys," Li Ming laughed. "All right." Sweat began to trickle down his forehead, but without a towel, he simply wiped it away with his hand. "Here, wipe your sweat," said He Caixia, approaching with a handkerchief. "Thank you," Zhang Yu replied, recognizing his old classmate, and without hesitation, he used the handkerchief to dry his sweat. "Who could have imagined that you would attend No. 1 high school, particularly the experimental class? I could only manage to enroll in number 4 high school," He Caixia remarked wistfully as she gazed at Zhang Yu. "Well, do your best and strive to reclaim your position during the college entrance examination," Zhang Yu responded with a cheerful smile. At that moment, Li Qiaoyan slipped her hands back into her pockets. She had initially intended to approach him to hand over a handkerchief, but upon seeing someone else approach, she halted in her tracks. "I'm going to check on Teacher Shi. Are you coming?" Zhang Yu suddenly inquired of He Caixia. "I want to go," she replied curtly before walking away. In her previous life, during a gathering, it seemed that He Caixia did not hold a favorable impression of Teacher Shi, though the reasons for this remained unclear. In truth, she and T exchanged many words with Teacher Shi, as her interactions with him in this life had not been extensive, leaving them rather unfamiliar with one another. A simple greeting would suffice. Teacher Shi would surely be pleased, but any further conversation might be excessive. Zhang Yu cast a final glance at the school, aware that in a few years, it would cease to exist due to collective demolition. In his previous life, this place had been the source of his nightmares. In this life, it marked the beginning of his journey. He quietly exited the school gates and made his way to the nearby supermarket, paid a yuan, and commenced a phone call. 3rd in the school, 12th in the mining bureau, number 1 high school was not a concern. He called his parents separately. "Denggu, how did your 2 sons perform?" A colleague inquired of Zhang Dingshang. Zhang Dingshang was experiencing a tumultuous mix of emotions. Just an hour earlier, Zhang Chong had called their mother, Lu Yun, to inform her that he had not been accepted into number 2 high school, and regrettably, he had fallen short of the mark for No. 4 high school by mere points. Zhang Chong did not dare call Zhang Dingshang himself. It was Lu Yun who made the call. That day, in the office, all those with children reporting their scores were gathered, particularly disheartened by the sight of some colleagues whose children had been accepted into number 2, number 1, and even the experimental classes. Zhang Dingshang felt a deep sense of bitterness. His fears had materialized. His foremost concern now was Zhang Yu, fearing that something might go awry. Especially in the past 6 months, Zhang Yu's academic performance had been commendable, prompting envy among colleagues. Yet who could genuinely wish for the success of others' children? The wait was interminable, and during this time, Zhang Dingshang felt a twinge of annoyance towards Zhang Yu. Logically, he should have called much sooner. Instead, he sat silently smoking, contemplating whether he should reprimand him upon returning home. The other colleagues noticed the tension but hesitated to speak. All right, splendid, splendid. Why did you only just call?" Zhang Dingshang exclaimed, his joy manifesting in a rare, hearty laugh after many years, before playfully scolding as he ended the call. 3rd in the school, 12th in the mining bureau, not only number 1 high school, but the experimental class is also secure, Zhang Dingshang announced directly to the group. "Congratulations. Denggu, you must treat us all to a meal." "No problem, tomorrow at Jubin restaurant. It's on me," Zhang Dingshang declared, having rarely participated in drinking gatherings due to his abstinence from alcohol. With this joyous news, he decided to host a dinner. Those without children participating in this year's high school entrance examination extended their heartfelt congratulations. Meanwhile, The other colleagues felt a tinge of discomfort at this unfolding situation. Particularly, there was a colleague who invested a considerable sum to enroll his child in a prestigious middle school, hoping to secure a place at a renowned high school. However, despite the effort, the results were disheartening, especially when compared to Zhang Yu's achievements. It is perhaps best not to dwell on those who did not pass. Zhang Dingshang left work early, feeling a mix of joy and sorrow on his way home. He never anticipated that his once promising eldest son would ultimately disappoint him due to an obsession with video games. His second son, initially thought to be hopeless, experienced a sudden awakening in the past year and achieved commendable results, restoring a sense of pride to his father. Lu Yun shed tears at home, grappling with the reality of Zhang Chang's academic performance and the uncertainty of what the future holds. Chapter 17. The unforgettable girl. The atmosphere at home was buoyant that evening, overshadowed only by lingering concerns. In this era, families predominantly reside in multi-story buildings, devoid of the aloofness characteristic of first- and second-tier cities. Neighbors and colleagues frequently cross paths. Comparisons abound: work, workplace, and the success of children. The pressure on Zhang Dingshang, with two sons currently studying, was immense. Among the children residing in the nearby mountains, many participated in the high school entrance examination this year, yet only two succeeded. One was an exceptionally bright girl, a consistent top performer. Yet she surprisingly fell short of Zhang Yu, ranking 14th in her school. Over the past year, Zhang Yu brought considerable honor to his family, allowing Lu Yun to boast about him during her mahjong games. Last summer, Zhang Yu had sold goods at a stall, prompting widespread speculation about his future. Some neighbors remarked that the couple had seemingly resigned themselves to letting their child earn money early. Following the entrance exam, as Zhang Yu continued his nightly stall operations, discussions persisted, with many believing that despite his good academic performance, he would merely attend a second-tier school. However, when the results were announced, the reactions were filled with envy. While outwardly indifferent, they exchanged compliments, yet upon returning home, they were confronted by their own children's lack of motivation and demands for money. When faced with abysmal scores, their frustration was palpable. "What shall we do about Zhang Chang?" Lu Yun lamented, observing her usually reticent son. Zhang Dingshang, smoking a cigarette, cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Chang, tempted to scold him but ultimately refrained upon seeing his son's despondency. Zhang Yu, acutely aware of the situation, could only shake his head in disbelief. He knew without a doubt that Zhang Chang had slipped away early to the internet cafe. After playing, his disappointment upon seeing his scores would likely send him back to the cafe for solace. He returned home late that evening. After a phone call from Chang, "I passed by the basketball court while buying groceries and conversed with a teacher from a neighboring county school known for its excellent educational standards in recent years. However, it was a private institution, and the enrollment fee was a staggering 7,000 yuan. Lu Yun turned to Zhang Dingshang, insisting that regardless, their son must continue his education. She was aware of the growing reputation of the school in recent years. The school selection fee is rather exorbitant, and given the current circumstances, Zhang Dingshang feels an intense frustration brewing within him. It truly is a source of great vexation. However, attending school is essential. What other option is there? Neither the first nor the second high school is viable, and the fourth isn't much better either. Lu Yun, overwhelmed by the situation, spoke with tears streaming down her face. If it must be done, then so be it. Zhang Dingshang pondered for a moment before responding, initially hoping to save the money for a computer for the family. "May I interject?" Zhang Yu suddenly asked. "What does it matter to you?" Lu Yun instinctively retorted, but halted mid-sentence, realizing that the current Zhang Yu was not the same as before. Now, the younger brother could indeed be worth listening to. Having spent considerable time in the neighborhood, he had conversed with various people while setting up his stall. Upon visiting the private high school next door, he discovered it was not as splendid as many imagined. Firstly, the food there was quite subpar. Many who attended experienced various degrees of stomach ailments. After all, private institutions are profit-driven, often subcontracting their services. Our family has sensitive stomachs. My brother often suffers from severe stomach pains after eating, and it would be even worse there. Zhang Yu observed the changing expressions on Lu Yun and Zhang Dingshang's faces before continuing. Moreover, the turnover of teachers in private schools is alarmingly high. I've heard there are 2 new institutions being constructed nearby, soon to begin enrolling students. With the rise of these new schools, teachers will inevitably be poached from one another. Consequently, students may experience multiple teacher changes within a semester, or even a year, particularly detrimental during high school. You all understand that frequent teacher changes are not beneficial for students. As for the truth of my claims, you are welcome to investigate. Zhang Dingshang and Lu Yun, upon hearing Zhang Yu's assertions, found themselves increasingly persuaded. The unfortunate reality is that academic excellence often equates to having a voice. You might think that the regulations there are stringent and that my brother spends little time online. However, consider whether true regulation is feasible, especially with such distance from home. The most crucial point is this. If that school were genuinely exceptional, would it venture into our remote valley for enrollment? Perhaps you are unaware. But each school has regulations regarding the maximum number of students they can admit. Enrollment is not unlimited. To put it plainly, that school is not as admirable as claimed. And recruitment is not as effortless as it seems. They merely seek to collect more tuition fees, which is why they have come to our area. After expressing this, he looked at their parents. In truth, Zhang Dingshang and Lu Yun were largely convinced, as the channels of information were not fluid, and they could not dismiss Zhang Yu's words. So what should we do? Lu Yun inquired, seeking solutions. Let us go with the 4th high school, Zhang Yu suggested, glancing at their parents and then at Zhang Chong, who was equally uncertain about which school was best. Initially, he thought about the neighboring school, but now he was doubtful about the 4th high school's quality. However, at the very least, the 4th high school is a public institution with a reasonably strict management system, ensuring students do not skip classes. They reside on campus daily, which provides oversight. And most importantly, public schools do not frequently change teachers. Furthermore, the 4th high school consistently sends students to undergraduate programs each year. Zhang Yu paused for a moment and took a sip of water. One must not hasten the output. They require time to absorb the information. The truth remains, if my brother continues to be engrossed in the internet, prospects for his undergraduate studies are bleak, a fact he must confront. Otherwise, it would make little difference where he goes. The 4th secondary school is conveniently close to home, and I am also at the mining bureau, with lower expenses to consider. If you still harbor hopes for him to attend a better institution in the future, it would be wiser to invest a bit more than 7,000 yuan to enroll him in the 2nd secondary school. At least that expenditure would be justifiable, rather than spending on an unfamiliar institution. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, silence enveloped the room. Zhang Chong remained bowed, secretly yearning for the 2nd secondary school, as it felt more familiar, yet his opinion held no sway. Zhang Deng, smoking quietly, found merit in the younger brother's words, while Lu Yun continued her silence. Lu Yun, a resolute individual, still leaned towards the private high school next door. Zhang Yu felt he had done all he could. He recognized his inability to effect change, and further words would bear no significance. Presently, he was merely a newly graduated middle school student, especially in this era, compounded by years of feeling unheard. Over the decades, as he matured in his career, Zhang Chong's disappointment would manifest, and only then would Zhang Yu's words begin to hold weight. Reluctance was palpable. Indeed, he was truly unwilling to see his brother attend that school, for Zhang Yu was aware that within a year, the principal would lead most of the key staff away. However, who would believe such claims? Who could foresee that a once reputable school would decline to such an extent over the next 2 years? Who could know that during their graduation, of the 600-plus students at the 6th secondary school, only 2 would secure spots at second-tier universities? The principal of that school had once been the head of the neighboring 1st secondary school, which surpassed our mining bureau's 1st secondary school in quality. Lu Yun remained somewhat convinced by the words of the admissions officer. That was merely a past reality. If he could leave the 1st secondary school, he could leave this one at any time. Merely a matter of financial incentive, Zhang Yu stated bluntly. Lu Yun was left speechless. Subsequently, Zhang Yu chose not to elaborate further, retreating into the room to write his novel. Zhang Deng also exited, feeling stifled within the confines of the house. Zhang Chong retreated to the inner room, collapsing onto the bed like a living corpse. In the early morning, on the back mountain, the warm sunlight graced Zhang Yu's face as he stood beneath it, eyes closed. Yet his heart was tumultuous. The anticipated breakthrough had yet to arrive. Despite his body growing stronger, the hope for advancement remained elusive, leaving him restless and uneasy. Reflecting, he recalled lessons learned in his previous life after entering the workforce. Each day, he would review his spoken words and actions, fearful of making mistakes. Was his stagnation truly due to his studies? Or the expectations of his family? Or his own dissatisfaction? Images flitted through his mind like a relentless stream, akin to the river of time. No, It was neither studies, nor expectations, nor dissatisfaction. Since his return, all such burdens had dissipated. For he firmly believed that upon his return, these obstacles would cease to exist, easily surmountable. Yes, it was her, Li Qiaoyan. What did he truly mean to her? Returning after a year, encountering her once more evokes a tumult of emotions, yet it is ultimately a sense of regret. Is it regret for her? Not quite. It is the lamentation of my own self over the past year. These past few months spent together under one roof, day after day. It reflects the humility and cowardice of a previous existence, the yearning that went unfulfilled. What is it? It is the memory of my initial aspirations upon entering middle school. The moment I surpassed Lu Jiang and others, only to find myself trailing behind in the end. It embodies the emotions and sentiments I entrusted to her, stemming from the suppressed nature instilled by my upbringing. It recalls the hesitation I felt on New Year's Day in my last year of middle school when I finally resolved to give her a gift after a morning of indecision, only to face rejection. Is it the regret at the conclusion of the high school entrance examination, or is it my own? It is the culmination of my high school years, when I penned a love letter that ultimately bore no fruit, only to learn during a gathering that she was dating someone else at her new school. It is the fact that, although I was accepted into a third-tier university, I chose instead to attend a prestigious college, while she, too, was only admitted to a junior college. After moving, I never saw her again. In my university days, filled with ambition, I reconnected with her through my role as class leader, and she agreed to meet, adorned in high heels and her long hair, yet once again, we did not meet. It was the moment I gathered the courage to call her, only to hear a male voice beside her. It was during my service in the frontier, where we engaged in lively conversations, yet afterward came the message, I have a boyfriend, please do not contact me again. Years passed until I managed to call her one last time, a brief exchange of silence before I hung up. It is love unreciprocated, no, merely an unfulfilled longing. A beautiful hope belonging to a failure. For even in my previous life, despite feeling such profound love, I never paused in my pursuit. I never truly followed her. There was no enduring affection, merely the agony of life that conjured an idealized vision of her, placing all my hopes upon her. I was reluctant to confront this truth. In reality, I was acutely aware of it, yet unwilling to acknowledge it. Upon returning and seeing her again, the only joy I derived was from the sight of her dimples when she smiled. Nothing more. What is this? The shattering of an illusion? No. It is my unwillingness to confront reality. Even upon returning, my heart remains timid, reluctant to admit it. I strive to nourish myself, to train vigorously, born from the insecurities of my past life. As I endeavor to live through transformation, I find myself once more facing the very moments I most dread from that previous existence. My mindset over the past year has been tense, an overwhelming desire to prove myself, to reclaim my dignity. Yet the more accomplished I become, the more it highlights the failures of my past life. I have wandered into a cul-de-sac, overly concerned, consumed by obsession. Upon returning, I confront the fears that haunt me from my previous self. What is this? It is a battle with myself, not with her, a struggle through the river of time, an obsession spanning decades. Even when I later achieved a semblance of success in work and life, I remained unable to find peace, particularly regarding the unresolved turmoil of my 3 years in middle school. It seemed as though a child was waving at him, and Zhang Yu understood that this was the most sorrowful version of himself. He smiled and waved back. Their faces bore a resemblance, yet were distinct. One was a timid, frail boy, while the other was a spirited, robust youth. He chuckled and walked away until he vanished from sight, with his eyes tightly shut. Zhang Yu's expression transformed from sorrow to a serene smile. Farewell, youthful self. Farewell, past heartaches. Farewell to a future devoid of such experiences. May the days ahead be free from bullying. The sun ascended the mountain, its rays piercing through, and Zhang Yu gradually opened his eyes. He let out a wild, ecstatic shout. His eyes sparkled with vitality, akin to flashes of lightning. Thuds resonated throughout his body, as if tiny echoes were departing from him. Yet, it felt as if his ears were ringing, amplifying the subtle sounds within him to a tumultuous roar. He slowly began to throw punches, his movements deliberate and graceful, yet imbued with astonishing strength. His master, Ming Jin, stood behind him, having arrived unbeknownst to him, observing the scene with a calm demeanor. You have finally taken the first step, a crucial one at that. From now on, the path is yours to traverse, he remarked. Once school begins, come find me during every winter and summer break, and I will continue to teach you. The year you enter university, you will officially graduate under Master Lu and descend the mountain. However, as he descended, his master muttered incessantly, "Little turtle, what a nuisance. This is Ming Jin." Reflecting on how many years it took him to achieve this, he chuckled to himself, aware that he was fully devoted to his craft. The master ambled away, smoking a cigarette, absorbed in his thoughts. Watching his master's retreating figure, Zhang Yu smiled with genuine gratitude. After decades, he no longer felt a sense of inadequacy. Instead, he was unified in spirit, enveloped in a warm and uplifting sensation. As for her, that girl, he would leave it to fate. It was only when he truly understood his own heart, when he broke through, that he experienced a genuine rebirth. She was not merely a girl. If she were, how dull would the future be? To relive life and gain the greatest insight, he resolved that from this day forth, he would not be shackled by the people and events of his past life. Since he had the chance to live again, he would do so splendidly. Chapter 18. Domestic Matters, August 2007. Late summer sunny, with the sun blazing high in the sky, at home on the mountain. Your brother went to the second high school. Initially, it cost 7,000 to attend GU Middle School, but after discussing it with your father following your comments that day, we decided to let your brother go to the second high school, spending an additional 5,000. Mother Lu Yun remarked, grumbling in front of Zhang Yu and Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong remained silent, yet a smile lingered on his lips, for attending the second high school was indeed a matter of pride. Although the selection fee was substantial, at this age, how much could one truly feel the weight of such an amount? At that moment, Zhang Yu glanced over at Zhang Dingshang, who was smoking. This additional expense represented 2 months' salary for Zhang Dingshang. Money held significant value in this era. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu found himself in agreement with the decision. Going to the second high school was far superior to attending the neighboring institution. The school is but a distant memory. Venturing there would be truly detrimental. Moreover, given Zhang Chong's commendable proficiency in English and mathematics, I hope he can indeed muster some determination. In the past, I seldom addressed you directly. But now that you have transferred to the second high school, I sincerely hope you will not succumb to the allure of internet cafes. If you persist in your former ways, I might have to admonish you sternly, as Zhang Chong does. Zhang Yu averted his gaze from Zhang Chong, fully aware that this brother is the most adept at pretense. Instead, he turned his attention to Lu Yun, who glanced between Zhang Dongling and Zhang Chong, her face etched with concern. This is the most irksome aspect. Throughout their childhood, Lu Yun has always insisted that Zhang Chong is frail and should not be subjected to reprimands, fearing he might become despondent. It is quite exasperating. Xiao Yu, you must have earned quite a bit selling goods this holiday, Lu Yun gently inquired, looking towards Zhang Yu. Please, do not mention it. I have not asked you for pocket money in ages, nor do I need you to cover my school fees. Do not entertain such thoughts, Zhang Yu replied, preparing to leave. He was quite resigned, having been frequently robbed in his previous life. What nonsense are you uttering? You managed to gain admission to the first high school, yet you expect to spend your own money, Zhang Dongling retorted angrily at Zhang Yu, feeling deeply insulted. Seated in his room, Zhang Yu gazed at the completed manuscript. Over the past 2 months, he had diligently utilized his afternoons to finish this novel. While it may lack significant literary merit, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Having drafted it 5 times, an accomplishment he deemed precious and worthy of commemoration, as a precaution for the future. All the manuscripts were securely locked within a metal box, crafted by his father, Zhang Dingling, in response to Zhang Yu's request. Upon Zhang Yu's acceptance into the first high school, Zhang Dongling had inquired what he desired, promising to fulfill one wish. Expecting Zhang Yu to ask for good food, outings, or money for purchases, he was taken aback when Zhang Yu requested a safe. Zhang Dongling, who worked in the materials department and possessed welding skills, efficiently procured the necessary metal plates from his workplace. The very next day, he brought it home. Zhang Yu purchased a lock and even added an extra layer of security. Inside the safe, he stored a considerable amount of his earnings from selling goods, as well as his manuscripts. Since he could not yet acquire a bank card, his identification would not reflect his 16th birthday until 2 months from now. He had to find a secure alternative. Fortunately, through the various endeavors of the past year, his total assets had remarkably reached 30,000 yuan. This was quite astounding, especially during the recent summer holidays, where his sales included socks, TX jeans, women's sandals, various dresses, men's shorts, and flip-flops. Thanks to his keen eye for quality, his business thrived each day. Of course, it was also quite taxing. The daily routine was exhausting, making life overly regimented. However, writing often proved challenging, yet he persevered. He felt a sense of calm upon seeing the money in the safe, knowing that for a considerable time, he would not be setting up a stall again. The tasks ahead for the coming years would be learning, honing his skills, and writing. How is your venture into street vending faring? I pondered. Considering that both you and your brother have embarked on your academic pursuits while I remain at home with little to occupy my time, perhaps I could earn a bit of money. During a meal, Lu Yun inquired of Zhang Yu. At that moment, Zhang Yu remained silent, suddenly reminded of a troubling thought. For Lu Yun's plans were about to unravel due to an impending family upheaval. The arrival of grandfather was imminent. The term grandfather evokes a complex array of emotions, often lacking warmth. This grandfather is the stepfather of Zhang Dingshang. Zhang Dingshang is the third son in his family, while his elder brothers and sisters all bear the surname Gu. Indeed, only Zhang Dingshang, as the youngest, was adopted. When he was born, his eldest aunt's firstborn was already 1 year old, but tragically, the child passed away shortly thereafter. The second son was just a year younger than Zhang Dingshang, leading to a significant age gap among the siblings. Their biological grandfather passed away when Zhang Dingshang was merely 3 or 4 years old due to a gastric ailment. At that time, neither the second father nor his father, nor the second and third aunts were of age, leaving only the eldest uncle to shoulder the burden of the family. Later, through an introduction, the grandmother married the current grandfather, Zhang Si, a rather unceremonious name, to say the least. Why, you may wonder? Because Zhang Si never established a family or had children throughout his life. After the founding of the nation, he became a minor. Thus, the grandmother wed him. However, due to the considerable distance of the mine from their hometown, he would typically return home only every few months or even half a year. It was suggested to the grandmother that the youngest son should change his surname from Gu to Zhang, thus becoming the successor to Zhang Si's lineage. As Zhang Dingshang neared adulthood, he took on the mantle of a minor himself. When Zhang Dingshang and Lu Yun were newly married, they had no family fortune to speak of, for the grandmother was already ill, requiring long-term medication. When Zhang Yu was around 3 or 4 years old, the grandmother succumbed to cancer, leaving the grandfather in their hometown. The eldest uncle never married, as his stubborn and timid nature turned his life into a tragic tale, achieving little due to his lack of capability and courage. As Zhang Si approached retirement, he arranged for a minor's quota, repeatedly admonishing the eldest uncle to keep this information secret. He instructed him to finalize the quota at the personnel office immediately after the weekend. However, disregarding his counsel, the eldest uncle treated some acquaintances from the mine to a meal where he spoke indiscreetly. Unsurprisingly, word got out. Someone at the table, who had connections, swiftly arranged to have the quota transferred to his own relative's name overnight. This quota, initially granted by the leadership due to Zhang Si's diligent work, was highly sought after and scarce. Consequently, the quota was lost. Fearing reprimand, the eldest uncle hurried home. The grandfather, feeling helpless, recognized that such quotas were limited. Ultimately, the priority was to ensure Zhang Dingshang's well-being. Upon returning home, the eldest uncle could only resort to farming. Although Zhang Dingshang once recounted that his biological father was the third son, whose elder brother had, during the tumult of war, once served as a horse attendant for a general. He later settled in Sichuan, maintaining correspondence over the years. Following the passing of my beloved grandfather, I frequently sent blankets and other supplies back to my hometown for various festivals. However, due to the myriad of rumors circulating in the village, communication eventually ceased. My uncle once ventured to Sichuan with my second uncle, but returned within a couple of months, likely feeling out of place. Each time this subject arose, my father expressed his frustration, primarily because had my uncle confided in my paternal uncle about his lack of food upon returning home, arrangements could have been made. The two missed opportunities confined the family to agricultural life. Due to his character and other factors, my uncle found it challenging to attract a bride, although eventually, my grandfather, Zhang Si, arranged a marriage for him. The woman was commendable in both appearance and demeanor, yet she bore a slight imperfection. She was a cripple. The reasons for her condition remain unknown. My uncle, having heard something from someone, felt insulted and refused to accept her, insisting that a cripple could not bear children. The woman, upon hearing such harsh words, confronted him directly and chastised him. Eventually, she married someone else and bore several sons. Subsequent attempts at matchmaking revealed various flaws, leading my uncle to remain a lifelong bachelor and become a well-known recipient of social welfare. After my grandmother's passing, he lived with my grandfather. Since my uncle was not adept at cooking, he tended to the fields while my grandfather prepared meals daily. My second uncle's wife was also chosen by my grandfather. The marriage was fraught with difficulties as she was reluctant to marry and unwilling to return the bride price, leading my second uncle to remain silent while my grandfather intervened. And ultimately, she wed. Among the three brothers, my father, Zhang Yu, held considerable influence in our hometown, and few dared to challenge him. However, my two elder brothers exhibited marked timidity. My grandfather primarily resided with my uncle and second uncle. My second uncle had one son and two daughters. And during the busy farming season, both he and his wife worked the fields, leaving their children in my grandfather's care. My grandfather, who favored boys over girls, showed a particular fondness for my second uncle's children, Yu and Yu. My second uncle was diligent, tending to the fields and working in the nearby coal mines, which were plentiful in Shaanxi province at that time. Zhang Yu once advised his second brother that there was no need for such relentless toil, to which my second uncle merely smiled. Tragedy, however, was destined to strike. 6 months prior to Zhang Yu's return, on the second day of the Lunar New Year, devastating news arrived. My second uncle perished in the mine. The coal mine owner compensated only 19 yuan, and the matter was swiftly concluded. During that period, both Zhang Yu and Zhang Chang returned home and, adhering to custom, kneeled daily in mourning. Following my second uncle's demise, my grandfather's health deteriorated significantly, as they had lived together for over a decade. Consequently, my cousin ceased his studies. Eventually, arrangements were made for my cousin to enlist in the military. And once my father completed the necessary paperwork, my second aunt heard from her elder brother that it was possible to enlist without incurring expenses. Unbeknownst to him, returning from military service would have guaranteed him employment, thus he missed his chance. After years of struggle, he finally managed to improve his situation. A month before Zhang Yu's return, my grandfather passed away due to illness. He could no longer walk. Zhang Dingshang and Lu Yun devoted over 4 months to his care until he recovered enough to leave. However, Zhang Yu anticipated that within a month or two, my grandfather would return, and due to health concerns, my father brought him back home. From that point onward, for many years to come, my grandfather lived with us, embarking on various new chapters of life. Grandfather Zhang Si possesses a fiery temper and a tendency to meddle in everything, making it impossible to argue with him. Any disagreement would prompt him to declare that he no longer wished to care for those he deemed not his own. This led to a devastating estrangement with father, leaving Zhang Yu reluctant to return home for many years, as grandfather had always disapproved of his demeanor. Zhang Yu, in turn, harbored little affection for this grandfather and despised the constant lectures and verbal abuse. In 2 months, mother would enter her own hellish routine, catering to both her father-in-law and husband daily. After several years, following Zhang Chang's divorce, his nephew was taken in, resulting in an exhausting schedule of 5 meals a day. In the morning, grandfather and nephew would have their breakfast, followed by a meal for the grandparents after lunch. When Zhang Dingshang returned around 2 o'clock, another meal was prepared. And due to the late lunch, dinner was served later still. Thus, Lu Yun had not returned to work, yet her domestic duties were far more taxing than any job. The unmentioned aunts added to the burden. Poverty left them without kin, as good relatives were scarce, often embroiled in schemes. Zhang Dongshang's siblings shared a different surname, and being the heir inevitably led to rumors, which he generally tolerated. He faced no bullying from outsiders, but his siblings were powerless in this regard. One of the most amusing memories from Zhang Yu's childhood was during the festivals when his third aunt's family would also be on the mountain. Her eldest son, born in the same year as Zhang Yu but earlier in the month, would often fight with him, prompting Zhang Chang to intervene. The third aunt's husband would chase after them, even to their home, where an altercation would ensue. Lu Yun, enraged, would fear repercussions from her father, leading them to move from the South Mountain to the West Mountain. During the festivals, his father would bring a box of grapes or bananas to visit his third sister's family, while the third aunt would come bearing a plastic bag filled with apples for her children, who would consume most of them. Eventually, due to various grievances, his father ceased these visits. This family, if it could truly be called a family, was rife with troubles and complexities. As a later film succinctly stated, there is only poverty and illness, nothing more. What are you daydreaming about? Lu Yun lightly chided Zhang Yu. It's nothing, really. You don't need to go. It's exhausting being out all day, braving the elements, and frequently sourcing goods from Phoenix City, Zhang Yu replied. The expenses for your two sons weigh heavily on your father. With both of you away, I find myself aimlessly at home. Lu Yun expressed her wish to contribute to the household. After contemplating, Zhang Yu suggested, how about this? There are some summer clothes in the side room, along with leftover winter garments from last year. I'll inform you of the prices. You can take Zhang Chong with you. He has little to do anyway, and is likely to wander off to an internet cafe. Selling the winter clothes off-season could be beneficial if priced reasonably. Zhang Yu finished with a smile, glancing at Zhang Chong, who was busy eating. Zhang Chong opened his mouth, feeling somewhat helpless, thinking misfortune had befallen them. Lu Yun instinctively wanted to say something about his brother, but hesitated, as the eldest truly had nothing to occupy his time, often disappearing for long stretches. Most likely to visit an internet cafe. While at home, he either watched television or played games on an old cartridge console. Yes, school starts in a few days. During this time, you and your mother should set up a stall, Zhang Dongshang ordered Zhang Chong directly. Zhang Chong, feeling exasperated, cast a fierce glare at his bothersome younger brother. Zhang Yu chuckled heartily, while Lu Yun also shot him a helpless look. The other day, your third aunt came by and spotted your clothes in the ear room. She mentioned wanting to take a few sets for the kids, but I didn't dare to oblige. Lu Yun suddenly recalled something and remarked, she's overthinking it. Wanting to get something for nothing, I suppose. When I was setting up my stall that day, I saw her. She wanted to try on some clothes for that little brat and just walk away. I flat out refused her. She stormed off in a huff. I had initially intended to sell them at cost, but she had the audacity to expect them for free, also wanting to take some for her husband and eldest son. Zhang Yu recounted the events of that day. Zhang Dingshang was equally displeased with their third sister. No wonder your third aunt claims that her nephew shows her no respect. Chapter 19. Those relatives, huh? How dare she? Zhang Yu responded. Fine. Today I shall take your brother to the stall for a trial run. Let my precious brother experience it. Ha. 3 days later. What is going on? Zhang Yu teased, noticing Zhang Chong sprawled on the Kong. Zhang Chong shot him a glance before turning away. Your brother has been utterly exhausted these past few days. Accompanying me to the stall each day, it's quite taxing. Lu Yun, at a loss for words, reflected on the contrast. One son diligently studying and practicing while also managing the stall, never uttering a word of fatigue, while the eldest had already expressed his reluctance after just 3 days. Sales have indeed been promising lately, especially with the summer clearance and winter apparel off-season. Should we consider restocking? Lu Yun inquired excitedly. Let us sell off what we have first. In a few days, school resumes, and we'll revisit this then. Plus, didn't we receive a call from the village yesterday about Grandpa's declining health? If he comes, it's best we discontinue the stall, Zhang Yu said quietly. Looking at Lu Yun. True, Grandpa might really come up. Your father intends to visit after you all start school to assess the situation. Grandpa insists he is fine. And your uncle says the same. But it was your second aunt who mentioned his poor health, often sending someone to fetch medicine from the town. My grandfather prefers to remain inactive. He finds more comfort in the village. Moreover, he cooks for my uncle daily, who certainly doesn't want the old man to come, who would look after him if he did. Speak respectfully, Lu Yun admonished. After finalizing the manuscript, Zhang Yu meticulously packaged the latest draft. In truth, he had rewritten the 5th draft twice. He aimed to submit to multiple publishers, just in case one didn't accept it, though he felt a twinge of anxiety. As he reached the 30,000-word mark, he had already sent out the outline and various materials, having done extensive research on numerous publishers. He decided to submit to the People's Literature Publishing House and the Writers' Publishing House. The People's Literature is a national-level professional literary publishing institution, emphasizing various debates and explorations in the literary development path, particularly attentive to new phenomena and the growth of new writers. It is a must-have literary journal in renowned libraries both domestically and internationally, holding a prestigious position within the literary community. As a newcomer with limited connections, the People's Literature was undoubtedly the ideal choice for submission. The Writers' Publishing House, having previously published Han Han's Triple Door, demonstrated a considerable tolerance for diverse works. The manuscript is now complete, and I await its return. Should there be no feedback by October, I shall have no choice but to submit it elsewhere. On a bright sunny day, Lu Jia, the master, cast a stern glance at Zhang Yu. What brings you here? Hey, isn't school starting tomorrow? I came to see you, Zhang Yu replied cheerfully. Knowing your fondness for wine, I brought a little something to satisfy your cravings." He grinned, carrying the offerings into the house. "How old are you to be buying such fine liquor and cigarettes?" "Take it back," the master's wife quickly interjected upon seeing Zhang Yu's demeanor. "This is my own earnings. If it weren't for the master, I would have struggled immensely with my stall. It's not much, really." Zhang Yu insisted as he prepared to leave after placing his gifts down. Just as he stepped into the yard, the master called him back inside. "Well then, it seems you're not leaving just yet. Join me for a drink." "How can you drink with someone so young?" the master's wife protested. "He is already 16, and his constitution is sound. Just a little won't harm," the master replied casually. "All right, today I shall indulge my master with a couple of cups," Zhang Yu said, removing his shoes and stepping onto the Kong. "Only one cup at most," the master's wife commanded firmly. "Very well, as you say," Zhang Yu acquiesced with a grin. After the meal, Zhang Yu strolled leisurely up the mountain. In truth, this modest amount of alcohol was hardly significant. In his previous life, he had once worked for 20 days straight, drinking on 23 occasions. That was during his initial stint at the coal mine, where the supervisor, a well-connected man, had a penchant for drinking. He would insist on drinking during lunch, followed by a nap in the afternoon. Zhang Yu would return to work after the others had rested and continued drinking into the night, with each session involving at least a pound of liquor. Remarkably, Zhang Yu never flushed or paled after drinking. Since his return, he had not indulged in alcohol. A mere couple of ounces hardly mattered. As he walked, he contemplated the school year ahead. Following the start of classes, he would not reside on campus, but instead rent a room nearby, for the convenience of writing and other pursuits. Living on campus would be too cumbersome. As for practicing his skills, he planned to rise early each day, making the commute to school manageable. With some funds at his disposal, he dismissed the idea of stock trading. He was too young and lacked a steady income to provide the necessary documentation for an account. Furthermore, the bull market was nearing its end, and being a high school student presented its own challenges. As for his writing, he would have to exercise patience and await developments before planning his next steps. In the next 3 years, he aimed to study diligently and gain admission to a decent university. Although for a reborn individual, university might not hold the same weight. Returning, was it merely for profit? Wasn't it also about experiencing a different world? They say that the greatest advantage for ordinary individuals in their lifetime is obtaining a university education. Such an achievement would justify the years of study and provide a sense of fulfillment to his family, who had high hopes for him. In his previous life, he had taken it for granted, having merely graduated from a junior college without any profound feelings about it. During his 2 years of service, there were often performances from visiting entertainers or superiors, featuring songs and dances, which he had considered quite normal. It was only after entering the workforce that he realized attending performances typically required tickets, or one could only enjoy them on television. Certainly, it is also because in my previous life, there were truly no beautiful women in the vocational school, and life was rather mundane. However, a prestigious university would undoubtedly offer a different experience. My recent aspirations revolve around writing novels, primarily in hopes of earning a substantial income that could sustain me over time. This would enable me to alter my father's fate. In my past existence, my father should not have spent his entire life as a laborer. He had 3 opportunities which he ultimately relinquished. The first time he declined a promotion was due to the overwhelming pressure of raising 2 sons. The second instance was similar, as the salary of a promoted cadre was not higher than that of a worker in that era. This became one of my father's greatest regrets. As for the third opportunity, my father worked in the material department of a mining company, specifically as a team leader responsible for delivering various materials to the underground work site. He toiled diligently as a team leader, enduring considerable hardship. There was a chance for him to become a captain, albeit in a subordinate role, yet it would still have been a position of authority. However, Zhang Yu knew that within 2 years, the material team would become an independent entity, thus attaining a formal departmental status. I am determined to demonstrate to my father that he need not bear such immense pressure, that he can pursue development in his career and not remain a laborer for life. By the time he retires at 55, he will be frail, his hair nearly white. Transforming my father's situation could, in turn, transform our entire family. Although I am destined for success in the future, an earlier change might have been even more beneficial. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, with a gentle breeze caressing my face, I reflect on how wonderful it is to return. I see my youthful parents and the vibrant version of myself. This new chance at life holds infinite possibilities. I shall no longer be the one fleeing Beijing in despair. Nor shall I endure the cold, icy rain of winter in Hangzhou, nor will I be a mere observer in the bustling streets of Shanghai, under the luminous full moon. After dinner at home in the mountains, I hear, tomorrow, your father and I will take you to school. Your father will accompany you, and I will go with your brother. Make sure you pack your things. As Lu Yin tidies the dinner table, she speaks to Zhang Yu. Zhang Chang has already gone into the back room to gather his belongings, which are easy to pack, as he had lived on campus last year. Now, returning, he simply needs to retrieve his things. During the day, Zhang Yu had already laid out the luggage from his previous rental, making it more convenient. I know I will take good care of Dad, so you need not worry, Zhang Yu cheerfully responds. I need you to take care of me while I smoke. Zhang Deng replied with a smile. All the summer clothes have sold out, but I saved a few winter outfits for you this year. Lu Yun suddenly recalls. Do as you wish. Just take care of my father and your precious eldest son. I can handle my own affairs, Zhang Yu replies. Your third aunt went to the square last night and picked up a few garments, which really upset your brother. Well, I've become the villain again. Zhang Yu shakes his head helplessly, unwilling to engage in such trivial matters. Just like my mother Lu Yun's second aunt, who was also the matchmaker for my parents. During that time, my uncle was an official. When my father was young and wished to transfer to another unit, my uncle readily agreed. However, my aunt held my parents in disdain and promptly sabotaged the arrangement. Meanwhile, my aunt's son was employed as a driver for the mine manager, and he rarely considered building relationships with them. Every year, during festivals, my parents would bring gifts and visit, as they were both elders and matchmakers. Out of a sense of pride, they always refrained from bringing along my brothers, fearing it would cause trouble. One was living on the mountain, and the other in a building at the mine. Despite this, my mother's aunt publicly criticized my family, claiming that my two brothers were particularly unruly. My aunt's grandson stood out at family gatherings, where children typically received small portions, on one occasion, during my cousin's birthday, while others received mere morsels. He was served a third of the cake. Young as he was, Zhang Yu bluntly inquired why he was given such a large piece. A group of adults chastised him for his audacity. My mother has always been a soft-hearted person, often volunteering to help others with their affairs, earning praise from the hosts who would remark on her industriousness. My mother's family hails from the county town. My eldest uncle is a farmer, while my second uncle manages events in the town, dealing with both joyous and somber occasions. This is distinct from the two-person performances typical in Northeast China, as those in Jinxi Northwest mainly occur at funerals. My second aunt is a teacher, and her husband works in the county's finance bureau, eventually rising to the position of deputy director. She and my mother share a close bond throughout their lives, and both uncles are commendable individuals. Most of the relatives associated with the mine are my mother's several aunts. Living nearby has fostered frequent interactions among these relatives. This has often been a source of annoyance, as my mother would frequently lament about them at home. Zhang Yu would advise her to ignore them, which would elicit a response of, "You should mind your own business." And my father's words seemed futile. My mother has always lived for her reputation, unwilling to allow others to speak ill of her, ultimately becoming a doormat for others. Yet, when viewed through the lens of history, everything appears fleeting. Eventually, when Zhang Chang sought assistance, few came to his aid, with each one more self-serving than the last. When Zhang Yu encountered difficulties at work, my mother once called, hoping for support, but to no avail. In the end, it was Zhang Yu who persevered alone. He firmly believed that relying on oneself was far more dependable than relying on others, and he had no intention of playing the role of a doormat. He was reluctant to discuss matters further, including those involving his third aunt. He found it exhausting to engage in such conversations. Why bother speaking with him? If you give, what good will it do? Zhang Dengzhang remarked with a hint of resignation. On August 30th, while riding bus number 5, he advised his son, "Focus on your studies when you get to school. Although you've been accepted into the first high school, do not let pride cloud your judgment. You must continue to strive for excellence. You were quite arrogant in your first year of middle school, but thankfully, you regained your senses in your third year. I hope you can maintain that mindset throughout high school." Zhang Dengzhang sat beside his son, imparting his wisdom earnestly. "Rest assured, I understand. And I will strive to gain admission to a prestigious university," Zhang Yu replied with utmost seriousness. Despite having developed a good relationship with his father in his previous life, he regretted not being his pride during his adolescence and failing to support the family for a considerable time after reaching adulthood, even needing to work after his father's retirement. This was his greatest regret. In this life, Zhang Yu vowed that it would not be the same. That is good to hear. Once you're at school, treat yourself to something nice. Don't worry about the expense, as our family is well off, Zhang Dingzhang expressed, feeling immense pride in his son's progress over the year. From childhood to adulthood, I have never sent my child to school. This time, it is imperative that I do so. Yesterday, I requested leave from my supervisor, and upon hearing that I was taking my son to enroll in the first high school, he readily granted my request with evident delight. By the way, father, I would like to discuss something with you. I intend to rent an apartment instead of staying in the dormitory. You want to be living in the dormitory? Why would you need to rent a place? Zhang Dingshang suddenly appeared somewhat perplexed. Please allow me to explain before reacting. The truth is, I am not particularly fond of sharing a dormitory with many others. Just imagine, cramming 7 or 8 individuals into one room would undoubtedly lead to numerous inconveniences. You must remember your own experiences in dormitories when you were young, right? Zhang Yu paused, gauging his father's reaction, and noticed that he seemed to be taking it well. He continued, the demands of high school studies are far more intense than those in middle school. I yearn for ample sleep, as I tend to be a light sleeper. Therefore, I plan to rent a place close to the school, which would also make it convenient for you to visit, wouldn't it? Zhang Dingshang's expression softened considerably. He understood the complications of dormitory life, and his son's reasoning was indeed valid. However, he noted, you need to report today. There's no time left to rent a place. Well, Zhang Yu hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. I've actually already rented an apartment near the school and paid for 6 months in advance. Rest assured, if my academic performance declines, I will move back home and forego the rental. You've already secured a place? Zhang Dingshang felt helpless. It seemed his son had acted without prior discussion. Yet, he refrained from voicing further objections, especially in public, as he recognized his son was now of an age where he valued his own dignity. Don't even think about it. Yes, don't even think about it. Seated in front of them, Lu Yun and Zhang Chong exchanged glances. And upon hearing about the rental, Zhang Chong looked at Zhang Yu with hopeful eyes. Chapter 20. The start of high school at the entrance of the first high school. Zhang Yu said, Dad, please go to the second high school to find Mom. I can handle the registration process on my own. I suspect it will take longer there, as she is likely busy tidying up the dormitory. After leaving the rental, he suggested his father handle the paperwork while he took care of the enrollment. I just checked. Your ranking within the entire district is commendable. You've been placed in Class 2, one of the 4 experimental classes of this year's first high school. Remember, do not let success inflate your ego. You must strive even harder in your studies. Zhang Dingshang stood beside the class assignment board, watching with pride, though he could not suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. All right, I understand. Rest assured, but don't neglect your work at the office. After all, you are gradually aging, and you should not miss any opportunities for advancement. With 2 sons to consider, he sighed, let us not dwell on that. Although I consent to your renting an apartment, you must not neglect your studies. Otherwise, I will not permit it. Just you wait and see. That won't happen. Then go ahead with your registration. I will visit your brother, Zhang Dingshang replied, walking away with a light heart. He felt elated after the enrollment and had encountered an acquaintance from the mining sector, who, although not in the same department, was also starting work around the same time. However, this individual's child had always been an exemplary student, leaving Zhang Dingshang feeling somewhat embarrassed. After his arrival, his child is placed in a standard class while his own child is in an experimental class, which fills him with a sense of pride, though the expressions on their faces reveal otherwise. Observing his father's silhouette, he momentarily lost his thoughts before re-entering the school to complete the remaining formalities. There is no need for speculation. Undoubtedly, his mother will take excellent care of his elder brother. Indeed, favoritism exists in every family, often stemming from the immense affection lavished upon the eldest child. Furthermore, during their formative years, the eldest tends to demand more attention, particularly when starting elementary school, requiring daily pickups. Otherwise, tears would ensue. As for Zhang Yu, he has always been self-reliant, needing no one to escort him, which gradually led his mother to perceive him as strong and masculine, unlike his elder brother. He dismissed the trivial thoughts in his mind and proceeded to handle the administrative tasks. I am your homeroom teacher. My name is Li Jing. I teach English. And for the next 3 years, I will accompany you throughout your high school journey. Sitting in the middle, Zhang Yu gazed at the beautiful teacher on stage, standing at 165 meters tall. Her hair was simply styled into a braid, complemented by an elegant dress, exuding poise and grace. Her delicate features were strikingly beautiful, embodying a natural charm devoid of heavy makeup, quite unlike the conveyor belt beauties common today. The youthful innocence in her eyes hinted at her status as a new teacher, which intrigued Zhang Yu. It seemed unlikely for a new instructor to lead an experimental class. I graduated from TY University of Science and Technology and passed the Level 8 exam during my university years. While you may not fully grasp its significance, I hope for your active cooperation, as it is ultimately for your own benefit. Although you have all arrived here with commendable grades, I must emphasize that the long journey has only just begun. You must strive even harder over the next 3 years to gain admission to a better university. Li Jing explained. Among the students, some understood the concept of the Level 8 exam, while others did not. Zhang Yu recognized her as an exceptional individual, truly competent in her field, which explained why a newcomer like her could serve as the homeroom teacher for an experimental class. While Zhang Yu was not particularly interested in this information, he maintained a composed demeanor out of respect. His mind wandered back to his past memories of the first high school, recalling his visit during the entrance examination. At that time, the classrooms were equipped with sound-reflecting designs, multimedia devices, and the expansive soccer field along with the synthetic track. After that initial visit, he never returned, but he often passed by the school gate, filled with a sense of envy. Subsequently, Zhang Yu shifted his gaze around the classroom, discreetly searching for beautiful classmates. Is it not human nature to appreciate beauty? He certainly could not be an exception. However, many of the girls appeared somewhat naive, which was entirely normal, having just transitioned from middle school. Hailing from various villages and mines. With dozens of mines in the area, it was evident that this single high school served the entire district. However, there exists a distinct group, characterized by their vibrant youthfulness evident in both their hairstyles and attire. These are the children of the officials at the headquarters of the Mining Bureau. Most of their parents are bureaucrats, having established their residences there at an early stage. The remaining individuals belong to the leadership within the conglomerate, whose family accommodations are situated nearby, creating a clear hierarchy. Oh, that girl seems familiar. What was her name again? A girl to the right front of Zhang Yu caught his attention. All right, everyone, you may take a 20-minute break. After the break, we will conduct a preliminary selection of class leaders, followed by the distribution of books, Li Jing announced as she began to organize the documents on her desk. Some students, displaying a keen sense of awareness, approached the teacher with various attempts at flattery. Zhang Yu found himself bored and, stretching his back, decided to step outside for some fresh air. Gu Shuyun, let me introduce you. The girl to his right turned to look at Zhang Yu. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with a semblance of a smile, leaving him uncertain whether it was mockery or sincerity. Nevertheless, her gaze was captivating, leaving a pleasant impression. Hello. Zhang Yu responded with a smile. I didn't expect we would be in the same class, Xiao Yuzi. Please take care of me in the future, Gu Shuyun said, leaving Zhang Yu somewhat perplexed. He was unsure about the nickname Xiao Yuzi and felt a bit dazed, as they were not particularly acquainted. Allow me to introduce you to a new classmate, and Ji Xue, Gu Shuyun continued, disregarding Zhang Yu's confusion, and pointed to the girl who had turned away. What impression did Ji Xue leave on Zhang Yu? She exuded a tranquil aura, embodying a comforting sense of serenity. Hello, Zhang Yu, she greeted. I won't tease you any longer. Ji Xue is the daughter of Uncle N, who is an old comrade of my father. You are Lu Bo's apprentice, and I call you Xiao Yuzi because you are a year younger than us, Gu Shuyun explained with a smile. Zhang Yu remained bewildered. He knew of Section Chief but was unclear how they had come to know him. When you were handling the paperwork, Uncle N brought us over. We intended to call out to you, but you walked too swiftly, and you vanished from sight. Uncle N introduced you to us, and last year during the New Year, when Lu Bo visited my home for drinks, he mentioned he had taken on an excellent apprentice, Gu Shuyun added, shrugging her shoulders. Beside her, and Ji Xue smiled at Zhang Yu before lowering her gaze, causing him to notice a slight blush on her cheeks. All right, but can we negotiate this Xiao Yuzi matter? Zhang Yu said, feeling somewhat helpless. Oh, it's just a trivial matter. First, tell us how your martial arts practice is coming along. Is it the kind where you go, Hi, Gu Shuyun inquired, playfully waving her little fists. Zhang Yu managed a helpless smile, unsure of what to say. Don't be silent now. My father and Uncle N are very proud individuals, who hold great respect for Lu Bo. My father claims that if Lu Bo lived in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a great hero. He even suggested that Lu Bo should take you to my home, Gu Shuyun remarked, pouting slightly. My skills are modest. Far from my master's level, Zhang Yu humbly replied. Is that true? Lu Bo must be exaggerating, Gu Shuyun said, just as Zhishue tugged at her sleeve. In truth, Gu Shuyun was not always like this. It was merely due to the aftermath of an incident during the high school entrance examination that caused her considerable pain. Today, upon seeing him again, and given their familial connection, she contemplated returning to her former self. Zhang Yu, however, remained oblivious to these nuances, simply perceiving the young girl as quite cheerful. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the class commenced. Next, we began the election for class monitor. Anyone wishing to run for the position, or those who had previously held roles in middle school, were invited to step forward. Zhang Yu pondered how to transpose the collegiate approach to this setting, feeling little inclination towards the endeavor. For him, high school life was a series of methodical routines encompassing study, sports, and writing. He awaited responses to his literary endeavors, biding his time until he reached the age of 18, when he would possess full adult capacity. It would only be after the college entrance examination that he would embark on numerous pursuits. For now, he felt it sufficient to wait in silence. "Why don't you run for class monitor or sports committee member?" Gu Shuyun queried quietly, turning her head slightly. "Not interested," he replied. "From what I see, your skills are merely superficial." "Superficial can be quite appealing," she retorted, suddenly discovering the thrill of banter with him. Zhishue was too quiet. It lacked excitement. Gu Shuyun, originally from the first high school, had a few close friends, one of whom had transferred to the second high school, another to the first city high school, and yet another who had moved to the provincial capital. Though her academic performance could have secured her a spot at the first city high school, she found the ease of a short bicycle ride home far more appealing. High school had begun to feel rather monotonous. In class, many boys approached her for introductions, eagerly exchanging QQ numbers, yet she greeted them with smiles while ultimately declining. Yet this particular individual, after a brief conversation in the morning, proved to be rather entertaining. At noon in the cafeteria of the first high school, "Xiao Yuzi, why don't you treat us two senior sisters to lunch today? It's the perfect opportunity for us to impart some wisdom," Gu Shuyun exclaimed, pulling in Zhishue along upon encountering Zhang Yu. "What? How do you figure that?" Zhang Yu covered his face in disbelief, and Zhishue, upon hearing this, also buried her face in her hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Hey, that is not quite right. Our parents and Lu uncle have known each other for ages. We've been acquainted with Lu uncle since childhood, and he even taught me a few moves back then. I'll have you know, I hold a black belt in Taekwondo, quite impressive indeed. Look, you've only been learning for a couple of years. Calling me senior sister is entirely reasonable." Gu Shuyun counted on her fingers. All right, today I shall treat these two lovely ladies to a meal. It is my honor," Zhang Yu declared, abruptly shifting the conversation, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor and gesturing grandly, which momentarily threw Gu Shuyun off her rhythm. This caught the attention of several classmates nearby, while Zhishue instinctively distanced herself. "Come on, let us hurry. Don't embarrass your senior sister," Gu Shuyun urged, flustered, giving Zhang Yu a gentle shove as she rushed to get her meal. Zhang Yu chuckled as he followed her. Unbeknownst to him, on the other side, Li Qiaoyan observed the scene with a stoic expression, accompanied closely by a young man who stayed very near her. Later that evening, prior to the evening study session, classes officially resumed in the afternoon. After 6:30 in the evening, there is a half-hour window for students to dine at the cafeteria. However, Zhang Yu chose not to eat and instead went for a run. The playground is quite splendid and spacious, equipped with various exercise apparatus such as parallel bars and other facilities. At this hour, numerous students are engaged in physical activities on the field. It is indeed a stark contrast to his middle school days, where he felt no particular sentiment. After a brief warm-up, he began to jog around the track. While running, he spotted Li Qiaoyan, who was walking alongside Han Li and Lu Jiang. It seemed she found a sense of belonging with her former classmates from high school. As Zhang Yu prepared to greet her, he noticed a tall, fashionable young man chatting and laughing with Li Qiaoyan. Zhang Yu had seen him at noon and intended to say hello, but now he recognized that this young man was likely the same individual from earlier. He did not dwell on it, nor did he feel the need to explain the encounter from noon. As he approached, Zhang Yu greeted Li Qiaoyan. She glanced at him, opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately uttered just one word. "How was your first day?" Zhang Yu inquired further. "Not bad." "Oh, why don't I see any of our old classmates?" "Just chatting with Yan Zi," Han Li interjected. Lu Jiang felt somewhat awkward. As Han Li was a woman he could never attain in either life. "Hey, it's mainly because..." "What?" "Yan Zi is attractive," Zhang Yu replied, then continued on his run. Han Li was slightly annoyed. While Li Qiaoyan smiled briefly but restrained herself, her gaze lingering on Zhang Yu's retreating figure. She didn't hear what the young man beside her said. It was complicated since they were in the same class, making it difficult to comment on his whereabouts. Han Li shook her head and whispered, "It's too late." "What did you say?" Lu Jiang asked nearby. "Nothing," Han Li replied, glancing at Li Qiaoyan before turning her attention back to Zhang Yu's increasingly swift silhouette. She reflected on the boy who had once attended tutoring sessions at teacher Lu's home, naive and immature. Back then, she had looked down upon him. When did her perception shift? Was it in the third year, or during that summer in the second year when he was selling socks? His indifferent gaze and slight smile now seemed so mocking. Approximately 10 minutes later, after completing 3 kilometers, Zhang Yu headed toward the exercise equipment. "Yanzi, do you think he is all muscle?" Han Li teasingly asked the girl beside her. "What? How would I know?" Li Qiaoyan replied, her face turning crimson. "Stop pretending. You think I'm unaware? You all rented a place together in the third year. Don't ask me how I know. A relative of mine lives in that building. And I saw you all enter together. Later, I asked Wan, and she confirmed it. After being together for so long. How could you not know how muscular he is?" Han Li smiled as she watched the boy exercising on the equipment. After all, during our third year of junior high, he would train diligently every morning and evening, undeterred by rain or snow. Though he appeared quite slender, I refuse to believe you have not noticed him. I recall one occasion when it started pouring while he was running. We all hurried back to class, yet he continued to run. I distinctly remember he was wearing a white t-shirt that day, and his physique was impressive. Many students witnessed this and engaged in discussions about it. I cannot fathom that you missed it. Han Li nudged Li Qiaoyan, casting a teasing glance at her. Li Qiaoyan's mind drifted back to that moment. He seemed to revel in his running, oblivious to the group of female classmates peering out the window at him. How shameless. Fortunately, he was aware of his own audacity. For upon his return, he changed his shirt before the entire class and was promptly reprimanded by the teacher, spending the entirety of a class period standing in the hallway. I heard that incident left him in quite a predicament with your homeroom teacher. Han Li recalled. Indeed, it was late April, and the weather was still rather chilly. His actions must have infuriated the teacher, as he was scolded and made to stand for an entire class. As she spoke, Li Qiaoyan felt a flicker of irritation within her, though she was unsure of its cause. Yet, upon seeing the figure on the horizontal bar, her gaze softened. Han Li glanced at Li Qiaoyan with a hint of envy. "Ji Shui, do you see? Our junior is quite remarkable." Gu Shuyun, who had just finished dinner and was strolling within Ji Shui, remarked, "He must be exceptional. Uncle Lu never tells lies." And Ji Shui said quietly, "Huh. He may not be as formidable as I am. He has only been training for a few days, while I have been practicing since childhood." Gu Shuyun replied with a touch of pride. As Zhang Yu concluded his workout and prepared to leave, Li Qiaoyan approached him, handing him a bottle of water. "Here, drink up." "Hey, my treatment has improved. I can't possibly drink this. I'll save it for later," Zhang Yu chuckled. "Behave yourself, drink it." Li Qiaoyan shot him an annoyed glance. All right. This water is truly sweet," Zhang Yu said, his charm evident as Li Qiaoyan dashed away, leaving him grinning. "Who is that girl? She even brought him water. She is nowhere near as cute or pretty as our Xiao Shui. Oh, what are you saying? Let us go? Let us go? I need to interrogate this junior. Already flirting with girls after just starting high school. As a grounded person, I must educate him. Oh dear. You're incorrigible. Let us go, let us go." That evening, as class was about to commence, Li Jing addressed the students. "Today, we will rearrange our seating according to academic performance. The following arrangements will be made based on everyone's grades." "Wow, Xiao Yu. Your grades are nearly the same as mine," Gu Shuyun exclaimed, astonished as she took a seat directly in front of Zhang Yu. "Surely, I must score higher than you," Zhang Yu responded, bemused by the title. However, sitting behind and inhaling the delightful scents from the girls nearby, he decided to let it slide. He was unsure of the fragrances they wore. Perhaps they were from their perfumes or shampoos, but they were undeniably pleasant. "By the way, my desk mate is in Ji Shui. Hello, Junior." She unexpectedly passed him a note. The contents of the note nearly pushed Zhang Yu to his breaking point, and now it has returned. "Li Huiwan is my mentor. I trained with her for several years during my childhood. In my third year of junior high, due to the pressures of academics, I ceased my practice, which was in Bagua." After the note was passed again, Zhang Yu genuinely conceded, realizing that she was indeed his senior. And Ji Shui, observing Zhang Yu's demeanor, stifled a giggle and then opened her textbook. After quietly appraising her desk mate for a moment, She suddenly recognized that this seemingly frail girl was, in fact, exceptionally skilled. The classroom is located on the third floor, illuminated by the morning sun, with 2 rows on either side and 4 rows in the middle. Zhang Yu and his peers occupy the seats by the window. They rotate seats weekly to avoid straining their eyes. As it is early September, the weather remains quite warm, with the sounds of lectures and page-turning resonating in the evening study hall. A gentle breeze wafts through the window, instilling a sense of tranquility. Who could have anticipated that he would truly attend this school and meet such remarkable young women? It is indeed a privilege. In his previous life, although he was not bullied during high school, that naive period was far from idyllic. Ordinary individuals in an ordinary school do not equate to an extraordinary experience. Xiao Yuzi, do you not live on campus? After evening study, as Gu Shuyun saw Zhang Yu heading outside the school, she inquired. I rent a place in the neighboring Xingyuan community. Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Hey, how decisive. You happen to reside in the same community as us. Tell me, did you scout ahead to rent there just to be close to us 2 beauties? Gu Shuyun's expression suddenly darkened. Go play, Zhang Yu said, feeling exasperated. Gu Shuyun continued to laugh, unable to contain herself. Haha, it's quite good, really. We have someone to drive us every day. Swear, we have a bodyguard escorting us. Oh, I can tell my family not to worry about picking us up anymore, Gu Shuyun remarked playfully to Njishua. Isn't it unnecessary to have someone pick us up with such a short distance? It's less than a kilometer, Zhang Yu mused, puzzled. There's a segment of dark road when entering the community, and during winter, it gets dark early, which makes my family uneasy, and Njishua explained quietly. Zhang Yu nodded, smiled, and chose not to pursue the topic further, yet he unconsciously slowed his pace, walking quietly behind the 2 girls. At that moment, Gu Shuyun and Njishua began to sense a subtle shift. It felt like a sense of security. This young man exhibited remarkable restraint, not perceiving them merely as classmates but maintaining a respectful distance, trailing behind, and ensuring there was no discomfort. After exchanging glances, the 2 girls averted their eyes. Lost in their thoughts. I've arrived home. My place is in this building, Zhang Yu announced. Which building are you in? Gu Shuyun suddenly adopted a serious tone. I'm in the 2nd unit on the 2nd floor of the building ahead, Zhang Yu replied. Ah, so we have a true senior-junior dynamic. Remember to take good care of my dear Schwer. Her home is in that building too, in the same unit, though she is on the 4th floor, Gu Shuyun said before turning to head back. The remainder of the journey was quiet for both of them. After entering the building, Zhang Yu continued to follow closely. Aren't you on the 2nd floor? And Njishua asked, noticing that Zhang Yu did not pause at the 2nd floor. I'll escort you to the 3rd floor first. After you enter, I'll come back down, Zhang Yu smiled, responding amicably. And Njishua quietly observed Zhang Yu for a couple of seconds before turning her head and ascending the stairs. She retrieved her key to unlock the door, offering Zhang a gentle smile and nod as she entered, while he returned to his rented apartment. His dwelling was a 2-bedroom unit. He occupied the master bedroom, while the other room was also leased out, though he had not encountered the previous tenant during the moving process. Hello, you must be the new tenant. I am Wu Peng, a student from the 1st high school. Upon entering, Zhang Yu noticed someone seated in the living room who stood to greet him. Hello. And you are? Zhang Yu remarked, suddenly finding the person somewhat familiar. Hey, you're Zhang Yu, right? The one surrounded by 2 stunning beauties, Wu Peng exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Yu was at a loss for words, taken aback by the remark. And you are? He inquired, eager to learn the other's name. I'm Wu Peng, but you can just call me Xiao Peng, he replied, launching into a monologue. It turns out we're in the same class. I sit in the back, with a rather unpleasant desk mate, while your desk partner and those in front of you are all beauties. Even during our runs, it seems you converse with lovely ladies. I really must commend you. Brother, that's impressive. Wu Peng continued to chatter away. Zhang Yu was speechless, wondering how Wu Peng had managed to observe his running routine. Sensing Zhang Yu's confusion, Wu Peng explained, after the high school entrance exam, I let myself go a bit, and I've gained some weight. I intended to start jogging in the evenings. Recently, I could manage a few laps at the 1st high school, but when I saw you running, I decided to follow. I was utterly exhausted after just 2 laps and could hardly catch my breath, yet you were there laughing and chatting with the beauties. The most astonishing part was that after running so many laps, you still went to work out with the equipment. Brother, are you a dedicated athlete? No, wait. How could an athlete be in this class, especially one ranked so highly? Wu Peng continued his incessant chatter. Zhang Yu remained silent, bemused by Wu Peng's incessant talk. I'm not particularly fond of my name. My father wanted me to embody humility, but that sentiment feels outdated. Given that I've gained weight over the holidays, I find Xiaopeng suits me just fine. Zhang Yu perceived Wu Peng as clever. Rather than allowing others to assign him a nickname, he embraced self-deprecation, leaving little room for criticism. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Zhang Yu interjected, "All right, you keep talking. I'm going to take a shower." Observing Wu Peng sprawled on the couch, still rambling, he excused himself to freshen up. Once Zhang Yu entered the bathroom, Wu Peng pursed his lips, feeling a slight imbalance in his mindset. In middle school, he had been a standout at the second high school, highly regarded by both peers and teachers. However, everything felt different now. He sensed himself becoming an ordinary individual, no longer the top achiever in class, nor enjoying the best rapport with his teachers or classmates, especially the female students. His roommate was notably impressive in terms of height, physical ability, and academics. I need to step up my game, he thought. Choosing to ignore the ongoing chatter in the living room, he proceeded to shower and wash his clothes. It had become a habit to clean his exercise attire after every workout, a routine he had maintained for nearly a year. "Are you done showering?" Wu Peng casually inquired as Zhang Yu emerged. "Finished. Just hanging up my clothes to dry," Zhang Yu replied. "By the way, you go. Shall we go online to play for a while?" Wu Peng mused, considering that on the first night, there was no studying to be done, and everything had been tidied up by his family during the day. He felt rather lethargic at this moment. "No, I'm heading out for a meal. Would you like to join?" Zhang Yu casually inquired. "Sure. I noticed a barbecue outside our community when I returned this evening. Let us go there for a bite," he replied, his mouth watering at the thought. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Given Wu Peng's physique, he assumed he had already dined. Why go again? He pondered while glancing at Wu Peng's slight paunch, suddenly understanding. "All right, let us go." Time followed a remarkably regular rhythm, attending school, studying, various examinations, and then meals and sleep. Zhang Yu's daily routine primarily involved escorting 2 female classmates. Indeed, they were companions in this journey. He made use of any available time to engage in exercise and practice, never letting it slip. During class on Friday, a note was passed. "Tomorrow, my dad wants you to come over for dinner." Despite sitting next to each other for several days, the two had not conversed much, with most interactions being light-hearted chats initiated by Gu Shuyan. And Ji Xue, true to her name, was particularly quiet. Their exchanges were mostly limited to simple greetings. However, due to Zhang Yu's regular pickups, he frequently received breakfast from Ji Xue. He contemplated refusing, but upon meeting her profound gaze, he swallowed his words, earning a slight smile in return. Most of their communication occurred through sporadic notes during class. The latest note seemed to address Zhang Yu's confusion. "These past few nights, my dad has seen you downstairs. He wants me to invite you for dinner on Saturday." Zhang Yu understood the reasoning behind it. It had been a long time since he had seen Directorin, especially with his master involved. "Okay," he replied softly, and there were no further notes exchanged. Later that night, in their rented accommodation, Wu Xiaopeng slumped on the sofa and asked Zhang Yu, "Are you going home tomorrow?" "No, what about you?" Zhang Yu replied. "I am going back, my family insists. I truly don't want to return, but I miss my mother's cooking," he sighed. "What about you? Going out for a late-night snack?" "No, I have something to attend to," Zhang Yu said, then stepped out. "Seriously," Wu Xiaopeng muttered, having already settled back in, boredly watching television. "You startled me," Zhang Chong exclaimed, turning to see Zhang Yu standing expressionless behind him. "I figured you'd be here," Zhang Yu remarked, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration towards his brother. "What is wrong with playing for a while before going home tomorrow?" Zhang Chong retorted, continuing to play and casually throwing out a dismissive remark. Feeling no desire to engage further, Zhang Yu turned off the device and forcefully pulled Zhang Chong up. "Let me go?" Zhang Chong shouted in anger, caught in a crucial moment of his game. "Return now, or I won't hesitate to slap you," Zhang Yu warned, now significantly taller than his brother. Zhang Chong felt a surge of indignation but held back his words. He believed he should have a serious conversation with their mother about how to manage his brother. He didn't feel much like a younger sibling. "I run every day. I'll keep an eye on you," Zhang Yu stated as he dragged Zhang Chong out. In truth, Zhang Chong desired to resist. Yet his younger brother's grip felt as unyielding as iron, rendering him unable to break free. "Let go of me. I can walk on my own. I'll head to the front desk to request a refund. I've booked the room for the night." Zhang Chong, feeling vexed, turned his body and made his way to the front desk. Observing the aggrieved and furious figure of Zhang Chong as he entered the secondary school, Zhang Yu merely shook his head in silence. Chapter 22. The gathering on Saturday, you must be Zhang Yu. Come in. A beautiful woman greeted Zhang Yu with warmth upon his knock at the door. Hello, Auntie, I am Zhang Yu, he responded politely. It was evident that she bore a striking resemblance to Zhang. There was no doubt they were mother and daughter. Why come empty-handed? Wei Shilan remarked. Noticing the fruit Zhang Yu held, Zhang Yu smiled and remained silent, stepping inside to change his shoes and place them on the rack. At that moment, he glanced towards the living room, discovering that section chief and was engaged in a game of chess with a distinguished middle-aged man. After a brief exchange of looks, Zhang Yu was told to take a seat while they finished their game. To his surprise, Gu Shuyun was still in the room, though she remained silent, merely blinking. And Zhishue stood beside her mother, offering Zhang Yu a friendly nod and smile. Is this the spirited young man who is old Lu's apprentice? Inquired the woman seated next to Gu Shuyun. This is my mother. You may call her Aunt Jean. The one who welcomed you is Schwerer's mother, whom you can address as Aunt Wei, Gu Shuyun interjected, standing up to introduce them. You three classmates should sit and chat. Aunt Wei and I will prepare some food. Aunt Jean announced before heading to the kitchen with Aunt Wei. Come on, let us go to Xiaoshue's room to talk, Gu Shuyun suggested, rising to leave. And Zhishue's face flushed crimson. Zhang Yu, seated on the sofa, hesitated to move. How could he enter a girl's room on his first visit? He noticed section chief and casting a piercing glance their way, the atmosphere thick with an unspoken tension. He had no desire to provoke such a taboo in the presence of a father. Gu Shuyun seemed to sense the awkwardness and, playfully sticking out her tongue, returned to sit beside Zhishue on the sofa. The three began to chat quietly, during which they learned that section chief and was named Wei, head of the security department, and that Zhishue's mother, Wei Shilan, was a doctor at the hospital. Gu Shuyun's father, Gu Weihua, served as the deputy director of the equipment department at the headquarters, while her mother, Jean Lin, was an editor at a newspaper. Zhang Yu thought to himself that Gu Shuyun's family was indeed well off, and Zhishue's family seemed quite respectable as well. As they conversed, Zhang Yu observed the home's decor. Though not lavish, it was clean and simple. Why haven't you poured a glass of water for Xiaoyu? Aunt Wei emerged from the kitchen, noticing the trio seated together, and expressed her mild discontent. Oh right. And Zhishue suddenly remembered and hurried to pour some water. No need. Auntie, I'm not thirsty, Zhang Yu quickly interjected. Do you play chess? Section chief and inquired, turning his head. Uncle Lin, I really don't, Zhang Yu admitted. You must learn. A man should know how to play chess, Wei responded. All right, I'll find some time to study it, Zhang Yu replied courteously, while Gu Weihua merely glanced at him without speaking. How is your master's health recently? During dinner, Gu Weihua inquired. How have you been? Not bad, Zhang Yu replied. I visited my master last week before school started, and he is in good spirits. At Lu's age, it's not easy to take on an apprentice. You must learn diligently. And Wei interjected. It is indeed my honor to have encountered my master, and I will certainly do my best. I also thank you, Uncle Lin. Since the last incident, no one has sought trouble with me. Allow me to raise a glass to you, albeit with water instead of wine. With that, Zhang Yu stood to toast. Such matters are trivial. Please, sit down, and save your toast for when you are of age to drink, and Wei waved his hand. Although he lifted his glass for a sip. What is it, Uncle Lin? Gu Shuyun asked, biting her chopsticks and glancing at Zhang Yu. And Wei proceeded to recount Zhang Yu's summer market stall endeavor. Ah, so you have been running a stall? Gu Shuyun exclaimed, astonished as she looked at Zhang Yu. And Zhishue also raised her head in curiosity. Just earning a little pocket money from time to time, Zhang Yu modestly replied, not elaborating further. Little Zhang seems to be quite a solid lad. We are familiar with old Lu. He has high standards. I once hoped to have my nephew practice with him. But old Lu turned up his nose and left after seeing him. Such a shame, Jean Lin remarked. Mom, you should consider what sort of person your nephew is. He barely acknowledges Uncle Lu, his eyes nearly reaching the heavens. How could Uncle Lu possibly take notice of him? Gu Shuyun countered, dismantling the praise. You rascal. He is still your cousin. You shouldn't speak so disparagingly, she added playfully. Thank you, little Zhang. We were just discussing how our families might coordinate to take turns escorting the girls, especially with winter approaching. It's not very safe. However, we are all swamped with work, and the timing has been quite unfortunate. Who would have thought you would rent a place here? Being both a classmate and old Lu's apprentice? Auntie appreciates your help. Wei Shilan expressed her gratitude towards Zhang Yu. Auntie, please don't mention it. We are all classmates. And you are my elders. It is my duty to assist, Zhang Yu promptly responded. Now that is the spirit of a true gentleman. Come, let us drink to that. And Wei said, raising his glass with a smile. Gu Weihua and the others followed suit, lifting their glasses. As the banquet concluded, Zhang Yu politely prepared to take his leave. "We'll come find you later. We're heading to KTV to sing this afternoon," Gu Shuyan said, stopping Zhang Yu. Nodding, Zhang Yu departed. He had informed Zhang Chong the previous day that he would not be returning home that weekend, which naturally pleased Zhang Chong, who relished the prospect of visiting the internet cafe without fear of being caught by Zhang Yu. Inside the KTV private room, Gu Shuyun asked Zhang Yu, "What will you sing? I'll cue it up for you. You all go ahead. I will take a moment to see what songs catch my fancy." Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "Ah, you wish to choose for yourself? Let me tell you, our singing is exceptional, so be careful not to embarrass yourself," she teased. "You overestimate me. I'm mainly concerned that if I sing first, you all might be too shy to follow," Zhang Yu jested. "Ha ha." The two girls laughed in unison, and Zhang Yu shrugged, indicating he would peruse the selections later. The moonlight lavishly spills over the stained window, enchanting all visions in an instant. With another cup of that ancient, mysterious Ganges water, I adorn my forehead with a cat's eye, unveiling a celebration that has imprisoned the joints of love for millennia. Recounting forgotten romances, I listen to the joys and sorrows entwined around my waist, urging those images to resurface and return to yesteryears. Gu Shuyan, bouncing with vivacity, sings last year's melodies, exuberant youth illuminating her exquisite visage under the glow of lights, capturing the heart's essence. One cannot help but succumb to solitude. Tears fall, and only then do you offer solace. Fearing fleeting sunny days that may be swiftly reclaimed by shadows, I await opportunities that are both the worst and the sweetest. I remain optimistic yet weary, for the dread of losing you fills even my joy with sorrow. You remain unaware that you perpetually grasp my hand with your right. Anan quietly sings, her eyes closed, long lashes framing her peaceful countenance, leaving only warmth in the dimming light. "Come, come, it's your turn." Gu Shuyun urges Zhang Yu to sing. "All right, I shall sing an old tune. The flowers bloom in spring, the winds blow in autumn, and the sun sets in winter. The melancholic youth within me once thought naively of such things. The windmill spins in the cyclical song of the seasons, its daily dance captured in verses of wind, flowers, snow, and moonlight, as I grow year after year. The flowing water carries away the tales of time, transforming a person. Singing softly, the booth envelopes itself in tranquility. In this moment, the melody conveys a subtle sadness and the passage of time. The two young ladies, though somewhat perplexed, sense a fragment of the world's weariness through the song. They are proud girls, each with esteemed backgrounds and accomplishments, aware that Zhang Yu's family circumstances are less favorable. Yet, there is an aura about Zhang Yu that stirs their curiosity. Initially, they hear he is a disciple of Uncle Lu, a term that feels foreign and distant in this age. This occurrence unfolds right before them, coupled with their childhood admiration for Uncle Lu. Their fathers command great respect in their respective fields and households, yet they transform in the presence of Uncle Lu, even when he displays displeasure, while their fathers remain jovial. Though their acquaintance with Zhang Yu is brief, they feel a gentle, comforting aura around him. Today's song evokes the impression that he carries a wealth of stories. Despite his youth, he is even younger than they are, both being nearly half a year his senior. Unconsciously, they find themselves clapping to the rhythm. It is no surprise they are but young girls, while Zhang Yu possesses a psychological age far beyond his years, coupled with his youthful, sunlit visage. How could he possibly resemble those naive youths? This is precisely why so many young girls fall for older men. Girls mature early, and the boys they encounter at a suitable age often lack maturity, leading them to be naturally drawn to someone like him. As the song concluded, it marked a moment of glory for Gu Shuyun, while Zhang Yu silently observed. However, his mind was occupied with reflections of the past. In his previous life, he had harbored a disdain for singing with others after drinking, particularly with various vendors, despite having cultivated a commendable singing voice. In his youth, he was completely tone-deaf. He owed his musical appreciation to a year spent with a teacher who had graduated from a music academy. That year, in pursuit of a young lady, Zhang Yu invested in guitar lessons, and through earnest efforts, they eventually became a couple. To nurture that relationship, he diligently learned the guitar and was encouraged to study music theory, ostensibly so he could substitute for lessons during his busy work hours. For over a year, they shared a blissful intimacy. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that prolonged companionship did not yield true love, but rather disdain. This was due to the struggles Zhang Yu faced at work, where his salary was meager. Although he had acquired a home, his savings were virtually non-existent. Ultimately, it culminated in a parting where she expressed her desire for him to strive for success rather than simply be present, leaving him feeling uncertain about the future. Years later, a flourishing Zhang Yu encountered the same woman at another gathering. By then, she was divorced and tearfully sought reconciliation. The once reckless Zhang Yu, however, remained indifferent, having secured another long-term relationship. Regrettably, a few months later, she expressed, "I do not care about your earnings. I simply wish for your companionship." In response, Zhang Yu remained silent and asked her to leave. Art is derived from life, and internet humor often stems from melodrama, which can be quite overwhelming. "What are you daydreaming about?" Your eyes seem glazed over. Gu Shuyun waved her hand in front of Zhang Yu, giving him a gentle nudge. At that moment, and Ji Shue's face flushed crimson, for she was in the midst of singing confession. "Let me tell you, you must harbor no thoughts about our little Shui. Beware of my fist that is as large as a cauldron," Gu Shuyun quipped, tightening her fist and shaking it before Zhang Yu. "No, please, go ahead." "I was just lost in thought," Zhang Yu replied, shaking his head and casting an apologetic glance at Ji Shue. After the gathering dispersed, Zhang Yu returned to his rented accommodation alone, his mind swirling with memories of emotional entanglements from his past life. The image of Li Qiaoyan resurfaced, followed by the silhouette of Ji Shue, then Gu Shuyun's face. Feeling overwhelmed, he changed into his sports attire and went out for a run. He had developed a passion for running, as it brought him a profound sense of comfort. He had always relished the sensation of perspiration. In his previous life, he had neglected physical activity during his studies. Although he attempted street dancing in college, his physical condition hindered him from executing many advanced moves. After entering the workforce, he had succumbed to a beer belly, and during his military service, he trained excessively. Consequently, he often suffered from back pain, which worsened after he began working underground. Unsurprisingly, he faced a serious injury, herniated discs, at just 29 years of age. Though he continued to exercise, he became wary of engaging in strenuous activities, including running. This life shall not come again. As Zhang Yu jogged, the two young ladies at home fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in thoughts of how remarkably different Zhang Yu appeared while singing. And Ji Shue retrieved her notebook from her bedroom, beginning to jot down her reflections. Gu Shuyun, meanwhile, sat alone on the cushion of her bay window, her knees drawn up as she gazed out, her expression unchanging as she noticed the darkened window across the way on the second floor. Time passed slowly until she observed someone entering the corridor, at which point the light in that window flickered on. A figure emerged, shedding their shirt to reveal a physique brimming with muscles. "Ah, dear elder brother. Your disciple is destined for greatness," she mused. "Humph, as if you even know whose disciple it is. Enough of your worries. He will forge his own path. Indeed. Elder brother, let us share a drink when you come down. You won't come up, so I shall seek you out, given your large stature. All right then. Next time I check in, I'll bring Olden along for some drinks." After completing his morning routine, Zhang Yu opened his textbooks, determined to review all of them within 2 years. He also aimed to delve into music theory for the purpose of composing a few songs later on. It would be foolish to attempt songwriting without any foundational knowledge of music theory. Chapter 23. Reporting quietly accumulating wealth can be beneficial at times, yet it may also have its drawbacks. Eventually, one may find themselves in a position where a modicum of fame offers a semblance of security. The days of study flew by, and before long, over a month had passed, bringing the National Day holiday closer. However, the holiday at Yizhong lasted only 3 days. During that time, Zhang Yu returned home once, dedicating those 2 days to practice with his master, who had begun to train him in both sparring and weaponry, equipment that was readily available in the homes of martial artists. Following this, he resumed his studies in his rental accommodation. Zhang Yu now harbored few desires for the luxuries of life, seeking only nutritious sustenance such as eggs, milk, and beef. His living expenses were modest, particularly since he had savings to fall back on. Occasionally, he would receive invitations to dine at the homes of the two young ladies. Yet he often declined, considering their households were comprised entirely of girls. Each day, he continued to escort the two young ladies, and the bond among the trio grew increasingly natural. Of course, there were amusing incidents as well. Initially, Li Qiaoyan and Han Li sought to spend time together, while Lu Jiang persistently pursued Han Li, who remained non-committal, leaving him in a state of suspense. Caught in the middle, Li Xiaoyan became increasingly uncomfortable with the situation. Meanwhile, a classmate of Li Xiaoyan's remained steadfast in his pursuit. During one lunch break in the cafeteria, after Li Xiaoyan had filled her tray, that classmate approached her once more. Upon noticing this, Zhang Yu promptly sat down across from Li Xiaoyan with his own meal. "Here's a chicken leg. A little extra nourishment for your high school days. You look rather thin," he remarked, offering her his chicken leg. As Li Xiaoyan momentarily froze in surprise, Zhang Yu continued to eat his meal with casual ease. The young man beside her was on the verge of exploding with anger, ready to reprimand when Li Xiaoyan shot a glare at Zhang Yu and directly picked up a chicken leg to eat, leaving the young man in a state of bewilderment. During mealtime, Gu Shuyun, accompanied by Ji Xue, also joined them, followed by Wu Qianqian. Zhang Yu introduced Li Xiaoyan to the two girls, and Wu Xiaopeng introduced himself as well. Eventually, the awkward young man chose to walk away. The following days unfolded similarly. Li Xiaoyan understood the implication and chose not to expose it. However, when Gu Shuyun inquired, Zhang Yu mentioned that the old classmates preferred not to be disturbed. This situation evolved into a close bond among the three girls, who dined together daily, while Zhang Yu's class and Li Xiaoyan's class were on the same floor. Separated by another class, Li Xiaoyan did not join the 4 experimental classes, and the reason remained unclear. Subsequently, Gu Shuyun frequently brought Li Xiaoyan and Ji Xue together. On one occasion, the young man, after finishing work, brought along 2 former classmates from their school, intending to confront Zhang Yu. However, upon recognizing Zhang Yu, the 2 classmates simply walked away, as Zhang Yu was already renowned for his unwavering routine of jogging on the playground every day. Engaging with him would only lead to disadvantage. "Zhang Yu, come here for a moment." Zhang Yu, seated at his desk, was called out by Li Jing. "What's the matter, Teacher Li?" Zhang Yu inquired as he entered her office. "Are you dating Li Xiaoyan from class 5? Li Jing asked sternly. "Who said that?" "I'm not aware of it. Has the school appointed me a girlfriend?" Zhang Yu retorted with a laugh. "I'm speaking seriously. This is no joke," Li Jing said, visibly frustrated. "Isn't it you who initiated the jest?" Zhang Yu replied, his expression turning serious. "Someone reported that you are in a relationship with Li Xiaoyan, and the principal has summoned both me and the head of class 5 to investigate. If it's true, it will be made known," she explained. "I find your academic performance satisfactory, and you are generally well-behaved. Why cause such a fuss? Teachers don't prohibit relationships. You can pursue them in college." "Wait a moment. Don't say so much. I'm unaware of any relationship on my part. Is this just because someone reported me? Have you verified the facts?" Zhang Yu interrupted, challenging her. "If you're not in a relationship, then what is going on?" Li Jing appeared perplexed. "She is an old classmate of mine. We merely shared a table in the cafeteria. Moreover, Gu Shuyun and Ji Xue and Wu Qianqian were all present." "I see now. Is it Zhang Weiqi who reported this?" "I suspect it's him. He has been persistently pursuing Li Xiaoyan and, upon seeing us together frequently, must have lost his mind." "Understood. You may return for now. I will verify with Gu Shuyun and the others. Remember, do not cause any trouble," she instructed him. "All right, Teacher Li, I'll let you be," Zhang Yu responded before promptly leaving her office, leaving Li Jing in a state of disbelief at the audacity of this student. Zhang Yu chose not to return to class, but instead walked alone, pondering the situation. How could this be? In his previous life, he had heard that Li Xiaoyan was reported for dating at the secondary school, yet now he found himself in the center of this drama. Moreover, Zhang Weiqi had remembered him. What a predicament! Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Yu encountered Gu Shuyun and Wu Qianqian, who had just re-entered through the door. Gu Shuyun directly inquired, "Isn't it that little scoundrel who reported us?" Zhang Yu shrugged, replying, "It's all sorted out. We explained everything to Teacher Li. Xiao Xue and Teacher Li went to speak with class teacher Yan, and this matter has passed. However, what is going on with you? Teacher Li mentioned your attitude was particularly dreadful, claiming she had never encountered anyone like you." Gu Shuyun complained, "Hey, I haven't done anything yet, and I'm already being labeled. It's a wonder I can keep my temper." Zhang Yu shrugged again, expressing his helplessness. Nonetheless, Teacher Li also mentioned that we should refrain from dining together frequently for a while, as it has been deemed inappropriate. Some have even reported it to her. "All right then," Zhang Yu conceded, accepting the situation. However, as Gu Shuyun turned away, a slight smile curled at the corners of her lips, knowing that Zhang Yu would still be responsible for picking her up every day. The school meals were limited to lunch, and they wouldn't be together in the evenings. During class, Zhang Yu's thoughts drifted to Li Xiaoyan. The recent issue had been resolved swiftly, which was a relief, though he hoped her mindset would improve. In her previous life, Li Qiaoyan's academic performance had never been mediocre, as she had entered the second high school with the highest scores. It was perplexing that she ultimately only enrolled in a vocational college. The second high school had an undergraduate admission rate that was second only to the first high school. Perhaps it was related to that public reprimand. Unfortunately, there was little he could do within the school, so he wrote a note and asked Ji Xue to deliver it. When Ji Xue, momentarily distracted, saw Zhang Yu still smiling, she tucked the note away. Is my excellence so remarkable that it leads you to think I am boasting? How unfair. I can barely keep a low profile. Upon reading the note, Li Qiaoyan initially felt puzzled, but then she burst into laughter. Today had been particularly disheartening for her due to a reprimand from the teacher. After Teacher Li and Ji Xue corroborated their accounts, the teacher instructed her to behave and avoid causing trouble. Feeling extremely aggrieved, she returned to class and buried her face in her arms, weeping. After class, she cast a glance at Zhang Weiqi, who sat across the room, harboring intense resentment toward him. She had previously thought he was quite agreeable, only to discover his true nature. During the recess, Ji Xue called out to her, showing her the note. Instantly, Li Qiaoyan felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Later that evening, while strolling with Ji Xue and others after dinner, she spotted Zhang Yu still jogging. The sight of his smile upon seeing her brought her immense solace. That mischievous fellow, Liang Gu, that guy over there, he's too arrogant, Zhang Weiqi remarked to a companion, pointing at Zhang Yu, who was running. Is he training at the school? Tonight, I'll confront him. Remember, once you join our martial arts team, we fear no one, and if someone dares to bully you, it will be a joke on them. Zhang Weiqi had just joined the school's taekwondo team, where all members practiced martial arts. The duo referred to themselves as the martial arts team, with the leader being someone named Yu Liang. In this era, taekwondo is experiencing a surge in popularity, and they feel particularly formidable, especially for Yu Liang, who is in his second year of high school and stands at an impressive height of 1.8 meters. Upon encountering Zhang Yu, who is of similar stature, he feels a surge of disdain. This sentiment intensifies after he sees Gu Shuyun and Ji Xue, which instantly invigorates him. He yearns for an opportunity to make their acquaintance. On one occasion, he notices Zhang Yu frequently in the company of the two girls, their laughter ringing out, which further exacerbates his irritation. Coincidentally, this junior disciple seeks revenge and decides to seize the opportunity to teach Zhang Yu a lesson. After class one evening, Zhang Yu follows behind the two girls, and the trio engages in light conversation. Hey, wait a moment. Zhang Weiqi suddenly calls out to Zhang Yu. They find themselves on a dimly lit stretch of road leading from the school to the community. There are 4 individuals in total, with Yu Liang leading the group. This is a person Zhang Yu has encountered before during a summer break in college. He had taken a job at a training camp where Yu Liang was a taekwondo instructor. They used to hang out often, but their paths diverged when those who opened a dojo with him faced misfortune, while he himself thrived, acquiring both car and home. Yu Liang is ruthless, calculating against anyone who draws near. You must be Zhang Yu. I've heard you're quite skilled. We are from the martial arts team, and today we'd like to spar with you, Yu Liang declares, his head held high, his gaze dripping with contempt. Why don't you all head back? I'll return shortly, Zhang Yu replies gently to the girls. We'll go together. I refuse to believe they would dare to harm us, Gu Shuyun retorts defiantly. I can have my uncle deal with them. Let us all return together, and Ji Xue adds, her eyes fixed on Zhang Yu. Yu Liang signals to one of his companions, and Zhang Weiqi along with another young man steps forward to intercept the two girls, while another approaches Zhang Yu directly. Xiao Xue, protect Xiaoyan and yourself, Zhang Yu calmly instructs, setting down his backpack. Are you joking? Do you think girls who enjoy gossip are afraid of them? But it's probably best not to resort to violence. And Ji Xue responds, disregarding the two who block their path, her gaze lingering on Zhang Yu's silhouette. She thinks to herself that if Zhang Yu, who has only trained for 2 years, were to suffer any harm, she would undoubtedly intervene. Meanwhile, Gu Shuyun remained silent, inwardly vowing that they would pay dearly for their actions. Suddenly, one of the young men launches a high kick aimed at Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Yu deftly sidesteps and steps forward, delivering a swift slap that sends the assailant crashing to the ground. The action is executed with such speed that the others are momentarily stunned, though Ji Xue perceives a difference. Zhang Yu's reaction time and striking precision seem superior, despite her longer training. Gu Shuyun gasps, recognizing Zhang Yu's unexpected prowess. Zhang Weiqi hesitates, while the others, fueled by anger, rush forward only to be met with another of Zhang Yu's swift kicks that sends one sprawling. Yu Liang finds himself at a loss. After 3 years of Taekwondo training, he can discern the skill involved, feeling somewhat outmatched. However, with his companions watching and 2 beautiful girls present, retreat is not an option. He must press forward. Thus, he adopts a serious stance and charges ahead. In Taekwondo, engaging in close combat can be disastrous, while long-range kicks possess tremendous power. Zhang Yu refrained from closing the distance, opting instead to assess the prowess of his own leg techniques in comparison to his opponents. As Yu Liang executed a high kick, Zhang Yu deftly evaded it and retaliated with a low whip kick, which Yu Liang attempted to block. Although the execution was correct, the force behind the low whip kick was overwhelming. Yu Liang felt as though his calf bone might shatter, and soon found himself lifted off the ground, only to crash heavily back down. The technique was sound, sweeping with the low whip kick and raising the calf to defend, but he had misjudged the power. The impact caused his leg to recoil, resulting in a fall that sent him sprawling to the ground. Observing Yu Liang clutching his leg on the floor, Zhang Yu chose to remain silent. He picked up his backpack and approached the 2 girls nearby. Gu Shuyun quickly composed herself, striving to appear nonchalant. Zhang Yu smiled, and Ji Shue joined him in laughter. "Oh, you are truly wicked," Gu Shuyun protested, twisting her body in playful defiance. "Look behind you," Zhang Yu suddenly exclaimed, prompting both girls to turn. In that moment, he swiftly slapped the motionless Zhang Weiqi standing nearby, leaving a clear imprint on her face. "Next time, I'll make you regret it. Get lost," Zhang Yu declared without glancing back. The 2 girls turned around, witnessing nothing amiss, only to hear the commotion, and upon turning back, they saw Zhang Weiqi in a disheveled state, yet remained silent. The 3 then prepared to leave. "Why have you returned so late today?" asked Wu Xiaoping. "I was simply too hungry in the evening, so I took a leave to enjoy a bowl of braised pork. There was nothing happening during the last evening study session." Zhang Yu replied, understanding at last why he had not seen Wu Xiaoping in the final class. "No worries, I'm off to freshen up." Unbeknownst to Zhang Yu, local police had been dispatched that night. Gu Shiyun's uncle was a leader in the Public Security Bureau, and her mother was informed upon returning home, leading to a phone call. And Ji Shue also reported to her father, prompting director into contact an old friend. Meanwhile, Yu Liang and his cohorts, who were scheming revenge, did not return to their dormitory that night and were subsequently confined. That evening, Jean Lin reached out to the vice principal of the first high school. Thus, a prompt resolution emerged later that night. Chapter 24. The package. In light of Zhang Weiqi's slanderous accusations against a fellow student and her egregious physical assault, she was expelled. Yu Liang, having a history of bullying classmates and leading off-campus assaults, was also expelled. Sun Peng received a severe warning for his involvement in the assault, with the threat of expulsion upon a second offense. Zhao Kai faced similar consequences. The following day, a crowd had gathered near the bulletin board as Zhang Yu and his companions approached. Zhang Yu glanced at Gu Shuyun and Ji Shue, and Ji Shue lowered her head, gazing at her feet, while Gu Shuyun met his gaze defiantly. Zhang Yu shook his head and smiled, choosing not to comment. The handling of bullies was indisputably justified. It served as a benefit to those who had suffered at their hands and those who might in the future. Of course, this could not become a norm, but rather resulted from their provocation of individuals they ought not to have challenged. Hey, these individuals, how delightful. It is truly gratifying to see that they have finally been dealt with. I had long heard of Yu Liang's malevolence, oblivious to the reality. Wu Xiaoping and the others engaged in cheerful discussions. Zhang Yu and his companions chuckled. On one side, the classmates surrounding them were engrossed in a rather somber conversation, and soon their eyes fell upon Yu Liang and Zhang Weiqi, who, guided by their parents, were trudging out of the school with their heads hung low, luggage in hand. A security guard from the school trailed behind them. Yu Liang and Zhang Weiqi cast a glance, their eyes filled with malice. Yet, upon noticing the 2 young ladies, their expressions shifted to one of fear. Perhaps their experience the previous night had been rather harrowing. Zhang Yu observed the faint bruises gracing their faces. Signs of a confrontation not self-inflicted. "Do you not feel a twinge of discomfort?" And Ji Shue suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yu. "Last night, after the phone call from my father, he mentioned that Gu Shiyun's family had also been stirred into action. Initially, she pondered if this was excessive. Later, her mother reassured her that their course of action was justified, especially when her mother remarked that had Zhang Yu not practiced martial arts, had he been an ordinary individual, What calamity might have befallen those two young women today? If Zhi Shui too had not honed her skills, the consequences would have been unimaginable, neither overly dire nor entirely fortunate. Last night, the two young ladies conversed for an extended period, and Kachang's household was somewhat better off, as Zhi Shui possessed martial prowess, while Gu Shuyun returned home to find her parents in a state of alarm. No one dared to blame Zhang Yu. Instead, there was a collective sigh of relief. Her father's call to an uncle was stern, and her mother, with a tone of inquiry, reached out to the vice principal. Yet, they harbored a fear that Zhang Yu might perceive their actions as excessive. No, I find it quite commendable, especially for them or their parents. This is a significant matter, and the repercussions were rather severe, Zhang Yu stated earnestly while observing the two young ladies. But have they ever considered how their children might feel when they bully others? What thoughts might occupy the minds of those being tormented? How many have endured bullying during their school years, experiences that will haunt them for a lifetime? The purpose of martial arts is to strengthen oneself and protect one's loved ones, not to dominate the weak. It is evident that this is not their first transgression. Rather, it has become routine. I am no saint. My heart does not overflow with such kindness. They do not deserve it, Zhang Yu continued as he walked alongside them. You need not feel discomfort on my behalf. In fact, you should be grateful. In the 8th grade, I was once the target of bullying. That summer, I met my master, and by the 9th grade, I was no longer victimized. Thus, witnessing this outcome brings me immense satisfaction. I should express my gratitude to the two of you for ridding the world of evil, he jested, lightening the mood. What on earth, calling us heroines? How cliché. Gu Shuyun scoffed, though it was evident that her spirits had lifted considerably, and Zhi Shui walked alongside her, equally buoyant. However, both suddenly recalled that he too had once been bullied. You too? It's nothing. It's all in the past, and I've more than repaid it, Zhang Yu replied, clearly reluctant to delve into those memories. Indeed, the recollections of his second year of junior high have become somewhat unfamiliar to him. The only reason he remembers is due to the multitude of unpleasant memories from his past life. What transpired yesterday remains a mystery. Several teachers approached me today, and I also heard that there were police cars near the dormitory area last night. Li Jing confronted Zhang Yu, directly inquiring about the situation. Today, Zhang Weiqi's homeroom teacher and several teachers from the second-year classes, particularly the coach of the school's sports team, sought her out to ask for clarification. She herself was at a loss and could only think of Zhang Yu upon hearing Zhang Weiqi's name. You ought to direct such inquiries to the principal or vice principal, or even to the police, Zhang Yu stated before entering the classroom, leaving Li Jing somewhat bewildered at the classroom door. However, she refrained from expressing her frustration, as the school had emphasized the importance of addressing fights and the presence of some unstable students in certain classes during the morning assembly. A strict warning was issued, followed by a stern reprimand directed at the sports team coach, along with the announcement of disciplinary actions taken. Ultimately, Li Jing was left behind to attend to and comfort Gu Shuyun and Zhi Shui. Li Jing was entirely perplexed. While she wished to inquire further, she hesitated. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Yu noticed the questioning gazes of the two girls. He reassured them with a gesture of nonchalance before taking his seat. After class, the teacher called the two girls for a brief discussion, but not much was said. They themselves were uncertain, and the girls were reluctant to delve into these matters further. The events passed with little consequence, resulting merely in the expulsion of two students, who, as rumored, had transferred to a school in the county. Unable to remain in the mining district, life continued unabated. After the 3-day National Day holiday, everyone returned to the rigors of study, marking what felt like the true commencement of their high school journey. Zhang Yu, you have a letter. During the class break, the class monitor, Yu Ming, approached him, holding a parcel. Thank you, Zhang Yu replied, accepting the package and glancing at the cover. The parcel was neither too heavy nor too light. Instead of eagerly tearing it open, Zhang Yu gently ran his fingers over its surface. It was from the People's Literature Publishing House. In his previous life, he had only purchased their books, never expecting to receive something in return. After more than a month of anticipation, a conclusion had finally arrived. And Zhi Shui, observing Zhang Yu's demeanor, was taken aback. She had just been chatting with Gu Shuyun when she noticed the sizable parcel and was curious about its contents. Surprised to find Zhang Yu unmoving, as his desk mate, she leaned over, covering her mouth in astonishment. Gu Shuyun, equally intrigued, turned to see, her face marked with disbelief as she gazed at Zhang Yu. And Zhi Shui gently tugged at Zhang Yu, prompting him to react and open the parcel. Inside, as expected, lay a sample issue, a remittance slip, and a letter from the editor. In that moment, the heart of the man who had returned over a year ago seemed to awaken, feeling grounded once more after such a lengthy duration. He casually handed the sample issue to the eager Zhang, while Gu Shuyun joined her in looking on. Zhang Yu naturally unfolded the letter, noting that the editor from the People's Literature spoke sparingly. After all, this was merely a youthful novel. There were no extravagant praises, yet the emotions conveyed were sincere. For instance, one appreciates the unabashed exuberance of youth depicted in the text, devoid of the clichés prevalent in contemporary literature. One also admires the author's innovative narrative structure, which weaves together three thematic threads of anticipation, snow, and the interlude of spring. Among these elements, Zhang Yu's favorite line resonates deeply. The naive affections of youth navigate through confusion, not as a means of mutual harm, but as a journey of shared, sweet growth. Anticipation for future masterpieces lingers in the air as Zhang Yu sets down his letter with a smile. In the realm of novel submissions today, it is customary to draft an outline and related content before awaiting the initial review by publishers, including topic proposals and validations. Only after confirming the project's viability does one sign a contract, paving the way for formal writing and subsequent applications for publication identifiers. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, completed his manuscript in its entirety, ultimately resulting in 5 drafts. He had contemplated writing online novels. Yet familial circumstances and the challenges faced during his return to secondary education rendered that impractical. The process of publishing a novel is notoriously arduous, yet remarkably rewarding. Hey, exclaimed Gu Shuyun, rendered speechless by the absurdity of a situation that, while she often took pride in her own achievements, seemed excessively ludicrous as it unfolded in her immediate vicinity. As class commenced, Zhang Yu heard the bell and promptly nudged Gu Shuyun's head back down. The surrounding students appeared unfazed, as this was a daily occurrence. During today's lesson, the trio was largely inattentive. Zhang Yu began to organize his belongings, anticipating that the next step would involve contract signing. However, prior to that, he needed to place a call to confirm receipt of the materials. Zhang Yu surmised that someone would likely come to meet him, given that the work was currently serialized, and the complete book would be published afterward, necessitating verification of authorship. Meanwhile, Zhang remained at her desk, one hand caressing the sample publication, lost in thought while occasionally stealing glances at Zhang Yu. "This sample publication is for you," he remarked softly, understanding her intentions without needing further elaboration. This time, there was no note, just a single, low yet distinctly clear word accompanied by a visible smile. Subsequently, she discreetly placed the sample into her backpack. Up front, Gu Shuyun seethed with irritation, her teeth clenched in frustration, while Xiaoxue, displaying a lack of decorum, demanded, "Take it out." After class, as Zhang Yu headed to the restroom, Gu Shuyun approached him fiercely. "He gave it to me," Zhang said in a hushed yet resolute tone. Upon seeing Zhang's demeanor, Gu Shuyun realized her chances were slim, but still yearned for another look. "He just told me not to mention it to anyone. Let us look at it at my house after school, with so many people around." Upon Zhang Yu's return, he found Gu Shuyun glaring at him with an intense expression, leaving him feeling quite helpless. "Here, you can have one," he said with a smile, pulling out another sample from his bag. "Humph," Gu Shuyun retorted, receiving the book with an air of pride, placing it into her backpack. "Hello, is this the People's Publishing House? I am Zhang Yu." "Yes, that's right, no problem." Zhang Yu hung up the phone. Last weekend, he went to the service center to obtain a phone card, spending 560 yuan on a Nokia 2610. Aside from making calls and sending messages, it possessed little else in terms of functionality. However, it proved convenient for communication. At the end of the month, someone would be coming, and the contract would be sent over in the next few days. Previously, he had submitted a manuscript of 30,000 words, which would be serialized, while subsequent works would be taken away after discussions with the visitor. In today's package, there was also a remittance slip for 11,600 yuan, a splendid sum, one that would take him quite a while to earn through street vending. The current payment was merely for serialization. The substantial earnings would come later. After concluding his evening exercises, he happily drifted off to sleep. That night, the two young ladies stayed up almost all night, watching intently until the late hours. The next day, on their way to school, the two girls surprisingly began to doze off. I remarked, "That's enough. What are you two planning? If this continues, those uncles will surely skin me alive." Zhang Yu said while enjoying the buns that Gu Shuyan had brought. Not at all. I just had insomnia last night. Gu Shuyan replied, somewhat haughtily. I must tell you, our school does check for leisure books. Don't bring them to school, or you might get caught. Zhang Yu warned as he took a hearty bite of the meat-filled bun. A friendly reminder. Gu Shuyan pouted. I left it at home, and Ji Shui answered quietly. Outside the ladies' restroom, Li Qiaoyan noticed the two girls yawning and found it quite unusual, prompting her to inquire, why do you both look so listless? Not really. I'm fine, Gu Shuyan chuckled. Come on, who is it that told me they sleep beauty sleep every night? You're always asleep as soon as you hit the bed. Now spill it, what is going on? Li Qiaoyan chided her. Oh, it's nothing, really, Gu Shuyan said as she dashed away. Swear, you don't seem quite right either. Li Qiaoyan turned her gaze to Jishua. Not at all, really, Jishua replied. 3 days later, Zhang Yu confronted Li Qiaoyan. Why are you staring at me? Do I have something on my face? He asked, puzzled by her expression. You all are acting strangely, especially you. Don't deny it. Your current state is completely different from before, and both Xiaoyan and Xiaoxue are also off. You are hiding something from me, Li Qiaoyan said, pursing her lips as she looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, taken aback by her expression, especially the 2 dimples on her cheeks, found himself at a loss. He considered denying it, but was reluctant to do so. Since the 2 of them were already aware, he thought, well, I'll find you this afternoon, and then you'll know. Remember to keep it a secret, he said with a smile as he left for class, leaving Li Qiaoyan confused yet pleased, for he had neither brushed her off nor concealed anything from her. Here, a total of 5 copies. Each of you can have one, and this one is for you. I had intended to give it to you, but the opportunity didn't present itself until now. Remember to keep it a secret. It's a novel I've written, currently in the early stages of serialization. Zhang Yu handed a sample copy to Li Qiaoyan. Li Qiaoyan took considerable time to recover from her shock, gazing at the boy before her and the exquisite sample copy in her hands, especially remembering the days of my youth, walking alongside my companions at school. I recall a small boy, diminutive and slender, wielding a large broom to tidy up. Now, he stands tall, his smile bringing a sense of comfort to my heart. Be sure to deliver the sample issue to me at the earliest opportunity, I remarked, after which he dashed off, clutching the sample issue. Yet his charming smile and 2 lovely dimples remained etched in my memory. The boy gazed at the receding silhouette of the girl ahead, smiling. Chapter 25. Visitors from the capital on the school playground. Most students would take a leisurely stroll after dinner. 3 girls linked arms, giggling and chatting as they walked. Don't you think he must be exhausted every day? Always running, with hardly a moment's pause. He even sprints after morning study sessions, Gu Shuyan remarked. Observing Zhang Yu jogging on the track, he started running in his 3rd year of middle school, and it's been the same routine every day. I've grown accustomed to it, Li Qiaoyan replied with a smile. Why don't you tell us more about him? And Jishua suddenly turned to Li Qiaoyan. Oh, he was quite frail in his younger days. I wasn't very familiar with him, but in 6th grade, we ended up in the same class. And he performed quite well academically. His grades were commendable when he entered middle school, but during the 1st year, his performance began to decline and remained stagnant. Li Qiaoyan reflected, watching the boy running on the playground, her heart swirling with mixed emotions. However, everything changed in his 3rd year. He suddenly grew tall, appearing slim, yet not in the same way as before. I noticed him begin to exercise and engage in sports daily, and his grades began to improve. You see, in our cohort, there were roughly 400 to 500 students, and he consistently ranked around 300. Then, he began to ascend into the top 100, then the top 50, and eventually into the top 10 and top 5. It was truly a perplexing feeling. Wow, I had no idea he had such a history. I thought his grades had always been commendable. Just a few days ago, he scored 10 points higher than I did on the monthly exam, only 3 points below Xiaoxue. His overall ranking in the school was an impressive 23, Gu Shuyan marveled. I suspect he LL surpassed me in the midterm exams. I doubt he took the monthly exam seriously, Li Qiaoyan added, recalling what Mr. Li had said about Zhang Yu, noting that many points were deducted unfairly due to his careless writing. Indeed, who would have guessed? I barely scraped into the top tier for the high school entrance exam, believing I had worked diligently, yet I only ranked in the 100s for the monthly exam. Now, I feel I can never catch up to him, Li Qiaoyan confessed, a hint of dejection creeping into her heart. It's all right. This is just the beginning. Besides, didn't you mention that you're planning to switch to the liberal arts track? If science is too strenuous, then opt for the humanities. Things will improve. And as for that guy, just look at his boundless energy. Comparing yourself to him is futile, Gu Shuyuan reassured Li Qiaoyan. In her heart, Li Qiaoyan contemplated her decision to transfer to the liberal arts class by the end of the semester, believing that next year would be significantly better. Meanwhile, let us not dwell on the conversation among the three girls. Each day while jogging, Zhang Yu would ponder various thoughts. Beyond studying, he spent time refining his previous writings, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the publisher's representatives next month. The reception can simply be held at home, which would certainly delight my parents. This arrangement would also facilitate meaningful conversations with my father as the school year commences, allowing for a resolution to his silence, alleviating his worries, and enabling him to pursue a more prosperous career. My father has always been a team leader, demonstrating remarkable capability, and regardless of the leadership changes, he is consistently entrusted with responsibilities, especially on-site, whether above ground or underground. Not only does he manage, but he also actively participates in the work. He is the champion of a competition for the repair of steel wire ropes among the numerous minds in the group, and he has self-taught himself welding. All for the sake of his two sons, leading a life of perseverance. In 2 years, my father's current workplace will be relocated to Inner Mongolia. After a 6-month period, due to procedural issues and collective unrest, they returned. Upon their return, my father spent several months in training, earning a meager salary, before being collectively reassigned to an underground unit, facing even greater hardships. It is only in these past 2 years that my father has made strides to improve his situation, thereby avoiding numerous subsequent tribulations. One evening at Njishue's home, she entered to find Wei Shirlan seated sternly on the sofa, while Director and appeared helplessly beside her, casting a look of despair at his beloved daughter. Can you explain this to your mother? Upon noticing the novel sample on the coffee table, Njishue immediately understood the source of her mother's anger. Stand there, Wei Shirlan began. I did not intend to reprimand you. But you have been staying up late every day. I assumed it was for study purposes. However, today while tidying up, I found a novel under your pillow. Have you become so prideful now that you've just entered high school? Don't you realize how crucial this phase is to your education, spending your nights reading novels? Wei Shirlan was visibly furious. I don't want to scold you, but you need to clarify this in front of us today. Otherwise, I will tear it apart. Director and attempted to interject, but Wei Shirlan silenced him with a glare, leaving him quiet. And Njishue, however, was not overly afraid. She accepted her discovery. Please let me explain, she began. Wei Shirlan, despite her agitation, calmed herself to listen, as her daughter was generally well-behaved. This novel was not purchased by me. It belongs to Zhang Yu, and Njishue continued. What? Zhang Yu? Why would he send this? If he isn't studying, how can he influence my daughter negatively? Wei Shirlan's fury intensified. Wait, Mom, please listen to me before jumping to conclusions, and Njishue urged, quickly sitting beside her mother to calm her down. This novel was written by Zhang Yu himself and sent for submission. This is merely a sample copy returned by the publisher. I simply took one, and he didn't object. I did not buy it from a bookstore. What? He wrote it himself? Wei Shirlan felt as though her mind was on the verge of a breakdown. She was engulfed in a sudden rage, yet found herself at a loss for how to express it. You say this was written by Zhang Yu? You mean he has managed to handle several matters single-handedly, yet has now taken to writing books? Director and was even more bewildered. Although the elders from both families had not voiced their thoughts about that night, they were indeed grateful to him. However, given the youth of the children, it was not appropriate to take any action. The two had even sought out old Lu for a celebratory drink. In old Lu's words, my disciple is certainly not of the same caliber as the average person. Today, upon hearing about the novel, and that the publisher had sent a sample copy, it felt reminiscent of Guan Yu taking the imperial examination and remarkably succeeding. Of course, Director and was unaware that Guan Yu was highly cultured in that era. At that moment, Wei Shirlan suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired. And Njishue's face turned crimson, and she retorted somewhat irritably. Oh, we were originally desk mates. That day the class leader delivered a package, and we both saw it. I received one copy, and Shuyun received another. She continued, Today, I spoke with old Jean, and both of us expressed concern over your recent state. She even stumbled upon it in Gu Yada's room. And Njishue sighed, not wishing to elaborate further. What? You're saying this book was penned by Zhang Yu? Gu Shuyun exclaimed, lounging casually on the sofa. Of course. Otherwise, how could your beautiful daughter have gone out of her way to purchase such a book? She glanced at the two parents, who had initially intended to unleash their fury but were now rendered mute. silently reveling in their amusement. Isn't Zhang Yu the one who practices martial arts with old Lu? How could he also be writing books? Jean Lin expressed her surprise, considering that this affable boy was merely a freshman in high school and had taken up writing. Do not underestimate him. Although he possesses commendable martial skills, his academic performance is equally impressive. His score in the recent monthly exam surpassed your daughter's by 10 points. Gu Shuyun retorted, rolling her eyes. Xiao Zhang's exam results are better than yours? Gu Weihua exclaimed in astonishment. Though he was aware that the school and the fourth mine often sent students to prestigious high schools, he believed there would still be a disparity, as those who attended such institutions from the start typically outperformed their peers. Indeed, I seldom see him studying diligently, yet his examination results are consistently commendable, Gu Shuyun replied. The couple fell into a contemplative silence. They had expressed their gratitude for the events of that night, but as Gu Weihua remarked, how could old Lu's disciple be an ordinary individual? Learning today that he had ventured into writing novels, and that a publishing house was willing to publish his work, People's Publishing House, no less, was astonishing. Others might not grasp the significance, but Jean Lin, as an editor, was acutely aware. After finishing her call with Wei Shirlan, she discovered the novel and initially felt a surge of anger. However, upon reading a portion, her discerning eye revealed something quite different. It was no longer the sorrow, confusion, and despair typically found in youthful novels, mingled with distasteful themes of sex and abortion. Instead, it exuded a sense of beauty and the vibrance of youth. This was the reason why, despite appearing ready to explode with fury that evening, she was not genuinely angry. Two families found themselves somewhat restless this evening, each individual lost in contemplation of this rather astonishing circumstance. The students, merely in their first year of high school, were already practicing martial arts, exhibiting a maturity that surpassed their peers. Although the families lived in close proximity and shared a bond from the previous generation, they had only met once before and had not crossed paths since. Their encounters were characterized by politeness and an amiable demeanor, devoid of any awkwardness. To their surprise, one of them had taken to writing novels. I remarked that due to your novel, last night, Xiao Xue and I underwent a thorough examination of sorts. You truly put us in a predicament. Zhang Yu, savoring a pancake at the entrance of the community, overheard Gu Shuyun discussing her. Today, she and Xiao Xue were enjoying pancakes just like Zhang Yu. For some unknown reason, neither mother prepared dinner this evening, seemingly affected by a restless night. Wu Qianqian departed early in the morning, claiming that he felt uneasy walking alongside two beautiful girls every day. However, Zhang Yu was aware that he relished the bountiful breakfasts served in the school canteen, which prompted his early departure. What a thorough examination, all because of my novel. Zhang Yu pondered in confusion. His family had sensed their recent lack of focus and discovered the manuscript, leading to a reprimand. This revelation left Zhang Yu momentarily speechless. It wasn't as severe as it seemed. His family initially believed they were engrossed in novels, but after learning it was your work, they ceased their admonishments. My mother even mentioned that your novel was quite good and had taken a glance at it during the day, and Jishu interjected. Surely, it was your refusal to heed my advice, staying up late in bed reading novels that got you caught, Zhang Yu mused, a grin forming on his face. This thought incensed Gu Shuyun, who mused that it was indeed your novel that was utterly captivating. And Jishu shot Zhang Yu a disapproving glance. Who among us has not indulged recklessly in our youth? In my second year of middle school, I neglected my studies, secretly spending money during the National Day holiday to rent martial arts novels. Zhang Yu recalled his own misadventures and began to recount them. The two young ladies perked up with interest. I read for several days, pretending to study diligently while the outside world held textbooks, and within, I hid novels. Eventually, my mother caught me, prompting a hasty retreat for fear of my father's wrath. I was later found and received a thorough beating. This was the last time I was ever struck. Oh, so you began writing yourself. Why not pen some martial arts novels? Gu Shiyan queried. There are simply too many. The realm of martial arts novels is saturated. I do not consider myself to possess the caliber of Jin Yong or Gu Long, and writing would only serve to invite more troubles, Zhang Yu replied. By the way, your manuscript is rather brief. We wish to see more, Gu Shiyan remarked, her bright eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yu. Perhaps not during the week, but on the weekend. When I am away from home, you may come over to read, Zhang Yu contemplated. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. The two young ladies had collected their novels, informed that they could only view them on weekends. They had already finished the manuscript, routinely forming a team to visit Zhang Yu's abode during the weekends to peruse the drafts. Meanwhile, Li Qiaoyan encountered Zhang Yu at school to inquire about further developments, to which Zhang Yu assured her that he would send her the next installment, since he returned home every weekend. The notion of visiting to read at a rented place was never raised. Certainly, I will send you the address to your phone shortly. I will be waiting for you at the entrance of Yizhong. Zhang Yu hung up the phone, contemplating the arrival he had long anticipated. On Saturday, at the entrance of Yizhong, a young woman stepped out of a Santana car alongside a man. She spoke first. "Hello, are you Zhang Yu? You appear quite youthful." "Yes, that's me," Zhang Yu replied, extending his hand for a brief shake, smiling in response. The woman, named Zhou, appeared to be around 25 years of age, vibrant and graceful, with a natural ponytail. "This is Brother Wang." She gestured towards the man beside her. "He is the videographer for this project. May we take a look at your manuscript today?" Zhou asked with a warm smile. "Certainly. My rented apartment is just in the neighboring community, and my roommate has returned home today. I will take you there first. I'll treat you to some knife-cut noodles for lunch, and then we can head to my place," Zhang Yu cheerfully planned. Given that the drive from the capital to this location takes roughly 4 to 5 hours, considering a faster vehicle, it was just past 11 o'clock. "Did you leave early this morning?" Zhang Yu inquired politely. "Please, just call me Zhou Jia. No need for such formality. I'm not that old." Zhou laughed in response. "All right, Zhou Jia, we are on the second floor," Zhang Yu indicated as they approached the entrance of the building. "Gu Shuyan's house." "Jin Jia, we've arrived," Gu Shuyan exclaimed. Chapter 26. Knife-cut noodles. The previous evening, Gu Shuyan had asked Zhang Yu if he would be returning this weekend. Zhang Yu mentioned that the publishing house representatives would be visiting the next day, and he would be hosting them. When Gu Shuyan inquired about how he would entertain them, Zhang Yu explained that their primary purpose was to assess the authenticity of his manuscript, and he planned to treat them to a bowl of knife-cut noodles before they returned to the mine. "Just inviting them for knife-cut noodles?" Gu Shuyan expressed her exasperation. "What is wrong with knife-cut noodles? They are quite distinctive. Do you think those coming from the capital would lack food?" Zhang Yu countered. Upon returning home, Gu Shuyan relayed the news to her family. Jin Lin, feeling somewhat helpless, promptly called Wei Shirlan to arrange for both families to host the guests together. Where are they now? Jin Lin, Wei Shirlan, and Njishua all peered out of the window, spotting Zhang Yu leading the guests directly into the hallway. "We should go to Zhang Yu's home and invite them to dine at a restaurant instead," Gu Weihua decisively suggested. "All right, I think that's a fine arrangement. We cannot let our guests feel neglected," Jin Lin concurred. Ultimately, Jin Lin was mindful of their shared affiliation, especially considering the esteemed status of the guests' organization, and felt it necessary to extend a warm welcome. "Are those the books you read?" Zhou asked as she entered the modest bedroom, observing the simplicity of the space, which housed minimal furniture, just a bookshelf and a writing desk, with a few volumes visible on the shelf. "During my first year of high school, the academic load was quite heavy. Sometimes when studying became overwhelming, I would take a break and read," Zhang Yu explained with a smile. "And when do you primarily write your novels?" Zhou inquired in return. The camera beside them was already recording, yet Zhang Yu remained silent. He had begun conceptualizing this during his third year of junior high, having read several novels that left him feeling unsatisfied, which prompted him to start crafting his own stories. During breaks, or when studying became particularly exhausting, he would jot down his thoughts. After the high school entrance examination, he dedicated himself to writing. As Zhang Yu spoke, he opened the locked cabinet next to him, revealing manuscripts within. There were several drafts, and Zhou quietly perused the pages, while Zhang Yu sat silently on a nearby chair. At that moment, Zhou was certain it was indeed his work. "Brother Wang, please film more meticulously. We need to take the latest version of the manuscript soon," Zhou instructed. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Zhou merely glanced up before returning to her reading, while Zhang Yu rose to open the door. "Mrs. Jean, Mr. Gu, Mr. and Ms. Wei, what brings you here?" Zhang Yu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the four adults. "You didn't even announce their arrival. You must attend to your guests," Jin Lin remarked first. "Please, come in and wait in the living room. They are in the bedroom." Zhang Yu courteously invited them inside. "No need. We can wait. You go and greet your guests," they replied, and Zhang Yu smiled as he went back in, leaving the four adults and two quiet young women in the living room, enveloped in a serene silence, merely exchanging glances. "Very well, I shall take the latest manuscript and you can sign the contract. After that, we will go for a meal." I'm eager to try the knife-cut noodles you recommended, which I have only heard of but never tasted. Following that, we will visit your hometown. Zhou Yi stated as she placed the manuscript into her bag and retrieved the contract. Zhang Yu glanced through it and found no issues, promptly signing it. After all, there were no clauses that could trap him. Such a large organization would certainly uphold its reputation. Moreover, Zhang Yu, in his current position, had no standing to negotiate. Newcomers, regardless of their field, must adhere to the established norms. The predecessors in the literary world had set a high bar, often diving in with confidence and the ability to negotiate effectively, something Zhang Yu found himself incapable of. All right, but several elders nearby heard of your esteemed organization's visit and came to pay their respects, Zhang Yu mentioned after signing. Then let us step outside. Brother Wang, please turn off the camera, he added as they exited, and those in the living room rose to their feet. Hello, I am Jean Lin from the Pingqing editorial office. I apologize for any inadequacies in hospitality, she said, stepping forward for a handshake. Hello, Zhang Yu is a remarkably promising young author, and I hold great expectations for him. There is no need for concern over hospitality. Everything is wonderful, Zhou Yi responded graciously. It's almost noon, and we've arranged a meal at a nearby hotel. Let us have a proper discussion, she suggested. That's not necessary. Our schedule is tight. Perhaps next time. We'll have a quick bite and then visit Zhang Yu's home before heading back. Zhou Yi politely declined. Zhang Yu, we'll wait for you in the car. You continue your work. We'll head out now, they said. After Zhou Yi finished speaking, she promptly exited, leaving the group in an awkward silence. Auntie, perhaps next time. The timing this time is too tight, Zhang Yu hurriedly remarked to Jean Lin. Indeed, Xiao Zhang, you should hurry along. Remember to host well, she responded. Of course. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. Gu Shuyan, please remember to close the door for me, Zhang Yu instructed, glancing at Gu Shuyan. All right, you may go, she replied, and Zhang Yu promptly departed, leaving behind a group of individuals exchanging glances. Truly, such distinguished visitors from the capital carry an air of politeness tinged with distance. Gu Weihua mused. Indeed, the reason they visited our place is solely because of Xiao Zhang, not us. Although we are relatively close to the capital, the disparity is as vast as heaven and earth, Chiefin lamented. Well, it's all right. There will be other opportunities in the future. Wei Shirlan consoled the somewhat disheartened Jean Lin. As if regaining her composure, Jean Lin admitted, yes, I was too hasty. You see, our daily work lacks any vibrancy. And we hold their institution in such high regard, which is why I lost my composure today. Jean Lin reflected on her recent behavior and acknowledged it was not her best. However, much of this was beyond their understanding. Had top-tier hospitals from the capital visited, Wei Shirlan might have reacted similarly. Zhang Yu is quite mischievous. How could he not keep them here? Gu Shuyun remarked pointedly. Oh, my dear. You must understand that Zhang Yu could not possibly take charge. You do not grasp how significant this opportunity is for him, Jean Lin quickly interjected. I truly did not expect that the noodles could be prepared in such a manner, Zhou Yi observed in the noodle shop. Watching the chef skillfully balance the noodle board with one arm while deftly slicing noodles with the other, producing strand after strand, which felt remarkably different. Is that so? I have grown accustomed, Zhang Yu replied, seated nearby. There were 3 people in total, including a driver who had not entered earlier but now joined them at the table. Zhang Yu went to the counter to fetch pickles and cilantro. The noodles are here, the server announced, bringing 4 large bowls. I've added eggs, tofu, and meatballs for you all. Feel free to add chili and vinegar as you wish, placed on the side. Our chili is not overwhelmingly spicy, but it is quite aromatic. Zhang Yu explained. You don't eat vinegar? Zhou Yi inquired curiously, noticing Zhang Yu only added cilantro and chili to his bowl without vinegar. Indeed. You might wonder why a person from Jin province doesn't partake in vinegar. I have simply never enjoyed it since childhood, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Is that so? Zhou Yi laughed as she added vinegar to her own bowl. Delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite noodles before, she exclaimed after taking a bite. While Zhang Yu smiled silently, feeling hungry as it was mealtime. Brother Wang and the driver were immersed in their meals, devouring their food. Wow. I can't believe I finished such a large bowl. I feel like this meal is equivalent to 3 of my usual ones, Zhou Yi remarked in astonishment. Here, napkins, Zhang Yu said with a grin, handing her a napkin from the side. Thank you. The knife-shaved noodles originated from here, with a thick center and thin edges. Resembling willow leaves, they are smooth on the outside, firm yet tender on the inside, and become increasingly fragrant with every bite. The uniqueness of knife-cut noodles lies in their sauce, which varies from one establishment to another. Unlike some regional noodles, such as lamb noodles that consist merely of salty broth with a bit of lamb, knife-cut noodles are distinguished primarily by the craftsmanship of the knife work and the accompanying sauce, typically centered around pork, complemented by marinated eggs, tofu, meatballs, and similar delicacies. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yu casually remarked that you are merely visiting for a short time. Otherwise, there are myriad noodle dishes to experience, such as pressed bean noodles, also known as hilao, and other varieties like nibagu noodles, along with local specialties like yomian fish, cakes, and hunyuan cold noodles. My mother's knife-cut noodles may not be exceptional, but her other dishes are truly remarkable. Otherwise, had she prepared some noodles today, you would have had an even more delightful experience, Zhang Yu chuckled. Please refrain from speaking further. I am currently stuffed, yet my mouth craves more, Zhou Yi interjected hastily. Let us save it for next time. Our schedule is quite tight. You must take us to savor those delicacies you just mentioned on our next visit. Zhou Yi responded with a smile. Certainly, no problem. Now, let us depart, Zhang Yu said, rising to settle the bill. Wait, don't. I've already taken care of it, Zhang Yu quickly interjected. Zhou Yi merely glanced at him without uttering a word. It would be unreasonable to let visitors from afar pay, especially considering he is akin to a deity of wealth. The roads in the mining area are as such. During my childhood, there were few opportunities to take the bus down, typically only during summer and winter breaks when traveling to my grandmother's house. In the vehicle, Zhang Yu sat in the back, providing Zhou Yi with a narrative. Zhou Yi remained silent, as the road was narrow yet two-way, and the oncoming trucks instilled a sense of trepidation. Despite frequently venturing out, such roads were rare. The mountains outside were a dull gray, and the sky seemed enveloped in a somber hue. Glancing out the window, one could see houses built halfway up the mountainside, while on the flatlands, a few solitary buildings stood, none exceeding 6 stories and lacking elevators. Although the capital city is merely a few hundred kilometers away, it feels like 2 entirely different worlds. This road is incredibly narrow, Zhou Yi inquired. It's always like this. Beneath the surface lies coal, and this area is renowned for its coal fields. I once read a book indicating that the primary coal fields are in S province, developed during the reform and opening up period. However, Z Coal, a central enterprise, has taken control, while we are a provincial state-owned enterprise situated between these 2 ravines. Thus, my upbringing occurred amidst the mountains and valleys, with roads only able to be constructed in the ravines to allow for drainage during the summer floods, Zhang Yu explained slowly. The mining bureau appears considerably better. I had not anticipated the living conditions in the mining area to be like this, Zhou Yi remarked, expressing her surprise. We will soon arrive at the 4th mine. The journey from the mining bureau to the 4th mine takes approximately half an hour, he continued. 4th mine, near the 4th hospital, the vehicle could only advance this far, arriving at a small clinic within the mining area where emergencies could be addressed, relatively close to Nanshan. Where has Zhang Chang gone? Zhang Deng, smoking a cigarette, inquired of Lu Yun. He left after lunch, claiming he was going to meet some classmates, Lu Yun responded. Zhang Deng remained silent, suspecting he had likely gone to an internet cafe once again. Yesterday, Zhang Yu called to announce the publication of his novel, a revelation that astonished the elderly couple. Zhang Yu did not elaborate much, yet the couple hardly slept the previous night, hastily tidying their home and cleaning every nook and cranny. After a swift lunch, they rushed to the station in anticipation. Originally, they intended to prepare at home, but Zhang Yu suggested they simply have a bowl of noodles at the mining bureau, which frustrated Zhang Dengzhong, leaving him with little recourse, particularly after learning that their second son had surprisingly ranked in the top 30 of his monthly exam. He refrained from uttering any harsh words. I still find it hard to believe that Yu is writing novels, Lu Yun remarked, standing nearby as she tightened her clothing against the chilly air. I never expected this. Suddenly, a car with a Beijing license plate arrived. Upon seeing it, Zhang Dengzhong hurried to greet them. Our vehicle can only park here. We must walk the remaining distance. I apologize, Zhang Yu explained with a smile. I have traversed mountain paths before, Zhou Yi quipped, rolling her eyes at him before exiting the vehicle. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Zhou Yi from the publishing house. I apologize for the intrusion today, she said as she stepped out, noting the uncanny resemblance between Zhang Yu and the man who had arrived. Greetings, welcome. We are not very articulate, so please bear with us, Zhang Dengzhong responded promptly. This is my father, Zhang Dengzhong, and my mother, Lu Yun. Shall we proceed? Zhang Yu said after the introductions. The mountain path was relatively easy to navigate, though narrow. For those accustomed to it, the journey was manageable, but for visitors from Beijing, it posed a challenge. As they entered the house, Hu was tied up in a corner. Upon seeing the guests, he barked a few times before Zhang Dengzhang silenced him with a call. Zhou Yi felt a twinge of fear as she approached. Aware that the house was situated halfway up the mountain, with the front of Zhang Yu's home barely a meter wide, leading to a steep drop of 3 to 4 meters. Upon entering the small courtyard, the confined space felt stifling. Inside the cave house, it was clean and tidy, albeit sparsely furnished. Upon entering Zhang Yu's modest bedroom, Zhou Yi's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Shall we visit our former home in the mountains? The neighboring houses have mostly been leveled, and the area is more spacious. We can converse there. If you wish to hike, that is also an option, Zhang Yu suggested. Very well, let us explore inside, Zhou Yi replied, gritting her teeth. Chapter 27. The interview. Is this the path you used to walk every day as a child? Zhou Yi inquired, trailing behind Zhang Yu. Indeed, I have played along this route since childhood, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. In his previous life, after graduating from university, he had returned here once. The row of houses had been entirely demolished and transformed into a green space resembling a hillside park. Further up, however, lay ruins of self-built homes, their roofs caved in, leaving behind remnants of structures. Walking past each door, the path narrowed to less than 2 meters in width, and in some sections, it was scarcely a meter wide, evoking a sense of trepidation. However, upon returning, that feeling had dissipated. After all, this body had only recently been relocated, and I was quite familiar with it. My father, Zhang Dingshang, took the keys and unlocked the door. Although we had moved away, the house in the mountains could not be sold and remained locked. The morning sun in Nanshan was inadequate, but by afternoon, the sunlight warmed pleasantly. Hu, my astute old dog, seemed to sense that these guests needed to be well treated, wagging his tail enthusiastically, much to Zhou Yi's delight. He was quite aged, having been brought home by me before I even began my studies, and Zhang Yu offered only a brief introduction, fully aware that next year would likely mark his passing. Let us gather at the entrance, Zhou Yi suggested, as the sun cast a comfortable warmth upon us. Beside us lay a ravine, followed by towering mountains. I found the atmosphere rather agreeable. Zhou Yi smiled as she spoke. All right. Zhang Yu and Zhou Yi settled onto 2 weathered wooden stools, remnants from the old house, crafted by hand back in the day, while Mother Lu Yun wiped them down. Now let us commence formally. After spending the day with you, I perceive you as a high school student who defies the expectations of your age, having authored a novel that passed the scrutiny of the editorial board despite being a freshman. How would you assess yourself? Zhou Yi gazed intently into Zhang Yu's eyes. My family is not affluent, yet we are not impoverished either. My father bears the weight of our household as a miner, laboring tirelessly to provide for us. With 2 sons, education and sustenance require considerable financial resources, Zhang Yu replied, his gaze directed towards the distant mountains. I am a child of the mountains. From a young age, I would run from my doorstep to the opposite peak, playing joyfully for the entire day. I reveled in carefree abandon. Yet once I began my studies, particularly in middle school, those opportunities dwindled. My early experiences in middle school were rather arduous. My academic performance was poor, and I was reckless with my health. Eventually, I came to a realization and began to study diligently, yearning to alter my fate, aspiring to step out of the mountains and explore the world beyond, where even a visit to the mining bureau felt like an extraordinary event. Zhang Yu lifted his gaze to the sun, which warmed him in this season. Moreover, did you know that throughout my primary and middle school years, I had no uniform except at the first high school? Our lives were monotonous and dull, devoid of exuberant youth. Physics and chemistry were mere formulas from textbooks to be memorized. Our physical education classes offered nothing beyond basketball. Our playground was a concrete slab. And music and art were overshadowed by Chinese, English, and mathematics. In contrast, the students I saw on television enjoyed vibrant extracurricular lives, experienced the innocence of youth, participated in lively classrooms, and benefited from dedicated teachers who left no student behind, all amidst beautiful playgrounds. Zhang Yu recounted to Zhou Yi with a subtle tone. Due to the drabness of our lives, bookstores sprang up at school entrances, filled with various genres. Boys gravitated towards internet novels, while girls indulged in tales of youthful romance, such as a book titled River. However, within the content, There exists much that I find unappealing, which has ignited in me the desire to pen a book. You can observe that the protagonists, both male and female, embark from humble beginnings, progressively ascending to greater and more splendid realms, mutually supporting one another. This journey symbolizes a profound beauty, representing the joys we once could not savor. I apologize for my somewhat disordered expression. Indeed, Zhou Yu sensed a disparity upon arriving at the mining bureau, realizing the stark contrast with the capital. Little did she anticipate that upon reaching this mine, the situation would be even more dire. Your words resonate with aspirations for the future. You are diligently striving, hence your fervent effort to gain admission to a prestigious school. Does your narrative encapsulate such aspirations? Certainly, one must harbor hope and endeavor towards it. As I observed the spirited discourse between the two, Zhang Dengshang and Lu Yun could only gaze in astonishment. Lu Yun never anticipated that her son would achieve such remarkable feats, being interviewed by individuals from the capital and even authoring a book. This is utterly astonishing for a homemaker. Zhang Dengshang, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of pride for his son. Born in the countryside, he never completed primary school and has endured the hardships of lacking education. Grappling with a sense of hopelessness, all his hopes rested on his eldest son, but when the latter became engrossed in online games, he realized that hope was fading. Unexpectedly, the second son transformed in the 9th grade, achieving great heights. Not only did he gain admission to a prestigious school, but he also garnered attention from the capital and wrote a book. Well, our interview concludes here for now. I will have a brief discussion with your uncle and aunt shortly. Once the book's promotional phase concludes and it is officially published, Zhou Yu remarked as she stood to shake hands with Zhang Yu. Thank you very much, Zhou Jie, Zhang Yu replied. The conversation with my parents unfolded methodically. My mother, not being particularly loquacious, contributed only a few words, while my father, lacking experience in such matters, also spoke briefly. Aren't you coming with us? Zhou Yu inquired as they descended the mountain. I haven't returned for quite some time. I will head back tomorrow afternoon. You can proceed directly to the city and take the highway. Very well, I shall take my leave now. I hope your book achieves great success, and I look forward to our next encounter, Zhou Yu stated as she stood before the car. Indeed, I too hope for my book's success and eagerly anticipate seeing you again, Zhou Jie. Farewell. As the car slowly departed, the three remained in contemplative silence. Father, mother, I will gradually recount today's events after we return home. However, one thing, let us keep it confidential. As I am only in my first year of high school, I prefer not to attract too much attention. Moreover, the book is still being serialized, and its official publication is not until next year. The outcome of its sales remains uncertain. There is no need for excessive publicity. Let us not discuss it with anyone. If neighbors inquire about today's events, simply say it was a school home visit. On the way, Zhang Yu reassured his parents, especially his mother, cautioning that if they remained silent, soon all the neighbors and relatives would be in the know. You are right. This matter must indeed remain confidential, Zhang Dengshang concurred. We must not speak of it. Very well, Lu Yun replied, somewhat disheartened, as she had hoped to engage in a delightful conversation with the neighbors upon their return. Including the family from Yanggao is forbidden to speak of. Zhang Dengzhang observed Lu Yun's expression and added an extra layer of caution. Son, this evening I shall prepare braised ribs for you. Let us celebrate in earnest. Upon returning home, Lu Yun cheerfully set about her culinary endeavors. For today was a momentous occasion. Inside the small abode, the father lit a cigarette and offered one to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's expression momentarily turned bewildered. Have you been pilfering my cigarettes these past 2 years, thinking I was oblivious? If you wish to smoke, do so sparingly, Zhang Dengzhang remarked, his tone surprisingly jovial as he noted Zhang Yu's reaction. Zhang Yu accepted the cigarette but refrained from lighting it. The father said nothing further. Father, my first manuscript payment has arrived, exceeding 10,000 yuan, with more to follow. As you are aware, my results from the recent monthly exam are promising. I shall not abandon my studies. I aspire to attend a reputable university. I share this with you to convey that my future brims with limitless potential. In the most straightforward terms, I am capable of covering my tuition and living expenses, not to mention a considerable amount in the future. During his discourse, he instinctively lit the cigarette, and his proficiency betrayed his status as an old smoker. Observing his father's expression, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. He had grown too accustomed to the action of lighting a cigarette in his previous life. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I express this in hopes that you may pursue the life you desire, free from the burdens of supporting two sons. For now, consider me as your only child. The future will be manageable. You mentioned an opportunity upon your return from a superior, yet you seemed hesitant to seize it. You must strive for it. Earning less is merely a temporary state. This is not a permanent reality. State-owned enterprises are undergoing reform, and better days await. Should you let this chance slip by, it may never present itself again. Zhang Yu spoke with patience. Afterward, he retrieved a bag from his belongings. Here, take this. It is essential to have some funds. I understand my brother has incurred significant expenses for school. Please do not refuse. Accept it for now, and you may repay me once you earn. With that, Zhang Yu placed the envelope into Zhang Dengzhang's hands and departed. Alone, Zhang Dengzhang sat quietly on the kong, smoking, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After nearly 30 minutes, he rose, descended from the kong, and approached the desk, picking up the landline. Old leader, are you at home today? I would like to pay you a visit. Yes, I am home. What is this? Have you come to a realization? If you do not call this week, the list will be submitted in a few days. Where are you going? Lu Yun inquired as she observed Zhang Dengzhang putting on his shoes. I'm stepping out for a while. Do not wait for my return for dinner. He replied before exiting. Lu Yun gazed at her husband's retreating figure, noting how he seemed to stand taller, infused with a vigor not seen in some time. Chapter 28. 2 years later, emerging from his master's residence, Zhang Yu spotted his father hastily descending the mountain. He refrained from calling out, wishing that in this life, his father might carve out his own path while managing the family, fulfilling his aspirations. Ah, you've chosen to return, Zhang Yu remarked casually upon entering the home, where he found Zhang Chong seated on the kong. Zhang Chong, upon seeing Zhang Yu, chose to ignore him. Your brother has gone out to play with classmates. Lu Yun mentioned nonchalantly. Are you going to the internet cafe with classmates to play some games? Zhang Chong asked. Without responding, Zhang Chong donned his headphones and began to listen to music on his MP3 player. Zhang Yu, indifferent to his presence, retreated to the inner room to study. Lu Yun, observing her leader, contemplated broaching the topic of the day's events, but after a moment's reflection, she refrained, pondering that mentioning the remarkable capabilities of the second brother might wound the first. With Zhang Dengzhao absent and the ribs unprepared, the meal had devolved into a hodgepodge. Zhang Yu mused that the hierarchy was indeed lacking. After dinner, while Zhang Chong indulged in television, Zhang Yu returned to his studies, and Lu Yun tidied the house, awaiting her husband's return. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Zhang Dengzhao finally arrived. Where have you been? Returning so late? Lu Yun inquired anxiously. I visited the former leader. Zhang Dengzhao replied, offering little elaboration. Have you eaten? Yes, I dined at the former leader's residence, he said before retreating to the inner room. All settled? Zhang Yu greeted his father with a smile. It should be fine. The former leader called this evening, and will resume regular reporting on Monday. Zhang Dengzhao lit a cigarette, visibly tense. Then all is well. You simply need to remain quiet and maintain your usual demeanor, avoiding discussions with anyone. Learn from the past. As you said, the former leader advised me to be patient. The process should take about a week, with results anticipated by the week after next. I won't return next week, but do remember to call or message me the following week. Good news is worth sharing. You rascal, Zhang Yu chuckled, retrieving a box from his bag. This is a Nokia 2610, which you will certainly find useful. I've arranged for the phone card. Just pay the monthly bills as usual. I bought it together with mine, and it contains my contact information. Zhang Dengzhao instinctively prepared to decline, but suddenly thought better of it and accepted. I'll keep it at home and take it out for use the week after next, he said, placing the box in the cabinet with a smile. That night, Zhang Yu lay awake while Zhang Chong slept soundly beside him. He reflected on how his father had finally taken the most significant step of his life. His peers had long been promoted, and his father's opportunities had slipped by several times. This would likely be the last chance. Now, he could finally unleash his potential. Zhang Dengzhao, too, was sleepless that night. Aware of the limitations imposed by his educational background, he understood that he could not ascend the bureaucratic ladder and had never aspired to be a high-ranking leader. Instead, he focused on mastering various concrete tasks. Having missed numerous opportunities, he had believed that hope was lost, especially with both sons now in high school. The eldest had incurred considerable expenses, amplifying his internal pressure. He recognized that missing this opportunity would mean the former leader's circle would no longer be concerned with him, and future chances would be scarce. Who would have imagined that, in a turn of fate, it would be his son who propelled him to take this crucial step? Thus, his future held the promise of brilliance. Now, all that remained was to wait, patiently wait, as if having accomplished everything. Zhang Yu and Zhang Chong took a car back to their rental house on a Sunday afternoon. "Could you spare me a key to your house?" Zhang Chong inquired after they alighted. "I was thinking that I could come over to study on weekends or even on weekdays," he added, glancing at the taciturn Zhang Yu. Without a word, Zhang Yu dismissed the suggestion, muttering to himself in frustration as he walked away, his voice low yet distinctly reaching Zhang Chong's ears, leaving him bewildered in the wind. 2 years later, in 2009, Gu Shuyan turned to Zhang Yu and asked, "Which school are you planning to apply to?" After a moment's reflection, Zhang Yu replied, "Probably Jinling." "Why Jinling and not the capital?" Gu Shuyan questioned, with Njishua also looking on curiously. "A few years ago, I might have considered the capital, but not anymore. It all depends on how things develop. I'd like to explore the south a bit, and besides, Jinling is quite nice," Zhang Yu explained. Exchanging glances, Gu Shuyun and Njishua turned away. "With your grades, you could certainly go to the capital. There are many excellent schools there. Under the emperor's feet, there are great talents, but the competition is fierce," they remarked. With only 2 months left until the college entrance examination, Zhang Yu had experienced 2 years that were quiet yet extraordinary. All three had chosen liberal arts, as had Li Qiaoyan, who was in a neighboring class. The extraordinary aspect of these 2 years was that after the serialization of his novel, it was eventually published. While it didn't reach the millions of copies like some authors, due to the strength of the publishing house and their vigorous promotion, it ultimately sold over 1.3 million copies, making him a best-selling author. As a high school student, he had attended book signings, which somewhat affected sales, leaving Zhou Yi a bit regretful. However, knowing Zhang Yu was still doing well academically alleviated her concerns. Most importantly, he had amassed over 1 million yuan, finally filling his little treasury. Aside from his parents and 3 girls, no one knew he was the author of the recently popular novel. Most would never suspect that the writer, known as Snowy Night, sat among them, attending classes daily. Naturally, he didn't let his money sit idly in a bank earning interest. As funds gradually arrived, Zhang Yu invested in 3 dilapidated courtyards in the Yudong development zone of Pingxing. During these 2 years, his mother, Lu Yun, had repeatedly inquired about how much money he had received, expressing concern that it was unsafe for someone so young to have such funds and suggesting they be safeguarded. Zhang Yu remained indifferent, and Zhang Denzhong did not support his wife, leaving Lu Yun feeling helpless. 2 years ago, his grandfather, Zhang Si, had also come to live with them, with his mother primarily taking care of the elderly man. At the beginning of this year, the relocation of the entire mining district officially commenced. Zhang Denzhong was eligible to receive a housing allocation due to his home. As a retired miner, Zhang Si was also entitled to a unit. Zhang Denzhong had to draw lots for his new house. In his previous life, it was Zhang Chong who drew, securing a decent 4th-floor unit, albeit only 62 square meters in size. Many individuals belong to the generation born between 1970 and 1990. Grandfather can only reside in a modest 45 square meter 1-bedroom apartment or a nearly 90 square meter 6x7 layout. However, the 6th floor is also a 1-bedroom, necessitating a climb to reach it, with an additional loft on the 7th floor. In this lifetime, Zhang Yu drew the lucky lot that Zhang Chong had initially intended to claim. Ultimately, Zhang Yu elbowed his way forward, and fortune smiled upon him, granting him a spacious 89 square meter 2-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor. The family decided to inhabit the 89 square meter space, transforming it into a 3-bedroom unit, creating an extra room for grandfather, one for his parents, and another for the 2 brothers. The remaining unit would be rented out. Zhang Denzhong thwarted any thoughts of borrowing money from Zhang Yu for renovations, opting instead to undertake the renovations single-handedly. 2 years ago, Zhang Denzhong finally received a promotion and assumed a vice position in the materials department. 6 months after Zhang Denzhong's promotion, the original material extraction team was relocated to Meng Province, and after another 6 months, they collectively protested for concentrated training, returning to the front line in early this year. Subsequently, the newly established material extraction team saw Zhang Denzhong, as anticipated, appointed as its leader. Earlier this year, the material extraction team became an independent entity, achieving a formal departmental status, despite Zhang Denzhong being initially unqualified. This change was precipitated by a young newcomer who became the secretary of the material extraction team, elevating the entire unit to a departmental level due to his background. Zhang Denzhang's expertise and ability to deliver results led to his golden opportunity, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. He experienced a renaissance, radiating vitality every day. And Zhang Yu couldn't help but reflect that a man's worth is often tied to his career. In contrast, Zhang Chang's academic performance remained stagnant. Each weekend, upon returning home, he became increasingly reticent, leading others to refrain from commenting. The mundane existence of Zhang Yu consisted of diligently attending classes, having meals, and engaging in physical activities. By the second semester of his first year in high school, Zhang Yu had essentially completed the entire high school curriculum. Through negotiations and discussions with his father, Zhang Denzhang, he ultimately secured his father's consent to take a leave of absence. After negotiations with his homeroom teacher, Li Jing, and the principal, Zhang Yu agreed to take exams once per semester, as long as he remained within the top 50 students in the school. During the last 2 months of his final year, he would return to school to actively participate in the college entrance examinations. After obtaining his leave, Zhang Yu informed everyone that he would be studying music theory and instruments. Over the past 2 years, he had rarely returned home, with only occasional phone calls. As his father was busy with work and his mother was attending to grandfather, his pursuit of music was not a distraction, but rather a means to soothe his restless spirit. Despite appearing cheerful every day, he felt a sense of urgency. Why this urgency? The restless soul of a man in his 40s resided within a teenager, yearning to achieve too much. Additionally, his practice had reached a plateau. Attending classes daily was, of course, a pretext for the girls. Not yet 18, there were many things he could not do or that were inconvenient to pursue. After conversing with his master, he resolved to take a leave of absence to study music theory and instruments. Moreover, a critical aspect of this decision was that these 2 years marked an essential juncture for his future, forming a fundamental part of his initial plans. He sought professional institutions recommended by his master for music and instrument studies. Several young ladies expressed their concerns, as Zhang Yu only ventured out for studies once every few months or even half a year. However, Uncle Gu and Uncle Lin wholeheartedly supported the notion that the girls should focus on their studies. Li Qiaoyan also ceased her routine of returning home every weekend. Incidentally, her family's relocation was in the same neighborhood as Zhang Yu's. In fact, it was only many years later in his previous life that Zhang Yu came to this realization. In this life, Li Qiaoyan often gathered with the 2 girls at Zhang Yu's rental apartment on weekends to review his manuscripts amidst their studies. Upon returning, Zhang Yu diligently resumed his revision and learning, preparing for the impending college entrance examination. As for his second novel, a considerable amount had already been penned. With a draft in place, each weekend, the girls would visit him before the exams to unwind, indulging in romantic novels to alleviate their numbed nerves. You just participated in your first examination, and in the school's second monthly test, you ranked 15th overall, just 2 places below Xiaoxua, yet higher than me, Yunjia. How can you call this living? Gu Shuyun lamented to Zhang Yu, venting her frustrations. Chapter 29. The Heart of a Dreamer, my dear girl. Comparing people to one another is futile, Zhang Yu remarked with a chuckle, amused by Gu Shuyun's demeanor. Hey, Xiao Yu, feeling a bit mischievous, are we? Gu Shuyun feigned an attack, attempting to tickle him. Zhang Yu, cautious and unstable in his current state, refrained from retaliating. Unbeknownst to Gu Shuyun, Zhang Yu neither dodged nor flinched, leading her to collide with him. Momentarily stunned, she flushed and hurried back to her seat, burying her face in her arms. Zhang Yu touched his nose, pondering how soft that encounter had felt. The tranquility of the past 2 years had nurtured a gentler disposition within him. Yet a fiery passion still burned within. During his solitary practice, he sensed an uncontrollable intensity. When he consulted his master, he was advised to await the right moment and to refrain from action during this interim period. He understood the necessity of patience, perhaps until after the college entrance examinations. And Zhixue glanced over, as if grasping the underlying tension, casting Zhang Yu a knowing look before moving to comfort Gu Shuyun. After class, Gu Shuyun once again inquired, "Which university do you plan to attend?" "Jinling University, I believe," Zhang Yu replied earnestly. Following this, both Gu Shuyun and Zhixue fell silent. As Gu Shuyun's father insisted she pursue her studies in the capital, where her maternal aunt resided, and Zhixue's mother echoed similar sentiments, encouraging her to study in the capital as well, making it convenient to be together with Gu Shuyun. Yan Zi's academic performance was perilously close to the threshold for first-tier universities. "I'm quite worried," and Zhishue confided quietly to Zhang Yu. In this lifetime, Li Qiaoyan had significantly improved her grades compared to her previous existence, putting in tremendous effort. However, reaching the top 100 in the grade had proven daunting, and opportunities for admission to prestigious institutions were dwindling. She might not even secure a spot in an ordinary first-tier university, causing Zhishue great concern for her friend. Zhang Yu offered little in response. Some limits are simply insurmountable. As for his romantic life, that could be addressed after the examinations. Hey, Xiaoyu, since you've been studying music, why not sing us a song? Gu Shuyun said, her eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Zhang Yu. You are indeed quite beautiful. Gu Shuyun felt her face flush momentarily, pondering the presence of Xiaoxue and questioning the necessity of such remarks. She admonished herself not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Frustrated, Gu Shuyun contemplated giving him a good punch. Hello, this is me. All right, I will come by this afternoon. Zhang Yu concluded the phone call and, after a brief period of contemplation, informed Zhishue that he had matters to attend to and requested her to excuse him from class. Thank you, he said before hastily departing, leaving the two young women exchanging glances. The matter pertained to the demolition of the 3-unit courtyard, as the area was finally set for redevelopment. Exiting the gates of ZJ Courtyard, Zhang Yu released a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief after completing all the necessary formalities over the past few days. As he gazed at the contract nestled in his bag and the text message confirming the transfer of funds, a smile graced his lips. Indeed, it was a fortuitous era. The courtyard he had purchased a year prior had yielded significant profits from this demolition. 2 units of over 120 square meters each, a commercial space of 200 square meters, along with a cash influx of 3.8 million. This would enable him to embark on his entrepreneurial journey after his university studies. What have you been up to these days? Teacher Li is about to lose her mind. You've barely been back in class for a week and you've already taken another week off. You should go find Teacher Li yourself. She said to see her as soon as you arrived. Gu Shuyun chided Zhang Yu, who was seated at his desk. Upon hearing her words, he immediately stood and left. Xiaoxue, what do you think he is busy with every day? He hasn't even finished writing his novel yet, and he seems to be perpetually preoccupied. Gu Shuyun complained to Zhishue. He probably has his reasons. You know he wouldn't take leave without cause, and Zhishue replied with a smile. Just make excuses for him. Look at all the nonsense he has been involved in these past few years, writing novels aside. He has taken up music lessons and is now off to Jinling. It's ridiculous, Gu Shuyun remarked, turning her head away, lost in thought. And Zhishue rested her head on the desk, yet resolutely made a decision in her heart. You do remember to return, don't you? What do you intend to do? Upon meeting Teacher Li, Zhang Yu was promptly reprimanded. I truly have matters to attend to, and I assure you that I will be diligent in attending class from now on. You need not worry, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. That is what you say, but you are my first batch of students. We are nearly at the end of our journey together. Stand firm in your duties. I hope you can live up to your potential and honor your family, Li Jing said, waving him off without further comment. Zhang Yu sensed an unusual tension, but chose not to dwell on it. Li Jing opened her drawer, revealing an acceptance letter from Jinling University for graduate studies. She was reluctant to remain in such a small town for her entire life, especially with her family constantly pressuring her to engage in matchmaking, particularly with the son of her father's colleague. The thought of that individual made her uncomfortable. Perhaps gaining admission to graduate school would provide an escape, but she felt a responsibility to guide her final group of students. Which university are you planning to apply to after graduation? Zhang Yu inquired directly of Li Qiaoyan. Given my grades, I doubt I can secure a place at a prestigious institution. Perhaps a university in the provincial capital would suffice, she replied. What about you? I'm considering Jinling, Zhang Yu said after a moment of silence. Indeed, you are exceptional. Who could have imagined that the child of yesteryears would evolve into a prominent author today? Your future may very well be vibrant and multifaceted. Li Qiaoyan mused with a smile, yet a hint of bitterness lingered within her thoughts as she contemplated the inevitability of falling short. Zhang Yu wished to articulate something, but found himself at a loss for words. A few days ago, I encountered Wan Ling, and during our meal, she spoke of you. Li Qiaoyan, sensing the weight of the silence in the air, deftly shifted the conversation. Oh, really? What did she say? She mentioned that after you enrolled in the first high school, you became unreachable. Did you know that our class 8, organized a gathering? The organizers claimed to have contacted you, but you never replied. I only saw the message later, and I had prior commitments, so I couldn't attend. As Li Qiaoyan entered the classroom, Zhang Yu stood by the corridor window, observing the ebb and flow of students in the campus. He pondered how he might alter Li Qiaoyan's fate at the first high school, enabling her to arrive at this moment. It should have been a commendable feat. Yet what lay ahead? What would become of the future, for her and for himself? As the weather gradually warmed, the world transformed from gray to green, and people's attire grew lighter, seemingly reflecting an uplift in spirits. The time for the annual college entrance examination had arrived once more, ushering in June, a period of excitement and anxiety. Each individual's heart was a tapestry of mixed emotions. On stage, Teacher Li delivered her final address, tears streaming down her face as she lamented the departure of her last graduating class after all these years. The students below wept as well, mourning the culmination of their arduous academic journey. Gu Shiyun's face was streaked with tears, while Njishua bowed her head in silence, weeping quietly. Zhang Yu remained silent, reflecting on his past self who had stumbled through the college entrance examination, resulting in years of aimlessness. This time, however, he intended to emerge from the chrysalis of uncertainty after those 2 days of examination, heralding his transition into adulthood. By October of this year, he would officially reach maturity. Observing the sorrowful atmosphere, Zhang Yu felt compelled to disrupt the melancholy, and with a swift kick, he broke the tension. Gu Shuyan turned in anger, only to witness Zhang Yu snapping a photo with the Meizu M8 he had purchased earlier that year. In an instant, Gu Shuyan was taken aback. How dare he capture her image in such a state? With a click, he captured Njishua, whose mouth was agape in astonishment. Another click, and he immortalized Li Jing, tears streaming down her cheeks. The somber ambience shattered. Li Jing was left in a state of incredulity, while the other students began to react. Gu Shuyan leaped from her seat, launching a flurry of playful punches and kicks at Zhang Yu, and to everyone's surprise, the usually quiet Njishua joined in, playfully targeting Zhang Yu's midsection. Zhang Yu yelped in mock distress, but laughter soon replaced the tears in the room. At that moment, Li Jing suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. This was their final day together, and with the college entrance examination looming just days away, remaining in a sorrowful state could prove detrimental. In that instant, she felt a newfound respect for Zhang Yu. Exhausted from their playful assault, Gu Shuyun and Njishua exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter upon seeing Zhang Yu's disheveled hair and clothing, further adding to the lightheartedness of the moment. As night falls, the final class before the college entrance examination begins. Everyone has ceased their studying and reviewing, having tidied their belongings, awaiting the last bell. Where has that fellow gone? Gu Shuyan inquires, turning to Njishua. I have no idea. I haven't seen him recently, Njishua replies, puzzled and somewhat annoyed, wondering why he is absent on such an important night. Where, indeed, lies the world brimming with flowers. If it truly exists, I shall endeavor to seek it out. I envision the loftiest peaks standing tall, indifferent to whether they are sheer cliffs. I will live passionately and love fiercely, even if it means sacrificing everything. I seek no one's approval but my own. I have never chosen to relinquish my ideals, even during the most arduous days. Perhaps I lack innate talent, yet I possess the innocence of dreams. I shall strive to prove my worth through my lifetime. My hands may be clumsy, but I am willing to explore relentlessly, dedicating all my youth without regret. I will run forward, facing disdain and ridicule. How can one appreciate the vastness of life without enduring trials? Destiny will not bring us to our knees, even if blood stains our embrace. I will continue to run, carrying the pride of a child. How can one witness the brilliance of life without unwavering perseverance? Rather than languish, I would rather burn brightly. One day, I shall sprout anew. The future, enchanting and resplendent, always beckons me. At that moment, melodious singing echoed through the corridor, accompanied by the strumming of a guitar, the voices rising in fervor, igniting the hearts of all with passion and cherished memories. Upon hearing the sound, Gu Shuyan and Njishua immediately left their seats and rushed out. In the next room, Li Qiaoyan felt a deep sadness. She thought to herself how much better it would be if that fellow were by her side, recalling how he had been there before the midterm exams. Hearing the song, she dashed outside. Upon seeing the 3 girls before him, Zhang Yu smiled and continued to sing. More and more people gathered around, and soon, someone began to sing along. I will run forward, facing disdain and ridicule. How can one appreciate the vastness of life without enduring trials? Destiny will not bring us to our knees, even if blood stains our embrace. I will continue to run, carrying the pride of a child. How can one witness the brilliance of life without unwavering perseverance? Rather than languish, I would rather burn brightly, cherishing the beauty in my heart, refusing to compromise until old age. Chapter 30. The college entrance examination. Under the scorching sun, traffic police direct the flow of vehicles, which seem to instinctively refrain from honking. At the entrance of every school, parents await, eager for the results of their children's years of diligent study, hoping their offspring will leap through the dragon gate of opportunity. The sweltering summer heat cannot dampen their spirits, nor will it cause them to retreat. Inside the school, silence envelopes each examination room. Every student is immersed in a quest to recall and contemplate the knowledge accumulated over the years, striving to answer every question on the paper. This is their most crucial moment, and for some, today's examination may not define their entire future. However, for the majority of individuals, today's examination will serve as a pivotal juncture in their lives. Today will determine whether they can seize the greatest advantages this nation has to offer. In his previous life, Zhang Yu's examination was devoid of any waiting parents outside, as most were unable to attend due to the lack of convenient transportation to the neighboring county where the test was held. His mother had called, indicating that she and his father would come to collect him and his brother after the examination concluded. Zhang Yu replied that he would not return for the time being, as he had registered for driving school 2 months prior and was merely awaiting arrangements for the second and third driving tests following the examination. This was orchestrated by Director N, and the three of them would soon undertake their tests after the examinations concluded. For Zhang Yu, a seasoned driver from his past life, passing the driving test was a foregone conclusion. The two young women planned to engage in concentrated practice after completing their exams. Zhang Yu diligently focused on each subject during the tests, fully aware of the gap between his capabilities and those of his exceptionally gifted peers. It seemed as though they were born with innate talent, despite his impressive memory. He recognized that there remained a significant distance between himself and those aiming for top universities such as Tsinghua and Peking University. Nevertheless, he had no aspirations to attend these elite institutions, as he was not planning to venture to the capital anytime soon. This round of the college entrance examination proceeded quite ordinarily, devoid of any peculiar incidents akin to his encounter with Gu Shuyun during the high school entrance exams. With his robust physical condition and recent good sleep, he felt remarkably prepared. Admittedly, he could not recall the questions from the college entrance examination in his previous life, as he had been utterly unprepared and disoriented back then. After decades, how could he possibly remember clearly? He mused to himself, feeling embarrassed for those predecessors who could effortlessly recall past exam questions right before the test. They could even uplift their companions in the process, while he felt utterly humiliated. Cast away the chaotic thoughts from his mind, he embarked on 3 days of examination life. After completing the exam, Gu Shuyun burst out of the examination hall, exuberantly shouting. Upon seeing Zhang Yu stagger out of the adjacent classroom, without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted towards him and leapt onto his back, exclaiming joyfully, "Hey, be careful not to fall." Zhang Yu responded instinctively as he felt her rush towards him, but he restrained himself, fearing the consequences of a sudden fall. Then he heard her voice, followed by the sensation of her landing on his back. Upon hearing her voice, his muscles relaxed. He dared not move, apprehensive that the girl on his back might tumble down. "You crazy woman, get down," Zhang Yu said helplessly. "No, I want to. Carry me out of the teaching building." Gu Shuyun clung tightly to his neck, refusing to budge. With no other option, Zhang Yu hoisted her up and, with his arms embracing her long legs, began descending the stairs. At that moment, Gu Shuyun's face was flushed with embarrassment. Her reluctance to dismount stemmed not only from her playful spirit, but also from her shyness at being seen. Once she was on his back, she felt quite comfortable, though a peculiar sensation arose in her chest as Zhang Yu's arms enveloped her long legs. Despite her denim attire, the feeling she experienced made her entire body feel weak. "Ah, Xiao Yu, how did you perform in the exam?" Gu Shuyun inquired, seeking a topic for conversation. "Remember one thing. Once the exam is over, there's no point in discussing it. It's done, whatever will be will be." "True enough. But tell me, if I were to go to the capital, would you come to see me?" Gu Shuyun's mind involuntarily wandered, prompting her question. "I would indeed come to see you, perhaps during the National Day or this winter," he replied. "I won't be back for the National Day. You're likely to return. The capital is quite accessible from here." Gu Shuyun fell silent. Wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and resting her head against his back, without uttering a word. After exiting the teaching building, Gu Shuyan dismounted. The two walked quietly out of the school gates. As they neared the exit, Gu Shuyun suddenly transformed, her face alight with joy as she dashed outside. Zhang Yu smiled at her retreating figure and followed suit. Observing Gu Shuyun joyfully chatting with her parents, Zhang Yu decided to leave. Zhang Yu and Gu Shuyun had taken their exams at the first high school, while Jishue and Li Xiaoyan attended the third and fourth high schools respectively. Zhang Chong was also at the fourth high school. Their mother was likely at the third high school, as Zhang Yu spotted his father standing nearby. How did it go? Zhang Dengshang asked, beaming at Zhang Yu. Not bad. I should be secure in getting into a key university, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. That's great. Are you coming home with us today? I won't be going back today. You and Mom should head home with my brother. I have my second subject exam the day after tomorrow. I had arranged this earlier. Driving school? Zhang Dingshang was taken aback. It's through Uncle and S connections. I had already taken the first exam. Tomorrow is the second. If I pass that, I'll be able to take the third exam in about a week. After that, I'll return home for a few days before enrolling and awaiting results. I'll come back after I complete my applications. Zhang Yu conversed with his father as they walked. Which school are you considering? Have you thought about applying for something related to mining? It would be convenient if you ever wish to return. Zhang Dingshang still hoped his son would come back, especially to a state-owned enterprise for the security it offers. Do you think I still need to come back now? What for? To work underground? All right, you don't need to worry about it. I've made my decisions. Plus, my second novel will be published by the end of this year. Zhang Dengshang fell silent. His son, after all, was reluctant to return. By the way, you should find the time to get your driver's license as well. It's easier to get it now, and since you're a civil servant, it's inconvenient without a car. Taking the bus daily is not ideal. Since relocating, the shanty town is only about 10 minutes away from the mining bureau by minibus and just a few bus stops away. However, getting to the mines takes over half an hour. Ever since his promotion, his father had been taking the bus to work every morning around 5, leading morning meetings, and then working tirelessly throughout the day before returning home by bus at night. The commute was slow, taking 2 hours round trip. It used to be tiring, but now as a cadre, he worked a full day. What would I need that for? Driving? Zhang Dengshang shook his head in refusal, content with his promotion. I'll buy you a car when I leave, parked downstairs. You should learn to drive sooner rather than later, or else it'll just gather dust. Zhang Yu remarked before walking ahead. Zhang watched his son walk away into the distance, contemplating the inevitable truth that his child had grown and would eventually take flight. However, his thoughts quickly shifted to the necessity of finding someone to help him practice driving and obtain a license. He had no doubt about his son's claim that the car was parked downstairs. The past few years had proven that his son was a man of his word. And moreover, his son was far wealthier than he himself. Returning to his rented apartment, Zhang Yu received a call from Wu Qianqian. There's a class gathering tonight. You must attend. All right, I understand, Zhang Yu replied before hanging up. Wu Qianqian's belongings had been moved out a few days prior, while he still had to remain there for a while longer. The reluctance to return home stemmed from his grandfather's presence. The stubborn old man always found a multitude of faults with his grandchildren. The television was monopolized by the old man, who would readily scold anyone at the slightest provocation. After a lifetime of managing affairs, he still sought to exert control in his son's household. Only his mother, Lu Yun, possessed the patience to tolerate him. While Zhang Denzhang retreated to his bedroom each day upon returning home, Zhang Chong, on the other hand, spent his evenings either at an internet cafe or ignoring the family altogether, especially after the college entrance exams had concluded. It was better to stay away. His mentor had retired earlier in the year, returning to his hometown with his wife. Zhang Yu had taken a few days off to accompany them before their departure. As his mentor had stated, everything that needed to be taught had been imparted, and the rest would depend on Zhang Yu's own fortune. The mentor's relocated housing had been given to the eldest son, who had married at the end of last year and wished to return to his roots. A knock echoed through the apartment, prompting Zhang Yu to rise from the sofa and open the door. Gu Shuyun and Jishue entered without hesitation. Upon entering, they opened the refrigerator and handed a bottle of drink to Jishue. How did your exam go, Xiaoxue? Zhang Yu casually inquired upon seeing her. It was all right. And Jishue replied sweetly. Hey, who said we can't chat after the exams? Why is it that when I see Xiaoxue, all principles go out the window? Gu Shuyun quipped, sprawling on the sofa. Right, it's my fault. Zhang Yu offered an apologetic smile. And Jishue responded with a sweet smile of her own, leisurely sipping her drink. Tonight at the gathering, we should drink a bit. Xiaoxue, what do you think of the taste of alcohol? Gu Shuyun asked in Jishue. And Jishue remained silent. And Zhang Yu chose not to engage. Are you not going back? And Jishue asked Zhang Yu. Not today. After the gathering tonight. I have my second exam the day after tomorrow, followed by the third, and then I'll submit my applications. I'll return home for a few days and wait for the results, Zhang Yu said with a smile. And Jishue nodded, seemingly lost in thought, pursing her lips, but ultimately remaining silent. During the evening gathering, everyone indulged in drinks. To be frank, Zhang Yu had little desire for beer. And the two girls seemed to have consumed quite a bit, their faces flushed. Surrounded by a group of girls chattering away, Zhang Yu hardly moved the entire evening. He loathed farewells, just as he had in his previous life, and still did in this one. Are you planning to apply to Jinling University? And Jishue inquired seriously, sitting beside Zhang Yu. Yes, he confirmed. All right. Chapter 31. The scores are out, Zhang Chong ruined. After the clamor, only sorrow and silence remained. There will inevitably come a moment of parting, and after the conclusion, many close relationships dissolve into tears. After Zhang Yu escorted the two rosy-cheeked girls back home, he returned alone and took a cold shower. Sitting in solitude on the sofa, he lit a cigarette, a purchase made casually during the day's gathering, and the elongated wisps of smoke seemed to signify his impending departure. On the third day at school, everyone was engaged in estimating their scores, trying to ascertain their academic standings. Li Jing announced from the stage. Where has he gone? Why isn't he here today? Gu Shuyun inquired of Jishue. He has his second exam today. He should arrive shortly, came the response. Sorry for being late, Zhang Yu announced as he entered, noticing the answers already laid out on the table by Jishue. What scores are you estimating? He asked as he settled down, glancing at the answers. I estimate around 600. This year's questions felt quite awkward and challenging, Gu Shuyun lamented. It's a bit disheartening after the exams. Discussing it is prohibited, she complained. I estimate around 620, and Jishue added, frowning. About half an hour later, Gu Shuyun anxiously asked Zhang Yu, what is your estimate? I suppose it's about 630. He replied, setting down the answers. Many universities may be beyond reach this year. Don't be so pessimistic. The questions were indeed difficult. But they weren't targeted at us specifically. It was a nationwide standard. Consequently, the national cutoff scores will likely be adjusted downward. So there is no need for such sorrow. Shuyun, I believe your aspirations for Beijing Renmin University should be secure, Zhang Yu reassured the two girls. Well, now that everything is sorted, I've passed my second exam. You two need to pick up the pace, he remarked, observing the somber atmosphere. You always bring up the wrong topics, Gu Shuyun retorted, pouting. Shuyun, let us return shortly and take my father's car for some practice, and Jishue suggested. Exactly. I refuse to believe we're inferior to him. Once the score estimations concluded, everyone awaited the results. Engaging in leisure seemed futile, for until the scores were revealed, uncertainty loomed. During their driving practice, the two girls also included Li Qiaoyan, who trained with them daily at the driving school. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu maintained his routine of physical exercise, followed by solitude in his room, immersed in writing. Previously, he had completed a novel that narrated the tale of a poverty-stricken youth striving to escape the mountains through diligent study, alongside his childhood companion who ventured into the workforce early. Their eventual reunion in the city and the hardships they overcame to be together formed the crux of the story. The youth ultimately rejected the affections of a city girl, finding his way through sheer determination to reunite with his childhood friend. This manuscript had been sent to Zhou Yi 2 months prior, and now he was transitioning to a new domain, aware that traditional print media held no promise for him. He purchased a laptop and began crafting stories in his residence, this time as an online novelist. Armed with the extensive readership of his previous works and a familiarity with popular tropes, he embarked on his writing journey anew, composing a high fantasy novel. Time flowed swiftly, and on the day of submitting his applications, Zhang Yu chose to apply to Jinling University. Subsequently, he casually enrolled in various schools, fully aware that his scores were satisfactory. After all, this year's college entrance examination was indeed characterized by lower scores and more challenging questions. Gu Shuyun applied to a prestigious institution in the capital, while Jishue remained silent, leading everyone to assume she too had chosen the same path. By early July, the results were available for inquiry. Zhang Yu, I scored 613. He announced upon returning home yesterday, only to be roused from his slumber by a call from Gu Shuyun. Congratulations. You must be secure in your standing, she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Quickly check your own score. The urgency in her tone was palpable. I don't have a computer at home. My laptop is at my rental place. I'll check it later, Zhang Yu replied. Oh, just provide me with your information, and I can look it up for you. Once I have it, I'll call you back. After hanging up, Zhang Yu wandered into the living room, where he found his grandfather alone, engrossed in the television. They exchanged silent glances before he retreated to wash up. In his previous life, his grandfather often berated him, questioning why he remained at home instead of working to earn money. Zhang Chong had married immediately after his military service, spurred on by his grandfather's urging. While washing up, he received another call. What? You scored 635? That's 5 points higher than Xiaoxua. The voice on the other end was jubilant. And Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. After 4 years, he finally felt he had brought honor to himself and his family. After exchanging pleasantries, he called his father, who was at work. That's wonderful, Zhang Deng exclaimed happily as he ended the call, a broad smile adorning his face. Zhang, what is going on? Did your son's exam results come out? His colleagues inquired, noticing his delight. Yes, my boy scored 635. Quite impressive, Zhang Deng replied, basking in his pride while others felt a pang of envy, masking their reactions with forced congratulations. And what did you score? They asked. 635, isn't it fantastic? Lu Yun, returning from grocery shopping, was overjoyed upon hearing the news. What about your brother? He hasn't returned yet? She queried, recalling Zhang Chong and hoping he too had achieved at least a decent score. I don't know. Let me call him, Zhang Yu said, reaching for his phone. Just as he was about to dial, he heard the front door open. Lu Yun hurried over to see Zhang Chong entering, and she quickly asked about his score. Zhang Chong, his face devoid of color, remained silent, retreating to his bedroom where he collapsed onto the bed, sobbing quietly. How did you do? Lu Yun asked, pulling him up. 336, he managed to utter before burying his face in the bed again, weeping. Lu Yun was struck dumb, her heart shattered. How could this happen? She murmured, lost in despair as she exited the bedroom and entered the master suite, where she sat on the bed, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Zhang Yu stood at the doorway of the small bedroom, lighting a cigarette. Nothing had changed. In his previous life, Zhang Chong had also scored just over 300 points. Despite his efforts to convince his family to send him to a better school, nothing had improved, fueling his frustration. Lu Yun, as in the past, was filled with hope, yet found herself unable to secure even a decent vocational school, left only to weep in solitude. Zhang returned home at noon, feeling uneasy after a day at work, eager to share his joy. Upon entering, he found his father engrossed in the television, while his eldest son lay on the bed, seemingly lost in thought. His wife emerged from their bedroom, her eyes clearly swollen from tears. When he inquired about her distress, Zhang fell silent, smoking a cigarette, lost in contemplation. Although he had anticipated that his eldest son would not fare well. After all, what promising future could one expect from someone so consumed by the internet? The reality was still difficult to accept. Fortunately, his younger son had brought him some happiness. The issues surrounding his eldest son could wait. Today, they would celebrate a good meal out, as you had performed well on his exams. Let us dine out, Zhang insisted, trying to dispel the bitterness that lingered in his heart. However, his grandfather, who believed that dining out was a wasteful endeavor, chastised him, asserting that meals at home sufficed. Zhang wanted to argue but swallowed his frustration, feeling anger swell within him. Fine, we'll eat at home then. There's no need to go out, Zhang Yu interjected. Lu Yun said little and went to prepare the meal. Are you a lifeless being? Have you forgotten to eat? Zhang scolded his eldest son, Zhang Chong, who still had not emerged from his room. Didn't you think about mealtime when you chose to spend your day at the internet cafe? Zhang, now filled with rage, stormed into the room and pulled Zhang Chong out, reprimanding him. Lu Yun, concerned for her husband, rushed over, fearing he might strike their son. Zhang Chong sat at the dining table, silent, tears streaming down his face. Enough of the tears. You should have anticipated today's outcome. Are you unaware of your own performance in the monthly exams? You simply chose not to communicate with us. Didn't you assess your situation during the grading? You merely found gaming more entertaining. After all, how could you not feel miserable throughout the past month since the college entrance exams? Yet you continued to seek solace in the internet? Zhang Yu candidly revealed Zhang Chong's thoughts. Zhang Chong glared at him in fury. What do you suggest I do? Lu Yun observed the tension and opted to remain silent, merely watching Zhang Chong's helpless expression. Zhang was at a loss as well. I visited a private college in the capital with some classmates. My scores should suffice for admission, Zhang Chong murmured after checking his results. Recently, he and a group of peers had traveled to the capital to tour schools, clearly organized by the private institution, with all expenses covered in hopes of recruitment. In his previous life, Zhang Yu had also considered a school in Nanchang post-exams, but chose not to attend, opting instead for a well-regarded public vocational school. I disapprove. You should enlist in the military. Do not glare at me or harbor resentment. Are you oblivious to the realities of attending that institution? You envision university as a place to purchase a computer and indulge in endless gaming. Your frustration over the past few years has stemmed from not being able to enjoy gaming fully. Now, the opportunity has presented itself, Zhang Yu remarked, continuing to eat without acknowledging Zhang Chong's ire. Enlist in the military. Your parents cannot educate you, and you will not heed my counsel. Experience the nation's education instead. After 2 years, you will return with a job assignment, providing you with a lifetime of security. As for the hardships of military life, our family will not suffer because of you. Previously, I invested my manuscript fees in acquiring a residence in Yudong, which has since been redeveloped, resulting in both a home and a commercial property. Zhang Yu, setting down his chopsticks, gazed at the entire family. Those properties are mine and are registered under my name. Once you return from your service, you may establish a shop and engage in business, and your mother will be able to assist you. As for the house for your future marriage, I shall provide you with a 120 square meter dwelling. However, there is one stipulation. Do not rush into marriage upon your return. You have yet to experience romance. Take your time and seek a partner with a gentle disposition, someone suitable for you. You are my brother, and I will not neglect you, but attending that subpar school will only lead to your downfall. Having said this, Zhang Yu departed. Chapter 32. An unexpected act by Nji Shui. What remained was a family in stunned silence. Grandfather Zhang Si was taken aback, but felt a sense of joy upon learning that his second grandson had accumulated wealth. The subsequent remarks, however, were less palatable. How can one not be anxious about marriage and children? He exclaimed in frustration. Zhang Chong found himself less disheartened, as the revelation of future ownership of a home and a shop felt almost fantastical. Lu Yun was only aware that Zhang Yu possessed money. The particulars eluded her. Zhang Dingshang possessed some knowledge, having signed certain documents regarding the property and residency when Zhang Yu was still a minor. During the redevelopment, there were also documents requiring parental signatures. He had refrained from inquiring further, not wanting his children to sense his intentions, and thus had not disclosed anything to the family. According to the second brother's advice, you should inquire about the military enlistment procedures and enlist. At the very least, it offers future security, Zhang Dingshang resolved, turning to his wife. As for the properties mentioned by Yu, Lu Yun could no longer contain her curiosity. Do not concern yourself with the specifics. He assured me that the house would indeed be provided and that he could offer a shop for business purposes. Just leave the rest to him, Zhang Dingshang replied. Nevertheless, he went on to explain the endeavors Zhang Yu had undertaken over the past few years. After this, grandfather Zhang Si retreated into his bedroom, aware that his grandson would likely no longer heed his counsel, rendering any further guidance futile. Lu Yun and Zhang Chong remained in a state of shock. Zhang Chong was astonished to learn that the tearful novel he had previously read was authored by his younger brother. He had never imagined that his brother excelled academically and was now affluent. Had he known earlier, he might have treated him better, perhaps receiving some financial assistance. As he had been saving every penny for his visits to the internet cafe, Lu Yun was even more taken aback, realizing her son had achieved so much. Owning several properties. From now on, you should not interfere in his affairs. You often asked how much money he had, suggesting he save it for safety. Look at the situation now. You should focus on the eldest, Zhang Dingshang advised Lu Yun before retiring to their bedroom. What remained was a pair of bewildered mother and son. Lu Yun mused that henceforth, the eldest would have to rely on the second. Yet, this was perhaps for the best, as the second was destined to thrive externally, while the eldest would remain close at hand. She came to understand that even without the properties and businesses mentioned by the second brother, enlisting in the military would secure a job and a lifetime free from the worry of sustenance. How is it? How many points did you get? Zhang Yu asked as he waited downstairs for Li Qiaoyan. Upon seeing her come down, he inquired, "Did you call me down just to ask this?" Li Qiaoyan shot him a glance. 556, that's far behind you all. Shiyan just called me as well. Surprisingly, Li Qiaoyan did not seem overly disheartened. She had anticipated scoring around 540, and now, with this result, her first choice was assured. Have you decided to go to the provincial capital? Zhang Yu asked. Yes. My first choice is indeed the provincial capital, Li Qiaoyan replied. I will come to see you, Zhang Yu said after casting a glance at her. Thank you. How did your driving test go? Don't mention it. After all this time, the three of us have just managed to pass the second part. We still have the third part in half a month. I wonder if we can pass. It's so difficult, and each day in the sun has darkened our skin. Weren't you all saying it was easy? You made it sound like a game. You're so annoying. I'm 34, Li Qiaoyan exclaimed, playfully hitting Zhang Yu. It seemed that after the college entrance examination, this girl had become notably more cheerful. She had not witnessed this side of herself in her previous life, which perhaps wasn't so bad. In her past existence, after failing the middle school entrance exam, she hadn't expected her college entrance score to be similar. However, at this moment in her previous life, she couldn't find him and lacked the courage to do so. Sister, while they were playfully tussling, Li Qiaoyan suddenly blushed and halted, gazing at a girl approaching them. Zhang Yu looked over. The girl bore a resemblance to Li Qiaoyan, though she was not quite as beautiful, smiling at the two of them. Sister, this is Zhang Yu, our classmate, Li Qiaoyan introduced. The girl across also glanced over. Hello, sister. I am Zhang Yu, a classmate from Yinzi Elementary, and we sat together. We're classmates in middle school and high school, Zhang Yu said with a grin. Li Qiaoyan's face reddened further as she shot him a glare. Why are you calling me sister? Zhang Yu pretended not to notice. It's fine. I just stepped out for a bit. You two enjoy yourselves, the girl said before walking away, leaving Li Qiaoyan wishing she could sink into the ground from embarrassment. This is all your fault. Why did you have to call me sister? It's your fault for introducing me so clearly. Why didn't you mention kindergarten? Li Qiaoyan pouted, playfully hitting Zhang Yu. I didn't even attend kindergarten. He dodged, continuing to tease her. What about you? You're leaving the day after tomorrow? When Gu Shuyun and Ji Xue and Li Qiaoyan were renting a place, they were taken aback by Zhang Yu's words. The notification letter has already arrived. I'm planning to do something. Walk to Jinling. I've been preparing tents and such these days, and I'll just carry my backpack and set off. You're insane. Isn't that over 1,000 kilometers? Gu Shuyun exclaimed in disbelief. More than 1,200 kilometers, I believe, Zhang Yu replied. Why are you doing this? And Ji Xue asked. My master told me that if I want to advance further, I need to calm my mind and venture outside. I want to use this opportunity to walk there and reflect on the world outside. And Ji Xue fell silent, although she had only practiced for a few years. When Master Lu's family moved away, she had spoken with him and learned that Zhang Yu had reached a high level of mastery, currently facing a bottleneck. That sounds dangerous. Li Qiaoyan inquired. Nothing much, really. Li Qiaoyan fell silent. Gu Shuyun was also quiet. After years of companionship, she understood that once the boy opposite made a decision, it was immutable. Besides, I abhor farewells, and I do not wish to shed tears when bidding you farewell. By the way, have you all received your admission letters? My letter arrived today, Zhang Yu inquired. At that moment, Gu Shuyun turned her head away, clearly agitated. And Ji Xue lowered her head, while Li Qiaoyan remained tight-lipped. Zhang Yu looked at the group with a questioning gaze. Humph, someone won't be going to the capital. They have opted for Jinling. Gu Shuyun could no longer restrain herself and spoke up. Zhang Yu was taken aback, suddenly realizing why Ji Xue had so earnestly questioned him on the day of the gathering after the college entrance examination. Li Qiaoyan glanced over, but did not speak. And Ji Xue raised her head, her face flushed, remaining silent, yet her eyes were resolute. You should go, after all. Uncle is quite upset and has mentioned wanting to teach you a lesson. However, there is nothing to be done. Uncle said he would accompany Aunt Wei to see you off, so you need not worry. It was as if she could see through Zhang Yu's anxious expression. I dislike farewells, yet I cherish encounters. I will come to see you all. Observing the situation, Zhang Yu could only offer words of comfort, the nature of which everyone understood. Gu Shuyun and Li Qiaoyan's expressions softened somewhat, and Ji Xue shot Zhang Yu a glare. After the gathering, Zhang Yu began to tidy up the room. This rented apartment, which he had occupied for 3 years, was destined to be returned. There was little to miss. He opted for a direct termination of the lease. He had considered purchasing it as a keepsake, but upon reflection, this place held no future investment value. Ever since tens of thousands of relocated residents moved to the shantytown, the mining bureau's cramped environment had lost its appeal for investment. The focus had shifted to the shantytown, where the population was dense, leading to greater consumption. Furthermore, he needed to allocate his resources wisely and avoid extravagance. The 3 young women quietly exited. Li Qiaoyan was the first to leave politely, leaving the other 2 behind. Let us chat downstairs, Gu Shuyun suggested softly. All right. The two girls strolled quietly through the community. When did this all begin? Gu Shuyun's voice drifted in the air. I'm not sure. However, I've grown accustomed to his presence and don't wish to stray too far. And Jishue replied. Indeed, I lack your courage to conceal everything and act decisively. You took the first step. What about you? When do you plan to take yours? And Jishue asked Gu Shuyun, who walked beside her. Yes, when? You, and Li Qiaoyan. Truth be told, I've always been most concerned about Li Qiaoyan. She possesses everything we lack. She is that guy's greatest affection. We cannot compete with youthful infatuation. I was thinking of this summer. Who would have thought you would take the first step, only for that guy to run away afterward? As Gu Shuyun spoke, she did not look at the girl beside her, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. We have grown up together. We can concede anything, but not him. And Jishue, witnessing Gu Shuyun's tears, felt a wave of compassion wash over her. Her heart ached, and tears began to flow, yet she remained resolute. It matters not. Did you think I was unaware? When I suggested bringing Li Qiaoyan into our circle, you did not oppose it. Instead, you befriended her. I was merely concerned that he might fall too deeply too soon, which would hinder Li Qiaoyan from acting directly. You have remained quietly observant, yet I understand you well. If you were not fond of him, you would keep your distance. Gu Shuyun gazed at Jishue, who met her gaze without flinching. I do not possess the many years of familiarity with Li Qiaoyan that you do, nor am I the first to occupy a place in his heart. I lack your forthrightness. I wish to avoid regret. Thus I must proceed in this manner. It is all right. I shall take the first step. However, I hope you comprehend one thing. This is merely the beginning. Just as you refuse to let go, do you believe I would, or that Li Qiaoyan would? Or perhaps he would. As Gu Shuyun spoke, and Jishue listened, understanding the underlying bitterness. If he were to reveal any affection, do you think any of us three could withstand it? Who would refuse him due to the impending college entrance exams? Yet he is not. Furthermore, remember this. The reason we did not firmly intervene is to allow you to keep an eye on him. After a pause, Gu Shuyun regarded Jishue earnestly. He is not unattractive, possessing a certain charm. He is a writer, affluent, skilled in martial arts, and can sing. Do you think those university students will not flock to him? You must protect him. Do not wait until we have done nothing and he has been completely consumed by those predatory girls. At that point, we cannot allow it. Chapter 33. Li Qiaoyan's first kiss, and Jishue watched the girl beside her utter such harsh words, resolute in her determination to keep a watchful eye. Do not think my words unkind. You must have noticed he is, in fact, waiting. He is not a particularly docile individual. He was able to take leave in the second semester of his first year. Otherwise, he could have attended Tsinghua or Peking University, yet he did not. Although we could meet during those 2 years, there were many matters unknown to us. As we conversed more, he merely lamented that he had not yet reached adulthood. You may also understand his family circumstances. His mother favors the eldest, who is engrossed in the internet. In an ordinary family, he is unable to accomplish much. Gu Shuyun settled onto a public bench, and Jishue joined her. I have always felt that his internal age does not align with his outward appearance. Is this not what attracts us? Over these years, the three of us have inadvertently shielded ourselves from many girls attempting to approach him. Tell me, how many love letters have you removed from his desk? Gu Shuyun inquired, looking at Jishue. Jishue remained silent, her cheeks flushing, for indeed, there were quite a few. When he played sports on the playground, an increasing number of people surrounded him. During that first year, when Li Ming called him to play basketball, his three-pointers and dunks drove many young girls wild. I refuse to believe you were unaffected. I certainly was. I felt an exhilarating thrill, especially after several consecutive dunks. That commanding presence, Gu Shuyun remarked, her expression revealing her delight. Oh dear, the more you speak. The more Jishue seemed to push back, unwilling to relent. Who could have known that he could also play the guitar? That weekend night, someone organized an event on the playground. It was from class 9. What was his name again? Oh right, Lu Jiang. Han Li, the devoted admirer, incited a commotion regarding Zhang Yu, who ultimately remained silent before seizing his guitar and playing it. The subsequent developments would have been unremarkable had he not taken a leave of absence. Gu Shuyun, exasperated, remarked on the immense pressure he faced at that time. The leaders of the sports team and the basketball coach relentlessly pursued him, urging him to either transition to sports or take to the court. They even consulted with teacher Li and various directors, advocating that he could bring honor to the school and potentially compete in citywide events. It was only then that he resolved to take a leave. And Ji Shui also spoke up, expressing that despite his desire for modesty, he could not remain inconspicuous, attributing some blame to herself. During our first year's spring sports meeting, I had secretly enrolled him in several events. Watching him exert himself on the field stirred something within me, and as Gu Shuyan recounted this, tears streamed down her face once more. He bore no resentment towards you. After all, it pertained to the honor of the class, and he too wished not to falter, although the events were scheduled too closely together. Yet, it is true that you registered him for quite a few events, and Ji Shui gently admonished, though she too felt a pang of emotion as she spoke. Upon completing the 5,000 meters, Zhang Yu then sprinted the 100 meters. Following that, during the 800-meter dash, his face turned ashen. He merely smiled. Yet the sight broke her heart. Gu Shuyun wiped her tears away. Indeed, during that time, I was oblivious, simply reveling in the moment, and could easily engage with him. However, when he appeared pale and drenched in sweat, I must admit I felt regret. It was as if my heart was being sliced apart. And yet I could not bring myself to confront him. I wished he would either strike me or scold me. When he saw me biting my lip, holding back tears, he could only muster a weak smile, pat my head, and walk away. In that moment, I was utterly captivated. Xiao Shui, do you understand? At that instant, I realized I was lost. With tear-filled eyes, she fixed her gaze on Ji Shui and uttered her final words slowly. You know, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly to those events. It was because the weekend prior to the competition, his coach had taken him for intensive training. That week, I had sought him out for a meal. Do you remember? It was my mother's birthday. He was absent and did not respond to my messages. It was only after I called my teacher that I learned he was undergoing special training. Upon his return, he was covered in bruises, and the very next day, the sports meeting commenced. Only then did he discover that you had secretly registered him. And Ji Shui refrained from meeting Gu Shuyun's gaze, fully aware that Zhang Yu had taken a considerable amount of time to recover from that ordeal. After the competition, Zhang Yu returned to his bedroom. When I sought him out, he was applying medicine to himself, and, while tending to his back, I noticed numerous bruises. Gu Shuyun instinctively covered her mouth and bowed her head, sobbing softly. It's all right. Vocalizing it alleviates the burden. It is all in the past now. He has never held you accountable. Unbeknownst to the two young women discussing him, Zhang Yu placed all his manuscripts into a safe, preparing to take them home later. He decided to drive the others back that afternoon. I will come by shortly, he said before hanging up and heading to the 4S dealership. He purchased a BYD F3 for his father, a commendable choice in terms of price, fuel efficiency, and performance, well tested in the market. The total cost amounted to approximately 90,000 yuan. Zhang Yu drove back home after retrieving the items. He handed you the keys, stating that he would be using the car for the next 2 days, after which it would be yours. Whenever you obtain your driver's license, you may take the wheel. Zhang Yu cheerfully passed the keys to Zhang Dingshang, who gazed at the car ahead with great fondness. After all, what man does not cherish a vehicle? He had imagined that, once his children were settled in a few years, he would have the opportunity to drive. Little did he expect to have a car so soon. Are you certain you can walk safely the day after tomorrow? Zhang Dingshang pondered the journey his son was about to undertake, which involved walking 1,000 kilometers, a rather implausible notion. I am no longer a child, and after years of martial arts training, I avoid trouble. It will merely be an unconventional journey. Rest assured, if I find myself weary of walking, I can simply purchase a train or plane ticket. None of this will pose a problem, so do not worry. Just remember to call or text me daily. Eventually, Zhang Dengshang reluctantly conceded. There was little he could do. His son was more capable, wealthier, and had grander aspirations than he. Please don't inform my mother just yet. Tell her only after I've left, he requested. Zhang Yu then called Li Xiaoyan downstairs and ushered her into the car. You bought a car? Li Xiaoyan inquired with surprise. It is for my father. But since his license has not been issued, I will drive it for now. Later, I will take you to a less crowded area so you can practice driving. Unlike those two, you don't have a car at home for convenience. Once you get the hang of it, you will become familiar with it. Zhang Yu replied with a smile as he drove. Do be careful. This is a new car, Li Xiaoyan remarked, eyeing the pristine vehicle. Young lady, remember, this is merely a car, a tool, not a treasure, Zhang Yu laughed. Easy for you to say, Li Xiaoyan retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. After practicing driving for a while, the two fell into a comfortable silence. Before leaving, I wanted to see you. Remember to call me after you start school. Zhang Yu initiated the conversation again. Okay, Li Xiaoyan replied obediently. Zhang Yu turned around and retrieved a box from the bag in the back seat. This is a gift for you, a Meizu M8. After knowing each other for so long, I have never properly gifted you anything. I hope you like it. This phone has many features, making it easier for us to stay in touch once you are at school, he said as he handed it to her. This is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Li Xiaoyan quickly waved her hands in refusal. Li Xiaoyan had two sisters at home, and with her elder sister still in college, the family relied solely on their father's income while their mother did odd jobs. Their financial situation had always been modest, as evidenced by the phone Li Xiaoyan used, which had been passed down from her sister during her senior year. I insist, Zhang Yu said. His gaze fixed on Li Xiaoyan, a hint of mischief in his eyes. It's too precious to accept, she said, her eyes darting away, resolute in her refusal. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyan found herself caught off guard. A wave of bewilderment washed over her, rendering her immobile. She had no idea how to react. Yet, when a warm tongue sought entrance, she snapped back to reality and attempted to push him away, but was held tightly. Soon, her body went limp. After an indeterminate duration, their lips parted, and Zhang Yu gazed deeply into the eyes of the girl before him, a moment that felt like an eternity. Li Xiaoyan's face was flushed, her head resting against his. Are you going to accept it or not? Silent treatment, huh? If you won't speak, I'll come back again. All right, I will. She hastily pushed him away as Zhang Yu placed the phone in her hand. Remember, we have merely begun. I will be watching you. You must not ignore me, Zhang Yu said, gently caressing her cheek. Why do you think I would ignore you? Li Xiaoyan raised her head in inquiry. I fear I might lose you again. That you would disregard me, Zhang Yu spoke, his voice tinged with an inexplicable sadness. How could that be? It won't happen, Li Xiaoyan replied. Though she did not fully comprehend his emotions, she could sense their weight. Oh no, that was my first kiss. She suddenly realized something and playfully punched him. Haha, well, it was also mine, Zhang Yu laughed, pulling her close and kissing her again. In his heart, he made a vow for this lifetime. This time, Li Xiaoyan did not resist. Instead, she responded clumsily. After Zhang Yu watched her enter the building, he drove away. Once inside, Li Xiaoyan leaned against the door, processing the moment, and then burst into laughter. You're back. Where have you been today? Were you playing with a male classmate? Her sister, Li Xiaowei, teased, noticing her flushed cheeks. Oh, no way, she exclaimed, clutching the box tightly as she dashed to her bedroom. What's this? Oh, it's a Meizu M8. This phone is quite popular, Li Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the phone box. You mustn't tell Mom, Li Xiaoyan confessed, realizing she could no longer hide it. So, tell me, is it that boy from the other day? Who was driving that black car? Was it him? Did he give you the phone? You know, I will decide whether to tell based on the situation, Li Xiaowei said, concerned for her sister's path. Li Xiaoyan gazed at her sister, knowing she could no longer keep it a secret. Li Xiaowei let out a long sigh, her expression shifting as she said, I truly did not expect you two to have such a history. I never imagined that without him. You might not have gotten into the first high school. But if you've made up your mind about this boy, then so be it. Li Xiaowei inquired further. Li Xiaoyan looked at her sister with questioning eyes. He is exceptionally talented. I met him that day. He has an impressive stature. Although he may not be a handsome prince, his aura is striking, albeit with slightly smaller eyes. And according to you, he possesses skills in martial arts, plays musical instruments, has great physical fitness and athleticism, and is the writer you urged me not to disclose. You know that novel that has become a sensation among our classmates? The author we speculated about is, astonishingly, your boyfriend. Li Xiaowei marveled at this revelation, while Li Xiaoyan remained silent, having kissed him so many times. Surely, they must be an item. Yet, she pondered, an overly remarkable man would attract many admirers. Leaving aside university, did those two girls you hang out with not have any interest in him? Think wisely about your future. While I wish for him to be my brother-in-law, I also recognize that your path ahead may be fraught with challenges, Li Xiaowei contemplated, feeling a pang of concern for her sister as she considered the difficulties that lay ahead. Li Xiaoyan remained silent, fully aware of her two close friends' intentions toward Zhang Yu. Yet, she found it impossible to let go. Over the years, he seemed to have settled in her heart. If she could release those feelings, she would have done so long ago. Despite the physical distance and the uncertainties of the future, the gaze he cast upon her, imbued with affection, shattered her heart when he sorrowfully urged her not to ignore him. How could she bear to part with him? How could she summon the strength to leave? She decided to set her phone aside, intending to use it only after she returned to her studies. for it would be impossible to conceal her feelings during this time. Finally, her sister uttered a remark before departing. Li Qiaoyan lay in bed, joyfully caressing the box in her hands, filled with sweet happiness. It was not merely the object, but rather the fact that the wooden figure had finally taken a step forward. Yet, it saddened her to think that the wooden figure would leave the day after tomorrow, too far away. The following morning, Zhang Yu packed his military backpack. In his previous life, he had undergone wilderness training, burdened by a hefty pack, which was cumbersome due to his shorter stature. This time, however, it felt effortless. While he informed everyone that he would depart in 2 days, those who disliked farewells could never truly wait that long. He set off today instead. His father had already taken the bus, while his mother and Zhang Chong were still asleep, and his grandfather was in a deep slumber. After the return of the vehicle yesterday, the family had been all smiles. Though his grandfather had expressed his displeasure upon learning that Zhang Yu was the one who had purchased it, grumbling but not saying much more. Most of them could only watch, as they were unable to move the car until his father's driver's license was processed. Zhang Yu journeyed southward with his backpack, determined to break through his current limitations in the next 2 months, whether it be the uncontrollable strength or the refinement of his character. He aimed to settle down, achieve breakthroughs, and immerse himself in the natural world, feeling the wind and sun on his skin. Did you receive the message? That guy left today, Gu Shuyan said angrily, knocking on Njishue's door. I received it too. He's gone, and Njishue replied, her spirits low. I'm furious. We had agreed to give him a farewell dinner tonight, the 4 of us together, and he just ran off. Gu Shuyan huffed as she plopped down on Njishue's bed. He had once mentioned his aversion to farewells. Perhaps he had made his decision then. Li Qiaoyan glanced at the text message on her phone, feeling a surge of anger. But soon her thoughts shifted to his circumstances and whether he might face any dangers. The northern winters were dry and frigid, while the summers were hot, particularly in the northwestern regions of Shaanxi, where summers tended to be both scorching and arid. A glance at the map revealed little, but a 3D topographical map would have shown that this area was the windward side of the Mongolian plateau, with an elevation exceeding 1,000 meters. Having exited the Pingqing Basin and crossed through Ningwu Pass, he found coal mines, his previous workplace in another life. That establishment still consisted of temporary tents, where surveyors measured the land. Observing the youthful yet familiar faces, he recognized many as former colleagues from his past life, though they were now approaching middle age. In this life, perhaps they would no longer recognize each other. Having traversed the Yanmen Pass, the night air remains frigid, yet the celestial tapestry above is breathtakingly beautiful. Accompanied by the crackling sounds of a blazing campfire, passing through the Taiying Mountains, I have encountered the warmth of local customs, experiencing an environment that is not the aridness of northwest Shaanxi, but rather a humid heat, familiar from a previous life in the south. This sensation is newly felt in this existence. The dialects of each region differ, marking the contrast between urban and rural landscapes, railways and highways. Yet, the idyllic charm is but an illusion. We are not yet in an era dominated by social media and the rise of short videos. Each region remains tightly sealed, rife with injustice and darkness. In this time, environmental conservation is not yet a priority, and wildlife is scarce. Amidst the unknown forests, I encountered wolves. Zhang Yu, wielding a combination stick, adeptly navigated through the challenge with the finesse of an 8th-level marksman, an invaluable experience. While setting up camp one evening, I crossed paths with unscrupulous villagers, their intentions unclear. After a brief encounter, I departed without sentiment. Fear did not stem from them, but from the unseen forces behind them. I encountered developers intent on demolition, leaving me to sigh and retreat. The presence of illegal coal mines stirred a deep-seated resentment within me. In H City, I witnessed a disabled child begging. As Zhang Yu prepared to leave after offering some money, a throng of similarly afflicted children surrounded him. It was then that he realized the grim reality. This was the very exploitation exposed in the news of his previous life. Instead of moving on, he chose to remain concealed, observing and documenting the situation. Upon locating their lair, he drew upon all his learned skills, wielding a steel pipe to confront the atrocities. Emerging from that sordid place, bloodied yet resolute, he slipped away quietly. The videos and photographs were meticulously compiled and sent to higher authorities and central media outlets. That night, he journeyed to another city. Discarding his old clothes, cleansing himself, shaving, and getting a haircut, he set forth anew. Though he did not kill, he left many incapacitated. In an era where the Skynet system is not fully developed, events unfolded unnoticed through the night. Media exposure prompted higher authorities to launch stringent investigations. Those involved found themselves scrambling to cover their tracks, hastily managing the situation while ensuring the safety of the children became paramount. Zhang Yu chose not to dwell on these matters further. Instead, he continued his silent journey, crossing the Yellow River and gradually arriving at Pengcheng, the city where he had once studied at a vocational school. Arriving at the institution in August, he found it closed for the summer and stood quietly at the entrance for some time before departing. The summer in the south is characterized by incessant rain, which, while not particularly representative of the true south beyond Pengcheng, feels distinctly southern to someone from northwest Shaanxi. Rain often falls, and on dry days, the heat is oppressive. Zhang Yu walked on quietly, donning a hat to shield himself from the sun. The stillness of the night, accompanied by the buzzing of mosquitoes and the hazy stars, contrasted sharply with the bustling cities as he wandered through the occasionally barking villages. In the land of the divine continent, cities and towering edifices seem uniform, differing only in quantity. The village, however, presents a stark contrast, with significant disparities between the north and south. In Su province, dialects abound, many of which are incomprehensible. During my previous life in college, my classmates spoke in their native tongues, leaving me utterly bewildered. This is in stark contrast to Jin province, where one can generally understand the local speech, or to the northeast, where the dialect allows one to traverse the region effortlessly. I encountered women who had been trafficked. Some had resigned themselves to their fates, having children and attachments that tethered them. Others yearned for escape, clinging desperately to any semblance of hope, fixating on every stranger they encountered. Zhang Yu met such women, feigning ignorance by day, yet under the cover of darkness, he would offer his assistance. The consequence of his actions was often a frantic escape with these young women. Upon reaching the city, he would discreetly depart, allowing them the autonomy to seek refuge at the police station. Unfortunately, there were instances of failure, leading to violence. After rescuing them, he would hastily flee, dismissing the notion of providing testimonies, for the ordinary citizen could not bear such burdens. It was merely an exercise in fortitude, as he was unable to save all. Therefore, during his nightly rescues, he carried no backpack, having already changed his attire. With a wig, false beard, and gloves, ensuring he left no trace or contact, he remained silent. Yet, there were moments when he encountered those who captivated him. In a village north of Pengcheng, Zhang Yu discovered a torn notice from Jinling University. He painstakingly pieced it together. As he approached a field, he saw a modestly dressed girl weeping. He remained silent, standing quietly beside her. When she finally ceased her tears and lifted her gaze, Zhang Yu was at a loss for words. She was simple yet exquisite, her beauty unparalleled, with cherry blossom-like lips, ink-painted brows, and eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. An ineffable grace adorned her delicate features, and the tear stains on her face evoked deep sympathy. "Is this yours?" he asked, presenting the restored notice. The girl sprang to her feet, glanced at it, and clutched it tightly to her chest. "Hello, classmate. I am also from Jinling University. If all goes as planned, we shall be classmates. I am Zhang Yu." He introduced himself, retrieving the notice from his bag and offering it to her. I can't go," she replied, lowering her head as tears began to flow once more. "Can you share your story with me?" Zhang Yu asked gently, sitting down beside her. Looking at the boy before her, Zhang Yu felt a sense of comfort and gradually settled down to recount her tale. Her story was simple yet profoundly tragic. She had grown up in this land, enduring countless hardships from a young age. Her mother had passed away when she was a child, and her father had succumbed to a work-related accident during her middle school years. Although there was a small compensation, it was seized by her uncle's family. During that time, her grandfather primarily cared for her. She excelled in her studies, attending high school on a scholarship. Her grandfather worked the land, saving a little to support her living expenses. Zhang Yu noticed her oversized clothes and frail frame, and regrettably, her grandfather fell ill during her second year of high school, suffering for an extended period without help from her uncle's family. After the college entrance examination, she spent her entire holiday working in the fields, hoping to earn a little extra money. Yet, it was still insufficient. Her uncle had spoken to a suitor from the neighboring village, the son of the village chief, who was a frivolous young man desiring to marry her. Her uncle was attracted to the prospect of a dowry and threatened Zhang Yu, insisting that she must marry, or else her grandfather would no longer care for her. The notice arrived, Standing alone outside the village, she wept bitterly, tearing the notice into pieces in a fit of anger, and ran away. However, after a while, her heart grew heavier, and she crouched down to cry. Clutching the shredded notice tightly, she had already made the decision to marry. Otherwise, her grandfather would truly be unable to endure it. How are your mathematics skills? All right. If you can get into Jinling University, you must be quite capable. Our major is business administration, which includes a component focused on accounting and finance. Do you believe you can master it within 2 years? Zhang Yu suddenly inquired. Zhang Yu was puzzled by the sudden question. Just say whether you can do it. Zhang Yu pressed directly. If it's about studying, I can definitely manage, Zhang Yu replied, exuding confidence in her academic abilities. Then let us go. We shouldn't waste any more time. Zhang Yu stood and looked at the girl, whose large eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't help but smile, though his heart ached. This girl wore patched clothing and appeared pale, a sign of malnutrition. Standing at 1.7 meters, she seemed to weigh less than 90 pounds. Her face was smeared with a grayish hue. This was a result of their earlier conversation, where she mentioned that she often kept her head down, applying the gray to avoid revealing her face when she went out. The girl remained silent. She had been helping out for her uncle's son's birthday party that day, which had prevented her from applying the gray, revealing her face. She recalled her grandfather's words from when she was raised in his care. In school, she usually kept her head down, her long hair covering her face. Dressed in oversized clothes. I have decided to hire you. You've seen my notice. We share the same major. I am not a fraud. I also showed you my ID. My home is very far from here, and I traveled a long way. I have money, but I need to make it grow. Once I go to Jinling, I plan to open a shop and start a company. Others are easy to find, but I need an accountant. As the company expands, a proficient finance expert will be essential. Rather than spending a fortune to find someone later, it's better to cultivate one in advance. You wouldn't betray me, would you? Zhang Yu had already moved ahead. Zhang Yu hurried to sit up and catch up, assuring him, I want tea, she replied instinctively. I will take your grandfather to see a doctor, and I will cover your tuition. Of course, we need to sign a contract. You cannot marry, you must study. And learn from me. In return, will you? Zhang Yu turned to gaze at Zhang Yu. She lifted her head, responding with firm resolve, okay, before lowering it again. She herself did not understand why she chose to trust this boy she had only just met. Let us go then. We'll take your grandfather to the city hospital. Soon, you will believe what I say is true. In Pingsheng, at the city hospital, your grandfather's condition can be improved with surgery and a month of recovery. Had he been brought in earlier, surgery might not have even been necessary. The doctor's response left Zhang Yu feeling somewhat anxious as she glanced at Zhang Yu. Then schedule the surgery at the earliest possible time, with the best doctors, and ensure the hospital room is of high quality. I will go pay now. Please prepare the invoice, Zhang Yu stated calmly. Accompanied by Zhang Yu, he proceeded to settle the payment. To her astonishment, she discovered that the total amounted to 80,000 yuan, encompassing all surgical and medical expenses. According to the doctor, this was a precautionary measure, and it was unlikely they would need to utilize the full amount. Without uttering a word, Zhang Yu directly paid the fees. It was only then that Zhang Yu realized the gravity of the situation. She clutched the receipt tightly, gritting her teeth. I will work diligently, I promise, she repeated earnestly, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Stop crying and come with me, Zhang Yu said, pulling her along. The medical facilities in Pingsheng were notably good, a fact she was well aware of from her previous life in this city. You will stay here for a month in this rented apartment, and each day you will prepare meals for your grandfather. After the surgery tonight, he will likely be observed in the hospital for a week, and then you can care for him here, which is convenient. Zhang Yu led Zhang Yu to a nearby community where he had rented a clean 2-bedroom apartment, furnished with all necessities. Zhang Yu felt dazed, merely following Zhang Yu and listening intently, even taking out a pen and notebook to jot down notes. This is a mobile phone. It contains my contact information. I will remain here for a few days until your grandfather is discharged. Here is a card with 20,000 yuan for your tuition and living expenses. Please sign this contract and promissory note. The contract spans 10 years, during which you will work for me. The total amount on the promissory note is 100,000 yuan. Zhang Yu presented the printed contract and handwritten note from a copy shop. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu signed. Zhang Yu promptly collected the documents, saying nothing further. Afterward, he sat on the sofa smoking while the young woman cleaned the apartment. Although Zhang Yu wished to assist, the girl looked at him with pleading eyes. and he resigned himself to a corner while she began to smile and tidy up. After cleaning, they headed to the hospital, where preparations for the surgery were underway. Just before the operation, her grandfather looked at Zhang Yu, his gaze seemingly conveying a multitude of unspoken words. "Rest assured, I am her university classmate, and I will take good care of her," Zhang Yu assured the elderly man softly. The grandfather then closed his eyes and was wheeled into the operating room. Chu Yu anxiously awaited at the door, her eyes filled with hope as she stared at the operating room. Ding! The surgery was very successful, but the patient needs to rest. You may wait outside. He is expected to awaken by tomorrow morning, the doctor informed them. Once the doctor left, Chu Yu nearly stumbled, but was quickly supported by Zhang Yu. "Come, let us go have some late-night snacks," he suggested after she rested for a moment. They had only managed a quick bite of Peng Cheng's famous big noodle dish earlier that day, and now it was already 11 at night. After their meal, they returned to the rented apartment. Once Zhang Yu finished his evening routine, he retired for the night. Chu Yu waited for him to finish before she headed to the bathroom. As she gazed at the bright restroom, the hot water, and the automatic washing machine, she smiled, tears streaming down her face, but her heart was filled with joy. For an entire day, she oscillated between despair and hope as her grandfather underwent surgery, which turned out to be successful. This unexpected benefactor not only saved her grandfather, but also redeemed her own spirit. She vowed to repay him throughout her life, committing herself to diligent study in accounting and finance. Zhang Yu lay in his bedroom, gazing at the ceiling. This day felt almost surreal to him. Yet, he acted without regret, following his heart, and felt quite content. Her grandfather's recovery was remarkable, and he was discharged on the 4th day. Upon returning to their rented home, he remained silent. "Dear granddaughter, please buy some groceries. Let us enjoy a good meal today," he kindly urged her. "Of course, Grandpa," Chu Yu replied before heading out to shop. "Young man, let us have a word," the grandfather addressed Zhang Yu, who was supporting him. "Please, go ahead. You are no ordinary individual, and I am grateful to you. It is evident that my granddaughter's future will depend on you. May I inquire why?" he asked. "She is indeed beautiful, but is the price you pay not excessively high?" "I cannot deny it. The moment I laid eyes on Chu Yu, I recognized her beauty, even if she has somewhat neglected herself. However, I can see that once her nutrition improves, everything will be fine. You may not realize this, but a student from a prestigious university, one who excels in such an environment and gains admission to a top-tier institution, has an extraordinary future ahead. 10 years for 100,000. I do not consider it a loss," Zhang Yu replied, meeting the grandfather's gaze. The grandfather silently regarded Zhang Yu for a moment before slowly sitting down, choosing not to speak further. "I am old and unable to care for her any longer. I hope you will treat her well," he murmured, eyes closed. "Rest assured, I will be here. She will face no troubles," Zhang Yu assured him. On the 7th day, Chu Yu's uncle arrived, his expression dark and brooding. He was furious that his niece had vanished without a trace, her engagement day overlooked, and his father absent from home. It was only after Chu Yu called that he learned of the grandfather's surgery, which incited his wrath as he had long coveted the grandfather's land and property. "Why are you not getting married? Do you realize I've already collected the deposit? You must marry," he barked at Chu Yu. "This is her debt note. 100,000. Once you repay it, you may do as you wish. Otherwise, she is mine," Zhang Yu stated calmly as he produced the debt note. "Don't even think about tearing it up. This is merely a copy. There is also a contract. 10 years. You are to work for me for 10 years. Zhang Yu's composed words disrupted the uncle's attempts to act unscrupulously. The grandfather, seated on the sofa, observed in silence, seemingly disinclined to intervene. Chu Yu, who had been terrified, now felt a sense of calm, her eyes filled with emotion as they locked onto Zhang Yu. Uncomfortable under her gaze, Zhang Yu shifted slightly. "What are you saying? How could Chu Yu possibly sign a 10-year agreement? I refuse to accept this," the stout young man beside the uncle shouted furiously. Chapter 36. Enlightenment on the Yangtze River. Hidden strength. Zhang Yu regarded the unruly individuals, casually picking up a nearby can of Red Bull. Afterward, he simply raised his hand, piercing a hole with his finger, and took a sip in a manner that was almost mystical. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. "If you have any objections, feel free to express them openly or covertly. Otherwise, I shall contact the authorities, and you can discuss matters with them." The contract and the promissory notes bear her signature and fingerprints, thus rendering your intentions futile. Should you dare to disturb her again, let us see who fares better in this situation, Zhang Yu remarked coolly, his icy gaze sending a shiver down their spines. They departed, not daring to utter a word, having initially considered imposing their will. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yu's decisive action, one among the trio pulled the others away. This individual held considerable influence in the village, having been entrusted by the village chief. He is not someone we can provoke. Let us leave, he stated firmly, leading the way, leaving behind a silent uncle and the reluctant son of the village chief. Some individuals can be challenged, while others cannot. Relay my words to your father upon your return. I shall not take this matter further, the man concluded, closing his eyes to rest. His survival to this point was indicative of his intelligence. Fools either end up imprisoned or vanish entirely. This person was impeccably legitimate in all dealings. As for underhanded tactics, it was evident he was a formidable opponent, skilled in manipulation. Return the money to my family. The village chief's son glared menacingly at Uncle Zhang Yu. He was not foolish. He understood that if such a powerful uncle advised against further action, persisting would be sheer folly. Many matters were handled by this uncle for his father, the village chief, and the consensus was clear: continuing would be tantamount to foolishness. He was not genuinely naive, leaving behind only a sorrowful uncle. Once they departed, Zhang Yu swiftly grasped Zhang Yu's hand to check for any injury. I'm fine. I've told you I'm quite capable. Do you believe me now? Zhang Yu replied with a smile. But you shouldn't act recklessly. What if your finger gets hurt? Zhang Yu exclaimed anxiously. Enough. Keep the promissory note safe. When anyone seeks you out again, instruct them to repay. During this time, ensure you eat and drink well. Don't hold back, as your grandfather needs to recuperate. When I see you again, your weight must exceed 90 pounds, not fall below 80. Remember, you now belong to me, Zhang Yu said, gazing at the young woman before him. I understand, Zhang Yu responded softly, feeling a bit embarrassed when reminded of her weight, wondering how he knew. Do not hesitate to spend. The medical expenses have surpassed 10,000. Save some for your grandfather. In a month, you will begin university. And your grandfather has mentioned returning to his hometown. I reflected on it. It is not suitable for the elderly to remain alone here. While the village is more accommodating for the old, the remaining funds are for your tuition. Remember to call me once you arrive at university. I will come to fetch you, Zhang Yu said as he began to pack his belongings. Are you leaving? Zhang Yu inquired suddenly, realizing something as she observed him packing. I have stayed here long enough. It is time for me to depart. You must take good care of yourself and your grandfather, Zhang Yu stated before approaching the elder. Please recuperate well. I will visit you when the opportunity arises, Zhang Yu assured the old man. Very well, I will await your visit, both you and Xiao Yu. The elder replied happily, delighted that someone was looking out for his granddaughter. With her head lowered, Zhang Yu followed Zhang Yu downstairs, her face unknowingly streaked with tears. Silly girl, it's not like we want to see each other again. In just over 20 days, school will commence, and you'll see me, Zhang Yu reassured her, gently wiping away her tears. I am not foolish, the girl retorted defiantly. Remember my words. Take good care of yourself and nourish your body, Zhang Yu said before preparing to leave. Abruptly, Zhang Yu embraced him, feeling the warmth of his chest and the reluctance to part. Zhang Yu tenderly stroked her hair. Go on, hurry back upstairs. I must leave now. And with that, he departed, carrying his belongings just as he had on their first meeting. The girl stood there, gazing at his receding figure, her eyes wide with understanding. She finally grasped the significance of the contract and the promissory note he had given her. It was meant to protect her. He had no intention of making her repay it. I will steadfastly follow you. You are my world. Zhang Yu murmured to the empty space where he had stood, her voice soft yet resolute. Under the night sky, Zhang Yu lingered quietly beside the village, vigilant against the possibility of mischief from others. Often, reality was far more complicated than it seemed. Beautiful girls without protection or a background were at a disadvantage. Inevitably, misfortune struck. The village chief, dissatisfied with the turn of events, perhaps inflated by years of unchallenged authority, summoned his top enforcer, Li Shan, demanding the return of the individual in question. Reluctant at first, Li Shan was spurred into action upon receiving word that Zhang Yu had departed. With a resigned sigh, he followed, lamenting the futility of trying to reason with the reckless. Their vehicle came to a halt, the headlights piercing through the darkness. The next morning, the village chief awoke to find a dagger beside his pillow. As he anxiously prepared to wash his face in the bathroom, he noticed a crimson line around his neck, a blatant warning. Li Shan returned, battered but alive. His injuries were grave, yet not fatal, and the others fared similarly. Uncle Wang, I have repaid every debt I owed you. From this day forth, I am leaving. Consider this my final advice. Some people are beyond your reach. Li Shan declared before limping away, leaving the chief and his terrified son behind. In a fit of rage, the chief struck his son down to the ground. If it weren't for your incessant whining about marrying her, would this have happened? From now on, extinguish that foolish desire. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. With those words, the chief staggered back inside. While Li Shan departed, his strength significantly diminished, uncertain of what lay ahead. Zhang Yu had already embarked on the next chapter of his journey. More than half a month later, he arrived at the banks of the Yangtze River. As he gazed upon the vast river before him, he stood there, entranced, his eyes lost in thought. He softly recited the lines, "The great river flows eastward, washing away countless heroes of ages past." The relentless current embodied a majestic and carefree spirit, while fish frolicked joyfully in the water. As if figures from millennia past were swimming along the Yangtze. The water was so soft, slipping through his fingers, yet it was unstoppable. A momentum that profoundly shook him to his core. This force struck deep within his soul, resonating through his mind. Time became indiscernible as a cacophony of roaring sounds erupted within him. Every bone felt alive, and countless meridians expanded, invigorating his sinews and awakening latent energy. He opened his eyes, no longer fierce but softened. He had harnessed his inner strength. From this day forth, his path in martial arts would be smooth, devoid of obstacles. The enlightenment he attained by the banks of the Yangtze had fortified his spirit. With time and perseverance, he would traverse grand worlds. From this moment onward, he would soar freely, laughing in the face of the mundane, finally possessing the strength to protect himself. He stretched his stiffened body and raised his hand. Realizing he had stood there for over 10 hours, he resumed his journey, purchased a ticket, and boarded the ferry across the river. It was already late August in Jinling. Northern students were allowed to arrive early. Without delay, he took a taxi to Jinling University. "Who are you?" "We are here to welcome new students. It's the first day today, and we have no money for you." "How did you get in? Didn't the security stop you?" Zhang Yu was halted at the registration point by a student. His disheveled appearance, long hair, unkempt beard, and dirty clothes, along with a backpack, was striking. "I am a new student. Here are my documents." "The security has already checked them. I'm here to register," Zhang Yu replied calmly, producing his information. "Oh, you are a new student?" The individual, puzzled, opened Zhang Yu's documents. "I've never seen a new student like you before. Can I proceed with the registration now?" Zhang Yu took back his documents and approached the enrollment area. "Hello, I'm your senior, Zhao Yuran. I'm here to assist you with the registration process." A girl looked up at Zhang Yu, her expression warm and friendly. "All right, here is my acceptance letter and my ID." The enrollment process was completed swiftly. After paying the fees, Zhang Yu learned he would reside in dormitory 306, Building 6, a 4-person room with upper bunks and desks, a decent accommodation. Casually, he bought some essentials downstairs. Older students with aspirations often engaged in commerce once classes commenced. Unperturbed, Zhang Yu placed his items on the bed and took the sheets and pillowcases to the communal area, inserting 3 coins to have them washed. Upon returning, he wiped down his desk and gathered his toiletries before shouldering his bag and stepping out. At the school gate, he encountered Zhao Yuran. "Where are you headed? You just finished registering and are already going out?" Zhao Yuran questioned this peculiar junior. "I'm going to freshen up," Zhang Yu replied, continuing on his way. "Strange guy?" Zhao Yuran muttered as she walked away. He found a bathhouse where he could wash, shave, and send his clothes for dry cleaning. After stepping out, he got a haircut and purchased several outfits before heading to the intermediary company located outside the school. His request was straightforward: a 3-bedroom apartment, preferably well decorated, with an elevator and internet access, situated near the school. "When can you find it?" Zhang Yu inquired directly. The agent responded that there were indeed available properties, albeit slightly pricier. After a few hours of negotiation, they settled on a 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, which had originally been intended as a marriage home for a child who had since gone abroad and would not return. Chapter 37. The joy of buying a car with several days remaining before the start of school. Those days would be dedicated to settling into the new apartment. After classes commenced, he needed to make a trip to the capital to assist Zhou Yi with the book signing event for her second novel. Moreover, Ji Xue would be arriving soon, and he needed to pick her up. Chu Yi was also coming, and he would fetch her as well. Fortunately, Ji Xue was in a different major, finance, while Chu Yi shared not only the same major but also the same class with him. Having both of them in the same school was somewhat of a headache. Suddenly, Zhang Yu realized it was time for him to purchase a car. Having a vehicle would undoubtedly facilitate his future endeavors. The following morning, Zhang Yu took a taxi to the 4S dealership, pondering what car to buy. He decided on a Mercedes-Benz, as he had never had the opportunity to drive one in his previous life. He headed straight to the Mercedes showroom. The store was not particularly busy, with only a few scattered customers, but sales representatives were readily available. However, no one approached Zhang Yu, likely assuming that a young man like him could not afford a Mercedes. He walked up to the Mercedes C200K, opened the door, and took a look inside. A few young women at the bar glanced over, but didn't approach, probably worried he might cause damage. At that moment, a young lady approached him, eager to introduce the vehicle. Zhang Yu smiled and remarked, "You must be new here." The girl blushed and admitted, "Yes, I just started a week ago. I'm an intern from Jinling University. My name is Li Jingyi." "Hello, I'm Zhang Yu," he replied. "Regarding this car, please consult your manager. The listed price is 420,000 yuan, but I can purchase it for 400,000 yuan. Go ask, and if your manager agrees, you can handle the paperwork directly." After making his proposal, he settled onto a nearby sofa. Li Jingyi, initially taken aback, quickly realized what was happening when she saw Zhang Yu smiling at her from the sofa. She hurried upstairs to find her manager. The other saleswomen at the bar suddenly became aware of the situation, and one approached Zhang Yu, saying, "Good day, sir. She is new and may not be fully informed. I can assist you with the introduction and subsequent procedures." As Li Jingyi rushed back with the paperwork, she felt a wave of frustration, knowing that her manager would likely approve her request for a discount, just as the others would. "You're in the wrong place. This seat should be occupied by that young lady," Zhang Yu remarked quietly as he lit a cigarette. The woman across from him appeared exceedingly awkward, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Observing Zhang Yu's expression, she could only rise hesitantly from her seat, while Li Jing sat down cheerfully. "Just swipe the card. Can I withdraw cash for the car? Should I opt for a loan or pay in full?" Zhang Yu inquired, gazing at the youthful girl before him. "If possible, a loan would be preferable," Li Jingyi boldly suggested, sensing the goodwill emanating from the boy across from her, as the commission on a financed vehicle would be more substantial. "Very well, let's proceed with the loan. You prepare everything. Once the paperwork is completed, I'll collect the car," Zhang Yu replied with a gentle smile. The primary reason for Zhang Yu's willingness to assist stemmed from his recollections of his past life, when he had just embarked on his career as a salesperson and faced numerous challenges from demanding clients. While those tribulations were bearable, nothing frustrated him more than the insidious tactics employed by so-called senior colleagues who sought to undermine and usurp his sales. Such experiences left him feeling aggrieved and voiceless. It was as if he were witnessing a reflection of his former self. He refrained from displaying excessive kindness. "Please sign these documents," Zhang Yu instructed. After a cursory glance at the paperwork, he found no issues and swiftly signed before proceeding to swipe his card. The down payment exceeded 200,000, with monthly loan repayments to follow. The approval process was instantaneous, as his substantial bank deposits served as irrefutable evidence of his financial stability. "Here is your key. You are entitled to complimentary maintenance for 3 months or up to 5,000 kilometers. Do remember to come back. Should you need anything, feel free to call me," Li Jingyi said, handing him the key along with her business card, which Zhang Yu promptly tucked into his pocket. With a wave and a smile, he drove away. Li Jingyi stood quietly in her spot, astonished that due to the absence of clients that day, she, having worked for a month, was contemplating resignation, lest she be dismissed. With nothing else to occupy her, she repeatedly dialed phone numbers, most of which ended in immediate disconnection. In her despair, she noticed Zhang Yu examining a vehicle. "Since I have nothing else to do, why not practice my sales pitch with a client?" she mused, which led to a surprising turn of events. In just over an hour, she managed to sell a car worth 400,000. The women at the bar, who had previously been engaged in idle chatter, now drooped their heads in envy, casting glances at Li Jingyi, consumed by admiration and jealousy. They lamented their missed opportunity to serve first, while most simply envied Li Jing's fortuitous luck, seldom reflecting on their own actions. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, driving with the complimentary USB music playing, contemplated the prowess of luxury car sales in this era. Unlike previous years, when car sales required relentless effort, acquiring a vehicle now felt merely like obtaining a tool, devoid of overwhelming excitement. Upon arriving at the school, he sought out the gatekeeper to register his vehicle. The gatekeeper, upon noting the student paperwork accompanying a Mercedes, presumed Zhang Yu to be a privileged second-generation individual. However, Zhang Yu's approach differed. He purchased a pack of cigarettes, offering them to both the gatekeeper and the head of security. With the influx of students reporting for the new term, everyone present was busy, observing Zhang Yu's courteous demeanor. The others dropped their aloofness. "Hello, is this Zhang Yu?" Upon exiting the gate, Zhang Yu received an unfamiliar phone call. "It's me. Who are you?" "I am Zhao Yuran, your senior. These days, you have some free time at school, and our instructor has suggested that you assist us with recruitment efforts." As Zhao Yuran strolled through the campus, she dialed Zhang Yu's number, aware of the busyness surrounding admissions. Upon learning that Zhang Yu had already registered, the instructor insisted on including him in their endeavors. Initially reluctant, Zhao Yuran thought, one more laborer wouldn't he hurt. "Apologies, but I'm quite occupied. Perhaps you should seek someone else," she stated. After the call ended, she found herself in a state of shock, having been rejected and hung up on. Anger surged within her. Since joining this university, every male had treated her with utmost deference. She had never endured such indignity. In a fit of rage, she redialed, only to be met with another disconnection. Zhang Yu, meanwhile, had tossed his phone aside, driving into the school, intending to explore the computer science department. Upon parking his car in the lot and preparing to exit, he noticed someone standing in front of his vehicle. Zhao Yuran, frustrated by her inability to reach him, spotted a passing car with a lowered window. The figure appeared strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Zhang Yu. How impressive it was that he had gained admission to this university and held the position of the arts minister in the student council. His gaze was indeed formidable. Yet, uncertainty lingered within her, prompting her to approach and scrutinize him closely. "Really, I have matters to attend to. Please find someone else," Zhang Yu said as he exited his car, mistakenly assuming she had pursued him. He marveled at her tenacity in locating him. However, her anger only intensified. Was this truly the same person she had encountered the day before? The disheveled figure with unkempt hair and dirt-stained clothes now stood before her in a crisp white shirt, denim jeans, and black sneakers, exuding vitality. Moreover, he was driving a brand new Mercedes-Benz. "Actually, I'm not urging you. It's your instructor," Zhao Yuran quickly interjected, feeling somewhat diminished by her own words. "Then tell him I have no time," he replied tersely. "Don't you desire a position in the school's student council, or perhaps a scholarship?" Zhao Yuran inquired while observing Zhang Yu prepare to leave. "Not interested," he replied bluntly, leaving Zhao Yuran momentarily speechless, pondering how she had never encountered a freshman quite like him. However, as Zhang Yu began to walk away, he halted abruptly and turned back. "Excuse me, senior, could you enlighten me on how recruitment operates within the computer science department and the university?" he asked, a hint of embarrassment evident in his demeanor, acknowledging his earlier brusqueness. "Humph," Zhao Yuran haughtily responded, raising her chin. "It seems you're unaware." As Zhang Yu attempted to depart, she retorted, "Who says I'm uninformed? What incentives are there?" Her indignation was palpable, as if she had been insulted. "I'll treat you to hot pot tonight. How does that sound?" he proposed. "All right, let us go," she replied, leading the way. As they walked, Zhao Yuran continued, "I am the head of the arts department. Let me tell you, I'm only a sophomore, quite impressive indeed. Generally, one must be a junior to attain such a position. The individuals within the computer science department at the school tend to avoid social interactions. As for your inquiry regarding recruitment, though I am uncertain of your intentions, they typically post notices on the school forum, in supermarkets, and at the cafeteria. Of course, I also possess connections that could aid in your search for employees. In truth, Zhang Yu merely seeks to familiarize himself with potential candidates and build a preliminary pool of talent. Currently, he finds himself in a position of weakness, with his first entrepreneurial venture aimed at establishing an online store. His focus is on selling apparel, particularly women's clothing, as women's spending is perpetually lucrative. He is particularly interested in collaborating with individuals skilled in artistic design to cultivate his own brand and online presence, as opportunities in e-commerce remain abundant. He intends to accumulate capital gradually, progressing step by step. Today, on a whim, he decided to explore the computer science department alongside Zhao Yuran. They did not engage in conversation with anyone, and afterward, they checked the bulletin boards at the supermarket and cafeteria. That seemed sufficient. "What a peculiar person. You merely glanced around," Zhao Yuran complained, sinking into a nearby chair, beads of sweat forming on her nose and forehead. The heat in Jinling this month is quite oppressive. Zhang Yu, observing the stunning senior beside him, could not help but smile. Let us go. I'll treat you to a cold drink. And then, let us indulge in hot pot. Today it's my treat. Chapter 38. The affection of Nji Shui that evening. They dined at a hot pot restaurant near the school gate. Zhao Yuran, a frequent visitor, engaged Zhang Yu in conversation. Why did you appear so disheveled when you reported yesterday? She inquired, voicing her curiosity. I walked nearly 2 months from my home, Zhang Yu replied with a grin. Zhao Yuran's jaw dropped, as if she could fit a cucumber in it. She had seen Zhang Yu's information the previous day and was aware of his origins, which explained his contact number. Wait, you claim you walked over 1,000 kilometers? Otherwise, why would you have looked that way? Zhang Yu retorted nonchalantly. Zhao Yuran began to understand. There was no other way to rationalize his appearance from the previous day. However, unbeknownst to her, when she developed significant interest in a man, it rendered her vulnerable. Throughout the meal, Zhao Yuran dominated the conversation while Zhang Yu offered brief responses, keeping his thoughts to himself. After dinner, he drove her back. And it was then that she realized he did not reside in the dormitory. His direction was leading out of the school. As she walked, she contemplated the day's events. The transformed man, emblematic of success, with a mature demeanor, was a striking presence. She felt an intense curiosity, oblivious to the impending danger. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Yu made phone calls to Gu Shuyun, Li Qiaoyan, and Nji Shui. Naturally, he faced various inquiries and criticisms. Gu Shuyun was particularly irate. As she was already en route to the capital, her frustration palpable in her tone. When Zhang Yu mentioned that he would visit her next month, she finally calmed down. After that, she hung up the phone and sent a message, insisting that he must call Li Qiaoyan, who was preparing to leave the following day. The two exchanged gentle words, and Li Qiaoyan, in a very soft voice, confessed that she missed him dearly. Zhang Yu chuckled heartily, causing Li Qiaoyan on the other end to flush crimson. Nji Shui was also departing the next day, taking a flight that was expected to arrive by the afternoon. Zhang Yu inquired about the time and expressed his intention to pick her up. Subsequently, he received a message from Chu Yu, stating that she would arrive the day after tomorrow. By the time he finished his tasks, it was already quite late. After washing up, Zhang Yu took out his computer. Following his college entrance examination, he had published his novel online during the wait for results. During that period, he wrote 4,000 to 5,000 words daily, updating over 10,000 words, and quickly secured a contract. He amassed a considerable amount of stored manuscripts during the 2 months on the road. He would sometimes rest in internet cafes and stockpile many drafts. Today, upon checking, he was astonished to find his ranking remarkably high. In the online landscape of 2010, updating nearly 10,000 words daily was exceedingly rare. Coupled with the thrilling nature of his rebirth story, filled with excitement and captivating moments, he consistently ranked among the top. Naturally, the royalties were substantial, allowing him to cover his travel expenses within just over 2 months. Hello, Sister Zhou, Zhang Yu answered the phone. Have you checked in? Came Zhou Yi's voice from the other end. Yes, I checked in yesterday. We are preparing for a book signing event during National Day, lasting a month. You must come to the capital, she said. Understood. By the way, Sister Zhou, could you arrange for your unit to issue me a certificate or letter? I need it for military training and to request leave. I can't do it empty-handed. Don't worry, it's all prepared. I've sent it to your email. Remember to call me when you arrive, and I'll come to pick you up. All right, Sister Zhou. Zhang Yu opened his email and found the certificate. He would need to print it out for his leave request. The next day, at Jinling Airport. Over here. Director and pushed his suitcase while Wei Shirlan and Nji Shui walked ahead, spotting Zhang Yu waving his arms and calling out. Nji Shui instantly beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Director and wore a look of annoyance, and Wei Shirlan forced a smile. It was no mystery why her daughter had secretly signed up to come here. Wei Shirlan was not particularly angry. She thought it was good that Zhang Yu was here to take care of her daughter. Besides, Zhang Yu had been under her watch for the past few years, which made her feel more at ease. Uncle, Aunt, are you tired? Zhang Yu enthusiastically took over Director and S suitcase and inquired. Director and huffed, ignoring him. Wei Shirlan, however, smiled politely and replied, We're fine. The flight was quick since we took a direct route. Nji Shui sweetly smiled at Zhang Yu without speaking, and Zhang Yu responded with a subtle grin. Did you buy this? Director and asked in surprise, looking at the Mercedes before him. Yes, I just bought it yesterday, Zhang Yu explained with a smile. Such a show-off. How much have you earned to afford such a fine car? Director and remarked, admiring the vehicle while critiquing Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu simply chuckled and remained silent. Wei Shilin and Njishue exchanged a knowing smile. Njishue, seated in the front passenger seat, gazed out at the passing scenery. Her thoughts consumed by the realization that she was finally by his side and would spend the next 4 years in this city with him. Meanwhile, Wei Shilin gently nudged Chief and from the back seat, her eyes silently urging him to temper his enthusiasm, especially with their daughter present and their impending departure in a few days. Chief and awkwardly turned his head away. Uncle and Aunt, I'll take you to the hotel to drop off your luggage, and then we can head to the registration, said Zhang Yu. I appreciate it, Xiao Yu, Wei Shilin replied courteously. It's no trouble at all. Everything is ready, Zhang Yu assured them. He brought them to a luxurious hotel, and just as Chief and prepared to voice his discontent, Wei Shilin intervened, and Njishue shot him a reproachful look, questioning the choice of such an upscale hotel. This hotel is comfortable and safe, Zhang Yu replied with a smile, subtly signaling Njishue that it was the right choice. After they completed the registration process, Zhang Yu busily tended to their luggage. Wei Shilin suggested that she and Chief take a stroll around the university, planning to meet up with Njishue and Zhang Yu for dinner later. Zhang Yu accompanied Njishue to the supermarket to purchase some daily necessities. Once in the car, Njishue tenderly caressed Zhang Yu's cheek, her gaze revealing a deep sense of empathy. It's all right, it's just a bit dark. It'll get better in time, Zhang Yu reassured her with a smile. I may not fully understand why you feel the need to venture so far. My mentor once told me that your path would be unique, leading you to places we cannot reach. But seeing you now, I realize you have indeed taken another step forward. Yet, it pains me, Njishue spoke slowly, her eyes fixed on Zhang Yu. He did not shy away. Instead, he grasped her hand and drew her close, enveloping her in a quiet embrace. This young woman had accompanied him in her own way for 3 years, and today, she was refreshingly direct, warming Zhang Yu's heart. After 2 months of solitary wandering, he felt somewhat unmoored, but with her presence, he recognized himself as a flesh-and-blood person. Gently, Zhang Yu pressed a kiss to Njishue's forehead and said, Let's go. We need to do some major shopping to get my dear Schwetter some treats. With that, he started the car. Njishue playfully swatted him, settling back into her seat. We don't need to buy so much. We already have plenty, she remarked, observing the abundance of items Zhang Yu had placed in the shopping cart. Once inside the supermarket, Zhang Yu selected the finest essentials for himself, along with a variety of snacks and fruits. Starting today, you'll be living in the dormitory. By the time we return, I expect everyone will have arrived. We can share some food with them. After all, there's a saying that you should soften the hearts of those who feed you. He continued, gathering more items. Njishue found herself unable to resist when Zhang Yu affectionately referred to her as Schwer. When Zhang Yu returned her to the dormitory, he noted that, for the next couple of days, male visitors were still permitted. The dormitory was already bustling with activity as everyone had arrived. Zhang Yu merely set down his belongings, exchanged greetings with Njishue, and then proceeded downstairs to wait. Njishue felt quite pleased that her boy had not required her to introduce him to her roommates. Hello, I am Njishue. Hello, I am Shunling. I am Wu Huihui. And I am Wang Li. Was that your boyfriend just now? Someone inquired. Njishue simply smiled shyly without uttering a word. Having a boyfriend so soon? Is he from our school? He is from the School of Economics and Management. Here are some snacks. Feel free to take whatever you like. Thank you. How about we have dinner together tonight? Wang Li suggested. I'm sorry, my parents are still here, and I will be dining with them shortly. They have a train tomorrow night, Njishue replied. Oh, that's fine. Then let's plan for the day after tomorrow. All right. How are your dorm mates? Are they easy to get along with? Zhang Yu inquired as he spotted Njishue coming downstairs. They're fine, I suppose, but it's only the first day. I can't tell about the future, she answered. By the way, where are my parents? I just called them. They are still exploring but are about to leave campus. Shall we go together? Sure. That evening, the 4 of them dined on local cuisine from Jinling, though section chief and remarked that it was rather bland. Wei Shilin, however, savored her meal with great enjoyment. Later, Zhang Yu escorted the 2 elders back to their hotel, planning to explore the Confucius Temple and other sites the following day. On the way back to the school, Njishue sat in the passenger seat, gazing intently at the boy beside her. What is on your mind? Zhang Yu asked with a smile. She continued to look at him and softly said, Those 2 months, I often wondered how you managed. I thought about whether you were cold in the rain, if you felt scared walking in the wilderness, and what you would do if you encountered any trouble. I worried about whether you had enough to eat while out there. Although I know you are capable, I still worry deeply for you. I could only sleep soundly when I received your messages or heard your voice assuring me that you were well. I also know you'll need to charge your power bank soon. Sometimes your phone runs out of battery, yet you always manage to message me." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. They had never been apart for such a long time since they met. Even during his leave, he would send her off every morning and evening. "Can you promise me not to leave me for such long periods again, please?" By the time she finished her plea, her face was already soaked with tears. Zhang Yu halted the car, his own cheeks marked with tears as he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He suddenly pulled in Jixue into a tight embrace and kissed her. Chapter 39. Too many beauties can be detrimental at the moment their lips met. The girl felt an immediate paralysis wash over her. She was at a loss as to how to react. Soon, her resolve faltered. Gradually, her body softened, and she experienced a sensation unlike any she had known before, a feeling that was undeniably exquisite. After what felt like an eternity, they locked eyes, each recognizing the affection reflected in the other's gaze. The usually shy and introverted girl did not shy away. Instead, she held his gaze, and the love in her eyes made the boy's heart swell with tenderness. In the span of 3 years, this girl silently stood by my side, unwavering in her support, regardless of my actions or words. Upon arriving in Jinling, 1,000 kilometers away from home, she resolutely altered her aspirations to be here, symbolizing her steadfast companionship. Zhang Yu gently cradled the girl's face, softly murmuring "silly girl," before enveloping her tightly in his embrace. The girl leaned obediently against him, her face aglow with joy, having long awaited the warmth of his chest. "My dear girl, congratulations, you are mine from this moment onward. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never let you go. You will forever be my woman. There is no escape for you." Zhang Yu whispered tenderly, his voice light, yet resonating like thunder in the girl's mind. Over the years, she had keenly observed that he seldom spoke such words, and when he did, it signified certainty. Certainty about what? Suddenly, the girl sat up, turning to gaze at him. "I said, from today on, you are my woman," Zhang Yu declared, his gaze soft and his voice unwavering. Overcome with emotion, the girl covered her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks, tears of joy. Their years of togetherness had blossomed from innocent affection to a profound love. As he had paused his studies to escort her daily, she had concealed this decision from her parents and friends, resolutely following him to this unfamiliar city. In the stillness of midnight, she had pondered the possibility of him ignoring her in this new place, though she knew he wouldn't. Yet fear lingered, especially in light of her parents' resigned expressions. Nevertheless, she had no regrets. She waited, and to her surprise, he did not keep her waiting long. In this bustling yet strange city, she felt panic and unease. Yet, the moment he declared her to be his woman, all fears dissipated. For wherever he was, that would be her home. "Silly girl, stop crying. If you didn't know better, one might think I had wronged you." Zhang Yu gently wiped away her tears. Anji Shui felt her cheeks flush, unsure of why. Each time he called her silly girl, her heart danced with joy. "Come on now. Tomorrow morning I shall pick you up, and then we will fetch your parents to explore Jinling together," Zhang Yu said with a smile, taking her hand. "All right, just send me a message when you get back," Anji Shui replied sweetly, giving him a brief hug before turning to enter. Zhang Yu stood quietly outside the dormitory, watching her ascend the stairs. Before disappearing, she turned to wave at him, a gesture that made his heart swell. Reaching into his pocket, he lit a cigarette, his thoughts consumed with plans. To hell with plans, he mused. From this day forth, he would not let any woman he cherished slip away. Having been granted a second chance at life, he could not afford to procrastinate, for that would only hinder the beautiful girls deserving of love. As he walked, a headache brewed with thoughts of the next day's adventures with Shui and the looming visit from Chu Yu in the afternoon, pondering how to navigate the situation. As I departed, I was utterly oblivious to the people and events surrounding me. After extinguishing my cigarette in the trash bin, I hurriedly moved on, not paying attention to my surroundings, and inadvertently collided with someone. Instinctively, I uttered my apologies, raising my gaze to find a female classmate clutching her chest, exclaiming in pain. Zhao Yuran and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, a sense of resignation washing over them. How could they encounter each other once more, and in such an unfortunate manner? The point of impact seemed rather sensitive. It was perplexing, as I had bent down to extinguish the cigarette and then turned to walk away. Yet the trash bin was positioned at the corner, making it inconceivable that I could collide with her. "Zhang Yu, You're hurting me in two tender spots, I thought, feeling a surge of frustration, coupled with a sense of embarrassment. I'm truly sorry, senior. How is it that you ended up right behind me? Zhang Yu, slightly exasperated, inquired. Humph, you have the audacity to smoke so openly on campus. It's a blatant disregard for public decency. I intended to correct your behavior, but you, Zhao Yuran, have made me quite angry, she retorted. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. There are no regulations prohibiting smoking on campus, and I certainly did not discard my cigarette carelessly. I specifically extinguished it above the trash bin. He prepared to leave, but paused to add, I hope you're all right. If you're feeling unwell, it may be wise to visit a doctor. I'll cover the medical expenses, he said, glancing at the area where they had collided, indicating he would take responsibility. Her response left Zhao Yuran speechless, especially as she had been focused on him just moments prior. By the way, she began, tomorrow afternoon. Your advisor will hold a meeting for all the male students. Most of the boys have already arrived. By tomorrow evening, the remaining female students from out of town will also have arrived. They will likely address some matters concerning you all, followed by a collective class meeting. She realized she preferred to avoid further discussion of the collision. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. All right, I understand now. However, I suggest you notify the group tomorrow afternoon to ensure no one forgets. Fine, I will, Zhao Yuran replied haughtily, only to notice Zhang Yu turning to leave, leaving behind a girl still clutching her chest, fuming, I want to forget you. Later that evening, Zhang Yu returned to the dormitory instead of his rental accommodation. The others had already settled in, two of them engrossed in an online game while a third stood nearby, observing. It was nearly 11 p.m., and Zhang Yu had just made it in time, almost getting locked out. Upon entering, the trio glanced his way before resuming their game. Zhang Yu proceeded to wash up. After freshening up, he noticed that the three had presumably just finished their match and were now looking at him. Bro, I arrived yesterday afternoon. How come I didn't TC you? You weren't here last night either, one of them said, introducing himself as Wang Hao, his northeast accent evident. I'm Li Bo from Shuzhou, Jiangsu, another chimed in. I'm Chao Yi, a local from Jinling, the third introduced himself. I'm Zhang Yu from Shaanxi. Nice to meet you all, he responded with a smile. Ah, the power is out again. Why does it always go out at this time? It's so frustrating, Wang Hao exclaimed. Just a normal occurrence, Zhang Yu replied. Zhang Yu lay on the upper bunk, preparing to sleep. Hey, Zhang Yu, why weren't you here last night? Did you stay out all night? Wang Hao inquired from his bed. I had some matters to attend to, Zhang Yu replied, reclining quietly. The three of them chattered animatedly, while Zhang Yu generally preferred to listen, responding only when questioned. It seemed that the others had discerned his temperament and refrained from engaging him in extensive discussions. However, from their appearances and the arrangement of items on the table, Zhang Yu could glean much about them. Wang Hao, a northeasterner, stood at approximately 1.77 meters, a commendable height. With prominent brows and bright eyes, he appeared muscular, lounging bare-chested. He owned no computer. Li Bo, who spoke sparingly, was around 1.73 meters tall and possessed a second-hand laptop, likely a hand-me-down from family or relatives. In this day and age, having a computer was quite commendable. His hair was neither long nor short, giving him a somewhat studious appearance. The last of the trio, Chao Yi, evidently hailed from a well-off family and exuded a certain arrogance. His trendy hairstyle and the brand-new laptop on the table, worth thousands, suggested affluence. The table even bore various cosmetics, which were not commonly favored by boys these days. Chao Yi's phone and the decor on the table further indicated his privileged background. Before sleeping, Zhang Yu chatted briefly with Njishua. Shuer, was that your boyfriend downstairs today? A girl in the dormitory asked after lights out. Yes. Njishua blushed as she prepared to rest, responding to her roommate's inquiry. Ah, so you're already in a relationship. Did you just meet, or have you known each other for a long time? We were classmates in high school, she replied. How wonderful it is to share high school, and then university together. The following morning, Zhang Yu picked up Njishua and went to the hotel to collect her parents, embarking on a tour of Jinling. In the morning, they climbed Zhongshan Ling Zhang Yu had visited in a previous life and had exerted himself climbing for quite a while, only to turn around and descend. It was quite the endeavor. However, due to its fame, Section Chief and was particularly eager to visit, so he accompanied her. They enjoyed a lunch of noodle soup and steamed buns before heading directly to the Ming Great Wall. In the afternoon, they strolled around Confucius Temple, with Zhang Yu serving as the driver throughout the day, occasionally enduring various barbs from Section Chief, and Zhang Yu merely chuckled, not taking offense. Aunt Wei attempted to intervene a few times, but Section Chief and could not restrain herself, and Ji Xue discreetly squeezed Zhang Yu's hand, hoping he would not take it to heart. Come on, how could I possibly be upset? I might just whisk away your daughter. Zhang Yu joked. However, in the afternoon, Zhang Yu glanced at the time and apologetically said, Uncle, Aunt, I'm afraid I must return to school. Our group has announced a gathering for the boys this afternoon, so I must leave now. I'll leave the car for you to drive, Uncle, and I'll come back to find you after the evening meeting. Zhang Yu displayed the notification on his phone for them to see. Oh, just drive yourself. We can take the bus and have a nice stroll, they replied. We three can wander around together. After visiting the Confucius Temple, we escorted Shuer back to her school before returning to our hotel. Please, don't worry about us. Aunt Wei hastily gestured. Zhang Yu glanced apologetically at Ji Xue, who returned a reassuring look, leading him to conclude that he could accompany them tomorrow instead. What a considerate young man, Aunt Wei remarked, somewhat irked, after noticing Zhang Yu's demeanor while driving away. Director In, however, remained silent, harboring his own frustrations. The gaze of his daughter had lingered too long on that insufferable boy, and it was difficult for him to contain his anger. The two women exchanged a knowing glance, shaking their heads in resignation before breaking into laughter. At the train station, Zhang Yu received a call from Chu Yu, though his mood soured upon seeing her. Chapter 40. The arrival of Chu Yu. Chu Yu appeared somewhat uneasy. Her initial excitement upon meeting Zhang Yu quickly diminished. With her head bowed and fingers nervously clutching her clothing, she felt at a loss. Didn't I advise you to take better care of yourself? I distinctly remember giving you money. Why haven't you bought new clothes? Why are you still so thin? Zhang Yu admonished her. His heart had been lifted upon seeing her, yet he could not overlook that she still wore the same faded outfit, and her shoes were worn and tattered. The sweltering heat of Jinling this time of year only exacerbated her frail appearance. No, I saved that money for my grandfather. I arranged for the bank to send him over 1,000 yuan each month. It's sufficient for his living expenses. She mustered the courage to explain before lowering her gaze once more. Zhang Yu had intended to say more, but ultimately held his tongue, finding that his anger had dissipated. Indeed, the girl had come to university while leaving her grandfather behind. Although his surgery had been successful, his ability to work hard in the countryside was severely limited. What could she do? Looking at the girl before him, Zhang Yu finally took her bag from her hands. Come on, let us get in the car. He opened the car door, and though she wanted to speak, the intensity of his gaze silenced her, prompting her to obediently climb in. Sitting in the passenger seat, she appeared increasingly anxious. Observing her discomfort, Zhang Yu could no longer maintain a stern expression and leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. She attempted to shy away but had nowhere to retreat, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. Feeling the warmth of his attentiveness as he secured her seatbelt intensified her embarrassment, and her head sank even lower. With a resigned huff, Zhang Yu started the engine and drove off. After a moment, she timidly turned to glance at the boy behind the wheel, a small smile tugging at her lips as she slowly lifted her gaze to the bustling traffic outside. The girl was mesmerized. Having lived in the countryside and a small town, the poverty and anxiety of her upbringing made her first visit to this city overwhelming. This only fueled Zhang Yu's desire to protect her even more fiercely. Shall we head straight to the school for enrollment? Chu Yu eventually inquired softly. Zhang Yu offered no response, merely driving deeper into the city. Once they arrived, he led her to a shopping mall, where she stood frozen upon entering. Come on. What are you doing standing there? He urged. Zhang Yu observed the motionless girl with a hint of confusion and inquired gently. The girl, however, continued to lower her head, increasingly at a loss. Zhang Yu seemed to grasp the situation, seeing the shopping mall juxtaposed with her circumstances. Thus, he chose silence and firmly took her hand, leading her away. Though she initially contemplated resisting, the moment she felt his grip, she surrendered, resigned to the reality that she had somehow become his. In the store, Zhang Yu selected several items for her to try on. Chu Yu wished to speak, but upon meeting Zhang Yu's gaze, she obediently entered the fitting room. Zhang Yu settled onto a nearby sofa, awaiting her emergence. When the door finally opened, the girl's cheeks flushed, her head still bowed. She wore a stunning white dress, instantly captivating the attention of everyone in the store. The ensemble accentuated her figure, and the lightweight fabric lent her an ethereal grace. Her natural beauty shone through, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Zhang Yu stood, momentarily entranced, astonished that this somewhat insecure girl possessed such exquisite beauty. Time seemed to freeze. He approached her slowly, softly urging her to lift her gaze. Confused yet compelled, she obliged, while he discreetly stepped aside. The reflection in the mirror revealed a breathtaking transformation. For the first time, a confident smile graced her lips, seemingly ignited from the depths of her soul. Unconsciously, she straightened her posture, raised her head, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Wrap all these up, Zhang Yu instructed the somewhat dazed shop attendant. The girl appeared to comprehend much more now, offering no resistance to the boy's choices. In fact, she selected a few pieces herself. Observing her selections of denim and oversized t-shirts, Zhang Yu quipped, "Why did you choose those?" With hands clasped behind her back, she raised her chin and smiled at him, playfully responding, "Do you want me to wear something beautiful just to show it off to others?" With that, she turned away, leaving Zhang Yu momentarily speechless. After a moment of reflection, he chuckled, realizing that a girl who could navigate a world filled with predatory wolves had to be anything but foolish. Her reticence stemmed from a sense of helplessness, leading her to shield herself. She seemed to understand her circumstances and her beauty, aware that revealing herself could invite greater challenges. From her recent gaze in the mirror, Zhang Yu began to understand her plight. Her earlier words had dissuaded any objections he might have had. After all, why shouldn't such a stunning girl adorn herself in beautiful attire solely for her own delight? It would spare her from the scrutiny of many. As for when she might fully blossom, Zhang Yu felt it wouldn't be long. "Come, try on these shoes." He retrieved a pair of women's shoes from the shelf, kneeling before her to assist. In an instant, she became flustered, losing the playful bravado she had displayed earlier. In her environment, men were akin to deities while women served them. Her earlier courage had been a fleeting moment of bravery. Now, as he knelt to help her change shoes, Zhang Yu hurriedly gestured for him to rise. Zhang Yu disregarded her protests and firmly seated the young woman upon the chair, removing her shoes. The white socks were impeccably clean, yet bore patches. Zhang Yu chose to overlook this detail, proceeding to have her try on several pairs of shoes: high heels, leather shoes, sneakers, and sandals. "Let us take them all," he declared before heading to the cashier. The glances of the shop attendants towards Zhang Yu were filled with envy. Indeed, a girl dressed so simply, seemingly plain, yet someone was purchasing such an abundance of items for her. What girl wouldn't he feel envious? During their time at the supermarket, Zhang Yu felt utterly embarrassed, especially when Zhang Yu even bought sanitary napkins. "What's the matter? Don't you need them?" he quipped, unfazed by any sense of shame. After all, he mused, he had frequented supermarkets countless times in his past life. What was the big deal? Upon arriving at the luxurious home, the girl was bewildered. "How do we end up here?" she pondered. "This is your bedroom. The master bedroom over there is mine. This is my rented apartment. Hold your tongue for now. You should usually stay in the dormitory. However, this will serve as your second home, and we are likely to start our business here first. Here's the key. Take it." Zhang Yu interrupted her before she could speak, handing over the key and settling onto the sofa. What a busy day it had been. Zhang Yu now sank into the sofa, reluctant to move. After standing for a while, the girl realized that she could not alter the demeanor of this obstinate man. "Such a domineering little man," she muttered before darting away. When Zhang Yu finally registered what had happened, she had already dashed into the room. He merely smiled and remained silent, pulling out his notebook to begin writing. While Zhang Yu typed away, Zhang Yu changed back into her old clothes and began tidying up. He did not intervene. Rather, the two of them engaged in their tasks, one writing, the other cleaning, creating a harmonious atmosphere. "Once you've changed, I'll take you to register," Zhang Yu remarked, glancing at the time. It was nearly time to leave, so he called for the girl. This time, Zhang Yu had eschewed her old attire in favor of a large t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, her bangs obscuring half her face as she lowered her head. Zhang Yu contemplated saying something, but ultimately chose silence. "Why didn't you attend the meeting this afternoon? The mentor asked about you. And why didn't you answer my calls?" Zhao Yuran's anger flared upon spotting Zhang Yu at the registration desk. Zhang Yu glanced over but remained silent, merely confirming her information with the instructor. To her, as long as Zhang Yu did not speak ill of her, she would accept whatever he deemed fit. "I had matters to attend to this afternoon," Zhang Yu replied, observing Zhang Yu's eyes. When he sensed her affirmation, he simply stated, "Let us go." Zhao Yuran had lost count of how many times she had been infuriated in recent days. She realized that every encounter with this man inevitably led to frustration. "Senior sister, this is the cold drink I just purchased. Please have a sip." Considering the sweltering weather, it is no wonder that a boy came to deliver water to Zhao Yuran. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuran took the drink and promptly handed it to a classmate beside her, then tossed her hair back with an air of haughtiness as she strode away, leaving behind an exceedingly awkward boy. When Zhang Yu entered the classroom, the meeting was nearly concluded, and the instructor had already departed. He made his way over to his classmates in the dormitory. What was the meeting about? Zhang Yu inquired of Wang Hao, who was nearby. What could they possibly discuss? Our class has fewer than 15 boys, while the girls number nearly 30. The instructor suggested that we embody our spirit by offering more assistance. During the beginning of the term, we eagerly stepped forward to collect textbooks and military training uniforms. Wang Hao replied with a smirk. Zhang Yu thought to himself, as expected, which is precisely why he was not anxious. However, since you were absent earlier, the instructor mentioned that those who did not attend would be exempt from the subsequent selection for class officers. Chao Yi is preparing to run for class president, and I intend to vie for the position of sports representative. It's a pity for you, Wang Hao remarked, glancing at Zhang Yu with a hint of regret. It's all right. I never intended to run, Zhang Yu chuckled. What a joke. In my previous life, I was the class president. What good did it do? In this life, I'd rather pass. In my last life, I was constantly dragged by the instructor to do this and that, and ultimately, I never had the chance to truly experience romance in college. Although this is a vocational school, I have no need for such things in this life. After dinner, the new student class meeting commenced, and Ji Shui also sent a message, indicating her return to school for the meeting. Groups of girls began to enter the classroom, with Zhao Yuran present to help direct the proceedings. She was among the exemplary students assisting the instructor during the new student orientation. A group of boys greeted her with laughter, while the girls showed her great respect, with Chao even approaching her for a chat. Zhang Yu sat in the back row, idly fiddling with his phone. As Chu Yu entered with her head down, she caught sight of Zhang Yu and smiled brightly before taking a seat with several other girls. Chapter 41. 10 Years of Life and Death. A Dream of Returning Home. Hello everyone. I am your mentor for the next 4 years. My name is Zhou Xian, and my phone number is 159-3527. Now, let us begin with self-introductions, Zhou Xian announced before stepping aside. However, only she knew that it was her first year as a mentor, and her heart raced with anticipation. Hello, I am Wang Hao, from the Northeast. Feel free to reach out to me if you need anything. Hello everyone, I am Li Bo. My hobbies include gaming and watching movies. I have a good-natured, sunny disposition, and I hope you all will like me. As Li Bo concluded his introduction, laughter erupted from the audience, though he appeared somewhat bashful. Despite the laughter, those on stage were tense. After years of sitting in the audience, who among them could truly express themselves freely on stage? Hello everyone, I am Wen Qian. I hope to run for the position of class president. I have been the class president for 3 years in high school and was also the student council president. My family is from Shanghai, and I hope you will consider voting for me. I will serve you all in the coming years. Thank you. A graceful young woman, standing at an impressive height of 17 meters with flowing long hair, confidently expressed her desire to become class monitor. Zhang Yu, observing this girl on stage, immediately recognized that her family background was undoubtedly affluent. Yet, he pondered how she ended up here instead of pursuing her studies in the bustling city of Shanghai, where numerous esteemed universities awaited. With her tall stature, enviable physique, and delicately featured face, she was truly a beauty destined to captivate hearts in the years to come. Chu Yue also took to the stage, albeit with her head lowered. When she introduced herself, she simply said, "Hello everyone, I am Chu Yue, thank you," before descending from the platform. The applause that followed was sparse. Perhaps no one found interest in such a humble girl. Only Zhang Yu clapped the loudest, his radiant smile illuminating the room. As Chu Yue stepped down, she caught sight of Zhang Yu's expression, and her lips curled ever so slightly, for his smile had uplifted her modest spirit, filling her heart with sweetness. While no one else paid attention to Chu Yue, Wen Qian, her dormitory mate, did. Among the other 2 girls, Wen Qian had little regard, but upon seeing Chu Yue, she sensed that beneath her oversized clothing lay extraordinary potential, quickly discovering this hidden gem. However, it was evident that Chu Yue's family circumstances were not particularly favorable. Yet, her attire and some cosmetics hinted at an uncommon elegance, albeit her unfamiliarity with makeup rendered a somewhat disjointed appearance. After her brief introduction, Wen Qian joined the applause with a smile, but noticed the louder clapping from the direction of Zhang Yu, who seemed oblivious to her presence. Each school year, boys would naturally take notice of girls, and vice versa. Earlier, while Wen Qian spoke on stage, She had observed below and noted that only Zhang Yu reclined nonchalantly in his seat. As the audience applauded, with some boys cheering, Zhang Yu remained expressionless, simply seated. However, when Chu Yue descended, it was clear that there was a familiarity between her and Zhang Yu, as his demeanor noticeably shifted. Hello everyone, I am Chao Yi, and I am also running for class monitor. I am a local from Jinling, I adore music, and I can dance street style. Due to space constraints today, I won't perform, but I am always willing to help. If you choose me, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Thank you, Chao Yi proclaimed on stage, exuding a charming presence that caught the attention of several female classmates. His stature and attire clearly marked him as a catch, already winning hearts. Hello everyone. I am Zhang Yu, he said succinctly before stepping down, evoking a moment of silence. Standing at a remarkable height of 18 meters, he was certainly tall by any standard, especially in the southern regions, where he stood out distinctly. His buzz cut contributed to his clean appearance, while an indescribable aura set him apart from the rest, captivating many with his unique charm. Having undergone a transformative journey over the past 2 months of rigorous discipline, Zhang Yu was almost ethereal, transcending the ordinary crowd. In recent days, the arrival of Njixue and Chu Yu has ignited a spark within Zhang Yu, transforming his demeanor into one marked by warmth. Njixue, perceptive of this subtle change, has taken the initiative to draw closer to him, seeking to thaw the chill that envelopes him. Outside the company of familiar faces, Zhang Yu presents an air of aloofness. Despite the accumulation of decades across 2 lifetimes, his enthusiasm has waned. The shadows he has encountered over the past months have rendered him exceptionally cold. However, there has been a noticeable improvement in his demeanor lately, though he remains somewhat distant. As Zhou Xian observes this young man descending the steps, her eyes narrow slightly, recalling that he had chosen not to attend the meeting she organized that afternoon. His self-introduction this evening was remarkably succinct, prompting her to consider an opportunity to engage him further. As for Zhao Yuran, she has grown accustomed to his nature. His warmth is not a hallmark of his character. His courtesy emerges solely when he requires assistance, often treating her to a meal. When Xian, watching the young man as he moves, feels a surge of intrigue. Hello everyone, my name is Yang Su. I hail from the northwest, and my specialty lies in traditional martial arts. I have practiced since childhood. Thank you. The seemingly earnest individual steps onto the stage, scratching his head in a display of bashfulness. He had been quietly seated in the last row of the classroom, as if detached from the surrounding clamor. Yet, as Yang Su descends from the podium, an unremarkable moment is poised to unleash ripples of significance. At the instant Yang Su passes by Zhang Yu, he abruptly halts, his gaze piercing like twin bolts of lightning directed at Zhang Yu. The intensity of his stare glimmers with a disquieting brilliance, as though capable of penetrating the very essence of a soul. A peculiar sensation stirs within Yang Su, a heightened awareness of kinship that allows him to instantly recognize the seemingly ordinary youth before him. Concurrently, an undercurrent of latent danger emanates from Zhang Yu, akin to a predator lurking in the shadows, its fangs hidden, yet its menacing presence palpable enough to instill trepidation. In contrast, Zhang Yu appears unaffected by Yang Su's oppressive scrutiny. He remains composed, lifting his gaze to meet Yang Su's eyes. Their glances intertwine in the air, igniting a flurry of sparks in an ephemeral moment. Zhang Yu's eyes, profound as the ocean and unfathomable as an abyss, conceal mysteries that elude comprehension. Yet, within those depths lies an extraordinary calmness, a serenity impervious to the turmoil of the world around him. As his eyes narrow slightly, he discerns the nature of Yang Su's introduction, traditional martial arts, not mere combat. It is evident that he is a practitioner of the discipline, harnessing internal strength. However, it bears no relevance to Zhang Yu. Once all introductions have concluded, Zhou Xian steps onto the podium. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, I would like to announce that we have 2 candidates for class monitor. The elections will take place after military training concludes. Tomorrow, Chao Yi, you will lead the boys to collect uniforms and textbooks. Wen Xian, please coordinate the arrangements for the girls. For this military training, you two will be responsible for the respective duties of the boys and girls. Following the training, we will proceed with the election of class officers, and the class monitor will be chosen from amongst you. That will be all. As the class concluded, a reminder echoed, urging everyone to rise early the following morning. At that moment, Zhang Yu was left behind after Zhou Xian's brief departure. Many peers glanced at Zhang Yu as they exited, aware that he had not attended the afternoon meeting, a fact known only to the boys, while most girls remained oblivious. However, when Qian had already discerned the reason, unperturbed, Zhang Yu remained seated, casting a reassuring glance at Zhou Yu, who subsequently departed alongside Wen Qian. Zhou Xian, observing Zhang Yu's nonchalance, was consumed by frustration and approached him directly, with Zhao Yuran trailing behind. "Why weren't you present this afternoon?" Zhou Xian confronted Zhang Yu, fixing her gaze upon him. "I had prior commitments. Why didn't you request a leave of absence? Do you believe that university grants you absolute freedom? Do you think you can do as you please? You might as well see how it feels to skip military training." Zhou Xian's anger was palpable, her tone sharp. Zhang Yu stood in response to Zhou Xian's approach, feeling somewhat helpless in the face of her ire. From his pocket, he produced a document, an official scanned copy printed earlier that afternoon. "I apologize for the situation, teacher," he began, extending the paper as a gesture of contrition. Behind him, Zhao Yuran observed with crossed arms, amusement evident in her demeanor. Zhou Xian was poised to deliver further admonishments when Zhang Yu's next words caught her off guard. "However, I intend to participate in military training. Following that, I will need to request a month-long leave, which includes the National Day holiday. I must visit the capital beforehand to prepare for certain matters." He placed the document before Zhou Xian. Though irritation simmered within her, she found herself unable to express it, feeling the weight of authority. Yet, upon seeing the official letter with its prominent red stamp, her resolve wavered, especially considering it was a request from a public institution, leaving her little room to refuse. Zhao Yuran, intrigued by Zhou Xian's silence, leaned forward to catch a glimpse of the unfolding situation. "Are you the author of Before the Snow Falls? Half of Spring is Rested?" Both Zhou Xian and Zhao Yuran exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment as they turned to Zhang Yu. "You must be the Xiao Yi you mentioned." "That would be me. I was still in high school during the release of my first book and couldn't attend the signing event. Now, with the second novel slated for a signing tour across several cities, my presence is essential. This letter is a formal request from the publisher, hoping to facilitate my absence from classes." Zhou Xian and Zhao Yuran stood in stunned silence, having both followed Zhang Yu's literary journey for years, yet unaware of his identity. The author's photo in the book, a black and white image of a boy seated, gazing at a desolate landscape, now took on a new significance as they stood before him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xian felt the weight of her role as a mentor pressing upon her, stifling her initial impulse to react. Zhao Yuran, filled with sudden excitement, dashed over to Zhang Yu. "Please sign for me tomorrow. By the way, what is your second novel about? We are all eagerly anticipating it. But all I know is its title, Returning Home in Dream. What story does it tell?" Zhao Yuran inquired anxiously, standing before him. At that moment, Zhou Xian's inquisitive gaze turned toward them as well. 10 years of life and death, both shrouded in uncertainty, thoughts unbidden, yet unforgettable. A solitary grave 1,000 miles away, where sorrow finds no voice. Even if we meet, we may not recognize one another. Dust upon our faces, hair frosted with age. In the night, a fleeting dream brings me back home, to a small window, where I prepare myself. We exchange not a word, only tears flowing in silence. I can only surmise the heartache felt each year, on nights of bright moonlight, atop the short pine hill. Zhang Yu's demeanor suddenly turned solemn as he recited a poignant poem in a voice tinged with hoarseness, leaving the two girls exchanging puzzled glances. Yet they sensed the underlying melancholy. Zhang Yu took a seat and began recounting the tale of wars from centuries past, where young lovers in a rural village pledged their lives to each other. Alas, amidst the chaos of conflict, how could one expect a happy outcome? The youth, compelled to join the army, promised to return for their wedding. A decade later, he returned as a general, but his hometown held only a solitary grave. And a century later, in a small town, a mischievous boy from a modest background and a bright girl from a well-off family, though attending the same school, had never crossed paths. During a school outing, the boy stumbled upon a statue of a famed general, not far from which lay a solitary grave. He stood before the statue in silence, tears streaming down his face, while the girl, guided by an unknown force, found her way to the grave, equally moved to tears. Thus, the story begins to unfold. Chapter 42, The Restless Night of the Young Women, and then? Both girls asked in unison. It officially goes on sale on the 20th of this month. It will be available in bookstores. You can go buy it, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Go to hell, Zhao Yuran exclaimed, turning to Zhou Xian. Although Zhou Xian had just started her position as a mentor this year, she was already familiar with Zhao Yuran. Being the younger sister of her mother's close friend, the two had known each other well. And Zhao Yuran was taken aback by Zhou Xian's comment directed at a student so much younger than herself. Zhou Xian quickly covered her mouth, surprised by her own words. Zhang Yu, however, acted as if nothing had happened. Yet, the two girls gazed at Zhang Yu with a wistful expression, for the story truly captivated them. After all, this was not a time of modernity. In later years, many television dramas would emerge, and people would grow accustomed to them. However, since the 2006 film Myth, which transformed into this year's drama, few novels on the market had such narratives. The poignant beauty of this tale was palpable from the words just spoken. Thus, the two girls were eager to learn what happened next, but Zhang Yu remained silent. Zhou Xian, however, did not relent. She indicated that she would speak with her superior the following day. Zhang Yu departed, having made plans to stroll around the playground with Zhixue in the evening. Meanwhile, the classroom was left with two quiet, contemplative figures, and Zhao Yuran suddenly declared, "I now believe." "Believe what?" Zhou Xian inquired. "When I first met him, he was unkempt, with a scruffy beard and disheveled hair, his clothes caked in dirt and dust. We mistook him for a homeless man. Yet, his posture was remarkably upright, and his eyes, though not large, were strikingly bright and expressive. Then there were his words. During our meal together, he mentioned he had walked all the way from his hometown. I was skeptical. Wait, you say he treated you to dinner? Are you two that close? Yet you reported him to me. Also, you mentioned he walked from his hometown, which, if I recall correctly, is in Jin province, over 1,200 kilometers from Jinling." Zhou Xian, seated nearby, interjected, astonished. Indeed, who would have imagined? How else can one explain the appearance of a young author visiting the school in such a manner? Besides, he had no reason to deceive me, especially given his wealth and the fact that he drives a Mercedes. Zhao Yuran rested her head on the table, lost in thought, perhaps lamenting or feeling regretful. That evening, Zhou Xian returned alone to her dormitory, a two-bedroom apartment in a pleasant environment. At 28 years of age, having graduated from university and pursued both a Master's and a doctorate, she had not experienced any emotional stirrings due to any man, except for that scoundrel. Yet this time felt different. Throughout her journey home, that figure lingered in her mind. Those eyes, seemingly indifferent, yet capable of piercing through one's soul, haunted her. Even in the shower, she felt a wave of agitation, but eventually, it dawned on her. It was the year she realized she had been betrayed, that she had seen through the character of the scoundrel, leading her to despair. In that despair, she discovered a novel, simple yet beautiful, that calmed her heart. She picked up the book from her bedside, flipping to the first page, which contained the author's introduction. He hailed from a coal mining family, living in the mountains. An ordinary background with extraordinary words, his exquisite love stories lingered in memory long after. Then there was the profile of him leaning against a chair in the sunset. Zhou Xian had purchased a premium edition, so the images were in color, and at last, the figure had a clear face. It felt as though she had known him for an eternity. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuran, alone with her headphones, strolled across the playground, greeted by many who recognized her. She merely offered polite smiles. However, as she walked, she suddenly froze, spotting a pair of laughing figures ahead, Zhang Yu and Zhixue, sharing light-hearted banter. Zhao Yuran felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. After a moment of watching them, she turned on her heel and left hastily. "What's wrong, Yuran? You seem out of sorts. Did the juniors fail to impress you?" Her roommate teased upon her return to the dormitory. Zhao Yuran, disinterested in conversation, merely grabbed her toiletries and headed to freshen up. What is going on? One wondered. Who knows? Perhaps she's just riled up by the mischievous juniors. Indeed, those juniors can be quite troublesome. When do you plan to head to the capital? And Zhixue asked after overhearing Zhang Yu mention attending a book signing event in the capital while they walked on the playground. Zhang Yu sensed the girl's discomfort and took her hand, causing her cheeks to flush instantly as she lowered her head. The military training would soon conclude. I need to discuss the exact timing with Sister Zhou. It's likely I will remain in the capital for 2 to 3 days, followed by a series of book signing events in several cities. This occasion will not only feature the signing of my new book, but also offer a selection of my previous works for sale. Zhang Yu held her delicate hand, occasionally toying with it, and Zhixue shot him an annoyed glance, while Zhang Yu merely grinned. Yet, deep down, Zhixue felt a wave of happiness. It seemed Zhang Yu understood her recent sorrow, employing these gestures to cheer her up, and she felt content. Please ensure your safety while you're away. You must call me every day, and Ji Shui insisted, pausing momentarily before adding, you need to check on Xu Yun. However, she quickly followed this with a playful punch to Zhang Yu, who wore a teasing smile that only fueled her irritation. All right, I understand. I will certainly heed your wishes, my dear Shui. Zhang Yu reassured her, grasping both her hands and pulling her into an embrace. How have you been getting along with your roommates? Cradled in his arms, Zhang Yu felt a warmth spread through him. This treasure of a girl had long since claimed a significant part of his heart. It's been fine. You bought so much fruit and snacks. Under your esteemed guidance. They have all been taken care of, and Ji Shui said playfully as she leaned against him. Hey, this little lady dares to tease your man. He chuckled. I'll head up now. Remember to message me tonight. After escorting the girl to her dorm, and Ji Shui settled Zhang Yu in. Go on. Get some good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll see your uncle and aunt off. You probably won't have time, so just let me handle it. It's better than you ending up in tears, Zhang Yu suggested thoughtfully. And Ji Shui had already mentioned her schedule for the next morning, which left her little time to accompany her parents. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, she felt that his presence would suffice. Later that evening, after a simple wash-up, Zhang Yu exchanged messages with Ji Shui before retiring for the night. In the girls' dormitory, Yu asked, Hey, are you acquainted with that Zhang Yu? After finishing her phone call with home, Wen Qian spotted Chu Yu hanging out clothes and posed the question. Chu Yu was taken aback by the sudden inquiry and, after a moment of contemplation, chose not to respond, lowering her head as she returned inside. Wen Qian crossed her arms, watching her roommate with keen interest. The following day at the airport, All right, Xiaoyu, you may head back now. Thank you for accompanying us today. Aunt Wei expressed her gratitude to Zhang Yu. However, director and maintained a distant demeanor, unwilling to acknowledge the young man who had seemingly stolen his daughter's heart. Oblivious to the fact that he had once held a fondness for him years ago. It's no trouble at all, Aunt Wei. It's my duty. Please travel safely. And do send a message to Ji Shui and me once you arrive, Zhang Yu replied. Rest assured, but Xiaoyu, I must ask a favor. Please take good care of Shui. She has never been this far from home, and returning will be inconvenient for her. So, I must entrust her to you. Aunt Wei implored. If she has upset you, please show her some tolerance. At times, she may exhibit a touch of temperament. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call Aunt Wei, all right? Aunt Wei's eyes were already glistening with unshed tears as she spoke. Zhang Yu's voice was choked with emotion. Aunt Wei, typically so composed, was now showing such courtesy, even uttering words that bore a hint of pleading, all for the sake of her child. Rest assured, Shui will never be wronged. This is my solemn promise, Zhang Yu affirmed with unwavering certainty. That's good. When you return from your break, Auntie will prepare a feast for you. Young man, if you dare to bully my daughter, be prepared for the consequences. Warned director, and as he could no longer contain himself before departing. How could I ever bear to? After sending the elders off, Zhang Yu returned to school. During lunch, he specifically waited in the building wherein Ji Shui had class. You arrived just in time. Upon seeing him waiting, and Ji Shui joyfully rushed over. I just got back. Your parents have already seen me off. Mission accomplished, he replied with a smirk. And Ji Shui rolled her eyes playfully at him. Then, spotting her roommates, she took Zhang Yu's hand and began the introductions. This is Shun Ling, Wu Hui, and Wang Li. They are my roommates. This is Zhang Yu. And Ji Shui introduced him to her friends. Shui, is this your boyfriend? He seems quite charming, Shun Ling teased. And Ji Shui responded with a smile. Yes. We were desk mates in high school. How wonderful. Indeed. Shall we move along? Zhang Yu merely nodded at Ji Shui's roommates without deepening the acquaintance. Although Zhang Yu was aware of his own shortcomings, he preferred not to provoke his girlfriend's friends. Presently, there were 2 schools, one in the capital and one in Longsheng, both of which he was reluctant to part with. Therefore, it was best to refrain from entanglements for now. Let us head to the cafeteria. We're planning a dinner gathering tonight, and Ji Shui remarked as she walked alongside Zhang Yu. Since it's your first gathering, I want to join you tonight. I worry that if I were to attend, you might find it difficult to integrate into their lives. However, feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. After military training, I will treat everyone in your dorm to a delightful meal. I regret missing your inaugural gathering. Make sure to enjoy yourselves and return with joyful hearts. Zhang Yu whispered to Ji Shui. After contemplating, Ji Shui agreed. Bringing her boyfriend to the first gathering might not be appropriate, especially since her attention would undoubtedly be focused on him. All right then, but military training in Jinling is going to be sweltering. It's somewhat daunting to think about. Didn't Ti buy you sunscreen yesterday? Remember to apply it. He reminded her. Yes, I will, she replied. As they chatted, the two began to playfully tease one another. The three girls standing behind felt as though they had consumed a mouthful of sweetness. They were utterly surprised that the usually quiet and polite girl had such a vibrant side to her. Chapter 43. The commencement of military training in the afternoon. Under the leadership of Zhang Yu, the boys in the class received their military training uniforms and textbooks. Tomorrow marks the official beginning of military training. Zhang Yu did not seek any special treatment. He simply followed suit. After collecting his uniform, Zhang Yu took a group from their dormitory to deliver clothes to the girls' dormitory, and Zhang Yu accompanied him. Upon meeting Chu Yu, Zhang Yu promptly pulled her aside, reminding her to apply the sunscreen he had purchased and to carry a few chocolates and candies each day to ensure she would not feel overwhelmed. Chu Yu was initially delighted to see Zhang Yu delivering clothes, but she was taken aback when he directly pulled her aside, causing her to feel a bit shy. Observing her reaction, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness but decided to let her be. I understand, I have it all here, and it hasn't been used yet. She replied, hands behind her back, her mood evidently elevated. Their conversation was no longer marked by her previous timidity. The military training would last for 19 days, excluding the final performance day, totaling 18 days. So during this time, make sure you protect yourself from the sun, or you might end up looking like a dark-skinned girl. He advised. You're the one who will look like that, Chu Yu retorted, raising her head defiantly before lowering it again. Though the corners of her mouth betrayed a hint of a smile, Zhang Yu noticed the gradual emergence of her true nature, as she seemed to realize he would not harm her. Each time he witnessed this transformation, it tugged at his heart. Hand me your meal card, Zhang Yu requested. Chu Yu, without a moment's hesitation, retrieved her meal card. This action did not escape the notice of the other girls in the class, many of whom speculated on how quickly Zhang Yu had seemingly won Chu Yu over, even borrowing her meal card. Others wondered why Zhang Yu chose to converse with the seemingly shy girl instead of them, convinced they were far more appealing than someone who walked with her head down. Zhang Yu paid no mind to their thoughts as he slipped the meal card into his pocket, casting a glance at the girl before him. Chu Yu was indifferent, thinking he could have whatever he desired without overthinking it. With a sigh, Zhang Yu had initially intended to tease her, but instead, he produced his own meal card, declaring, I must finish all the money on this card by the end of the semester. If I don't, I want let it in there. How poetic. Chu Yu replied, sticking out her tongue. She was beginning to enjoy teasing Zhang Yu, aware that she could not truly resist him, so she settled for playful banter instead. Zhang Yu, slightly exasperated, continued to organize his belongings. Also, you must have meat for every meal. If I catch you eating vegetables again, I will not let it slide. I would be failing your grandfather's expectations otherwise. What expectations are there? The headstrong girl murmured, kicking at the small steps beneath her feet. What did you say? Zhang Yu asked, narrowing his eyes. She looked up at him with her innocent, wide eyes, as if she had not just spoken. Also, the sanitary pads I bought for you. Put them in your shoes. That way, you will feel comfortable during military training, understood? And don't keep your head down, he instructed, gently tapping her head. Got it, you little tyrant, Chu Yu replied before dashing away, leaving Zhang Yu somewhat irritated. After all, she was a year older than him, leaving him with little recourse. Upon witnessing Chu Yu's return, Wen Qian merely cast a glance before proceeding to distribute clothing to the others, with Chu Yu assisting her. However, Wen Qian's eyes lingered on Chu Yu for a moment, only to notice Zhang Yu standing nearby, lighting a cigarette, basking in the sunlight. His demeanor and poise momentarily captivated Wen Qian. This is our dormitory, right? She mused. Yes, indeed. Please take them, Wen Qian finally responded, realizing her oversight after being questioned. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu did not approach again, seemingly having only come to converse with Chu Yu. Later that evening, as Wen Qian and Chu Yu ventured to the cafeteria for dinner, Wen Qian declared, Today, I shall treat you. Let us indulge in braised pork. Military training begins tomorrow, and we must replenish our strength. During their recent meals together, Wen Qian had observed that Chu Yu typically ordered only a dish of vegetables and a bowl of rice topped with the cafeteria's complimentary egg soup. She wished to assist Chu Yu in a manner that would not be unwelcome. Chu Yu quickly shook her head, insisting, No, allow me to treat you. She had intended to invite Wen Qian out for a meal, recalling how Wen Qian had swiftly paid for breakfast that morning and even bought additional buns. Shall we have braised pork, a vegetable dish, and 2 servings of rice? Is there anything else you would like, Qian? Zhang Yu inquired, glancing at Wen Qian. Wen Qian, gazing at the innocent girl before her, felt a twinge of helplessness and promptly shook her head, declaring it sufficient. As Zhang Yu swiped her card, she froze momentarily, astonished to discover that her balance was a staggering 10,000 yuan. It then dawned on her that they had swapped cards earlier that afternoon, and Zhang Yu had astonishingly recharged her card with that sum. It appeared that the cafeteria's regulations permitted a maximum recharge of such an amount. Wen Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind swirling with confusion, while many bystanders expressed astonishment at the figure displayed. Who would recharge a meal card to such an extent? Perplexed, Zhang Yu hastily lowered her head and grabbed her meal, with Wen Qian trailing behind her. During dinner, both remained quiet. Wen Qian seemed to grasp the situation. Zhang Yu had taken Zhang Yu's card earlier that day, as she knew Zhang Yu had only added 50 yuan. The substantial sum now clearly indicated that Zhang Yu had contributed to her card, as the name on the transaction was indeed his. Zhang Yu, with her head bowed, consumed her meal, feeling a mix of gratitude and concern. She had not anticipated such a generous gesture from Zhang Yu, yet she soon contemplated returning the card. However, that thought dissipated almost instantly. She feared that the domineering young man would scold her. Besides, how could one possibly spend such a large amount in a single semester? Yet, as she savored the braised pork, she found it delectably sweet, a taste that brought her joy, despite his overbearing nature. It was during these moments that Zhang Yu felt the happiest, relishing the meticulous care that had long been absent from her life. Eventually, Zhang Yu resolved to repay him gradually. Deep down, she harbored a notion reminiscent of her rural upbringing, where men typically provided for women, regardless of their earnings. Her only regret was why he had recharged her meal card. She would have preferred to save the money for future use, allowing her to access it whenever necessary. He treats you well, doesn't he? Wen Qian finally could not contain herself during dinner. Zhang Yu looked up and glanced at Wen Qian, a simple escaping her lips before she fell into silence once again. Wen Qian yearned to delve deeper into the matter, but was at a loss for reasons. Meanwhile, that evening, Zhang Yu chose to forego the dining hall in favor of a gathering organized by Zhao Yi at the dormitory. Earlier in the afternoon, as Zhang Yu and Zhao Yi returned to their residence, they stopped by the school supermarket to buy water, only to discover that his meal card held a mere 50 yuan. Zhang Yu was nearly overwhelmed with despair at that moment. He was relieved by his quick thinking. The girl had undoubtedly spent less than 10 yuan on meals from yesterday to today, as they would be sharing a dormitory in the future. He assured his friends that he would take care of everyone as the newly appointed class leader. The group decided to toast together that night at a barbecue restaurant, with Zhao Yi raising a beer to salute the others. Zhang Yu smiled and raised his glass as well, but Wang Hao interjected, questioning the manner of their drinking. Should they finish this bottle or drink 3 cups together before eating? Zhao Yi appeared perplexed by the intricacies of their drinking customs. Li Bo, however, supported the tradition from Shuzhou. They would drink 3 cups before the meal and then proceed as they wished. Zhao Yi glanced at the silent Zhang Yu, who responded with a smile, indicating his agreement. All right, let us drink, Zhang Yu said, following Zhao Yi's lead with a determined nod. The outcome, of course, was that Zhang Yu and Wang Hao ended up carrying the two of them back. By the time Zhao Yi reached his 3rd bottle of beer, his speech became slurred. Li Bo managed the first 3 cups without issue, but later, Wang Hao encouraged him to chug a bottle, leading to Li Bo's eventual inebriation. With no choice left, Wang Hao dragged Zhang Yu into another round. Zhang Yu, however, declined to chug, feeling bloated after finishing his drink, and opted for a large mug of beer. After sharing 5 or 6 beers with Wang Hao, the latter felt they had indulged too much, especially upon noticing Zhang Yu's continued composure. On the playground, during military training, a stern instructor introduced himself. I am your instructor, Li. You shall address me as Instructor Li. This marks my 6th year in this role. Regardless of your past or your esteemed backgrounds, during this period, I will be responsible for you and will train you. You need only to understand one essential thing: obedience. Furthermore, before speaking to me, especially while in formation, you must first call out report to the instructor at the front. With a serious demeanor, Instructor Li continued his address. We will cover many subjects, but for the next few days, our focus will be on standing at attention. Look at your current postures. Each of you appears lethargic and unrefined. Your conduct is unacceptable. I will inform you that the first task each day will be to correct your demeanor. He surveyed each individual in the formation. Clearly agitated by their laxity, Zhang Yu stood at the back, observing the instructor and realizing this was merely the second phase of training, likely leaving most of the recruits unaware of what proper conduct entailed. As the instructor walked through the ranks, he barked commands. Adjust your hats, tuck in your pant legs. You, secure your short sleeves. You, can't your hair fit under your hat? And you, what is so amusing? Is grinning funny? Yet, when Instructor Li approached Zhang Yu, he noticed that Zhang Yu stood at attention with impeccable military posture, his appearance flawless. After a brief glance, the instructor moved on. Are there any retired soldiers among us? If so, please let me know. Instructor Li, standing at the front of the line, scanned the group before inquiring in a relatively calm tone, directing his gaze towards Zhang Yu. Noticing that Zhang Yu remained still, he commenced yet another lecture. When Qian sensed the instructor's scrutiny and glanced at Zhang Yu. All right, now focus your attention on me as I demonstrate the proper military stance, the instructor stated with a serious expression. He proceeded to exemplify the standard military posture, feet together, toes slightly apart at approximately 60 degrees, legs straight, knees locked and unbending, abdomen tucked, chest out, head held high, shoulders relaxed and pulled back, hands pressed against the seams of the trousers, thumbs clasping the second joint of the index fingers. After the demonstration, he elaborated on the key points and precautions for each movement. Remember, your feet must stand firmly, as if rooted to the ground. The muscles in your legs should be taut, but do not exert excessive force to the point of cramping. Additionally, tighten your abdomen to maintain an upright posture. Pushing out your chest should not be a deliberate act, the instructor patiently explained, continually correcting and reprimanding certain students for their improper stances. Thus began the arduous life of military training. All right, everyone take a 10-minute break, he announced. Exhausted, the students stood haphazardly, accompanied by sighs of fatigue, with some collapsing directly onto the ground. Stand up. Stand properly. I did not say you could disperse, the instructor bellowed, glaring at them. Everyone reluctantly stood at attention once more. Disperse. Zhang Yu initially remained stationary, only moving to the shade once he heard the command to disperse. However, the instructor approached him. Chapter 44. 2 consecutive unremarkable trials after the instructor sat down beside Zhang Yu. His classmates Chao, Yi, and Wang Hao immediately stood up to greet him. The instructor regarded Zhang Yu with courtesy. As Zhang Yu rose, he walked aside with him, causing many classmates to exchange puzzled glances, wondering why Zhang Yu had been called away. Which unit did you serve in? The instructor inquired, offering Zhang Yu a cigarette, which he accepted without hesitation and lit it. Not at all. I have never served, Zhang Yu replied with a smile, though internally he added, in my previous life, I did. That is not possible. Your military posture and overall demeanor clearly indicate that you were once a soldier, the instructor remarked, evidently dissatisfied with Zhang Yu's response. My mentor was a soldier. I trained under him for several years, Zhang Yu explained. Is that so? Where did your mentor retire from? I'm not quite sure. However, I do know he participated in that southern conflict, Zhang Yu stated, gazing at the instructor before him. My apologies. Please extend my respects to the veterans when you have the chance, Instructor Li concluded, extinguishing his cigarette and saluting. Zhang Yu instinctively returned the gesture. Yet the instructor's playful gaze left him feeling somewhat exasperated. My mentor trained me in military posture, but which mentor would take the time to teach saluting and returning salutes? Zhang Yu mused, knowing full well he could never explain this. Admitting to having served in the borderlands in a previous life would surely lead to being taken away for research. Upon returning to his seat, Zhang Yu was approached by Chu Yu, who graciously offered him a bottle of water. Zhang Yu, not one to be impolite, unscrewed the cap and took a sip, casually requesting, next time, could you get me some ice? Chu Yu responded with a brief acknowledgement before returning to hand another bottle to Wen Qian. Unbeknownst to her, the act of purchasing water was one of the few things she felt capable of doing at present, particularly given the substantial balance on her meal card. Even if it were to dwindle to less than 50, she would prioritize Zhang Yu's needs. Wen Qian's gaze also drifted towards Zhang Yu, though she remained silent, gratefully sipping the water Chu Yu had provided. The arduous military training had persisted for a week, subjecting everyone to relentless discipline. However, each individual had gradually adapted to this new way of life, their complexions darkening significantly, irrespective of gender. Zhang Yu fared somewhat better, after 2 months of outdoor activities. His skin had darkened considerably, yet, since embarking on his journey of enlightenment along the Yangtze River, his complexion began to lighten, particularly noticeable in the first couple of days when he discovered his face shedding skin upon waking. Now, nearly his entire body was undergoing a similar transformation, resulting in a much fairer appearance. And Ji Shui had also tanned, and that evening, Zhang Yu brought her an abundance of fruits and snacks. I'm so exhausted. This is more tiring than my training with my master when I was younger, and Ji Shui lamented while seated on a bench. Well, it's because you haven't been practicing in recent years. Your body isn't accustomed to it. Plus, with the heat, it's definitely tougher than your training. Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Look at you. After just a week of military training, you're not only darker, but even fairer than before, and Ji Shui remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Yu. All right, let me give you a shoulder massage, Zhang Yu offered, beginning to knead her shoulders. Initially resistant, and Ji Shui soon relented, closing her eyes as she began to feel the soothing relief. Why is this so comfortable? You can do this too? She exclaimed in surprise. Did you underestimate me? Do you think my skills were honed for naught over these years? Zhang Yu retorted playfully, continuing with a gentle massage of her head. Hey, little junior brother. You've truly learned well. She teased. Suddenly, and Ji Shui opened her eyes, feeling Zhang Yu attempting to remove her shoes. What are you doing? There are people around. She protested. What does it matter? Everyone here is in a romantic mood. Besides, your feet and legs have endured quite a bit of strain this week. You must be uncomfortable while sleeping, right? Zhang Yu replied, ignoring her protests as he removed her shoes and resumed his massage. And Ji Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. Stop it, that is so embarrassing. She exclaimed. It's not. It smells nice. Zhang Yu laughed, eliciting a few playful swats from her. Yet, she soon closed her eyes again, covering her mouth as she relished the release of tension in her legs, feeling as though all her fatigue had dissipated. Tonight, you should skip the shower and head straight to bed. You'll wake up rejuvenated tomorrow. Zhang Yu advised after finishing the massage and helping her put her shoes back on. Okay, she replied softly, lowering her gaze as they walked back to the dormitory together. At the entrance, the girl stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Zhang Yu's cheek before dashing away. Thank you, little junior brother, Zhang Yu called after her, smiling at her retreating figure. This evening, Zhang Yu did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he went back to his rented accommodation, contemplating that he hadn't been home in a week and needed to tidy up. Upon entering, he discovered someone had been there, and the place was surprisingly clean. Looking up, he saw Zhang Yu in her military training uniform, diligently cleaning. You are exhausted, yet you are still cleaning, Zhang Yu directly inquired. It has been a week, and the house is covered in dust, so I came to tidy up, Zhang Yu responded while she worked. Zhang Yu approached her and wrapped his arms around her, leading her into the bedroom. Zhang Yu felt rigid but did not resist, as if she would not oppose whatever Zhang Yu chose to do. He gently placed her on the bed. Do not move, Zhang Yu instructed. The girl lay there with her eyes closed, awaiting an unknown arrival, trembling slightly. Not burdened by distress, merely feeling a hint of regret that it was not as she had imagined. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Yu could not help but smile wryly. He knelt beside her and removed her shoes. Zhang Yu remained still as her shoes were taken off, though her trembling intensified. After a moment, she began to feel a difference. Zhang Yu's massage on her feet brought her an unexpected relief from the discomfort caused by days of military training. Her entire body softened. Zhang Yu's resonant voice began to fill the space. You have been physically strained since childhood, and with the heat and rigorous training of late. If you do not alleviate the fatigue and soreness within you, you may fall seriously ill. As he spoke, he began to massage her calves. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, wanted to protest, as in her mind, it was her role to serve Zhang Yu, not the other way around. However, the unprecedented comfort coursing through her body rendered her speechless. She felt an urge to moan, but suppressed it out of shyness, enduring the sensation with difficulty, even covering her mouth in the end. Gradually, as he worked on her thighs, waist, back, head, shoulders, and arms, she could not help but let out sounds of relief. Yet, to Zhang Yu's ears, those sounds were not sultry, but rather poignant, a reminder of the girl's recent struggles and the toll her youth had taken on her body. Zhang Yu gradually lost awareness, succumbing to a profound slumber induced by the unparalleled comfort enveloping her. Over an hour later, Zhang Yu, drenched in sweat and with his clothes completely soaked, took a moment of stillness before exhaling deeply. He gently covered Zhang Yu with a blanket before heading off to take a shower. The reason Zhang Yu took longer than Ji Shui was that, despite Ji Shui's delicate appearance, she possessed a robust constitution from her childhood and had only been fatigued in recent days. Her family background had afforded her good nutrition, which mitigated her condition. Conversely, Chu Yu's situation was different. Even had she not come today, Zhang Yu had intended to invite her over the following day. Several girls had succumbed to the heat and rigorous training, with 2 boys also fainting. In truth, Chu Yu's physical state was far worse than theirs. She had been relying solely on her formidable willpower to persevere. Zhang Yu, through careful observation, had discerned the difficulties Chu Yu faced. Her complexion had paled in recent days, and he noted she had begun to struggle even with walking. Fortunately, her diet had improved lately, allowing her to consume buns, milk, and eggs in the morning, with meat and vegetables at lunch and dinner. After Zhang Yu delivered fruit once, Chu Yu insisted on buying her own. Each day, she would send Zhang Yu a photo as proof of her purchases. It took over an hour, during which Zhang Yu employed his inner energy, leaving him utterly fatigued. However, the moment Zhang Yu departed, Chu Yu opened her eyes. This was a skill she had honed over the years. Often, she dared not sleep too soundly at night. Keeping one eye open, she had succumbed to slumber, overwhelmed by comfort. When Zhang Yu left, a bead of sweat inadvertently dripped onto Chu Yu's face, awakening her as he covered her with a blanket. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she sensed the weight of Zhang Yu's exhaustion. She felt an unprecedented comfort in her body, which had been burdened these past few days. She had struggled to breathe, her waist and legs feeling as if they were laden with lead. Yet now, she felt remarkably at ease. She covered her face with the blanket, tears flowing uncontrollably, wondering why she was so fortunate to have such an exceptional man treat her with such kindness. After a shower, Zhang Yu tiptoed into the living room, glancing at the bedroom to see the blanket trembling beneath which Chu Yu lay. He settled onto the bed, enveloping the young woman in his embrace. "Sleep well, or I shall spank you," he teased. Chu Yu peeked out from under the blanket, her rough hands gently caressing Zhang Yu's face, smiling through her tears. "Silly girl, why are you crying?" Zhang Yu chided gently, wiping away her tears. Chu Yu nestled into his arms and drifted into a deep slumber. She was unaware of when she fell asleep. She had intended to converse with Zhang Yu, but her eyelids grew too heavy. Her earlier awakenings were merely the result of a habitual fear, yet in Zhang Yu's embrace, she felt an unparalleled tranquility, ultimately succumbing to a forced repose. In the early morning hours, Chu Yu awoke to find her legs resting on Zhang Yu, her head on his chest. To her embarrassment, she realized she had drooled, leaving marks on his chest. Desperately wishing for Zhang Yu to remain asleep, she felt as if her feet could carve a sculpture. Zhang Yu, feeling exasperated, rose from the bed. "All right, hurry and wash up. We must go out for breakfast soon, and then return to school for military training." Chu Yu slowly pulled the blanket away, cursing herself for her earlier actions when she saw Zhang Yu had left. The previous night, when Qian had intended to advise Chu Yu to rest properly, having noticed something amiss with her lately. When asked, Chu Yu merely smiled and claimed to be fine. When Qian had planned to persuade her to take a leave of absence from the instructor the following day, but Chu Yu had not returned that night, leaving the other residents of the dorm perplexed. As when Qian lay in bed, she wondered where Chu Yu could be. Was she with Zhang Yu? A sense of discomfort settled in her heart. The next morning, during military training, when Qian observed Chu Yu beside her and noted a stark transformation. Chu Yu's cheeks were flushed, no longer pale, and she appeared to be in much better spirits. As she contemplated her inquiries, she restrained herself, glancing at Zhang Yu, who appeared utterly fatigued. Had something transpired between them the previous night? Zhang Yu sensed a gaze upon him, and, upon meeting Wen Qian's eyes, felt an inexplicable awkwardness. Had he known the thoughts swirling in Wen Qian's mind, he would have undoubtedly protested his innocence, having merely toiled away. Pure, unadulterated labor it was. While they enjoyed their comforts, he suffered, especially after a night spent imprisoned beneath the weight of his own apprehension. The very notion of rising the next morning in such a manner left him utterly speechless. As evening descended, the various squads, under the guidance of their instructors, began to engage in interactive activities. One team showcased singing, while another exhibited dancing. Wen Qian stepped forth to perform a classical dance, earning resounding applause from the audience. No one had anticipated that a girl clad in military training attire could execute such an ethereal display. Chu Yu cheered, consumed by envy. Chao Yi attempted to showcase his street dance skills, but regrettably fell short when outperformed by an art student, whose grasp of music and movement was evidently superior. Frustration gnawed at Chao Yi, who had hoped to steal the spotlight, but found it snatched away. Yang Su displayed martial arts, Yet regrettably, the athletic students from the sports academy surpassed him in elegance. Only Zhang Yu, seated among the audience, recognized that if the skilled performer were to engage Yang Su in earnest, the latter would not last beyond a couple of exchanges. I propose that our most exceptional classmate in military training, Zhang Yu, present a performance. Just as Zhang Yu was relishing the spectacle, Instructor Li unexpectedly called his name. A young man from the arts department, strumming a guitar and singing, had captivated the crowd, prompting a challenging gaze from the opposing instructor towards Li. With Wenxian's victory being the sole success on their side, several others had fallen short. What did the military leaders value most? Certainly, their pride. Instructor Li, in a moment of desperation, turned to Zhang Yu after Wenxian, Chao Yi, and Yang Su had all performed without success. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu contemplated declining. Yet under the enthusiastic urging of Wenxian and Chao Yi, he found himself compelled to act. Chu Yu watched with eager anticipation. Thus, Zhang Yu stood up and approached the young gentleman preparing to exit the stage. "Brother, may I borrow your guitar?" The handsome lad, puzzled but willing, handed it over after a moment's consideration. Standing at the center of the stage, Zhang Yu did not take a seat. Instead, he slung the guitar strap around his neck and began to tune the instrument. At this moment, under the commanding gesture of the instructor, the atmosphere grew remarkably serene. Zhang Yu lifted his head and quietly asked if he could dedicate a song to everyone. As the melodies of the guitar filled the air, the audience was instantly enveloped in the rhythm of the music. A husky voice emerged, singing of the promise to wander together, yet finding oneself returning halfway, drowning in a sea of self-reproach, realizing an inability to part from the beloved. A resolute decision to return was made, only to discover that the beloved was no longer at the designated place. "I can embrace all of your quirks," he sang. "I can take you to savor an abundance of delightful treats. I can occasionally bring you small tokens of sweetness, reminiscent of years past, when I would conjure daily surprises for you. Your heartaches I can mend, and my joy is solely bestowed by you. Let us not part ways. May I be with you? Our shared memories are too numerous to count. Falling in love with you is devoid of rationale. It simply happened when I first opened my heart to you. I do not wish for a future that does not include you." The audience was spellbound, including Chu Yu, who was taken aback and covered her mouth, surprised by the beauty of the song. Gazing at the boy standing in the center of the stage, her heart swelled with emotion. Sitting beside her, Wenxian felt her heart race, suddenly sensing that she was falling in love. Having previously held disdain for most boys, she had been observing him since their first encounter, drawn in by an intangible charm. At that moment, the boy on stage passed all the tests set by her heart, and she realized she was utterly captivated. In another formation, many had gathered, and one girl, pushing through the crowd, approached the edge of the stage, tears streaming down her face. It felt as though the song was sung directly for her. There was no explanation needed. She had simply fallen in love. Over the past 3 years, all her happiness had been derived from the boy on stage, who had ventured out while she waited. As her heart brimmed with youthful affection, she saw him vocalizing all her unspoken feelings. A profound sense of joy and sweetness enveloped her. The song continued, and the audience listened intently, reminiscing about the regrets that came with the end of their exams, as they would soon part ways for different universities in different cities. How many long-distance relationships could endure? Togetherness seemed impossible. Those cherished memories could only be preserved in silence, and the one who first stirred her emotions was not destined to be hers. "May I be with you? Our shared memories are too numerous to count. Falling in love with you is devoid of rationale. It simply happened when I first opened my heart to you. I do not wish for a future that does not include you. I yearn for an everlasting bond with you, while I am still within my prime, while you still desire me." As the final notes of the song resonated, Wenxian noticed that Chu Yu remained seated and did not rise. An urgency welled within her, prompting her to nudge Chu Yu. "Aren't you going up?" Chu Yu smiled brightly, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. "I only wish to remain by his side." Wenxian felt a surge of frustration, but could find no words to express it. Deep down, she desired to join him on stage, but felt there was no justification to do so. In that moment, a voice within her urged her to go up quickly, warning that she would regret not taking that chance, while another voice counseled her to exercise restraint. This also became a source of regret for Wenxian during countless sleepless nights. What was Chua thinking? Tonight, as she witnessed each individual's performance, her sense of inferiority deepened, particularly in response to Wenxian's mesmerizing dance, which left Chua in awe. and Zhang Yu's singing that starkly highlighted the disparity between them. She felt unworthy to stand by his side, as long as he did not push her away. She was content to quietly remain behind him, accompanying him in silence. Just as Zhang Yu concluded his song, a girl rushed forward and leaped into his arms. Zhang Yu, taken aback, swiftly tossed his guitar aside and caught the girl. I am willing to be with you. I am willing to accompany you for a lifetime. The girl babbled excitedly, her words tumbling over one another. Zhang Yu gazed at the girl who was now clinging to him and smiled. It was Zhixue, his beloved. However, he felt a twinge of guilt, for he was anxious that Zhixue might also come running over, fearing the chaos that would ensue. Yet, Zhixue did not approach. Wenxian, however, wore a face full of anger. Observing Zhixue, the latter merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Did you not notice they have known each other for quite some time?" Rising, Zhixue walked away, her heart aching at the sight of the girl leaping into Zhang Yu's embrace, the tenderness of his hold cutting deeply. Nevertheless, she breathed a sigh of relief. She could never hold on to such an extraordinary boy, tall, handsome, kind-hearted, skilled, affluent, and a talented singer. How could she possibly keep him? Having witnessed too much in her childhood, she recalled how the village head had several wives and the secretary had multiple affairs. Her grandfather had once said that Zhang Yu was no ordinary man, deeply affectionate, and would never abandon her. Yet, it was evident that Zhang Yu's life was destined to involve more than one woman. Her grandfather had claimed that only Zhang Yu could protect her, unlike others who would fail. Ever since Zhang Yu saved her, her heart had belonged solely to him, and only him. Thus, it mattered little that her man was talented and admired by other women. Although it hurt, it also brought her a strange sense of comfort. Her silence did not imply ignorance. Wenxian, being so exceptional, often directed her gaze towards Zhang Yu, and she felt powerless to intervene. Watching Zhixue's retreating figure, Wenxian was filled with confusion and deep discomfort, a lump forming in her throat, as she observed the couple on stage with resentment. Zhang Yu affectionately carried Zhixue out, and as they departed, he returned his guitar to a young man who had wanted to speak with him, but Zhang Yu did not afford him the opportunity. As the young man sought to inquire about the song's origin, having never heard it before, as Zhang Yu walked, still smiling, he remarked, "I'm not planning to come down yet." And Zhixue clung comfortably to him, shaking her head in refusal. "No, I want to get down today. I want to be happy with you, my little brother." "Oh, so now I am your big sister, huh? Who told you to be the youngest?" she teased. "Besides, you still call me your senior sister, so there." Zhang Yu could only respond with a helpless expression, thinking to himself how he dared not defy his master. Arriving at the garden, Zhang Yu finally sat down. "I had thought that during those 2 years you were merely playing around. Little did I expect your guitar skills to be so impressive, and that you even compose your own songs, which I have never heard before." And Zhixue, sitting on Zhang Yu's lap and embracing his neck, joyfully remarked, "What playing?" Clearly, it was all about studying. However, at that moment, Zhang Yu felt a pang of guilt towards the future songs he would write, apologizing internally for the need to sing less. He promised himself that he would make it up to them later. After all, it is exceedingly difficult for each of them to achieve fame, and he must ensure to repay them in due time. The two nestled together, reminiscing about the past few years of their lives. Zhang Yu expressed his gratitude for the girl's unwavering companionship and the affection that had never waned. And Zhixue felt fortunate. She had never contemplated leaving him and was even more grateful that she had accompanied him to this city. To possess him was to possess the entire world. As for other girls, she chose not to dwell on them. It was inevitable that the man she admired was exceptionally talented, and even her close friends harbored affections for him, despite one residing in the capital and the other in the provincial city. Yet, how could this ever come to an end? And Zhixue understood her friend in the capital all too well, watching with keen interest. This thought ignited a spark of annoyance within her, prompting her to twist Zhang Yu's waist quite forcefully. As Zhang Yu, taken aback, pondered how to respond. He seemed to grasp her thoughts. She undoubtedly had considered those matters, and perhaps it was best left unspoken. And Zhixue's gaze at Zhang Yu's expression fueled her irritation. However, after a moment's reflection, she decided against it. After all, she had chosen him and could not imagine life without him. Zhang Yu, gazing at the exquisite girl in his arms, leaned in for a kiss. Moments later, the girl, her cheeks flushed, nestled closely against Zhang Yu, as the two savored the tranquil night breeze. In the boys' dormitory, Wang Hao and Li Bo excitedly discussed, "Wow, Yu Gu is truly amazing. Who would have thought he could both play the guitar and sing so beautifully? Li Bo nodded in agreement, adding, "But did you notice how stunning the girl who just walked out with Zhang Yu is? I know who she is. She is Zhi Shui, a freshman from the School of Literature. She is quite well known, with many upperclassmen and fellow freshmen vying for her attention, but she seems indifferent to them. I never imagined she would know Zhang Yu. Haven't you noticed they must have known each other for a long time?" At this moment, Chao Yi, who had been sitting nearby, spoke up. He was feeling quite dejected today. He had hoped to showcase his talents. Recently, he had been pursuing Wen Qian, but she had been completely unresponsive to him. Together with a former classmate, they had discussed the beautiful freshman across various colleges. One of his classmates at Jinling University, also in the School of Literature, had attempted to win in Zhi Shui's affections, only to have his love letter discarded and his attempts to connect via QQ fall flat. Chao Yi felt conflicted about Zhang Yu. Despite his pursuit of Wen Qian, he had observed her glancing at Zhang Yu on several occasions. He believed he was supposed to be a leader among the boys, having always interacted with Instructor Li. Yet the instructor seemed indifferent to him while showing great respect for Zhang Yu. This left him feeling quite frustrated, particularly since Zhang Yu often refrained from returning to the dormitory and maintained a low profile, leaving Chao Yi at a loss. Although Zhang Yu stole the spotlight tonight, the delightful news is that he has a girlfriend, which should leave Wen Qian feeling disheartened. Does this imply that I still have a chance? Never mind Zhang Yu. By the way, Yigu, have you noticed that Chu Yu, who is often seen with Wen Qian, is actually quite attractive, albeit a bit rustic? At that moment, Li Bo suddenly inquired, while Chao Yi looked on with a puzzled expression. Instead of pursuing Wen Qian, why not help me win over Chu Yu first? Then we could enlist her assistance in courting Wen Qian, Li Bo suggested with a mischievous grin. Wang Hao, observing Li Bo's demeanor, felt somewhat discomfort. Are you so unsuccessful with other female classmates that you now wish to target Chu Yu? I've heard her family circumstances are modest, which is why she tends to be rather reserved and never wears makeup. Isn't that rather inappropriate of you? What are you saying? Who said I can't attract other girls? Li Bo retorted, as if someone had stepped on his tail. Recently, he had added all the attractive girls in the class, but most of them had either agreed without interest or completely ignored him, leaving him quite discontent. Each day, he followed Chao Yi around like a loyal dog, as Chao Yi would treat him to cigarettes and snacks when he was in a good mood. I doubt Chu Yu would ever agree to you. Wang Hao dismissed Li Bo with contempt. Li Bo was merely a loudmouth, too afraid to confront Wang Hao directly for fear of retribution. I think it's a good idea. I'll message Wen Qian and ask her to share Chu Yu's contact information. Chao Yi reflected, finding merit in Li Bo's suggestion, and promptly took out his phone to contact Wen Qian. After a while, Chao Yi's expression changed upon receiving a reply. Li Bo, noticing, asked what's wrong. Did she respond? Chao Yi simply retreated to the restroom to freshen up. The response was curt, consisting of just one word: get lost. Chapter 46. Camp Performance Competition. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yu, the discussions in the dormitory were taking place. Had he been aware, he would certainly enlighten Li Bo on why the flowers bloomed so vividly. However, Li Bo was indeed misguided. Who was Chu Yu? That she had evaded the clutches of many for so long and would easily fall for such tricks? With daily military training exhausting everyone, our dormitory members were now too fatigued to chat for long after returning to wash up and sleep, which was a stark contrast to the lively conversations of the early days. They even asked me to thank you, said Zhi Shui as Zhang Yu escorted her back to the dormitory. For what? Zhang Yu inquired. For the fruits and snacks you brought yesterday. You wouldn't believe it, but we 4 girls finished that chilled watermelon you bought in no time. And when you mentioned having candy during the day, we were so exhausted during training today that we found ourselves revitalized after just one piece. And Zhi Shui exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. Seeing the girls in such high spirits brought joy to Zhang Yu. And Zhi Shui had always been rather quiet, lacking significant emotional fluctuations, something Zhang Yu attributed to the influence of Aunt Wei and others. Which girl doesn't enjoy a bit of fun? In their youth, they should embrace their vivacity. In truth, Zhi Shui only displayed this lively side in front of Zhang Yu. If the boys from their major were to witness it, they would undoubtedly exclaim that she was not their ice and snow goddess. Indeed, Zhi Shui had already earned the title of ice and snow goddess within her small circle. To this day, most people have been unable to acquire Zhi Shui's contact information, as her QQ has been modified to a format that cannot be added. Will you pursue a career as a singer in the future? Zhi Shui suddenly inquired, gazing at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, observing the girl's somewhat anxious demeanor, smiled and reassured her, No. I have no desire to be followed around by reporters every day. Wouldn't he that only burden my dear Schweth? Those 2 years spent learning guitar and singing were merely a form of expression, yet they do not imply an intention to become a singer. And Jishua beamed, her laughter radiating joy. She hoped that this man would not become overwhelmingly successful, as she feared she would struggle to keep pace with him. Traversing over 1,000 kilometers was already a considerable challenge for her. I'll head up now. Remember to message me tonight, she said. All right. Be good, Zhang Yu replied. With a cheerful smile, and Jishua dashed back to the dormitory. Zhang Yu watched her retreating figure before preparing to leave. As he turned to head back, 2 girls dressed in military training attire obstructed his path. Hello, I am Bai Jia from the College of Arts. May I have your contact information? No. Please ask Jishua from your college. She has my contact details. Thank you, Zhang Yu replied before continuing on his way. It was a jest. Even if he wished to get to know her, this was not the right place, especially with Wu Huihui and Wang Li nearby, each straining to eavesdrop. As Zhang Yu pivoted to depart, he caught sight of a girl discreetly hiding beside the dorm entrance, peeking out curiously. Bai Jia, her face flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head and walked away with her companion. Zhang Yu didn't even glance back and strode away confidently. Your friend is quite impressive. Someone just asked for your contact information, and your friend told her to come find you, Wu Huihui remarked upon seeing Jishua. And Jishua laughed, of course, otherwise. I would have made him regret it, she added, raising her fist playfully. Hello, Teacher Zhou, you called me into the dorm. I had just finished washing up when I received Zhou Xian's call. 2 matters. First, your application has been submitted. The school has approved it. And after the military training performance on the 24th of this month, you may leave directly. Just sign the leave paperwork when you depart, Zhou Xian's voice conveyed. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Secondly, a teacher from the College of Arts just called me. You certainly made quite an impression today. The video of you singing on the playground has been posted on the forum. Although the footage is somewhat unclear due to the darkness, your voice is remarkable. And the view count is exceptionally high. They reached out to me to inquire about the song's origin and copyright issues, as someone is interested in purchasing the rights. Zhou Xian, clad in her pajamas, sat on the sofa while speaking to Zhang Yu. Upon receiving the call, she had immediately opened the school forum and found herself entranced by the performance. Why didn't they contact me directly instead of reaching out to you? Zhang Yu asked after a moment of silence. Zhou Xian, sensing his concern, responded, perhaps they are unaware of your background. Your song has the potential to soar. And it's clear they wish to exert pressure without spending too much money. The person is a deputy director with connections to certain school officials. Haha, how naive. Zhang Yu chuckled. You can inform them not to entertain any thoughts of selling, Zhang Yu stated bluntly. Have you considered the implications? Their background is quite substantial, and they might directly release it to the market. Have you secured the copyright? It seemed that Zhou Xian sensed Zhang Yu's anger. Firstly, this song is intended to be the promotional piece for my second novel, a plan previously discussed with my editor. Secondly, I have already registered the copyright. Thirdly, I have a handwritten manuscript, complete with sheet music and lyrics, which I mailed to myself via postal service, and I have not opened it. They may certainly attempt to verify it. At that moment, Zhou Xian's heart was a whirlwind of complex emotions. All right, just be prepared. I shall hang up now. After ending the call, Zhou Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Not only was he an author, but he could also sing. And not only could he sing, but he could also write. Moreover, he had integrated this into the promotional strategy for his novel. He had registered the copyright and sent it to himself through the postal service, and crucially, it remained unopened. Goodness, these are things that I, as a doctoral advisor, have gradually come to understand over the years. Furthermore, he even knew to send it to himself via postal service. Perhaps there might be some wrangling over the copyright. But as long as he makes a profit, that is what matters. Yet the issue is, if the postal service mailed it to oneself, it is unnecessary to argue. The postal mark is of national significance, carrying considerable legal weight. Zhang Yu saw nothing amiss. Many things were conducted in such a manner. In this era of abundant short video content, these processes were simple yet remarkably effective. You ought to trust our postal service. Do not delude yourself. He not only possesses the copyright, but has also sent it to himself through the postal service, Zhou Xian said directly when she returned the call. May I negotiate with him regarding purchasing the copyright? Offering him 5,000 yuan is quite generous for a student. As your advisor, you should counsel him, came the shameless reply from the other end after a prolonged silence. Zhou Xian clenched her fists, furious and wishing to strike him. I unequivocally state that it is not for sale. Furthermore, I would like to remind you that our school's leadership has specifically instructed me to provide care during this period. Additionally, he has already transferred the copyright to the People's Publishing House. I suggest you think carefully. There was an extended silence from the other side. All right, I understand. Consider it as if I never called. After hanging up, Zhou Xian leaped up, feeling an immense sense of relief. That man, despite having a wife, still sought to provoke young women in his field. She was delighted to see him humbled today. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was indifferent. If he has the capability, let him confront Sister Zhou. He won't come to harm. As for whether he could withstand it, that was a jest. Being so young and working in such an institution, it would be peculiar if he could. Although the forum was lively, with female classmates from different majors seeking Zhang Yu daily, the issue at hand was military training. Thus, Zhang Yu enlisted the help of Instructor Li at the cost of a pack of cigarettes. Consequently, peace was restored. One day, during a break, Instructor Li approached him. Tomorrow we head to the military camp, where there will be shooting events. What do you say we compete then? Instructor Li smiled at Zhang Yu. Old Li, what are you scheming now? Zhang Yu replied with resignation. Engaging in prone shooting is rather mundane. Let us partake in the exhilarating sport of shooting. One activity involves shooting at moving targets from a distance of 200 meters while in a prone position, firing 5 rounds. Subsequently, one advances 50 meters to assume a kneeling stance, firing another 5 rounds at the moving targets, and then proceeds another 50 meters to stand and fire 5 additional rounds at yet another moving target. Each moving target remains visible for a mere 5 to 19 seconds before vanishing, with each round consisting of 5 iterations. The second activity comprises several moving targets within a mere 20 meters. Additionally, there are 400-meter and 800-meter obstacle courses, as well as a 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Instructor Li, with a playful glint in his eye, conversed with Zhang Yu about these endeavors. Zhang Yu's expression was quite amusing. He should have declined. Yet the allure was undeniable. How long had it been since his previous life? You will partake for 3 days. The first day for acclimatization followed by training. The second day to observe a demonstration match. And on the third morning, you will shoot, culminating with a weighted march in the afternoon. I suggested your participation in the demonstration match, asserting your exceptional capabilities within this cohort. After communicating with your class instructor, Mr. Zhou, I submitted your name, which received approval from above. After Instructor Li had concluded, he departed with a smile. It dawned on Zhang Yu that his recent performance had indeed been commendable, and the school was inclined to showcase its promising talents. Thus, he had unwittingly become a target for recognition. Nevertheless, he surmised that Instructor Li had played a pivotal role in this development. The sport of shooting is typically reserved for combat units, while the 400-meter obstacle course is practiced by infantry. The 800-meter course is predominantly tackled by special forces, indicating Instructor Li's affiliation with such elite units. Zhang Yu had never attempted the 800-meter course in his past life. The challenge was formidable. Upon being transported to the camp in a fleet of buses, many found the regimented lifestyle somewhat disconcerting. Unlike the freedom enjoyed at school, where one could engage in personal pursuits post-training, here, every aspect was meticulously scheduled. Mealtimes, sleep, training, and even news viewing were strictly regulated, with the notable exception of relinquishing all mobile phones. In truth, Zhang Yu's participation in the demonstration match was not as extensive as one might presume. It was merely a formality. However, Instructor Li did not divulge this, and instead thrust Zhang Yu onto the stage. Through investigation and review of records, it became clear that Zhang Yu was not a veteran. Nonetheless, Instructor Li was convinced of his potential. He assured his superiors that should Zhang Yu perform inadequately in the initial round of shooting, he would be withdrawn from subsequent participation, yet if he excelled, he would be permitted to continue. After a moment of contemplation, the leader acquiesced. As the first round of shooting commenced, the command was given. Ready, set, go. Zhang Yu, alongside Instructor Li and several other instructors, lay prone in a row, awaiting the targets. Suddenly, the targets ascended, gunfire erupted, and the targets vanished, only to reappear again amidst the sounds of gunfire. The sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting everyone to leap to their feet and sprint 50 meters. As they transitioned to a kneeling position, adjusting their breaths, the targets appeared once more. Gunfire resounded, and the targets disappeared again. In the interim, Zhang Yu acutely felt the rhythm of his heartbeat. The firearm, having completed its rounds, emitted a faint wisp of white smoke under the sun's rays. It was the aroma of gun oil, a fragrance born of combustion. Mingled with the scent of gunpowder, a nostalgic olfactory delight that he had not experienced in years. The whistle sounded again, and Zhang Yu grasped his weapon, sprinting to a standing position, aiming and awaiting the target's emergence before firing. The spectators, comprising fellow students, watched the demonstration match with rapt attention. Many astonished to see Zhang Yu participating, moving swiftly and maintaining impeccable form. They mused over his rapid acquisition of skills since being called away the previous day. Was he truly that eager to learn? It certainly appeared to be no easy feat. Most of the students spent the entirety of yesterday listening to their instructor expound upon the intricacies of gun handling, the necessity of adhering to prescribed protocols, and the importance of weapon inspection, followed by nearly a full day of practice on the ground. The disparity in treatment was stark. Yu observed the boys on the field with a twinge of sympathy, especially as she noticed Zhang Yu, covered in dirt and gasping for breath. In contrast, Zhixue gazed upon her boy with immense pride. Wen Xian's feelings were far more complicated. Zhou Xian and Zhao Yuran also made an appearance today, accompanying the students. Witnessing the scene before them evoked a different sentiment. Many still remembered Zhang Yu as the quiet boy strumming a guitar and serenading love songs. Yet today he transformed into a figure dashing about with a firearm, striking various poses, an awkward and jarring contrast. When the command for weapon inspection was given, Zhang Yu and the others complied. At that moment, the safety officer beside Zhang Yu's side exhibited a change in demeanor. Initially reluctant to take on the role of Zhang Yu's safety officer due to fears of potential mishaps, he now recalled the sight of his squad leader during his own training days. Report: Zhang Yu is outstanding, hitting the target 15 times, declared Li Qingquan. Another soldier dashed forward to salute the leaders and report his results. From the audience, someone explained to the students that in shooting sports, the focus is not on the scoring rings, but rather on whether the target is hit. Li Qingquan, the instructor, glanced at Zhang Yu before requesting the target paper. After examining it, Li Qingquan displayed a complex expression as he addressed Zhang Yu. I concede. Though we both scored 15, your shots were primarily concentrated in the 9 and 10 rings, while I merely managed to hit the target. In the subsequent 20-meter rapid-fire shooting, it came as no surprise that Zhang Yu emerged victorious once more, showcasing a remarkable reaction time and precision that left his peers in awe. The expressions of those watching Zhang Yu were nothing short of astonished. The 400-meter obstacle course would not be demonstrated today, nor would the 800-meter run, as a small-scale competition had already taken place yesterday. Zhang Yu had spent the entire day prior alongside instructor Li, and the 400-meter obstacle posed no challenge for him. However, he had only seen the 800-meter run in a previous life and had never participated. Thus, instructor Li demonstrated the course once, and after Zhang Yu's trial run, he confidently declared it manageable. The instructors regarded him as if he were a marvel. Then, the overseeing leaders suggested a competition. Ultimately, Zhang Yu surpassed all competitors. This was a significant factor in the leaders' decision to allow Zhang Yu to participate fully in the exhibition match today. Ready, set, go? The lizard pose commenced. With 5 competitors in the first round, including both Zhang Yu and instructor Li, while the remaining 3 were top performers. Being an exhibition match, it needed to be visually impressive and fluid. At the command platform, a school leader conversed with a military official, remarking, "Your freshmen are exceptional this year. The first round of shooting was remarkably impressive. I believe he would make a fine soldier." The military official, observing Zhang Yu prone on the ground, smiled and replied, "I concur, yet regrettably, that may not be feasible. Had I been informed earlier, I would have had no objections. However, it was only a few days ago that I learned he is also an author, and the People's Publishing House has sent us correspondence requesting his participation in subsequent events. As you know, that institution is not to be trifled with, thus he has missed this opportunity." The school leaders gracefully declined the invitation. The military leaders, however, did not insist, recognizing that each individual's path is unique. Since they have already chosen their route, there was no need to press further. "Instructor, why are they lying down?" Chao Yi inquired, observing the actions on the field. "This is the preparation for the 400-meter obstacle course, also known as the lizard crawl. Your classmate is quite impressive." The instructor hardly praised him, and even if he did, they wouldn't comprehend it. As the event commenced, all 5 participants sprinted rhythmically for 100 meters. Upon completing the 100 meters, they turned, navigated the 3-step stakes, leaped over the low board, and jumped onto the high board. Zhang Yu's movements were fluid and seamless. He passed each obstacle swiftly, and by the halfway mark, he had already surpassed everyone, claiming the lead, with Instructor Li hot on his heels. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not catch up. After crawling under the low net, he faced another leap over the high board. Instructor Li realized he was falling behind. Pursuing further would disrupt his breathing, and he did not want to be overtaken by the remaining top contenders. Many students watching below rose to cheer for Zhang Yu, considering it a remarkable feat to compete with and even outpace the instructors. It would have been inappropriate not to cheer, particularly when Qiao noticed Wen Qian standing and cheering enthusiastically. He felt a pang of discomfort. He called out loudly to the nearby instructor, "Isn't this quite easy? Zhang Yu appears rather frail. Surely we could do it too." Several instructors glanced over, their expressions resembling that of someone observing a fool. Embarrassed, Qiao sat back down, and his peers displayed mocking expressions. At that moment, Qiao Yi's attention was drawn to the individual sprinting for the 100 meters, who seemed exceptionally conspicuous. 1 minute 40 seconds. 1 minute 43 seconds. 1 minute 54 seconds. 1 minute 59 seconds. 1 minute 50 seconds. Prior to the 400-meter obstacle, Zhang Yu had carried a case of Red Bull from the supermarket. Upon their return, panting heavily, he produced the drinks. Instructor Li, catching his breath, seized one and drank it eagerly. "You certainly know what you're doing," he remarked, and the other three followed suit. After completing the 400-meter obstacle course, their throats felt scorched as if they had swallowed burning coals. Water proved ineffective, and only energy drinks like Red Bull would suffice. This was an intense activity within an already strenuous exercise. A moment later, someone approached Zhang Yu and playfully punched him on the chest while giving him a thumbs up. In the afternoon, Zhang Yu participated in the 5-kilometer armed cross-country and high-altitude descent, achieving commendable results. He subsequently moderated his efforts, mindful of maintaining the military's dignity, recognizing that it was unnecessary to exert himself to the utmost consistently. The purpose of the demonstration event was to familiarize all students with the military lifestyle and alleviate the frustrations built up during their recent military training. Many students, having endured years of rigorous academic study, found the daily military drills exhausting, devoid of any freedom, and some had even clashed with the instructors, feeling their training was excessively rigorous and devoid of rights. The demonstration offered them a glimpse of their peers in the military, showcasing what life in the armed forces entailed. Every day unfolds with meticulous precision, at the very least, for 2 years, while many have endured for 5, 8, or even 12 years. Upon viewing, the students not only found the experience visually captivating, but also felt the arduousness of military life, leading them to perceive their own training as less burdensome. For those who remain obstinate, they must either adhere to the established protocols for leave or face consequences. "Come with me," Instructor Li said, beckoning Zhang Yu, who was prepared to return. "Old Li, what now?" Zhang Yu sighed, resigned to follow. "Our instructor wishes to see you," Instructor Li stated earnestly. Zhang Yu thought to himself that an encounter with their instructor would likely not bode well, and he wished to avoid it. Upon arrival at the designated location, Zhang Yu encountered a frail figure, exuding an air of coldness, yet possessing an unwavering gaze that fixed upon him. "When time permits, let us engage in a match, unarmed," the stoic instructor proclaimed as he strode toward the combat arena. Zhang Yu, after a moment's hesitation, descended into the arena as well. The setting sun cast a fiery glow upon the fine sand, illuminating it with a brilliant sheen. The stoic instructor stood resolutely at the center of the arena, his arms hanging naturally at his sides, his posture as upright as a pine tree, emanating an invisible pressure. Zhang Yu approached step by step, and as he stood face to face with the instructor, the atmosphere thickened with tension. They locked eyes, neither willing to break the silence, as if time itself had frozen around them. With a commanding shout, the instructor initiated the bout, his movements straightforward yet imbued with lethal intent, devoid of flamboyant flourishes. Embodying the essence of a deadly strike, Zhang Yu defended and countered. His technique, a robust amalgamation honed from the battlefield, rendered both his arms and legs as instruments of combat. In that moment, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists weaving through the air in a flurry of blows, each strike reverberating with intensity. The surrounding air seemed to swirl in response to their vigorous contest, creating invisible currents. After several exchanges, they paused, panting and assessing each other. The instructor, regaining his breath, maintained his unwavering gaze. After a prolonged silence, he spoke of a hidden strength before stepping away. Zhang Yu followed closely behind. It has been a long time since I encountered such hidden prowess. I recall an incident 2 years prior when an individual with such abilities committed a crime, leading to a significant police and armed forces operation with substantial casualties. We were deployed. I lost 2 brothers. One was left incapacitated, while the other remains paralyzed to this day. Ultimately, it was our sniper who eliminated him. The instructor recounted softly, his voice trembling as he spoke, his arms now too weak to lift. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I am merely a student, a humble writer, and I trust you have thoroughly investigated my background on the journey here. As for my affiliations, I believe you are even more aware. Zhang Yu replied simply, trailing behind. The instructor remained silent, continuing his path, with Zhang Yu in tow. They entered a building and ascended the staircase. Stopping before an office door, the instructor called out loudly, "Report." "Enter," came the response from within. The individual inside, broad-shouldered, cast a piercing glance at Zhang Yu. Both the instructor and Zhang Yu stood at attention, with Zhang Yu thinking to himself, what an imposing leader. In a previous life, during his service, he had encountered them but never had the opportunity to converse. He felt unworthy. "How is old Lu?" he suddenly inquired, and Zhang Yu understood immediately. His master was acquainted with him. "He is well, but has already retired back to his hometown," Zhang Yu replied. You may leave now." A leader with a round face instructed the instructor, who then exited. The leader gestured for Zhang Yu to take a seat, and he complied. "I just spoke with old Lu on the phone. However, that stubborn fellow insisted on making a name for himself that year, turning those whom others sought to nurture into true wastrels. We were quite pleased, but old Lu ended up suffering for it. He retired, and I have invited him to Jinling more than once, but he refuses to come. My position does not allow me the freedom to visit, nor do I have the time." During a meeting in the capital, both old Un and old Gu were present, but he did not attend. "He gave me life, and I owe him a great deal," the leader, known as Uncle Wang, reflected. Zhang Yu remained silent. How could he respond? To call his master stubborn would provoke a reprimand. "Today, I observed your training and witnessed your duel with Lu Chang. Lu is quite formidable, yet he is no match for you. To speak candidly, I have encountered many skilled individuals over the years, but none have matched the charisma of old Lu on the battlefield." The leader seemed lost in reminiscence, enveloped in memories of his youth. "I mentioned to old Lu on the phone that you are a promising talent, yet I received a scolding in return. I can't recall the last time I was berated, but he dared to do so. If he were here, I suspect he would be bold enough to take action." Zhang Yu mused, not just actions, but possibly kicks as well. He had seen Uncle Lin, who appeared formidable, but would often receive slaps on the head from his master during gatherings. Uncle Gu had risen to a prominent position within the organization, yet they all found joy in their camaraderie. "You must follow your own path," he insisted. "I shall not impose upon you further. In the future, feel free to call me if you need anything. Though I lacked the ability to protect old Lu back then, now that you are here, as long as you do not bully the weak, I will safeguard you. We shall not oppress others, nor allow ourselves to be oppressed." Old Lu had remained steadfast throughout his life, and in his twilight years, he entrusted Zhang Yu's care to Uncle Wang. The latter's gaze was piercing, yet Zhang Yu discerned a glimmer of tears in his eyes, a testament to the profound bond forged over the years. "Uncle Wang, I must take my leave shortly," Zhang Yu stated. At that moment, Ji Xue entered, her presence brightening the atmosphere. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, her heart soared with joy. Uncle Wang's demeanor shifted instantly, and with a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Little Xue, once your military training concludes, you must come to my home with this young man. Your Aunt Lu and Sister Yue have been eagerly anticipating your arrival in Jinling since they heard you would be studying here. It has been years since you were just a little girl when you last met them, and now you have grown so much. Certainly, I will visit after military training." And Ji Xue sweetly responded. Zhang Yu and Ji Xue then departed, and she explained to him how, in previous years, when Uncle Wang attended a conference in the capital, her parents and the Shu family had gathered there, though unfortunately, neither Uncle Lu nor her master had been able to attend. Uncle Wang was quite agitated and subsequently called Uncle Lu, only to be scolded by him over the phone. You cannot imagine the incredulity of Aunt Lu and Sister Yue at that moment, as Ji Xue recounted the events. Zhang Yu had become somewhat immune to his master's temperament by now. After we finished watching the exhibition match, we had intended to dine, but I was unexpectedly called away. To my surprise, it was Uncle Wang. I had just learned that my father had contacted him. He took me out for a meal and then suggested I take a stroll. I didn't expect to see you here. Zhang Yu responded after inquiring about his master's well-being. Through Njishua's introduction, Zhang Yu discovered that Uncle Wang had 2 children, a son in the Navy and a daughter who had recently graduated from medical school. Njishua mentioned that Sister Yue had maintained contact with her and Shuyun, all of whom had previously served on the battlefield and shared a profound bond. They would assist each other in times of need, yet refrained from seeking personal gain. A surge of respect welled up within him. At least there was some comfort in knowing that should he ever face oppression, he would have someone to rely on. Chapter 48. Taking leave to pursue ambitions on the 3rd morning, Zhang Yu was not permitted to participate in the shooting practice, as it seemed futile. Consequently, he was awarded the title of safety officer. Ironically, the individual he was tasked with protecting was Wen Qian, whose occasional glances left him feeling quite uneasy. When the unscrupulous Wen Qian lay on the ground, she muttered something in a low voice. Zhang Yu naturally heard her, but what could he do? There was no reason to engage. He chose to regard her as merely a passerby and ignored her entirely. The military training shooting was rather straightforward, 5 rounds of ammunition. And then it was over. Zhang Yu, the shooting during yesterday's exercise was quite enjoyable. Could you speak to the instructor about us getting a chance to shoot as well? Li Bo said, leaning in closely to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu regarded Li Bo with incredulity, pondering where his mind was to ask such a question. He could only feign ignorance and pretend not to have heard. Li Bo, feeling somewhat humiliated, cursed under his breath, yet dared not confront Zhang Yu directly. For he sensed that the current Zhang Yu was not someone he could provoke, let alone defeat. In the afternoon, the students endured the arduous task of weighted walking under the scorching sun, carrying backpacks exceeding 30 pounds over a distance of 20 kilometers. Zhang Yu followed the line of students and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed that Njishua's dormitory had been whisked away in a vehicle. It seemed Uncle Wang was reluctant to let the girls suffer, and arrangements had been made for the others. One dormitory group benefited, while Zhang Yu was, unfortunately, overlooked. However, he found solace in this. His primary concern was now for Chu Yu. Stubborn as she was, Chu Yu had not requested any leave. Zhang Yu could only trail behind her. After walking approximately a kilometer, Chu Yu could no longer continue. Observing her predicament, Zhang Yu approached and took her backpack. You should be more mindful of your own condition. Hurry along. He interrupted her intended protest. Chu Yu felt a wave of relief. Yet, Wen Qian, who was nearby, appeared pale and was gritting her teeth, struggling to persevere. Chu Yu tugged at Zhang Yu's sleeve. He turned to her, questioning her with his gaze. Something was amiss. And Chu Yu silently mouthed a message to him. Upon realizing the situation, Zhang Yu effortlessly retrieved Wen Qian's backpack, and at that moment, Wen Qian felt a sense of liberation, as if she could finally move forward. Thank you, she murmured, bowing her head in gratitude. She had intended to shine today and assist her classmates, but unexpectedly, her plans had been cut short. A wave of discomfort washed over her. After walking a short distance, both girls seemed to be struggling to proceed. As for Chao Yi, who had initially hoped to lend a hand to Wen Qian, he soon found his own legs burdened by fatigue. Observing Zhang Yu's assistance, he chose to feign ignorance. Seeing the dire situation, Zhang Yu adjusted the backpack and lifted Chu Yu into his arms. Chu Yu was taken aback by his sudden action. Ignoring her surprise, Zhang Yu strode forward confidently, aware that there would be rest points along the way. Chu Yu, her gaze cast downward, felt too shy to look up, yet she found the embrace quite comforting. When Qian watched as Zhang Yu moved further away, a tinge of sadness creeping in. After all, it was generous of him to carry her backpack. Resigned, she resumed her slow pace. Moments later, Zhang Yu placed Chu Yu at a rest point, unburdened himself of the backpack, and continued on his way. Chu Yu understood Zhang Yu's tough exterior belied a kind heart and could anticipate his intentions. Zhang Yu approached Wen Qian, who lifted her gaze to see the returning boy, momentarily doubting her vision. To her astonishment, it truly was him, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Today had been overwhelmingly difficult for her. Zhang Yu paid no heed to the crying girl, instead half-squatting to place Wen Qian on his back. As he walked, his other hand pressed gently against the back of her hand. Wen Qian felt discomfort and soreness in her hand and considered withdrawing it, but suddenly, a warmth enveloped her, alleviating the pain in her abdomen. She looked up in surprise at the boy carrying her. This is He Gu acupoint, located between the 12th and 2nd metacarpal bones on the back of your hand. Pressing it can relieve your pain. Next time, if conditions permit, do this. Also, Keep some strong liquor in your dorm. If you feel unwell, a little can help, but don't overdo it. Alternatively, whether at school or in a shopping mall, the large round stones can be quite warm. Sitting on one can also be effective. By the way, there are stones at the rest point. Sitting on one will bring you much relief. As Zhang Yu pressed her acupoint while carrying her, Wen Qian was captivated, utterly astonished by how understanding he was. Most importantly, her discomfort had significantly lessened. She nestled against his back, feeling utterly comfortable, and soon drifted into slumber. Zhang Yu, meanwhile, felt the soft weight of her form against his back, somewhat helplessly pondering that perhaps he deserved a reward for his efforts. Upon reaching the rest point, Zhang Yu gently set Wen Qian down, noting that they were not in a tent. Under Chu Yu's incredulous gaze, he placed Wen Qian beside a stone. Acutely aware that it was 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was relentless, the stone would surely be scorching. Chu Yu hurried over, lightly nudging Zhang Yu with irritation. However, the sleeping Wen Qian stirred awake, her voice emanating a sense of bliss. Chu Yu appeared somewhat dazed, while Wen Qian gazed at Zhang Yu with surprise, exclaiming how effective it was, as if a sudden clarity had washed over her. Chu Yu turned to Zhang Yu, who then reiterated what he had just said. Chu Yu thought to herself that she might as well give it a try, as each time was quite uncomfortable. At this moment, Wen Qian also sensed an air of awkwardness. There was nothing particularly wrong, yet a certain discomfort lingered, causing her cheeks to gradually flush, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to the warmth of the stone or something else entirely. With Zhang Yu's assistance, the two women finally reached the end of their journey, utterly exhausted. Upon returning to school, they took a day to recuperate, after which preparations for the performance team began. During this time, Zhang Yu approached Instructor Li. "I intend to request a leave," Zhang Yu stated directly. "Why request a leave?" Instructor Li, standing there smoking, seemed astonished. "I was just about to make you the standard bearer for the performance team." Zhang Yu took the cigarette from Instructor Li but did not smoke it. Instead, he expressed that he had already garnered enough attention in the camp. "Those who are here are all exceptional individuals. After years of diligent study, they have proven themselves to be outstanding. My excitement has been sufficient. Just yesterday, I witnessed how hard many students strove during the weighted march." Upon hearing this, Instructor Li seemed to grasp his sentiment. "This honor is not particularly necessary for me, but for many students who have worked diligently from the beginning and have performed remarkably, it feels somewhat unjust. If I remain, all attention will naturally gravitate towards me, and you will not focus on them. Therefore, I have matters to attend to. Let the opportunities be afforded to them instead, allowing everyone to engage in healthy competition." After speaking, Zhang Yu looked at the instructor before him. Instructor Li pondered for a long while before finally responding. "Indeed, you are correct. If you are present, not only I, but others in the team will overlook the contributions of others, which would not bode well for the overall military training. You are already exceptionally strong. There is no need to compete with these fledgling individuals." "Very well, I agree. You may go, but write a note for me to sign." Ultimately, Instructor Li acquiesced. With Zhang Yu around, other students genuinely had little opportunity to shine. Furthermore, he had already proven his strength, making it unnecessary to seek further recognition. In truth, Zhang Yu's decision to withdraw stemmed from the fact that the military district's performance was already sufficiently impressive. Continuing to stand out might evoke resentment from many hardworking students. Most importantly, there was an opportunity to withdraw. Writing a note stating he needed to recuperate from the exertion of the military district's performance due to fatigue and some minor injuries was entirely reasonable. Additionally, time was of the essence. He needed to focus on earning money. The realm of print media and physical books was on the brink of decline due to the surge of the internet, necessitating the development of his career before heading to the capital. Having spent over half a month in Jinling, things had mostly fallen into place, and it was time to pursue his own endeavors. What to pursue? The year 2010 marked the dawn of the internet era. Those who engaged in business during these years had generally prospered. Perhaps starting an online store would be the way forward, as platforms like Taobao held great potential. With a few years of dedicated effort, one could establish a formidable brand, paving the way for the inevitable influx of offline brands in the years to come. Zhang Yu wrote a sick leave note, which was signed by Instructor Li and Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was aware that Zhang Yu had brought honor to the school during his time at the camp. Yet the intense physical exertion over those days also made her recognize his hardships. "Make sure to rest well during this time. If anything comes up, give me a call," Zhou Xian said after signing, ensuring Zhang Yu was settled. Zhang Yu felt somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that this beautiful teacher had a rather favorable attitude toward him. All right, understood. Teacher Zhou, I shall take my leave now. Upon learning of Zhang Yu's sick leave, Zhang Yu and Wen Qian grew anxious. Zhang Yu pondered whether Zhang Yu had truly injured himself after working so hard in the competitions and performances over the past few days, prompting her to consider visiting him at his rental later that evening. Wen Qian speculated whether Zhang Yu had overexerted himself while carrying 3 backpacks during a training march, exhausting himself while assisting her and Zhang Yu. Upon returning to his rental, Zhang Yu had made some simple renovations to the 3rd bedroom, setting up 3 computers and beginning the process of online registration. The procedures were straightforward, far less cumbersome than in later times. His first decision was regarding the direction to take. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture into the fashion industry, specifically women's clothing, due to its lucrative potential. Historical data indicated clear trends. 1. Young girls. 2. Young women. 3. Children. 4. Elderly. 5. Dogs. 6. Men. This clearly demonstrated the market's preferences. Once the room was ready, Zhang Yu drove to the suburbs to inspect a clothing factory. Prior to his departure, he had conducted an investigation online, including resources from government websites, and selected a factory with a good reputation, primarily because it accepted small orders. Jinling was home to many established clothing factories, including state-owned enterprises, but the entry barriers were prohibitively high. After discussions, Zhang Yu signed a 1-year contract, yet he still faced challenges, particularly regarding the factory's designs, which he found unappealing. They were either outdated or lacked innovation. Despite having learned some drawing techniques during his 2-year hiatus from school, he realized he lacked true talent. While he could replicate designs, creating and innovating was beyond his reach. Driving back to campus, he wandered through the grounds, contemplating his next steps. At that moment, a thought of someone crossed his mind, triggered by a coincidental encounter with a familiar face. He quickly donned a smile and approached her. Senior. Chapter 49. A fortuitous discovery. Zhao Yuran had just taken a tour of the military training grounds and initially intended to head to the student council. Upon hearing that Zhang Yu had taken sick leave, she felt a wave of concern wash over her. However, her anxiety transformed into surprise when she suddenly heard that familiar voice and saw Zhang Yu. Yet, her expression quickly turned stern. What's wrong? I thought you were on sick leave. Why aren't you resting properly and wandering around? Her words were laced with reproach. As Zhang Yu approached, he noticed the change in Zhao Yuran's expression but pretended not to notice, maintaining a semblance of normalcy. However, he knew that wandering around during military training was not advisable. Zhao Yuran pondered for a moment, then circled around Zhang Yu before suddenly proclaiming, I see you no longer wish to bask in the limelight, do you? You've made quite an impression in the camp over the past 3 days, and now you choose to withdraw gracefully. Quite clever of you, avoiding any animosity. However, I believe it is entirely unnecessary. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes, acknowledging the girl's astuteness. Speak your mind. What brings you here? Otherwise, I suspect you would simply avoid me. Zhao Yuran crossed her arms, regarding Zhang Yu intently. Zhang Yu, somewhat exasperated, replied, Where's the harm? I treated you to a meal last time, didn't I? How about I treat you again today? Enough with the pleasantries. Just tell me what you need. Zhao Yuran waved her hand dismissively. Senior, aren't you familiar with the school? I wanted to inquire about the students in the Design Institute. Also, are there any part-time job opportunities available at our university? Zhang Yu asked. What do you need from the Design Institute? Are you looking for a part-time job as well? Zhao Yuran questioned, puzzled, recalling her previous visit to the computer science department. Well, I'm planning to open an online store specializing in women's clothing, and I need to collaborate with a few designers to create some patterns. As for part-time work, that would need to be arranged in advance since I'll require customer service later on, Zhang Yu explained. Opening an online store? Selling clothes? Shouldn't you be focusing on your writing instead? Can that venture really be profitable? Will anyone even buy from you? Zhao Yuran expressed her surprise, thinking it rather odd for a promising writer to venture into such an endeavor. Times are changing, and we, as university students, should embrace progress. It's essential to try new things, which is why I sought your guidance, senior. After all, you possess such remarkable abilities. Zhang Yu refrained from elaborating too much, as he deemed further explanation unnecessary. Hearing herself praised, Zhao Yuran felt a swell of happiness. However, observing Zhang Yu's serious demeanor, she decided to share. I happen to know a 3rd-year student from the Design Institute. I think she is quite talented, and it would be worthwhile for you to speak with her. As for part-time jobs, it's quite simple. Our student union handles many opportunities for students in need. Come, I will take you to meet her." With a decisive tone, she set off, leaving Zhang Yu to follow, contemplating her warm-hearted nature, despite her seemingly tough exterior. Little did Zhang Yu know, many younger students who pursued him had met with lackluster results. Zhao Yuran led Zhang Yu into the library, where they ventured to a small study room. Finding a girl there, Zhao Yuran approached and leaned in close, whispering, "I have something to discuss with you." The girl, with long hair and large glasses, appeared somewhat frail, yet exuded a quiet elegance. "What is it?" she inquired, setting down her pen. "This affluent junior is looking for a designer, and I thought of you. Why not have a conversation with him?" Zhao Yuran suggested, gesturing toward Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled and nodded in greeting, though he felt somewhat irked by Zhao Yuran's characterization of him as affluent. When had he ever been labeled as such? "Shall we head to the cafe on campus?" Zhao Yuran proposed, and the girl nodded, gathering her belongings before following along. Zhao Yuran walked ahead, linking arms with the girl, while Zhang Yu followed closely behind. They arrived at LK Cafe, where Zhang Yu paused at the entrance, pondering the meaning of the sign. Upon entering the cafe, Zhao Yuran noticed Zhang Yu's bewilderment and explained that it was established by international students from their school. However, due to the exorbitant prices, it was now nearly deserted, as evidenced by the for lease sign posted outside. Nevertheless, the cafe offered a tranquil atmosphere, so she suggested they head to the second floor. The second floor was an open-air space, a picturesque concept, albeit rather exposed to the sun. The sunshades were notably worn, and the seating was covered in dust. Two girls took out tissues to wipe down their seats before settling in. Zhang Yu then introduced himself, stating, "I am Zhang Yu, a freshman this year. I plan to open an online store primarily selling women's clothing. I have already found a clothing factory, but the designs are rather outdated. Thus, I am in search of a new designer, and my senior recommended you." The girl opposite him adjusted her glasses and replied, "My name is Li. Are you sure you want to seek assistance from someone who hasn't even graduated yet? Why not approach established designers instead? I am merely a junior." Her voice was soft, and she appeared somewhat shy. "Since my senior recommended you, I trust there must be a reason," Zhang Yu replied. "As for why I wouldn't seek out experienced designers, first, their barriers to entry are excessively high. I am just starting out and may find it difficult to connect with them, and even if I could, I certainly cannot afford their services. Secondly, they are often too influenced by external trends, which I dislike. Given that it is an online store, I wish for the designs to be unique." As Zhang Yu sat there, he realized that he had ordered 3 cups of coffee upon arrival, none of which had yet been served. It seemed that the cafe was struggling not only due to high prices, but also due to slow service and a lack of attention to customers. At this moment, Zhao Yuran spoke up. "Oh, Li, your skills are truly remarkable. Your last work was plagiarized by some of our senior students who won awards because of it. It's unfortunate that your reluctance to curry favor with professors has deprived you of the opportunity to compete. No one has spoken up for you regarding the plagiarism. It frustrates me to know that you've endured this. You are far too modest. Your designs are exquisite. I have seen many of your creations, and I would undoubtedly purchase them if you were to design something new." Zhao Yuran's words were filled with indignation, while Li lowered her head, tears streaming down her face, yet she remained silent. Zhang Yu, not one to meddle unnecessarily, chose not to speak too much, but began to grasp the situation. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the world. Academia was not a sanctuary. In darker times, the shadows loomed larger. Unless one had a protector or a sufficiently influential background, one could easily feel isolated. In such circumstances, the surrounding individuals would appear benevolent. However, if one were exceptionally talented yet lacked social acumen, caution was warranted, as numerous forces might conspire against them. Observing Li's attire hinted at a less fortunate background, and Zhang Yu began to understand why Zhao Yuran had introduced him to her. She hoped he could offer some assistance to Li. In a previous life, there were indeed individuals from prestigious universities with remarkable backgrounds, yet they faced suppression and denunciation, even in a progressive city. What was the outcome? Should your designs be approved? I shall enter into a formal agreement with you, ensuring compensation for each design you produce. We can adopt one of 2 collaborative models. The first entails a monthly retainer of 3,000, with additional bonuses based on the merit of your designs. The second offers no base salary, but rather a commission based on the sales generated through the website for each design. However, a fundamental principle must be established. Throughout the duration of our collaboration, all copyrights for the designs shall be held by me. Zhang Yu pondered briefly before discussing the particulars of the collaboration. Li and Zhao Yuran chorused in unison, inquiring about the compensation, with Li especially taken aback, as she was jolted from her previous despair upon hearing the figure. Here are some of my previous sketches. Please have a look and see if they meet your standards. I would prefer the first option, if that is agreeable to you. The bonuses are secondary. I only require timely salary payments. Li hastily retrieved a multitude of her earlier designs from her bag and cautiously articulated her choice. In this era, the living expenses of most university students hover around 1,000. Particularly for Li, who also juggled work-study obligations while grappling with outstanding student loans, her talent was undeniable. Typically, students in her field could secure some freelance work, yet these opportunities were usually acquired by professors, with students receiving meager compensation after completion. Li often found herself summoned for projects, but the remuneration was exceedingly low. Since the previous incident, she had fallen out with her professor and had been without work for several months. Observing Zhang Yu meticulously scrutinizing the design sketches, Zhao Yuran continued to elucidate matters to Li. However, a hint of melancholy graced Zhao Yuran's eyes. 3,000 was indeed a generous salary, a reflection of affluence. Zhang Yu maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor, yet internally, he was in tumult. The designs were exceptional, surpassing many fashionable garments of later eras. This was a rare talent, one he felt compelled to secure, ensuring her commitment even post-graduation. I see no issues, but I have a couple of inquiries. Firstly, have you shared these sketches with your professor? Secondly, if the online store becomes successful and you commence your internship next year, what then? Zhang Yu set the sketches down, calmly voicing his concerns. Li quickly waved her hand, asserting, I have not shown these sketches to him. Today is the first time I present them to you. Regarding the internship next year, if you can provide an internship certificate, I can continue working with you. Zhang Yu slapped the table, affirming, excellent, it's settled. You are hired. I will come to you tomorrow to formalize the agreement. Additionally, the copyrights of these sketches will belong to the company, thus to me. Your monthly salary will be 3,000, with commissions based on the sales of each featured garment. We can also establish tiered commissions, granting you additional compensation once sales reach certain thresholds. However, we must sign an agreement, as you are currently a student and unable to enter into a formal contract. Starting from tomorrow, your salary will commence, with a monthly remuneration of 3,000 to be disbursed at the end of each month. However, a portion of your bonus will be withheld until you graduate and sign a long-term contract directly with the company. At that time, the full amount will be reimbursed. Similarly, the company will also contribute to your social insurance and housing fund. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he picked up the coffee that had just been delivered, took a sip, and thought to himself how unpalatable it was, lamenting the squandered opportunity of such a pleasant environment. Thank you. I have no objections, Li hurriedly nodded, her tears almost spilling over as she smiled. She had been facing significant financial difficulties lately. When she left, she did not take the blueprints. In fact, Zhao Yuran had discreetly informed Li that Zhang Yu was quite affluent and capable, encouraging her to seize the opportunity. Over the past few years, Zhao Yuran had been Li's sole friend, and she placed immense trust in her. Thus, Li left the blueprints with Zhang Yu, indicating her intention to sign the agreement the following day. Li hailed from a rural area in Xiangbei, with a younger brother at home. After the college entrance examination, her family forbade her from pursuing higher education. Despite her timid demeanor, she possessed a strong sense of self. She applied for a student loan in the county and secretly left to pursue her dreams. In recent months, she had been working part-time every day, grateful for the opportunity afforded to her. Zhao Yuran, sipping her coffee, explained the situation to Zhang Yu. I should thank her for her own efforts. I cannot assist everyone, but her talent and capability make it a pleasure to support her. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu still expressed his gratitude. I will need to trouble you further, senior, he said somewhat bashfully. Zhao Yuran shot him a disapproving glance. Senior, you have extensive connections. We need to ensure that future part-time positions are adequately supported. So please make an effort to network in the coming days. What benefits are we discussing? Zhao Yuran replied with an amused expression. The online store will require someone to oversee operations daily. I have tentatively found someone to assist, but as you know, I will be heading to the capital in a few days. I will need you to keep an eye on things then. On what grounds? A monthly salary of 3,500, with bonuses based on end-of-month sales, and the title of Deputy General Manager. Zhao Yuren's eyes sparkled with a mix of surprise and delight. Currently, there is only Li Li and another person at your level. The others are still being recruited. As for the number of personnel, it will depend on how many part-timers you can manage, senior. Zhao Yuren's heart was racing with excitement. 3,005. My monthly living expenses are only 1,000. Now, I can finally get that dress, handbag, and cosmetics I've been eyeing. Zhang Yu gazed at the setting sun, hopeful for a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 50. Elegant Garment Boutique. That evening, while dining together, Zhao Yuren expressed her desire to have duck blood vermicelli soup and steamed buns. Zhang Yu was somewhat reluctant. Having visited Jinling in a previous life for a classmate's wedding, where he had a lackluster dining experience. However, Zhao Yuren insisted that there was a superb eatery, leading him out of the school and into a somewhat secluded alley. Not bad at all. This flavor is quite delightful, Zhang Yu remarked after taking a bite. Indeed, it was quite surprising to see who had chosen this place. Zhao Yuren was filled with joy upon seeing Zhang Yu. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After their meal, Zhao Yuren took the initiative to settle the bill, thinking to herself that she would ultimately earn back the money from Zhang Yu. So it was only fitting to treat him this time, and Zhang Yu readily accepted. Where are we? Zhao Yuren wondered as she looked at the residential complex Zhang Yu had brought her to, feeling a bit puzzled. Come on, once we enter, you'll find out. Zhang Yu said with a smile, stepping directly into the elevator. Zhao Yuren's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Logically, he shouldn't be moving so swiftly. What if he were to act forcefully? Just as she was lost in thought, Zhang Yu interrupted her. Hey, we're here. What were you thinking about? Upon entering the room, Zhao Yuren gazed around in admiration. This place is wonderful. Such a spacious living room. It seems to be a 3-bedroom apartment. If I could buy a place like this in the city after graduation, that would be a dream come true. This room will serve as our studio, Zhang Yu explained, leading Zhao Yuren to the 3rd bedroom, where several computers awaited. Here we'll manage customer service and all our products. Zhao Yuren glanced at the computers and remarked, But isn't one room a bit insufficient? Zhang Yu chuckled softly. The 2nd room will be our lounge. When we're particularly busy, we can rest there. The 2nd bedroom currently housed a bed, with plans to add bunk beds for part-time workers. The desk in there will eventually belong to Li Li. As for you and the other manager, you'll stay in the master bedroom. Right now, it has only 1 bed. We can easily add another. As Zhang Yu made arrangements, Zhao Yuren began to take in the entire environment. So you'll be resting in the master bedroom? Where will you stay? Oh, didn't we just take a break yesterday? I rented the adjacent room since it was available, Zhang Yu replied casually. Quite the affluent arrangement, Zhao Yuren mused, her voice barely above a whisper. What was that? Nothing. I didn't say anything, Zhao Yuren said, feeling a bit awkward, and resumed her exploration. However, upon reaching the 2nd bedroom, she noticed some feminine items and glanced at Zhang Yu. Oh, those belong to the other manager. She'll move her things to the master bedroom later, he explained. Oh, Zhao Yuren felt a twinge of discomfort but managed to conceal it. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock interrupted their conversation. It was Zhang Yu, carrying 2 large bags filled with fruits and other items. Why are you carrying so much? Zhang Yu asked, stepping forward to take the bags from her. Didn't you take sick leave? I figured I'd drop by since I thought you might be here, Zhang Yu replied, noticing Zhao Yuren's presence. Hello, Senior Zhao. Are you here to see Zhang Yu too? Zhao Yuren hadn't expected to see Zhang Yu. She had assumed it would be in Jishua. After all, she had been present the night Zhang Yu sang. Now, seeing Zhang Yu instead was quite unexpected. Zhao Yuren settled onto the sofa, intending to observe for a while longer. Zhang Yu disregarded Zhao Yuren, and instead took Zhang Yu's hand to begin the introductions. What? You want me to be in charge? Zhang Yu suddenly inquired. Having just been briefed by Zhang Yu about all the arrangements and instructed to move items to the master bedroom. After military training, she would be responsible for managing the online store. Yes, although there is a designated leader and a designer to assist. The cash handling and all finances must be managed by someone trustworthy. I have faith in you. You must do this, Zhang Yu stated. Seated on the small sofa in the master bedroom, his voice soft yet resolute. I am afraid I won't do it well, Zhang Yu confessed, voicing her inner doubts as she gazed at Zhang Yu. She had always wished to support him, but the prospect of undertaking such a significant responsibility suddenly felt daunting. The reason for starting the online store was its simplicity. Now that the store's formalities were complete, her role would primarily involve attending classes and overseeing operations, particularly ensuring that every transaction was handled correctly. As for mistakes, Just ensure you don't mislabel my priced items from 180 to 18, and I can manage. Zhang Yu reassured her. Chu Yu quickly shook her head, insisting, that won't happen. All right, go greet the senior. Your main task for now is military training. And then focus on your well-being. After the training, you'll be busy balancing work and studies. I'm eating well. I feel much better lately. That is not enough. You must maintain it. Got it. Zhao Yuran observed the two emerging from the room, her mind flooded with questions, yet she held her tongue, wary of causing any awkwardness. Senior, you should prepare to arrange part-time candidates in advance. Tomorrow, I will sign the agreement with Li and proceed to register her designs for copyright to avoid future complications. Then, we need to finalize the clothing patterns with the manufacturer to ensure swift delivery. Senior, please get the key from Chu Yu, and tomorrow, bring over some of your necessities. Also, contact the website to understand the details regarding future promotions and advertising fees, Zhang Yu said, sitting on the sofa, smoking as he commenced his planning. Zhao Yuran listened attentively, her demeanor serious. Yu, later you just need to move your things to the master bedroom. As for the additional bed in the master and the bunk beds in the second bedroom, I will handle that in a day or two. I'll need to find a renovation team. In the meantime, I'll negotiate with the courier service. Oh, and by the way, your part-time help must be female. I understand. Don't worry, Zhao Yuran replied, quickly grasping the implications. All right, I'll take my leave then, she stated, noticing the time was not late, and decided to head back. Okay, I'll see you off. You don't need to come, Zhang Yu offered, rising to accompany her. Once downstairs, Zhao Yuran said, no need to see me off, it's close to the school. You can return to your tasks. Zhang Yu agreed, and prepared to head back. As Zhao Yuran was about to leave, she hesitated and voiced her lingering curiosity. What about you and Chu Yu? Zhang Yu merely turned back and smiled, offering no further explanation. Take a moment to rest. I'll manage my things. Oh, and here is a key for you. Keep it safe. Zhang Yu remarked as he noticed Chu Yu packing her belongings and handed her a key. No, you should give it to her. Chu Yu did not respond, but simply uttered these words before hastily retreating to the guest room to gather her belongings. Zhang Yu then realized that Chu Yu was referring to Nji Shui. Indeed, how could Nji Shui possibly not come to see her? Considering she had opened an online store, what would Nji Shui think once Chu Yu had the key? Zhang Yu walked into the guest room, where Chu Yu was busy organizing her things. He approached her from behind and embraced her gently. The girl remained still, silent. I'm sorry, Zhang Yu murmured softly. The girl turned around, placing her finger against Zhang Yu's lips. Never, ever say sorry to me, unless you explicitly declare that you no longer want me. Otherwise, do not. Under any circumstances, utter those words. From the moment you unexpectedly entered my life, rescuing me, healing my grandfather, and granting me hope, you became my everything. If you decide to abandon me, I will leave, and I will be gone forever. Please, do not speak. Let me finish. The girl's voice trembled as she spoke. And as she mentioned leaving, Zhang Yu felt a pang in his heart. He wanted to respond, but she stopped him. Do you know what I fear the most? My greatest fear is coming to Jinling from my hometown and not being able to see you. But you came, and even though you scolded me upon our first meeting, I was incredibly happy. Do you know how joyful I was at that moment? Because you did not abandon me. I am yours, eternally yours. I am willing to be the woman behind you. But can you promise me, never to forsake me? I beg you. It seemed that the girl had exhausted all her strength, pleading with a tone of desperation. Zhang Yu's eyes reddened, and tears began to flow. He held her tightly in his embrace. Rest assured, in this life, the next, and for all eternity, no one shall take you from my side. I am a scoundrel. I admit that I will not have only one woman in my future. You can hit me, you can scold me. But remember, I will not allow you to escape. Do you know? At that moment, Zhang Yu cradled the girl's face in his hands. Do you know why I asked you to sign a 10-year contract and work for me for a decade? The instant I laid eyes on you, I told myself that in this lifetime, you must be my woman to bear my children. Yet, I fear your departure, which is why I insisted on 10 years. Because within that time, you will surely have given me a child. The girl's face flushed crimson as she listened, though tears continued to stream down her cheeks. They were tears of joy, for she had finally received Zhang Yu's promise. Zhang Yu gazed at her exquisite, tear-streaked visage and leaned in to kiss her. In that moment, Chu Yu's mind went blank. She had never experienced anything like this. Gradually, her body softened, and she clumsily began to respond, wrapping her arms tightly around her man. Silly girl, do not ever speak of abandonment again. You are my treasure, and I will never forsake you. Your only task now is to eat well and regain your strength. Do you understand? The girl did not respond, but clung tightly to the boy who cherished her so dearly. In truth, Zhang Yu was struggling to hold back. However, he knew that the girl's health was still too fragile, and she needed to recover. In the following days, Zhao Yuran had moved in. She communicated with the website online to gain insights. Lili also arrived, promptly sitting at the desk to commence her design work after class. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was busy registering copyrights while simultaneously mailing all of Li's drawings to himself for additional security, having even purchased a safe for their preservation. Concurrently, the renovation team began their dual efforts, installing bunk beds in the secondary bedroom and adding a bed and wardrobe in the master bedroom. There was no denying that Zhao Yuran had an abundance of clothing. His own space remained relatively simple, with minimal alterations. During Zhang Yu's presence, Chu Yu would come in the evenings to tidy up. Eventually, Zhang Yu firmly handed her the keys. Subsequently, Zhang Yu finalized several clothing production models with the manufacturer, insisting on shipment within a week and ensuring they would be stocked. He also entered into a contract with the courier company, arranging for daily pickups between 8 and 9 a.m. What shall we name our online store, our clothing brand? Zhao Yuran inquired one day. After pacing in the living room, Zhang Yu suggested, how about Elegant Rhythm Garment House? He looked at Zhao Yuran, as well as Li and Chu Yu, who sat nearby. Elegant, melodious, and refined. Sounds delightful to me. No objections? Good. Then it shall be Elegant Rhythm Garment House. Chapter 51. An order has been placed. Now we have received 400 items across 7 categories, with 200 pieces in each. Isn't that a tad excessive? Zhao Yuran queried, gazing at the substantial pile of clothing in the corner of the living room. I think it's just fine. You have yet to grasp the true allure of the online store. Once you do, you won't feel this way, Zhang Yu reassured her. In this day and age, as long as one does not sabotage their own efforts, running an online store can be quite lucrative. So, are we officially launching sales the day after tomorrow? On the 25th? Zhao Yuran asked. Indeed, tomorrow marks the final day of military training performances, and we will go live the day after. Chu Yu will have time then. What is the status of your part-time staff? Are they in place? They should at least undergo a day's training tomorrow. I have already arranged everything. Having recruited 3 senior students with lighter class schedules. During the day, 2 of them will work, adhering to your requested schedule adjustments. For the evening, 3 customer service representatives should suffice. If it gets too late, they can rest, and training can commence tomorrow. Actually, I wanted to discuss something with you, Zhao Yuran said. Feeling a bit shy? What is it? Speak freely. Could we possibly arrange for meals? Nothing extravagant, but I noticed a restaurant downstairs with clean and tasty food that is reasonably priced. I've inquired, and they can deliver to us. You could deduct a bit from the wages and perhaps provide some additional allowance. Zhao Yuran observed Zhang Yu's expression carefully as she continued. Think about it. Having meals delivered would allow everyone to work more efficiently without wasting time going out to eat. Zhang Yu regarded Zhao Yuran seriously, and she felt a flutter of nervousness, aware that these senior students did not come from affluent backgrounds, which was likely why they sought part-time jobs. Li's situation was even more pressing. They had yet to receive their wages, and meals outside were pricier than those in the cafeteria. I apologize, senior, for my oversight. You are indeed correct in your reminder. From now on, we will arrange meals with each person receiving a bag of milk, an egg, and a bun or another equivalent item for breakfast, adhering to a standard of 8 yuan per person, which should suffice. Zhao Yuran eagerly nodded in agreement, affirming that it was more than enough, as one cannot consume too much for breakfast. It is essential to have a hearty breakfast. Regardless of whether one is attending classes or working, breakfast is of utmost importance. For lunch, we will follow the guideline of 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 staple, and the same will apply for dinner. Each meal will adhere to the standard for 21 individuals, and you will handle the negotiations. Subsequently, reconcile with Chu Yu for the funds. During the first month, as we are just beginning, we cannot deviate from our established rules. I cannot directly disperse funds as I am not engaged in charity. However, for the meal arrangements, you may liaise with Chu Yu, and I will ensure she is informed. Zhang Yu contemplated this arrangement. By the way, senior, for future matters, please inform me directly. If I am unavailable, you can consult with Chu Yu. For amounts under 1,000, as long as both of you agree, it may proceed. I must leave by the 26th and head to the capital quickly. Therefore, you will be the main point of contact. Specifically, you while Chu Yu will require guidance as she lacks experience. Zhang Yu continued conversing with Zhao Yuran. Very well. Rest assured, I understand what needs to be done. Zhao Yuran nodded in agreement. Recently, Chu Yu would typically visit in the evenings, and she and Zhao Yuran had developed a wonderful rapport. One evening, when it grew too late, Chu Yu decided to stay over. After her shower, Zhao Yuran was introduced to the true essence of beauty. Her visage, no longer concealed by her hair, and her figure, no longer hidden beneath loose clothing, revealed to Zhao Yuran the reason behind Zhang Yu's unique admiration for Chu Yu. Casting an annoyed glance at Zhang Yu, she wondered if he had been straining his eyes from staring at the computer. You shouldn't fixate on the screen so much. It seems as though your eyes are not focusing properly. Zhang Yu thought it prudent to offer some concern. Zhao Yuran was nearly exasperated. By the way, are you participating in the military training performance? Zhao Yuran inquired. I won't be going. I've been quite busy lately, and I need to prepare for the launch of my online store, so I shall skip that event, Zhang Yu replied after some consideration. Zhao Yuran stood before him, scrutinizing his demeanor. Zhang Yu looked up, questioning her expression. I was pondering how most freshmen typically enthusiastically engage in activities, yet you have taken a different approach. By the way, the freshman gala will be held on the 24th following the performance. I have been busy organizing the program, and as the newly appointed head of the arts department, I have already faced several criticisms. Additionally, due to the popularity of your singing video on the forum, the student council has requested that you participate in a performance. I shall not go. This is a request from the student council president and the supervising faculty member, stating that as a representative of the freshmen, your presence is mandatory. I shall not go. Let those who requested it attend. You must consider the ramifications. It may not bode well for you to offend the student council. Zhao Yuran, exasperated, observed Zhang Yu, who remained engrossed in his computer work. What are you working on? Zhao Yuran, filled with exasperation, quietly maneuvered to the back of Zhang Yu, who was fervently typing away on his laptop. Hi, Martial Legend. Zhao Yuran exclaimed in surprise after observing for a while. Hey, could you not be so dramatic? You've nearly deafened me, Zhang Yu retorted, covering his ears. Are you the popular Snowy Knight Online? The one that updates with 10,000 words daily? You actually read novels? Zhang Yu questioned in return. Of course I do. I read every day, Zhao Yuran replied, crossing her legs as she settled beside him. She couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Yu's expression. I didn't want to read those tedious novels online, but I did enjoy your first book during my high school years when the pressure was immense. However, your follow-up took far too long to arrive. Years, in fact. So, I switched to online reading. Your high martial legend updates frequently and is quite riveting. The pace is exhilarating. I find it hard to stop, but the protagonist is rather disappointing, juggling several women. Are you perhaps aspiring to that? She gazed intently at Zhang Yu as she spoke. Fiction is fiction. Do not conflate it with reality. Zhang Yu shot back, casting her an irritated glance. Zhao Yuran, undeterred, leaned closer with her large eyes fixed on him. Aren't you going to the party? Just give it a thought. Personally, I advise against your attendance. Chu Yu has no choice but to go as a freshman, likely too timid to ask for an exemption. As the person in charge, your absence would be inappropriate. Don't forget, you've already advanced half a month's salary. You have responsibilities. Zhang Yu coldly declined, continuing his writing. You insufferable capitalist, Zhao Yuran sighed, slumping back in her chair. Unfortunately, her favorite cosmetic brand was on discount. But her finances were tight, which led her to borrow 1,500 from Zhang Yu. Why have you resumed writing online novels? What do you think about the future of physical books? Zhao Yuran inquired. I must admit, I am not among the elite writers whose books sell millions and continue to do so annually. Do you not know the fate of the other books? Zhang Yu paused in his thoughts, setting aside his writing. Lighting a cigarette, he continued, the future is already upon us. The internet will dominate, rendering print media obsolete. Soon, people will no longer buy newspapers in the morning. They will consume news and shop via their phones. Everything is shifting to mobile devices. So experimenting with online novels is worthwhile. The key point is the rapid financial return. It's all about the money then. Without profits, how could I cover your salaries? And where would your desired baby cosmetics come from? Now, go tend to your own matters, he said. Zhang Yu did not attend the performance, as Chu Yu was unable to request leave. In the end, Zhao Yuran also refrained from going. The vice chair of the student council called her, reprimanding her and stating that had it not been for the previous minister's abrupt exchange program, she wouldn't have been considered at all. In a fit of anger, she resigned. Meanwhile, at the venue, The new students had already entered and were awaiting the proceedings. Yeah, why haven't you been in the dormitory every night lately? In recent nights, Yu has not returned to the dormitory, a fact that teacher Zhou has noticed. Yet he has chosen to remain silent. The other two occupants of the dormitory have been rife with speculation, while engaging in military training, when Qian had refrained from questioning. But now she could no longer suppress her curiosity. The reason Yu was not reprimanded by Zhou Xian was due to a phone call made by Zhang Yu, with Zhao Yuran also intervening. Upon learning of Zhang Yu's entrepreneurial endeavors, Zhou Xian paid a visit. Pursuing a business venture in one's freshman year is indeed commendable, especially as the government and universities are actively promoting entrepreneurship among students. Do not share this with others, one cautioned. I promise to keep it confidential, came the reply. Zhang Yu has established an online store, with Senior Yuran participating as well. Teacher Zhou is aware of this. I am also involved, having spent the past few evenings engaged in this endeavor. Tonight, we shall watch the gala, and at 8 o'clock, the online store will officially launch. Alas, Yu felt a pang of regret for being unable to attend. When Qian hastily covered her mouth, her mind struggling to comprehend how just days ago they were classmates, and now some of them were embarking on entrepreneurial ventures. Although when Qian comes from a well-off family, witnessing her peers starting their own businesses felt surreal. Shall we quietly sneak out to take a look? Wen Qian whispered to Yu. Initially obedient, Yu contemplated staying to watch the gala, but her anxiety over the store's launch prevailed. Particularly, Zhang Yu had appointed her as the person in charge of finances, compelling Yu to assume the role of a leading figure. Furthermore, Zhang Yu had been increasingly affectionate towards her, reinforcing her sense of responsibility. Meanwhile, in the rented apartment, Li, Zhao Yuran, and 3 part-time customer service representatives were fixated on their computers. Zhang Yu sat on a small sofa, smoking quietly while gazing at the screen. We have coordinated everything. All advertisements and traffic are in place, just awaiting the launch, Zhao Yuran reiterated, her own impatience mounting. Zhang Yu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With 5 minutes remaining until the launch, the clock struck 8. Unfortunately, after 20 minutes, there was still no activity, no orders had been placed. At that moment, the spirits of the women began to crumble, their faces pale with disappointment. Zhao Yuran, cognizant of Zhang Yu's wealth, reflected on the success of his web novel, which consistently ranked among the top 3. She lamented the potential loss of her recent efforts and the wages that might evaporate. The thought of Zhang Yu failing to sustain the business and having to reimburse her weighed heavily on her mind, especially since she had recently had a fallout with the student council and resigned. Her heart was heavy with concern. Tears streamed down Li's face as despair enveloped her. She felt hopeless, believing her designs were unappreciated. What would her future hold? Would she have to return to menial labor in the cafeteria or supermarket? She had relished her time here, immersed in design and creativity, enjoying good meals and a steady income. The 3 part-timers shared her sense of desolation, having hoped to escape the cycle of frequent job changes and the disdainful glances of supermarket owners and fellow students in the cafeteria. Yet, before they knew it, the clock struck 8:30. Someone has placed an order, Li suddenly exclaimed, causing the remaining 4 girls to beam with joy as they fixated on the computer screen. The door swung open, and Yu and Wen Qian entered. Chapter 52. A promising start. The girls paid no heed to the newcomers, save for Zhang Yu, who glanced back and exchanged a nod with Wen Qian before returning to her watchful gaze on the screen. 5 orders, 8 orders, 15 orders. With each new order, their jubilant cheers echoed, as these numbers symbolized their ambitions, their current hopes, and the potential longevity of their endeavor. 50 orders. Zhao Yuran suddenly leapt with exhilaration. We sold 10 of the high-end items. My goodness, Li, you are incredible. Zhao Yuran shouted joyfully while embracing Li, who finally allowed a smile to grace her face. Her creations had garnered recognition, and a glimmer of hope began to flourish within her. The other part-time sisters also revealed their smiles. A total of 7 products had been launched, with 2 positioned as high-end, priced at 288 and 318 respectively. Zhang Yu insisted on having high-end offerings, regardless of their sales performance. The low-end items were priced at 88 and 92, while the 3 mid-range products were priced at 138, 168, and 198, serving as the brand's backbone. Zhang Yu envisioned focusing on mid-range offerings online, believing that the high-end products were still in their infancy. He feared that relying solely on low-end products would lead to a fixed perception, making future upgrades challenging. Meanwhile, when Qian stood aside, her mind filled with questions. Why is it all girls? She inquired, greeting Zhao Yuran, who she often interacted with and maintained a good rapport. Ah, what a pity, she thought, as Zhao Yuran seemed too preoccupied to engage in conversation. Instead, she busied herself coordinating the 3 part-time girls, directing 2 to prepare packages while another remained at the computer to address customer inquiries. In this flurry, Yu too had no time to greet Wen Qian, as she sat at the computer recording the payments received. Li joined the other 2 girls in the packaging task. Wen Qian lingered awkwardly, watching the quiet boy who was absorbed in the computer screen, puffing on a cigarette, lost in thought. She wished to assist, but felt uncertain about how to contribute. She considered helping with the packaging, but was unsure of which items corresponded to which orders, leaving her to stand there awkwardly. After more than an hour, Zhao Yuran turned to Zhang Yu, her face radiant. We surpassed 100 orders. We did it, Zhang Yu. Our strategy and previous traffic investments have succeeded. Yet, Zhang Yu remained seated, his expression unchanged. Noticing his demeanor, the group fell silent, refocusing on their tasks. At that moment, Yu prepared a cup of tea for Zhang Yu and placed it beside him. Please, have some water, she said, her heart aching for him as she observed him sitting there. From Zhang Yu's eyes, one could discern the red threads of fatigue. He undoubtedly had not rested well in recent days. All right, thank you. Yeah, Zhang Yu said with a smile as he slowly sipped his drink. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's address, Yu joyfully returned to her computer. At that moment, when Qian observed the shift in their relationship, contemplating the changes between the 2 of them, it was already midnight, and the 3 part-time girls had finished their meals and were preparing for bed. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Zhang Yu, Zhao Yuran, Li, and Yu convened a meeting. To Wen Qian's surprise, she quietly followed behind. Noticing that Zhang Yu did not object, Zhao Yuran remained silent. Yu retrieved her notes and initiated. Tonight marks our first day of launch. I will report the data. She continued, for the 318 model. We sold 25 orders at a 10 discount, totaling 155 yuan. The 288 model, also at a 10 discount, had 37 orders, amounting to 904 yuan. The 198 model, sold at a 20 discount, totaled 55 orders, with a total of 712 yuan. The 168 model, sold at a 20 discount, reached 63 orders, totaling 672 yuan. The 138 model, also at a 20 discount, had 88 orders, amounting to 152 yuan. The 88 model, sold at a 15 discount, saw 60 orders, totaling 488 yuan. Lastly, the 92 model, at a 15 discount, had 50 orders, amounting to 910 yuan. In total, we achieved 378 orders, with an aggregate amount of 988 yuan. Zhao Yuran and the others erupted into enthusiastic applause. First and foremost, I want to express my gratitude for everyone's hard work recently, which has led us to a triumphant start. While I have always believed in the potential of our online store, I did not anticipate such success on our very first day. First, I must thank our designer, Li. Your innovative designs distinguish our garments from the conventional styles available in the market, and you deserve tremendous credit for this. To celebrate our auspicious beginning, I have decided to award you a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. Zhang Yu stood there, initially thanking Li, then exchanged a knowing glance with Yu. Unbeknownst to him, Yu had already prepared the red envelope and handed it to Li. Li was taken aback, never expecting such a reward on the first day, and the amount was equivalent to her living expenses for over 2 months. Thank you, she expressed repeatedly. Zhang Yu continued, additionally, I want to extend my appreciation to Zhao Yuran, our esteemed general manager. At the mention of her title, Zhao Yuran's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Laughter erupted among the group, and Zhang Yu continued, Zhao Yuran has worked exceptionally hard. The head of the student union's arts department resigned, and she has effectively taken on that role for nearly 2 months. Zhao Yuran waved her hand dismissively, unaware that in the initial half hour, she felt immense regret. It was crucial to conceal her true feelings from them. Thanks to her relentless communication with the website, she efficiently managed advertising and traffic purchases, as well as the preparatory work prior to the launch, ensuring our success today. Moreover, she helped us at Yuyun Garment House find an outstanding designer, Li. Zhao Yuran stated, still dismissive of her contributions, while Lily sincerely expressed her gratitude towards Zhao Yuran. Meanwhile, our esteemed Zhao has recruited 3 exceptionally responsible part-time senior students. Despite the bustling nature of our day, they managed to maintain composure amidst the chaos. Consequently, Zhao's bonus amounts to 500 yuan. At this moment, Chu Yu also prepared a red envelope for Zhao Yuran. Upon opening it, Zhao Yuran's face lit up with joy. The items she had intended to purchase at the end of the month with Zhang Yu's salary could now be acquired in advance. Shortly after, yeah, please prepare red envelopes for the 3 part-time seniors as well. 200 yuan each. Chu Yu nodded in agreement and stepped outside. Before long, the sound of cheers erupted from the adjacent room. Zhao Yuran did not object. After all, it was not feasible to give too much, considering they were part-timers. Their daily remuneration amounted to 50 yuan, which was quite generous, totaling 500 yuan if they worked a full month, not to mention that meals and accommodation were included, which incurred considerable costs. Now, I shall address a few other matters. Zhang Yu raised his hand, signaling for silence among the group. First, our inventory is well prepared today, but Zhao will report to Ye regarding our situation moving forward, and Ye, you must coordinate effectively with the manufacturers. Second, due to our strategy of offering discounts for the first 3 days, we must revert to the original prices thereafter to maintain integrity and avoid disappointing our customers who purchased clothing during the sale. However, those who follow our store and become members will be eligible for discount coupons, set at 10 yuan each. Furthermore, Chu Yu, Li, and Zhao, you 3 should discuss the possibility of offering gifts based on our various product categories. For instance, gifting items like water bottles or makeup mirrors that are favored by women alongside clothing purchases. Thirdly, after-sales service is crucial for the sustainability of our brand. Given our significant sales today, we anticipate returns. We operate on a 7-day no-questions-asked return policy, which includes free shipping for returns. Our staff must not express any grievances regarding returns, nor engage in disputes with customers. Should any customer service representative act otherwise, they shall be dismissed immediately. As Zhang Yu articulated each point, the others took notes diligently. When he mentioned dismissal, both Chu Yu and Zhao Yuran were momentarily taken aback, but soon realized he was addressing them directly. In that instant, Zhao Yuran comprehended that Zhang Yu was, after all, the boss. She felt an urgency to converse with the part-time seniors. Fourthly, yeah, as per my instructions, stock up significantly, encompassing both our high-end and mid-to-low-end products. During the acceptance check, Yuran and Ye must remain vigilant to ensure quality. Our garments must meet standards and possess the necessary certifications. You must oversee this closely. If there are any issues with the clothing, it must be returned for rework. Additionally, adhere to my timeline. Everything must be completed by November 8th at the latest, without question. Mere execution is required. This was a task Zhang Yu had assigned a few days prior, but at that time, Zhao Yuran and the others had reservations about the success of the launch, leading to its postponement. Little did they anticipate that Zhang Yu would bring it up again today with such a firm stance against questioning. Zhang Yu cannot possibly divulge that this year marks the onset of a frenzied Double 11 that will extend for many years to come, necessitating substantial stock. This will be a significant opportunity for the online store to soar. Zhao Yuran initially intended to speak, but ultimately acquiesced, especially in light of the recent experiences she had encountered. It was clear that while she could joke with Zhang Yu casually, she must comply when the moment turned serious. Lastly, I will be heading to the capital the day after tomorrow. Once I leave, senior sister and Yaya, you 2 shall oversee the classes, with Lily joining in as well. During our free periods, I expect you to keep a watchful eye. If everyone is present, proceed according to your respective duties. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call or email me, as I may not be available to answer promptly. Therefore, confer amongst yourselves. And if a disagreement occurs and I am unreachable, let Yaya have the final say. After Zhang Yu spoke, Chu Yu's expression turned tense. She wished to refuse but, upon catching Zhang Yu's gaze, ultimately nodded gravely. Zhao Yuran remained expressionless, her thoughts tangled. Upon hearing this, Wen Xian furrowed her brow, but Zhang Yu offered no explanation. Naturally, Lily had no objections. The online store shall be entrusted to you. I hope that upon my return, you will present me with an impeccable report. I will strive to return by mid to late October, at which point we shall all work together. By the way, are you all preparing to go out for drinks? Or are you heading home? After settling matters, Zhang Yu inquired with a smile. Finally, it was over. I crave barbecue and beer. I feel as though I might wither away. At that moment, Zhao Yuran collapsed onto the small sofa, lamenting her hunger. Let us go eat, Zhang Yu said, noticing the eagerness of the girls, adding that he too felt famished. The group indulged in a hearty feast that evening, having been quite starved. Wen Xian was also sweating from the meal. Zhang Yu, are you going to the capital? For nearly a month? Did the school and teachers grant you leave? Wen Xian voiced her concerns. I've already secured my leave. I will have matters to attend to there, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuran and Chu Yu exchanged knowing smiles. Zhao Yuran was well aware, and later, when Chu Yu learned Zhang Yu would be away for a month, she sulked in silence. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu revealed his purpose for the trip, and it was then that Chu Yu was astonished to discover that Zhang Yu was indeed a writer. During their high school boarding days, her classmates had been engrossed in his novel. Naturally, she had no money to purchase it and had borrowed from a friend. During that time, she was utterly captivated by the story, and now to learn that it was written by her own partner brought her immense joy. Zhang Yu would explain to Chu Yu, but felt no need to offer an explanation to Wen Qian. After dinner, it was only natural for Wen Qian and Chu Yu to share a bed, while Zhao Yuran and Li Li squeezed together. With no option to return home that night, they found the dormitory had already locked its doors after their late meal. That evening, Zhao Yuran and Li Li succumbed to sleep early, especially after consuming several bottles of beer. Yeah, could you share more about him with me? Wen Qian gently nudged Chu Yu, who had yet to feel the embrace of sleep. Chu Yu's eyes glimmered brightly in the night. In chapter 53, titled The Snowy Cafe, the stillness of the night envelopes the room in a profound tranquility, interrupted only by a gentle voice. He is a beacon of light, a savior in my life. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yuran has also opened her eyes. She had just fallen asleep, but was roused by the need to relieve herself after consuming several bottles of beer. As she prepared to rise, she paused upon hearing Chu Yu's voice. Chu Yu began to recount her past. With both parents gone, she was left in the care of her elderly grandfather. Due to her mother's and grandfather's admonitions during her childhood, she dared not reveal her appearance or figure. Yet, she could not escape her fate after the college entrance examination. Her grandfather, gravely ill and unable to manage affairs, allowed her greedy uncle to sell her off, treating her like livestock. Her words dripped with a mocking tone, yet the sorrow embedded within was palpable. She spoke of the despair of life, of the torn acceptance letter. As Chu Yu quietly shared her story, Wen Qian was moved to tears, embracing her tightly, wishing to offer warmth to this heart-wrenching girl. Chu Yu, however, did not weep. She continued her narration, for it was the first time she had unveiled her wounds before others, perhaps for myriad reasons. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuran, nestled in her blankets, was also in tears. She had not anticipated that the charming and beautiful Chu Yu harbored such a tragic history. Zhang Yu, disheveled and clutching his acceptance letter, sat beside her with a smile, waiting for her tears. He provided for his grandfather's medical needs, restored her dignity, alleviated the burden of tuition fees, and liberated her from the clutches of the local tyrant who sought to marry her. Each tale spilled forth from Chu Yu's lips, and in that moment, one could discern the joy woven into her words, a glimmer of hope. Did he truly walk all the way from his hometown to Jinling? Wen Qian asked, incredulous. Yes, he did it alone, Chu Yu affirmed. I thought he was a vagrant when I first met him, Zhao Yuran suddenly interjected, sitting up and joining the conversation. Wen Qian and Chu Yu exchanged bewildered glances at Zhao Yuran, who felt her cheeks flush, grateful for the obscuring night. I was awakened by the need to urinate. Please continue, Zhao Yuran said hastily, leaping from her bed and rushing to the restroom. Chu Yu and Wen Qian exchanged amused glances and laughed. As the night deepened, Chu Yu fell into a deep slumber while Zhao Yuran and Li Li snored softly. Wen Qian, however, found herself restless. All her life, she had been the pride of her family, excelling in classical dance and piano. Yet, under her parents' and family's plans, she had never felt at ease. Thus, she had come to Jinling for university, yearning for her freedom. She encountered him, yet knew nothing about him. Zhang Yu had always maintained a distant demeanor towards her. It was only today that she began to understand him, yet the fog of mystery remained thick. Why was his singing so exquisite? Why did he write his own songs? If not for Chu Yu, she would have remained oblivious to his entrepreneurial endeavors, especially the impressive sum he garnered on his first day of business. Though this amount was insignificant to Wen Qian's family, it spoke volumes about his potential. However, The issue lies in the fact that Zhang Yu, relying solely on himself, vividly comprehended within a single day of filling out the new student information form that he hailed from an ordinary family. Every action he undertook was unexpectedly remarkable. What was his history? From where did his remarkable skills originate? Could this be the foundation of his ability to traverse over 1,000 kilometers? University freshmen are permitted to take a leave of absence for over a month to visit the capital, but what purpose does this serve? Yet, Zhang Yu only spoke of herself, refraining from disclosing any details concerning Zhang Yu. Even Zhao Yuran, who had just joined the conversation, was deliberately evasive. Wen Qian was filled with questions and troubled by her curiosity, eager to uncover the truth. As she delved deeper, inching closer to the core of the matter, she unwittingly stepped into a perilous situation. The following day, Zhang Yu went to school and sought out Jishue. Where have you been lately? I've been unable to find you. You must explain yourself. Upon encountering Jishue, the girl appeared somewhat annoyed. Zhang Yu hastily took her hand, jokingly stating, "Isn't this a report to my diligent manager? How rude." And Jishue playfully pushed him away, only to be pulled into his embrace, whereupon he kissed her. After a moment, the girl, her cheeks flushed, playfully scolded, "You nearly gave me a heart attack. We're in a public place. Huh, I shall kiss my woman, regardless of onlookers. Come, let me take you to 2 places today." Zhang Yu led her away. Upon entering the community, Jishue inquired, "What brings us here?" "You will find out soon enough." Once inside, Jishue spotted Zhao Yuran, Chu Yu, Li Li, and Wen Qian. Today, they had returned to the class to assist the teacher, as they still aspired to run for class monitor. The 3 part-time girls were present. Zhang Yu introduced Jishue to the online store affairs, and she was astonished to learn of the significant developments he had undertaken recently. "Hello, I am Zhao Yuran, his senior, working with him." She introduced herself. "Hello, I am Li Li, a design student." "Hello, I am Chu Yu." "Hello everyone, I am Jishue, Zhang Yu's girlfriend." She greeted the group. While Jishue scanned the faces of the girls, her gaze ultimately lingered on Chu Yu. Subsequently, Jishue engaged in warm conversation with everyone, so much so that an outsider might believe they had been friends for ages. However, as they exited, Jishue fell into a contemplative silence. She sensed a connection between Zhang Yu and Chu Yu, as if she had begun to understand that something had transpired between them. When did it happen? During the 2 months of absence, or in this period since the semester began? "Let us proceed to the next location," Zhang Yu remarked, noticing Jishue's discomfort and gently leading her away. "I can't be of much help. I don't know as many people as your senior does, nor am I as meticulous as Chu Yu. Besides, you have already arranged everything," Jishue suddenly expressed as they walked. Zhang Yu turned to her, tenderly enveloping her in his arms. They both understood that there was much to say, yet voicing it felt inappropriate. Jishue could only tighten her grip on the soft flesh at Zhang Yu's waist. "How could I possibly allow you to take on a part-time job? It would be too arduous. Let us go, we are almost there." Zhang Yu did not cry out in pain, for he understood that the girl was merely venting her inner frustrations. However, the act of pinching herself signified a bond that would not easily be severed. This was also the reason why Zhang Yu had always refrained from provoking Zhao Yuran and Wen Qian. The consequences would undoubtedly be explosive. As for Chu Yu, she was an exception. He truly found it difficult to part with her. "What a beautiful place this is. When I first arrived, I visited here with my dorm mates, and the ambience was truly delightful." Jishue expressed her admiration, but quickly added, "That cafe up ahead is both expensive and unpalatable, which is why I didn't mention it. Otherwise, I would have taken you there for coffee long ago." A hint of unspoken regret lingered in Jishue's voice. As they approached, Jishue was taken aback. "Has this place been renovated? It used to be called LK Cafe. I wonder what that means." She looked at the sign and read, "Jishue Cafe." In that moment, her mind was struck as if by lightning, and she covered her mouth in sheer astonishment, gazing at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, smiling, took Jishue's hand and encouraged her to step inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a few young women standing to one side, laughing warmly. Jishue, somewhat at a loss, managed a nervous smile. The entire decor had undergone a complete transformation. The bar area was equipped with all new appliances, and the tables and chairs were sleek and modern, with stylish lighting overhead. Zhang Yu led Jishue upstairs, where the second floor had also changed dramatically, exuding a cozy atmosphere. The furniture was not only new, but each table was adorned with a large parasol, making it convenient for students to enjoy coffee or milk tea on the first floor. The second floor featured a total of 6 tables, each with a parasol, creating an inviting space for students to sip their coffee while reading, complemented by a sound system to play music. When they first entered, Ji Shui had noticed several senior students, all of whom were part-timers introduced by Senior Zhao Yuran. Recently, they had learned to craft coffee and milk tea, along with desserts, and there were arrangements for waitstaff as well. However, the second floor would be a bit pricier. Access required either a membership or an additional service fee of 20 yuan, lest it devolve into a mere marketplace. As Zhang Yu continued to show Ji Shui around, engaging her in conversation, she had fallen silent, her gaze fixed entirely on him. "What is it? Do I have something on my face?" Zhang Yu inquired with a chuckle, and Ji Shui then leaped into his embrace. The moment she caught sight of the Ji Shui cafe, all her previous frustrations vanished. Moreover, during their tour, the aesthetic was reminiscent of all her past aspirations. She recalled the year of their senior high school, when the pressures of study were intense. Zhang Yu had chatted with Ji Shui and Gu Shuyun about their future aspirations. Gu Shuyun had declared her ambition to start a company and become a strong woman, and Ji Shui had expressed her desire to become a university professor, enjoying a relaxed lifestyle, and to open a cafe where she could sip coffee and read in her spare time. Zhang Yu had then inquired about her preferred style, and Ji Shui diligently searched for numerous business cards of foreign cafes on the computer to show Zhang Yu, and remarkably, she spotted several of her favorite designs in a cafe. "How could I possibly forget?" Zhang Yu responded, recalling the moment when Ji Shui had wept in his embrace. "I understand you are not fond of the online store, and I shall not impose it upon you. I happened to come here last time and was initially planning to transfer it, but I decided to take it over. When I added a bed and cabinets to the online store, I instructed the renovation workers to make adjustments here as well. There happened to be a plethora of part-time workers available, which we did not need for the online store, so I brought them here. However, it is not as idyllic as it sounds." Zhang Yu placed Ji Shui on a stool and conversed with her. Upon hearing his words, she gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, acknowledging that even though there were part-time workers, he would still need to arrange for inventory. "I have sourced a supermarket cash register system, and you will need to manage the accounts, ensuring timely stock replenishment. Salaries must be paid at the end of the month. Thus there is quite a bit to handle. All arrangements are noted in this notebook, and you can follow the instructions therein." As Zhang Yu spoke, he produced a notebook that meticulously documented the current situation, detailing whom to contact for utility issues and inventory replenishment, including the cash register password. "Do not underestimate me. I will quickly become familiar with this," she responded confidently. "By the way, may I ask Wang Li from our dormitory for assistance? Her family circumstances are not particularly favorable." And Ji Shui raised her head, but still sought Zhang Yu's approval. "Of course, but remember this. One must never mix personal relationships with business. You can offer help, but as the boss, you must treat everyone equally. It is not about being stingy with money. It is about avoiding enmity among friends. You may proceed at your own pace." Zhang Yu then led Ji Shui downstairs. As she contemplated his words, she felt grateful for his reminder. Having been a diligent student since childhood, she understood the importance of this principle and knew it warranted careful consideration. "Why are you doing this for me? You're only in your first year," and Ji Shui mused, feeling that Zhang Yu's actions were extravagant. "First, you like it, and the opportunity is just right, especially since it is on campus. Second, this place has become our own territory, a perfect spot to enjoy a cup of coffee every now and then. Third, opening a cafe will also serve as a means for you to gain experience. It won't cost much, and you can grow alongside the cafe. Besides, I will support you, and I believe that our partnership will surely yield profits." And Ji Shui grasped Zhang Yu's hand tightly, presenting her 3 reasons, though the most significant one remained her personal affection for the idea, a dream she had long cherished. With renewed determination, she resolved to manage the cafe well and ensure Zhang Yu would not incur losses. It must not fall short compared to others. When meeting the employees, Ji Shui maintained a serious demeanor as she introduced herself to each one, realizing that Zhang Yu had already orchestrated everything. Responsibilities for cash handling, coffee preparation, and customer service were clearly assigned, with a rotation that aligned with their class schedules. Indeed, Zhang Yu had meticulously prepared for it all. Chapter 53. The Fury of Gu Shuyun. After everything was arranged, Zhang Yu took Ji Shui to the back of the cafe on the first floor. Upon entering, Zhang Yu remarked that the outer room served as the cafe's office, while the inner chamber was her bedroom. "Is there truly a bedroom here? And it has 2 doors?" with the back door being accessible on its own. And Zhishue gazed at the office space, which contained a simple desk, a sofa, a cabinet, and even a laptop. To her astonishment, the inner room turned out to be a bedroom, prompting her to look at Zhang Yu with surprise. You didn't ask Uncle Lin to buy a computer when you arrived, but having one will be convenient for your studies later on. The cafe will also require a computer for bookkeeping and such, so I've arranged for you to have a laptop. It's portable, and there's a special bag for it over there, Zhang Yu explained with a smile. And Zhishue didn't voice any objections, given the cafe's setup. A laptop seemed reasonable. However, she began to calculate her living expenses and the amount in her small savings, pondering what gift she could buy for Zhang Yu later. Yet, upon entering the bedroom, she could no longer contain her emotions. The style of the room mirrored that of her own home, and the girl began to cry once more. In the future, if you wish to rest instead of in the dormitory, you may do so here. The door has 2 locks, and you will keep the keys, ensuring your safety. However, if you truly plan to rest here, it would be best to have a roommate for security. Being alone might not be safe. Zhang Yu advised patiently. Primarily, this space is for you to unwind after a busy weekend, especially when the office isn't conducive to relaxation. I know. I'm not a child, and Zhishue retorted, ignoring Zhang Yu as she rushed into the room to explore. The decor resembled her previous bedroom. But there was an additional vanity, a piece she adored most. Zhang Yu stood aside, observing the delighted girl, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He did not wish to see her sad, for she had never shown interest in entrepreneurial endeavors. If he kept the truth from her, it would only lead to heartache. Once she learned of the cafe, she might feel helpless, yet opening a cafe would allow her to join him in something she enjoyed. It was essential to find her a passion, especially since he had numerous tasks ahead and little time to accompany her. Thus, finding her something to engage in was the best solution. Come here, and Zhishue called Zhang Yu over. He approached and sat on the bed. Let us talk about Zhang Yu, she said, her smile lacking sincerity, her expression conveying a clear message. Do not lie to me. Zhang Yu felt a pang of distress. The moment had finally arrived. I haven't spoken to you about those 2 months. Since you've asked, I shall share, he said, meeting her gaze without concealing the truth. He recounted his journey, the heavy rain, the mountains, the cities, and crossing rivers, narrating it all quietly. As Zhishue listened to his account, her fingers nearly dug into her flesh. She envisioned Zhang Yu alone in the wilderness, enduring solitude, harsh winds, and the elements. She struggled to comprehend it all. However, she understood that Zhang Yu had to walk this path, as it was what her master had instructed. In the secluded mountain village, women were abducted, and Zhang Yu offered his assistance, enduring pursuit, fleeing, and fighting. In the city, he rescued disabled children, driven by rage at their plight. At that moment, Zhishue was already in tears, oblivious to her sorrow, unaware of the pervasive darkness surrounding her. Upon meeting Zhang Yu, she discovered that the torn admission letter revealed they were classmates, sold by her own uncle, akin to the sale of livestock. Zhang Yu's act of salvation continued as they crossed paths again at school. Moved by the girl's impoverished circumstances, he decided to open a shop and involve her. Naturally, he could not divulge everything, for revealing it all would spoil the narrative. And Zhishue seemed to sense the hidden truths. Yet her heart ached for Zhang Yu's 2 months of arduous journey and his experiences, even more so for Zhang Yu's plight. Throughout their lives, she and Gu Shuyun had been cherished, and after encountering Zhang Yu, he too indulged them. Reflecting on Zhang Yu's unfortunate circumstances, she felt a reluctance to impose further hardship, especially since she now found herself in a beloved cafe. In truth, Zhishue had long ceased to be angry, yet she wished to observe Zhang Yu's demeanor, whether he would conceal the truth. But he did not. What about that senior Zhao Yuran? That has nothing to do with me. We just arrived and require her assistance. The part-time jobs there and here were arranged by others, and I am the one who pays. Zhang Yu quickly interjected, insisting that he would not bear the blame for something that was untrue. Remember to pay Zhang Yu, and Zhishue recalled her, recalling the smile she had seen today and the carefulness she exhibited towards her. How could Zhishue not feel it? When with Zhang Yu, she couldn't even manage to offer a cold glare. There is, indeed, he affirmed. You also have a salary. Ah, I do. And Zhishue exclaimed in surprise. How could there not be? The monthly wage from the boss is 3,500, and I hold 45 of the cafe's shares, while the remaining 55 belongs to you. Since I do not partake in daily operations, you receive a salary, Zhang Yu explained as he organized matters. and Jishua was left speechless, marveling at how things could be arranged this way, yet she was too weary to argue. Since high school, once he made a decision, it was immutable. Are you leaving tomorrow? And Jishua suddenly inquired. Zhang Yu thought to himself how quickly the girl adapted. Yes, the plane is in the morning. I am going to see Shu Yun. Her mood has been quite poor during our recent calls, and Jishua's voice softly floated to him. Zhang Yu then drew back the bedroom curtains, quietly gazing at the scenery outside. That afternoon, Zhang Yu met with Zhou Xian, signed the leave request, and returned to pack his belongings. Meanwhile, Jishua busied herself at the cafe with her roommate, a deliberate distraction. For she knew Zhang Yu would undoubtedly visit Gu Shuyun in the capital, and she sought to keep her mind occupied. When Zhang Yu returned to his room to pack that evening, Chu Yu entered, insisting on organizing his things without his assistance. Watching the industrious girl, Zhang Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. All right, let us take a break. Besides, I'll mostly be staying at a hotel in the capital, so there is no need for you to bring me so many things, Zhang Yu remarked gently as he embraced Chu Yu, leaning softly against the boy. Chu Yu remained silent, idly playing with the hem of Zhang Yu's shirt. He, too, chose to remain quiet, savoring the stillness of the moment. However, Chu Yu suddenly felt something unusual against her body, instinctively pushing it away, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. She swiftly distanced herself from Zhang Yu and ran off, leaving the boy stunned and speechless. Zhang Yu found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, having experienced this awkwardness twice now. Yeah, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Upon returning to her room, Zhao Yuran noticed Chu Yu's flushed cheeks. Chu Yu hurriedly entered the master bedroom, dismissing the concern with, I'm just feeling a bit unwell. Then you should rest well, Zhao Yuran replied. All right, Chu Yu mumbled, burying her head under the covers. Oh dear, how could I be so foolish? She muttered to herself, only to break into a silly grin moments later. In the early hours of the following day, Zhang Yu, bearing a backpack, made his way to the airport. Having had a restless night, he was in no mood for questions, feeling an overwhelming sense of irritation. He dozed off throughout the flight. Upon landing 2 hours later, he checked the time. It was already 10:30. Zhang Yu hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to Renmin University. All right, off we go? Are you going to study or to see your girlfriend? The driver inquired. To see my girlfriend, Zhang Yu replied. How wonderful it is to be young. After a brief conversation with the driver, they arrived at the university around 11:30. Zhang Yu, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, wandered aimlessly through the historic campus. He contemplated making a phone call, but ultimately decided against it, preferring to stroll around instead. After walking for a while, a smile broke on his face. Meanwhile, after class, Gu Shuyun and her roommate Wang Qianqian were heading to the cafeteria. Shuyun, our student union's vice president, Li Boxue, has been pursuing you quite diligently, Wang Qianqian commented, linking arms with Gu Shuyun. Did you know that many people add me on QQ just to get to you, hoping to find a way in through me? Even our class leader is constantly trying to win your favor. Have you considered giving any of them a chance? Otherwise, I might just turn green with envy. Wang Qianqian lamented with a grimace. Gu Shuyun simply chuckled, just ignore them and delete them if necessary. Though she didn't elaborate, her mood had been rather poor lately. It had been a week since Zhang Yu last called, during the military training, but he hadn't reached out since. That infuriating guy. I'll definitely stop caring about him from now on. As they walked, Gu Shuyun felt a sudden connection and turned to glimpse a familiar figure. Oh, am I imagining things? She chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking her head. What's wrong, Shuyun? Are you all right? Wang Qianqian asked, concerned. Gu Shuyun shook her head, assuring her, I'm fine, just a bit sunburned from training. After we eat, I need to rest. Just as she was about to leave with Wang Qianqian, an inexplicable urge compelled her to glance back one more time. Then she turned around and looked away. Suddenly, tears streamed down Gu Shuyun's face without restraint. Wang Qianqian, witnessing this, anxiously inquired, Shuyun, why are you crying? Please don't scare me. At that moment, Sun Hao, the class monitor who had been quietly observing Gu Shuyun from the side, was preparing to step in and offer comfort. Meanwhile, a tall boy approached. I'm here, he said with a smile, addressing the tear-streaked girl. This boy was, of course, Zhang Yu. Gu Shuyun raised her hand to wipe away her tears and swiftly turned to leave, walking briskly. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly spun around and rushed back. In her haste, her books fell to the ground, but she paid them no mind. She confronted the boy, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Why didn't you call me? Why did you come now? Why didn't you come to Beijing? Why did you walk alone? Why didn't you say anything? The girl cried and fought while speaking. Zhang Yu maintained a smile, standing still to endure her outburst. Why don't you dodge? Why? After delivering another kick, the girl broke down in tears. Zhang Yu stepped forward and embraced her, saying, I'm sorry. Upon hearing his voice, her sobs intensified, and she clung tightly to the boy. Who are you? Let go of me. Sun Hao, having witnessed Gu Shuyun hitting him and then embracing him, could no longer contain his irritation. Get away. Before Zhang Yu could respond, Gu Shuyun turned and shouted at Sun Hao, feeling embarrassed. Sun Hao turned red with anger and walked away, clearly recognizing that there was a story between the two. After a moment, Gu Shuyun's emotions began to calm, and she directed her ire toward Zhang Yu. Why didn't you dodge? Zhang Yu gently cupped her face and remarked, It's a rare opportunity for our Shuyun to unleash her fury. It's an honor for us little brothers. Besides, I've never seen Shuyun like this before. I'm a bit scared. With that, Zhang Yu chuckled. You're insufferable. Gu Shuyun, still fuming, prepared to strike again. But Zhang Yu seized her hand and kissed her on the lips. Those around them were taken aback by the unexpected display. Particularly, Wang Qianqian was astonished to see Gu Shuyun not only refraining from resisting, but actually responding to the kiss. Her classmates, who had never seen Gu Shuyun interact with boys in such a manner, were equally shocked to see their class representative kissing a stranger. After a long moment, they parted. I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry, Gu Shuyun pouted. Come on, I'll take you out to eat. With that, she took Zhang Yu's hand and prepared to leave. Qianqian, please take my books back to the dorm. Thanks. Chapter 54, Into the Station of. Gu Shuyun pulled Zhang Yu along, irritated by his expression. Speak up, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Really, it feels like I owe you from a past life, and now I have to take you out to eat. As she spoke, she playfully kicked him. In truth, Gu Shuyun herself was unsure of what was happening. All her emotions surged forth upon seeing him, and she struggled to articulate her feelings towards this boy. After all, they were no longer the same as they had been in high school years ago. They had both grown and developed their own emotional landscapes. Especially when Gu Shuyun was ready to make her move during the summer break, Zhang Yu unexpectedly fled. And Zhixue also did not come to the capital, but instead followed him. For the past few months, Gu Shuyun's heart had been burdened with unexpressed feelings. Zhang Yu understood her emotions. After all, they had been together for 3 years. It was hardly plausible that he would be angered by a few playful hits from her. He gazed at her with affection and said, What do you usually enjoy eating? Let's have that. Gu Shuyun fell silent, contemplating. There was a nearby eatery famous for its donkey meat pies, and the combination of donkey meat soup and pies was unparalleled. Shall we go there? He suggested. All right, I'll follow your lead, she replied, her spirits lifting. Gu Shuyun was elated, particularly when Zhang Yu expressed his willingness to eat whatever she liked. Indicating his care for her, she led him to a restaurant not far from the school, a place she frequented. Upon entering, she addressed the owner directly, ordering 6 pies, 2 bowls of soup, and a cold dish. You'll have 3.5, while I'll have 2.5. 2 is never enough for me. But 3 is too much, she explained, handing Zhang Yu chopsticks while smiling at him. Sounds good, he replied cheerfully. During the meal, after Gu Shuyun had consumed half of her pie, Zhang Yu took it from her plate. Without any hint of disdain, she simply smiled and accepted it. At that moment, a few male classmates sitting nearby glanced over. One, with a 3/7 hairstyle and glasses, wore a gloomy expression as he stared at them. Li Bo, the vice minister of the student union's disciplinary department, had taken an interest in Gu Shuyun since her arrival and had attempted to pursue her without success. He was taken aback to see her sharing a pie with a boy he had never seen before. The indifference Gu Shuyun usually displayed vanished, replaced by a gaze filled with affection for Zhang Yu. Instantly, Li Bo's temper flared. He approached them directly. Junior, let me share a piece of advice. Some people may seem good, but they might not be. And don't rush things, he asserted, taking a seat across from Gu Shuyun. Zhang Yu merely smiled at the intruder and remained silent, while Gu Shuyun furrowed her brow. Do we know each other well? You're interrupting our meal, she retorted. Li Bo's anger surged at her dismissal. Since Shuyun says you're not familiar, perhaps you should leave, Zhang Yu calmly suggested. Taking a sip of his soup, Li Bo was incredulous that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. In a fit of rage, he swung a slap at Zhang Yu. Bang! Li Bo was sent flying. If you return, I believe you will regret it. Zhang Yu's voice reached Li Bo's ears, who remained in shock, his body aching, bewildered as to how he had ended up thrown across the room. Zhang Yu did not even glance at the fallen Li Bo, nor did Gu Shuyun. After all, many had observed the increasingly attractive Gu Shuyun and Ji Shue over the past 3 years. But the truth was that Zhang Yu's prowess had been escalating rapidly. What's the commotion? If you wish to cause trouble, take it outside, the owner interjected, clearly directing his words towards Li Bo and his companions. Moments ago, the boss witnessed the entire ordeal. Kid, you're finished, just wait for me. Li Bo threatened Zhang Yu before striding out. Li Bo, a senior in his 3rd year from our school and the deputy director of the disciplinary committee, was generally quite unpleasant, though it was said his family was well off. Would there be repercussions? Gu Shuyun felt a twinge of concern for Zhang Yu at that moment. It's fine, don't worry. I came here to let those people know that some individuals are not to be trifled with, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Oh, our little Yu is quite the talker now, Zhang Yu grimaced at the nickname. Gu Shuyun burst into laughter upon seeing his expression. Did you come to Beijing to promote your 2nd novel? She inquired. Indeed, it's the one I mailed to you a while back. I plan to take a stroll with you this afternoon. Tomorrow, I have to coordinate the subsequent promotions with Sister Zhou. The official launch is the day after tomorrow, coinciding with the National Day. Would you like to join me? Recently, the publisher had sent Zhang Yu 5 deluxe editions of the book. He kept one for himself, gifted another to Ji Shue, and another to Chu Yu, who couldn't contain her laughter upon receiving it. One copy was sent to Gu Shuyun in Beijing, while the final one went to Li Qiaoyin in Longqing. Do you think I would have bothered with you today if you hadn't sent me the book? Gu Shuyun exclaimed joyfully upon receiving it. Without that mailing, Zhang Yu would undoubtedly have felt her wrath. The octopus monster must have sent one to Shuer as well. I bet you sent one to Yanzi too. Gu Shuyun counted on her fingers. Zhang Yu dared not respond, choosing instead to focus on his meal. Gu Shuyun, seeing his demeanor, decided to ignore him. After finishing their meal, they held hands and exited the restaurant, intending to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Suddenly, 2 officers in police uniforms approached, and Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. You are suspected of assault. Come with us, the 2 policemen said coldly. Standing directly in front of Zhang Yu, Gu Shuyun was momentarily taken aback, while Zhang Yu turned to see Li Bo standing nearby, wearing a smug smile. Could you please show us your identification and arrest warrant? Zhang Yu asked calmly, without a hint of panic. The officers, clearly irked, replied, Less talk, just come with us. Will you walk nicely, or do we need to escort you forcibly? Let me make a phone call first, Zhang Yu said, pulling out his phone. The policemen exchanged glances, their expressions resolute. The phone's password is my birthday. Call Sister Zhou and explain my situation. It'll be fine, he reassured Gu Shuyun, then embraced her, placing the phone in her hands before following the officers. Li Bo observed the scene and climbed into another vehicle, following suit. Gu Shuyun anxiously opened her phone and dialed. Hello, Sister Zhou, this is Gu Shuyun. Zhang Yu is in trouble. Hello, Auntie, it's Shuyun. Someone is bullying me, she added. Inside the police station, Zhang Yu was confined to a room, handcuffed, silently observing the unfolding events. At that moment, Li Bo entered. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Please be mindful of your limits. We will ensure he remains silent. However, you'll need to speak favorably of us in front of your father later, he said. By the way, Xiaobo, this fellow isn't from your school, is he? After all, Renmin University holds a prestigious reputation, and many of its professors can be quite formidable. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, I have inquired, and this individual is not affiliated with our institution. He is merely a small-time character from Jin Province. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged police officer felt a sense of relief. After all, Li Bo's father was about to become the director of the police station, and it was prudent to curry favor. He then turned and shouted at Zhang Yu, who was seated nearby, You just injured someone. Do you realize you have committed an offense? Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How could such a melodramatic scenario befall him? This was the stuff of novels. After all, moreover, this was not an era of advanced media. Various incidents rarely spread far, and if it were in later years, they would never dare to be so brazen. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Can you bear the consequences? Zhang Yu merely gazed at the 2 men in silence. You still act so arrogantly after arriving here, kid. You should blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. Furthermore, some women are not worth your attention. If it weren't for that woman's aunt having a bit of influence, I would have dealt with her long ago. Today, you will receive a beating and be forced to leave Beijing. Keep your distance from Shu Yun in the future. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret ever entering this world. Li Bo advanced menacingly. Upon hearing Li Bo's tone when mentioning Gu Shuyun, Zhang Yu's expression changed, yet he laughed upon noticing the handcuffs on his wrists. His smile was radiant. The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhao, turned to the young officer beside him and said, "Xiao Wang, you will accompany young Masterly shortly. Keep an eye on things, but don't go too far. I will step outside." The middle-aged officer felt a pang of sympathy seeing how young Zhang Yu was. Yet he would not play the role of a benefactor. Such matters had improved over the years, but they were once far more outrageous, especially concerning outsiders. "Do you know what hidden strength is?" At that moment, Zhang Yu's languid voice reached the ears of the remaining two. "What on earth?" Li Bo retorted, his disdain for Zhang Yu growing as he had dealt with many out-of-town students over the past 2 years, though they were all from other schools. He was unaware that the mentor of the student he was confronting today held an astonishing rank. They were primarily from smaller institutions, and he had often taken advantage of the situation to impress local girls. However, Gu Shuyun's mentor was indeed formidable, and her aunt was said to be quite influential, which is why he dared only to pursue her without resorting to foul play. The reason he targeted Zhang Yu today was that he had confirmed through his director's relatives that he was indeed not from Renmin University, probably hailing from the same place as Gu Shuyun. Li Bo approached, ready to swing his hand at Zhang Yu. Unfortunately for him, in the next moment, he was sent flying. Clutching his waist in disbelief, he stared at Zhang Yu, who had somehow risen to his feet and kicked him away. "Do you dare to strike again?" Another young officer, Xiao Wang, was furious, unable to believe someone would dare to act violently in the police station. He rushed forward, but predictably, he too was sent flying. Zhang Yu, despite being handcuffed, had no restrictions on his legs. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with both hands. Two individuals currently find themselves in a state of discomfort, lying prone upon the ground, while Zhang Yu crouches nearby, observing them. Outside, a middle-aged police officer hears the commotion within and, with a wry smile, shakes his head, refraining from uttering a word. Grateful for the efficacy of the soundproofing system in place, he fails to discern that the cries are not emanating from Zhang Yu at all. No one would anticipate that Zhang Yu would take action at such a moment. The officer stands outside the door, slowly smoking a cigarette, contemplating entering shortly to prevent any damage. Just then, he notices the deputy chief of the precinct approaching, accompanied by a formally attired young woman. He quickly extinguishes his cigarette and greets them obsequiously. Simultaneously, his phone rings. "Hello, Lu, what's the matter?" "Old Zhao, I'm still here. Are you trying to curry favor with the new leadership? Why not wait a moment? You've gotten yourself into trouble. Right now, immediately, release the detainee. I'll be over shortly." The call ends angrily. At that moment, another formally dressed woman enters, accompanied by the girl who had been taken away earlier. "Old Zhao, what is going on?" "This is Editor Zhou from the People's Publishing House. You have taken her associate. Do you have any documentation for this? What is the situation?" The deputy chief scolds as he approaches. "Greetings, I am Attorney Jean from the New Bow of the capital. My client has been detained without cause, and I will be filing a complaint against you." The short-haired, intelligent-looking woman presents her business card and begins to speak coldly. By this time, old Zhao is perspiring profusely. He stammers to Deputy Chief Han. I really, stop with the stammering. Where's the person?" Zhou Yi interjects sharply. Old Zhao hastily opens the door. Upon entering, they find Zhang Yu still seated, handcuffed, while the other two remain on the floor. "My client has committed no offense. Why have you placed handcuffs on him without any arrest warrant or evidence? Even in assisting an investigation, handcuffs should not be used. Are you all right?" Gu Shuyun rushes to Zhang Yu's side, inspecting him. "I'm fine, don't worry," Zhang Yu replies with a smile. Once Gu Shuyun sees that he is unharmed, she feels relieved. However, upon noticing Li Bo seated on the ground, her anger flares, and she strides over to kick him. "Shuyun, don't cause a scene." The short-haired attorney interjects. "Oh, Auntie." Chapter 55. Zhou Yi's strong background. Gu Shuyun sticks out her tongue and moves beside her aunt. Attorney Jean casts a cold glance at Zhang Yu. Zhou Yi, relieved to see Zhang Yu unharmed, exhales deeply. After all, the promotional campaign begins the day after tomorrow. If today's incident is not handled properly, it would reflect poorly on both the police station and the publishing house. "Zhang Yu is a renowned author at our publishing house, and I hope your office can provide us with a response," Zhou Yi states, turning to the deputy chief with a composed demeanor. In truth, the deputy chief of the precinct, particularly in the capital, holds significant rank. Yet, the publishing house also wields considerable influence, capable of issuing formal letters that could complicate matters. Furthermore, many senior figures within the publishing house possess formidable backgrounds. The crux of the matter lies with the woman before them, whose connections are impressive. After all, a prominent figure from the Beijing police system had directly called his mobile phone and even accompanied her here. What transpired? After Zhou Yi spoke, she approached Zhang Yu. Isn't that right? You look down on me, thinking that as an outsider, I can be easily dealt with. Zhang Yu gestured towards Li Bo, who was seated on the ground, and raised his hand to indicate that he was still handcuffed. At that moment, a middle-aged police officer hurried over to unlock him. Li Bo then spoke up. Uncle Zhao, why are you letting him go? His anger was palpable. The middle-aged officer was seething with frustration. Shut your mouth, he shouted as a middle-aged man entered, directing his ire at Li Bo. Dad, Li Bo exclaimed, feeling wronged after just being beaten. Seeing his father arrive brought him joy. You need to be quiet, the officer admonished, delivering several sharp slaps to his son. The bond of father and son. Zhang Yu chuckled at the scene. Addressing Zhou Yi, if you hadn't come today, I might have been the one getting beaten, perhaps even locked up for some time. The officer who struck Li Bo shot an angry glare at Zhang Yu. All right, young man, since everything is resolved, let us conclude this matter here. I've already taught this brat a lesson. What do you say, Director Han? The middle-aged officer clearly had his own connections and was not overly intimidated. The deputy director remained mostly silent, merely glancing at Zhou Yi. Hey, Uncle Li, I hope to receive an explanation from my brother, Zhou Yi said without elaboration, simply making a phone call and signaling Zhang Yu to follow her. He understood and exited alongside her, with Gu Shuyun and her aunt following suit. Director Han smiled and remarked to the middle-aged officer, Deputy Director Li, you certainly wield significant authority, before also departing. What just happened? What are their backgrounds? Deputy Director Li inquired of old Zhao. I don't know. We just brought someone for Xiaobo, and then Director Han arrived with a lawyer. Useless. You always get into trouble. When you get home tonight, reflect on your actions. Deputy Director Li scolded his son, frustration evident in his tone. Old Zhao looked at Deputy Director Li with concern. Is there going to be a problem? What problem could there be? The director and I are on good terms. We come from the same trenches. If old Han wants to move against me, he is not qualified, Deputy Director Li replied dismissively. All right, let us go. Mr. Wu is treating me to drinks tonight. He clearly did not take the situation seriously, viewing the woman's phone call as mere theatrics. Is this a celebration for your promotion, Deputy Li? If it weren't for Director Liu, you would have been promoted long ago, old Zhao remarked. You shouldn't say that. Director Liu is quite good, Deputy Director Li retorted, though his tone and expression betrayed a harsher sentiment. Li Bo then approached, saying, Dad, I want to go too. Mr. Wu said he would introduce me to his sister-in-law. Deputy Director Li looked at his son, whom he had just slapped, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Just don't cause trouble when you go. As for Mr. Wu's sister-in-law, just have fun with it, don't take it too seriously. You'll have better options after graduation. Yes, Dad, don't worry, I understand, Li Bo replied, his spirits lifted at the thought of Mr. Wu's charming sister-in-law. Upon entering the office, Officer Xiao Wang hurriedly went to serve tea, while Li Bo settled onto the sofa, engaging in polite conversation with Officer Zhao and Deputy Director Li. After a brief moment, Deputy Director Li's phone rang. It was the call from the bureau chief. He gestured for silence, and the atmosphere became tense, with not a breath dared to be drawn. Upon answering, he said, Old Wang, what's the matter? What? You say what? You can't do it either? What kind of relationship do we have? We have no relationship. The call abruptly ended, leaving Deputy Director Li with a pallid countenance. Officer Zhao sensed the gravity of the situation. Just then, Director Liu strode in, accompanied by several individuals. Li Chongshan, you are suspected of misusing public office, shielding your son from crime, accepting bribes, and extorting money from local businesses. The evidence is clear, take him away. Li Bo, you are implicated in 3 incidents of severe assault and the crime of raping women. You have harmed several female students. You are a beast. Take him away. Zhao Bo, Wang Xin, you two are also finished. Take them away. After Director Liu's proclamation, his subordinates moved to arrest them. Lu Qing, you dare to investigate me. Deputy Director Li bellowed in fury. Li Chongshan, this time no one will protect you. Even before my retirement, I will ensure you face justice. Do you think I am unaware or afraid to intervene regarding your misdeeds? It is unfortunate for you that your son has provoked the wrong individuals. Just as well, I have received instructions to act against you. The evidence against you and your son overflows my drawer. You deserve this. Take them away. Director Liu scolded vehemently, signaling for them to be taken out. Dad, I don't want to go to prison. Li Bo, having slid off the sofa in despair, cried out for salvation. You bastard, you have doomed us. Old Zhao, now fully aware of their impending fate, was consumed by rage and kicked Li Bo, while the young officer Wang Xian muttered to himself, It's over, it's over. He couldn't comprehend how things had spiraled so drastically. He had merely sought advancement. Li Chongshan remained silent, having come to a realization. If he had only humbled himself to plead for leniency, even at the cost of familial loyalty, and if that woman had not made that call, perhaps there would have been hope. He now understood the expression on Chief Han's face when he departed. Regrettably, in this world, one can find everything but the remedy of regret. As they exited the police station, Zhou Yi remarked to Zhang Yu, You really have the worst luck. Encountering such matters upon arriving in the capital, Zhou Yi was at a loss for words. Zhang Yu shrugged, saying, Come on, Sister Zhou. I'm the most innocent here. Don't dwell on it. Zhou Yi thought to say, but found herself at a loss for appropriate words. Zhang Yu, noticing her demeanor, reassured her, It's all right, Sister Zhou. Such matters exist everywhere and are nothing out of the ordinary. Zhang Yu preferred not to elaborate, stating that throughout history, such occurrences have always been present. Even in today's multimedia age, with the prevalence of short videos, similar incidents remain abundant. Many simply disregard public opinion. It is not novel. Well then, I shall take my leave. Call me if you need anything. It seems I won't be accompanying you tomorrow. On the morning after tomorrow, at 8 o'clock, when you sought out Zhou Yi for a conversation, you also spotted Gu Shuyun, recalling her as one of the young girls from several years ago at Zhang Yu's home. Upon finishing her statement, Zhou Yi drove away. This individual has significant connections, Gu Shuyun's aunt remarked softly. In fact, she had encountered Zhou Yi by chance during a case. Surrounded by prominent figures, never anticipating a link to the young man before her. Come with me, the aunt directly instructed Gu Shuyun before entering the vehicle, while Gu Shuyun pulled Zhang Yu into the car. Thank you, Aunt, Zhang Yu said from the back seat, addressing the driver. Gu Shuyun's aunt replied tersely. After dropping off the two, the car departed. My aunt, Jean Jing, remained in the capital after university. She is now a lawyer and a partner, though her demeanor is somewhat aloof. Nevertheless, I'll share this with you to avoid any misconceptions about my aunt's feelings towards you. Gu Shuyun explained as she and Zhang Yu strolled leisurely. After graduating, she had a boyfriend, and her aunt worked diligently, progressing from an intern to a lawyer with increasingly better prospects. However, the boyfriend, who was already discussing marriage, wanted to return to his hometown due to stagnation in his career, which her aunt opposed. He presented two options, return home and marry, or break up. Her aunt chose the latter, and he subsequently left for his hometown. Since then, she had not entered another relationship, remaining solitary, which led to her increasingly cold demeanor. She was warm towards me, but distant with other men, Gu Shuyun elaborated. I understand. Misfortune in relationships often stems from a man's inflated ego and an imbalanced mindset, especially when witnessing your aunt's rising success. His choice to leave was perhaps for the best. Otherwise, marriage would have only complicated matters further. Zhang Yu voiced his thoughts. I'm glad you understand. I was worried that my aunt's attitude might make you uncomfortable. She responded. How could that be, silly? I am grateful that my aunt came to my rescue. I would never harbor dissatisfaction due to her demeanor. That would be unbecoming of me. Zhang Yu took her hand. Gu Shuyun's face brightened considerably, but she still felt compelled to apologize to Zhang Yu. I'm sorry. If it weren't for my situation, none of this would have happened. Zhang Yu embraced the girl, saying, Silly girl, how could I blame you? Remember, no matter what you do, I will never hold it against you. Are you confessing your feelings to me? Gu Shuyun suddenly asked. Zhang Yu grasped her hand. After 3 years of knowing each other, our bond has deepened. I love you, cherish you, and regard you as my own. Presently, in the future, and for eternity. He expressed his profound emotions. A smile graced Gu Shuyun's face, but a mischievous glimmer flickered in her eyes. But what of Shuer and Yanzi? Have you given up on them? Zhang Yu was momentarily speechless. Ah, what a cat! Gu Shuyun strutted ahead, though her gait was imbued with joy. She had discerned his answer. Yet, she found herself at a crossroads, as she was still uncertain. If it were solely her decision, she would charge ahead without hesitation. However, the presence of others, the greedy man, filled her with frustration. Then she turned around, kicking and striking. Zhang Yu, however, did not retaliate. After a while, Gu Shuyun grew weary and leaned against Zhang Yu's embrace, silently reflecting. I'm sorry, you heart-thieving rogue. Why did you steal my heart? Why did we encounter each other? What of Shuer? And what of Yanzi? Why are you so greedy? After a long pause, Gu Shuyun wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I want to go shopping, to indulge in delicious food, to buy clothes. Today, I am the queen of indulgence. Very well. Today, I shall be your devoted companion. Zhang Yu replied. Despite Gu Shuyun's bravado, it was unlikely she would engage in extravagant shopping. She had always been tough on the outside, yet tender within. However, Zhang Yu noticed her lingering over various accessories and garments she favored, merely admiring them without purchasing anything. Observing this, Zhang Yu felt a pang of concern. He then turned to the nearby girl, who was full of enthusiasm, and said, I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me a moment. Go ahead. Gu Shuyun waved him off, pausing at a counter to examine the items. After a while, Zhang Yu returned, and Gu Shuyun's expression shifted. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her irritation flaring upon seeing the numerous bags Zhang Yu carried. Because my Shuyun likes these items. Otherwise, why would I earn this money? To spend on other women, so you can be happy? Zhang Yu retorted. Gu Shuyun was momentarily speechless, but soon softened her demeanor. Humph. I suppose you have a way with words. Yet, her smile betrayed her delight. After their shopping excursion, Zhang Yu first went to the hotel, secured a room, and set down his bags of purchases. The two then prepared to head out for dinner. Isn't Sister Zhou's background quite formidable? Gu Shuyun inquired during their meal. Indeed, it's evident from the call she made and the expression on Director Han's face. It seems Li Bo and his father are in serious trouble. Zhang Yu responded. At that moment, Gu Shuyun's phone rang. It was Wang Qianqian calling. What's up, Qianqian? Have you heard? Li Bo has been bullying many people off campus and has mistreated several girls from ordinary schools. Now that his deeds have come to light, he has been taken away. The school just announced his expulsion on the official website. I heard his father is the deputy director of the police station, and he is being investigated as well. Hey, Shuyun, are you listening? Yes, I'm listening. Understood. He deserves it. I'm going to eat now. We'll talk later. After hanging up, Gu Shuyun looked at Zhang Yu, who also set down his chopsticks, and silence enveloped them. It seemed that Zhou Yi's connections were more powerful than they had imagined.